Daxiaolangya Province, Donghai City. On the playground of Donghai Experimental Middle School, the grade director held a roster and was about to call students up for class awakening. The principal was also giving an impassioned speech on stage. All professions are noble. No matter what class you awaken, you are the future of humanity. I wish everyone a bright future. At this moment, Ye Chen was in the line of class 11, grade 12, waiting for his name to be called. He had transmigrated to this world many years ago. In his past life, he worked like a beast of burden and unfortunately died from overwork. In this life, he arrived at a world of universal class awakening where games merged with reality. This territory was vast. Even a single province was as large as a country from his past life. The entire planet was dotted with secret realms and overrun with dungeons, countless ferocious beasts threatening humanity's survival and development. To resist the invasion of ferocious beasts, humanity had no choice but to actively conquer various dungeons, paying a heavy price. Fortunately, everyone would awaken a class upon reaching the age of 18. Classes were divided into two categories: combat classes and life classes. A powerful class could conquer dungeons and defy fate. A weak class could only become a commoner with little chance to rise. Ye Chen's parents were both life class professionals who died in a beast-tide outbreak during a dungeon descent. Therefore, everyone hoped to awaken a combat class and dreaded the most ordinary life class. The principal's claim that professions were all equal was merely a slogan. The grade director called out, "First Zhuge Taidan." The summoned student walked onto the awakening platform and placed his palm on the awakening stone. Swish! Only a white light flashed. Zhuge Tiedan, life, class blacksmith. Scythe blacksmith is good enough. He'll go back and learn forging from my dad. He was somewhat disappointed, but still comforted himself. In the crowd, Wang Batian of the Wang family let out a contemptuous laugh. Trash. The Wang family was a prominent clan in Donghai. Wang Batian usually swaggered around with a gang of underlings bullying the weak. Behind him, Duan Kuan, known as Brother Kuan, was his loyal lackey. The grade director continued calling names. Some students, before stepping onto the stage, shouted things like, "My fate is mine to command," or "Don't underestimate our bonds," only to end up awakening as first-level assembly line technicians and going to work in factories. When it was Wang Baishan's turn, he strutted arrogantly up to the front. His family had many resources that could increase the probability of awakening a combat class. He placed his palm on the awakening stone, and a red light burst forth with a swoosh. With incredible luck, he had awakened the warrior class. At this, Wang Baishan's smugness became even more unconcealed, his demeanor one of looking down on the world. Immediately after, Wang Baishan's lackey Duan Kuan awakened as an archer, also a combat class. The two, one in front and one behind, strutted back to class 11 with an arrogant, swaggering gait. The grade director, seeing two combat classes in a row, nodded slightly and smiled with some satisfaction. As Wang Batian passed by Ye Chen, he cast a sidelong glance at this orphan and thought to himself, another good for nothing with a life class. Ye Chen, the grade director called. He silently walked onto the awakening platform and placed his palm on the awakening stone. Another white light flashed, undoubtedly a life class. Ye Chen, life class farmer. This class was exactly what it sounded like, farming, being a farmer for life. Those who awakened this class could only grow vegetables, raise chickens, do farm work, and sell their agricultural products. These agricultural products, such as chickens, ducks, and geese, contained a trace of spiritual essence, but not much, and their value was far inferior to resources from dungeons. Once a slightly more powerful farmer had only managed to raise a chicken that could play basketball. For this, he was turned into a meme and mocked for years. Later, even that farmer became disheartened, believing his class to be a useless one. Gradually, the whole world knew that the farmer was a useless class. And as luck would have it, Ye Chen had awakened this very class. Even after 2 lifetimes, he still found it hard to change his fate. After the awakening ceremony, everyone returned to their respective classes. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher, Ye Hongyan, hurried into the classroom. The novice dungeon will open in a month. All senior students of our school must enter the secret realm. As soon as the words fell, the classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. We're going into a dungeon soon. It's so dangerous, I'm so scared. What's there to be afraid of? Maybe there's some opportunity inside that can improve my strength. You awaken the warrior class, so of course you're not afraid. You can tank and fight. But I'm just a squishy archer. What are you afraid of? As an archer, you're squishy, but have high damage. Worst case, just find someone to team up with. The one who really should be worried is our classmate Ye Chen with his life class. If he encounters a ferocious beast, his life will be in danger. And no one will team up with him. He can only wander at the edge of the secret realm to keep his sorry life alive, ha ha ha. Wang Beishan Duan Kuan and others burst into loud laughter again. A flame flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. If he had awakened a combat class, he would definitely pick a fight with them. But he was only the most ordinary life class professional, low in status, lacking strength and powerless to resist such bullying. On the platform, the homeroom teacher continued reading the precautions for entering the secret realm. But Ye Chen couldn't focus, his heart filled with infinite confusion. After school, Ye Chen did not stay on campus, but chose to walk home. At home, there was a backyard with farmland left by his parents. Now in the backyard, Ye Chen had no heart for farming because thinking about the upcoming challenges gave him a headache. When the secret realm opens with my strength, entering will most likely mean death. Must I really just wander at the edge of the secret realm and live a meager existence, as they said? Oi. The more I can't obtain the treasures and opportunities of the secret realm, the less chance I have to defy fate. But the depths of the secret realm are too dangerous. At this thought, Ye Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. At that moment, sunlight bathed the backyard, revealing a set of farm tools, a patch of farmland, and a native chicken in a cage. The farm tools were all stored in a bag, including a sickle for harvesting, a rake for leveling soil, and so on. Besides a large tree, the farmland also held a patch of pea seedlings. Ye Chen stood on the ridge of the field, gazing at the farmland, lost in thought. Farming it is then. He tried to rummage through the tool bag for a hoe when a ding sound echoed. System, is that you? Ye Chen was overjoyed. Ding. System bound to host. Mythical talent awakened, farmer Shinon. All items related to agriculture, whether living or not, can receive a divine level spiritual enhancement. It really is a system, but what does this divine level spiritual enhancement mean? Logically, a farmer would have a spiritual enhancement on agricultural products, but not much. Ye Chen approached the large tree and touched its surface. Instantly, a dazzling holy light emitted. Ding. Your fruit tree has received a divine level upgrade, evolving into a devil fruit tree completed. As long as the host obtains enough resources, you can grow any devil fruit from the One Piece world. Devil fruits. It's actually the devil fruits from the One Piece world of my past life. Ye Chen's heart surged with excitement, and he then touched the pea seedlings in the field. In an instant, the pea seedlings blossomed and bore fruit, with large pea pods growing out. Ding. Your pea pods have received a divine level upgrade, evolving into Pea Shooters completed. As long as the host obtains enough resources, you can grow any super plant from Plants vs. Zombies. Seeing this, Ye Chen was completely stunned. Even Pea Shooters from the Plants vs. Zombies world exist. This system is too amazing. Then Ye Chen checked the system interface and found an unopened novice gift pack. Without hesitation, he communicated with the system telepathically. Open the novice gift pack. Ding. Opening novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following items. Directly reward 1, Rumble fruit. No need to plant, please pick it directly from the devil fruit tree. Immunity to all side effects of devil fruit's permanent buff, removes weaknesses such as inability to swim and only being able to eat one. Because it's a newbie welfare, this fruit can be obtained directly without me spending resources to nurture the devil fruit tree. Saving a large initial investment, which satisfied the cash-strapped Ye Chen. Besides, this permanent buff also removed all the weaknesses of devil fruits. A devil fruit is equivalent to a talent in this world, so eating multiple devil fruits won't cause death, and I can still swim. Arriving beneath the tree, Ye Chen indeed spotted a fruit with a golden exterior and thunder-shaped spikes. This is the thunder fruit. Ye Chen gazed at the fruit that resembled a ball of lightning, recognizing it instantly from his past life memories. He plucked it directly, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Devil fruits are notoriously unpleasant to eat, but the advantage is that a single bite grants the full power, and eating the rest is useless. He opened his eyes, suddenly feeling a surge of power throughout his body. This is the power of thunder. Ye Chen clenched his fist, and instantly thunder surged, crackling lightning gathering around his knuckles. He knew the thunder fruit, as a Logia-type devil fruit, had 3 main abilities. First, elementalization. The body turns into lightning, greatly enhancing speed and granting immunity to physical attacks. Second, releasing terrifying high-voltage currents. As long as my mental energy is sufficient, I can unleash not just millions of volts, but billions. Third, using electromagnetic waves to form an extremely wide heart net capable of monitoring all living beings within range like a deity. This was also why Enel, the thunder fruit user in the world of One Piece, was called a god by the inhabitants of Skypiea. He could hear all and rain down divine thunder punishment at will. Become a god. Ye Chen conceived a grand idea. He believed he could achieve it, even surpass it, for he possessed more than just a devil fruit. Then a panel emerged. Everyone in this world had one. Name Ye Chen, occupation agriculturalist, Shinong, level 1000. Strength 5, agility 5, spirit 8, constitution 6, equipment none, Logia thunder fruit 1. Elementalization lightning speed, immune to physical attacks. 2. Release high voltage current, can condense into thunder tiger, thunder dragon, etc. 3. Use electric waves to form a heart net for large-scale monitoring. Pea shooter, peas fired can transform into bullets for ranged attacks. Note activating the fruit's ability boosts 4 attributes to the max, allowing a level 10 to defeat a level 100. At first, Ye Chen was a bit disappointed. All 4 attributes are quite low, with spirit being the highest at only 8. Then he saw the last line. What kind of cross-level combat is this? Level 100 is already the peak of the 5th turn, and I can fight at level 10. That's 10 times the gap. He was completely shocked. For Ye Chen knew that in this world, spiritual energy was equivalent to mana. The more spiritual energy, the more skills and summons one could release. I need to quickly improve myself, especially in spiritual energy. This secret realm is my must-have. He was no longer worried about the life-or-death crisis ahead. Instead, he was eager to enter. Let's leave here and test the thunder fruit's power outside. Ye Chen turned into lightning and vanished in an instant. Soon he arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Above were white clouds, drifting below was the vast land. I can't believe I got here in such a short time. He was also amazed by his speed. In the past, it would take at least half an hour by bike to come here with classmates for fun. Now it took him less than 5 minutes. It seemed the elementalization ability of the thunder fruit had greatly boosted his speed. That spot. I wonder if I can. Ye Chen looked up at a perilous peak on the mountain, a place none of his classmates had ever reached. Teleport. With a thought, a burst of electric arcs shot out, the wind howling around him. In an instant, lightning recondensed into human form, and Ye Chen now stood atop the perilous peak. Speed test done. Now let's test attack power. His eyes fell on a large tree not far away. The tree was extremely thick, so wide that 2 or 3 grown men linking arms couldn't encircle it. Above was lush foliage, below were tangled roots. 10 million volts discharge. Ye Chen pointed his right finger, and a fierce bolt of lightning shot out instantly. Like an arrow charged with thunder, it pierced through the tree trunk in a flash. A huge hole appeared, emitting black smoke and charred marks exactly like a tree struck by lightning. Ye Chen was overjoyed, his emotions beyond restraint. The attack power isn't weak either. Since nobody's hero go all out. He wanted to test his limit. 30 million volts thunderstorm. As the words fell, his spiritual energy drained rapidly, almost exhausting him instantly. The white clouds vanished, replaced by dark clouds. Rumble. The clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In a blink, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each strike carried divine might, pulverizing many boulders on the mountain in mere seconds. Gradually, Ye Chen's spiritual energy was exhausted, and he grew weary. Tired. Time to go back to sleep. Just then he felt the ground shake, as if the earth beneath his feet was about to collapse. Damn, I've messed up big time. Ye Chen realized the entire mountain was nearly flattened by his attack. He had to flee before the mountain collapsed completely, or he would be buried under tons of rubble. Elementalization. With a crackle, Ye Chen turned into a bolt of lightning, flickering and leaping across the steep cliffs. Finally, he dodged all the falling boulders and returned to the ground safely. I'm out of here. If I don't leave now, the Twilight Temple will come. Ye Chen was still shaken. The Twilight Temple was the management organization for awakened ones, and its members were extremely powerful. At that moment, the entire Donghai city turned from clear to cloudy, then thundered, and lightning flashed, pouring heavy rain. At Donghai Experimental School Girls' Dormitory. Many girls staying at school couldn't take in their laundry from the balcony in time. Oh, my underwear is all wet. My panties too. Wasn't today supposed to be sunny according to the forecast? Oh no, everyone grab your clothes. But the unluckiest were the girls downstairs. They had become drenched, hair, disheveled, clothes soaked through. Clothes clung tightly to their skin, revealing various colors of undergarments, outlining youthful and beautiful curves. With screams, everyone rushed into the dormitory to take shelter. Inside, they changed clothes or took showers, all faces showing confusion and a hint of resentment. It was fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden thunder and rain? So annoying, have to shower again, boohoo. Xiao Yuan, were yours always this big? Stop it, don't say that. Within an hour, the Twilight Temple dispatched a large number of awakened ones to investigate. Donghai City was on high alert, the whole school in panic, and alarms echoed across the campus. Southwest 50 li away, a small hill has collapsed completely. Either a god-level awakened has descended, or an ancient beast descendant has awakened. Please no, don't go out during this time, stay at school. All students quickly assembled on the playground. Class teacher Ye Chen stood on the steps holding a megaphone and shouting across the playground, "Class 11 awakened students gather here." After assembly, under the influence of the thunder fruit, the sky thundered and lightning flashed, and suddenly a downpour began. "Strange, I checked the forecast today. It said no rain. At this point, you still trust the forecast?" "Wait, forecast? Teacher, I want to report him for bringing a phone. Don't I advise you to be kind?" Ye Chen raised the megaphone again. "Stop arguing. Get under cover immediately." Entering the open ground floor, each class lined up in 2 rows for head count. "Strange, where is Ye Chen?" Ye Chen exclaimed, asking Ye Chen's deskmate Wang Dachuan. "Teacher, Ye Chen rarely stays at school these weeks. He goes home every weekend." Wang Dachuan rubbed his chubby face as he replied. Wang Batian overheard, became interested, and volunteered, Teacher, I know why Ye Chen didn't come. The secret realm is opening, and that coward is afraid, so he's using this to skip the trial." His sidekick Duan Kuan chimed in. Yeah, he awakened a useless occupation, so he can only run away." Ye Chen was now agitated. With such chaos outside, what if something happened to Ye Chen? She also knew about Ye Chen's family situation, lacking parental guidance, and worried he might go playing near that area alone. Then a voice like a silver bell sounded. "Teacher, I believe in Ye Chen. Let's wait for him here." Looking towards the source, Xiao Rongyu, standing in the front row, actually spoke up for Ye Chen in front of everyone. Xiao Rongyu had a stunning face and had awakened the powerful sword cultivator profession. With a sword in hand, she could become a mighty sword immortal in the future. Therefore, she was the dream goddess of many boys in the school. Wang Batian was naturally one of Xiao Rongju's many admirers. Her words quickly stirred Wang Baishan's jealousy. Ye Chen is just an agriculturalist, at best he'll be a farmer. "We should evacuate now, teacher. No need to wait for him. It's not fair to other students." Facing Wang Baishan's cold remarks, head teacher Ye Chen gave him a stern look. "Shut up. You talk too much." Wang Batian felt embarrassed, muttered something, and moved to the back row. Although Ye Chen disagreed with Wang Baishan's words, she was also at a loss given the urgency of the situation. Just as the scene was tense, a slender figure came into view. The young man had handsome features and walked with calm steps. It was Ye Chen. "Teacher, I'm back." Ye Chen pressed her hand against her heaving chest and said, "You scared me to death. With such a commotion outside, don't go home this week. The school has other arrangements." Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly as he thought, can I tell her that I was the one who caused this uproar? However, no one would believe it anyway, since a farmer is universally recognized as a worthless profession. Unlike the swordmaster class, which can split the heavens with a single strike, or the berserker, who can shatter mountains with one punch. Who would believe that someone who merely plants vegetables and raises chickens could create such a massive scene, putting the entire school on high alert? I understand. Ye Chen nodded faintly. "Very well, fall in." Ye Chen said with a smile, her ample chest heaving as the weight finally lifted from her heart. Ye Chen made his way to the back row, standing side by side with his deskmate Wang Dachuan. As he passed by, Xiao Rongyu cast a faint smile in his direction. This sight only fueled the jealousy of the other boys. "Damn it!" Wang Batian cursed viciously, pinching Duan Kun's thigh. "What are you doing?" "Ouch!" Duan Kun let out a howl of pain, but since Wang Batian was his boss, he could only swallow his anger. All the students were temporarily relocated to a massive auditorium. The venue was encased in a tough star iron shell equipped with various impenetrable defense mechanisms said to be unbreakable except by powerhouses above the 7th rank. The homeroom teachers and students of each class huddled here, some of the more timid ones trembling uncontrollably. "Everyone, don't panic. The principal has gone to the Twilight Temple to investigate the situation. Once the investigation results are out, everything will return to normal." The grade director, wearing a pair of reading glasses, looked as steady as an old dog, reassuring the crowd. Ye Chen struggled to suppress a smile as he surveyed the scene around him. The mastermind was standing right here. What could the Twilight Temple possibly uncover? Just then the old principal returned and announced excitedly, "Breaking news. Due to the impact of a thunderstorm natural disaster, the Phoenix Secret Realm has opened ahead of schedule. The time is tomorrow." These words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's hearts. Even the teachers could no longer maintain their composure. Ye Chen frowned. The secret realm is opening already. A natural disaster capable of influencing the opening of a secret realm. This is too terrifying. The principal continued, "This instance is called the Phoenix Secret Realm because an ancient ferocious beast fell here. It must hold tremendous opportunities. Our human race has survived to this day by continuously conquering instances. Now that you are all adults, you must give it your all." Below, many students whispered among themselves. Such a secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The treasures inside are surely mine. Let's see who dares to compete with me. Wang Batian sneered. Rest assured, young Master Wang, even if these people want to snatch them, they won't stand a chance against us. Duan Kuan raised his head confidently. Brother Yi, what do you think? Wang Dachuan asked, trembling. What do I think? I think while sitting. Ye Chen's calm demeanor surprised Wang Dachuan. Aren't you panicked that the secret realm opened early? And with this mountain collapse, I feel like nothing is simple. I'm just a farmer. Panicking won't do any good. As for the mountain collapse, it's already been said to be a natural disaster. Ye Chen scratched his cheek with a fingertip feigning innocence. Just then a note was quietly passed over. Brother Yi, the school beauty, sent you a love letter. Don't talk nonsense. What love letter? Opening it read, Ye Chen, if you feel in danger we can team up. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Teaming up with the swordmaster class seemed like a decent option. However, Xiao Rongyu had so many suitors at school. If others found out she was teaming up with him, countless eyes would be fixed on him. With this in mind, Ye Chen clicked his tongue non-committally. Tisk, this is a bit tricky. Yet even though he hadn't made up his mind, he still shot Xiao Rongyu a friendly smile. In the front row, Xiao Rongji's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Ye Chen's expression. This left Lu Yi, the discipline monitor, somewhat puzzled. She had helped pass the note for Xiao Rongyu while patrolling class discipline. Why are you going so far to help Ye Chen? You know he awakened a garbage class. His contribution in the secret realm will be nearly zero. I just think he's special, and I can't stand how the other boys bully him. Special? Don't think I don't know. You're just smitten with his handsome face. Xiao Rongyu, you're such a looks-obsessed person. No, besides being good-looking, Ye Chen's voice is also nice. Lu Yi was utterly speechless. She thought, good grief, you're completely bewitched by this pretty boy. But I still need to warn you. Given Ye Chen's class talent, if he lingers at the edge of the secret realm, he might have a sliver of a chance to survive. Lu Yi said earnestly. Even though the result would be gaining nothing, it's still better than venturing deep into the secret realm and losing his life. If you want to carry him to victory, it's like taking a husky into a wolf's den. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongji's delicate willow leaf brows furrowed. Lu Yi was right. Her good intentions might actually increase the risk for Ye Chen. As a farmer, even if he couldn't defy fate and change his destiny within the secret realm, it was better to stay alive. This world was inherently unfair. Thank you, Yi. I understand. The principal stood on the high platform, elaborating on several precautions for entering the secret realm before solemnly bidding everyone farewell. Ye Chen steeled himself, left the auditorium with brisk steps, and slowly walked home. On the road, a luxury car pulled up carrying Wang Batian. He grinned at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, cherish what little time you have left in this world. Then he made a funny face, trying to scare and mock Ye Chen. Ye Chen shot him a disgusted glare. Scram! Wang Batian was about to fly into a rage, but felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't understand why Ye Chen emanated such an overwhelming pressure. He hoped it was just his imagination. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The sky was dotted with a few cold stars. Bathed in the faint starlight outside, Ye Chen made his way to the farmland left by his parents. A sturdy tree came into view, its leaves rustling gently in the wind, its trunk emitting a faint glow. If I bring back enough resources from the secret realm, I can grow more devil fruits. Most importantly, each devil fruit is equivalent to a talent in this world, and there's no issue with only being able to eat one. Ye Chen was filled with anticipation, then had another thought. Since the farmland fruit trees can evolve, can the farm tools and poultry do the same? With that in mind, he opened the cage and touched the feathers of a small native chicken. A dazzling white light burst forth. Ding! Your native chicken has received a divine upgrade and evolved into a juvenile Undying Phoenix to be nurtured. We hope the host will conquer the secret realm and obtain enough resources to allow your domesticated animals to grow into true ancient ferocious beasts. So it's become an Undying Phoenix chick. If I raise a little turtle, will it have a chance to evolve into a black tortoise? Ye Chen's heart surged with turbulent waves, his imagination instantly ignited with infinite possibilities for the future. He opened his tool bag, selected a sickle, and pulled it out. Ding! Your sickle has received a divine upgrade and evolved into a death sickle embryo to be forged. Please forge and upgrade your weapon according to the descriptions of the corresponding plane worlds. From now on, this sickle will no longer harvest crops, but lives. Ye Chen gradually understood the true function of this system. Farm tools, agricultural products, crops, anything related to agriculture could receive a divine upgrade, elevating ordinary items to divine artifacts in an instant. This upgrade was far superior to the spiritual enhancement provided by an ordinary farmer. Perhaps even more planes will be unlocked in the future. The next day, many students gathered at the teleportation plaza. Since the school cultivated a large number of class changers every year and sent them to conquer instances, the school had built a massive teleportation platform in the plaza. On the teleportation platform, everyone queued up to be teleported one by one. Blee blee blee, Ye Chen, have you wet your pants in fear yet? He'll go first, young master. Don't beg me to save you in the secret realm. Wang Baishan's repulsive face was as loathsome as ever. Better worry about yourself, young master Wang. Once inside the secret realm, life and death were beyond external control. Ye Chen had far too much room to maneuver. What? At death's door, and you still dare to speak to our young master like that? Duan Kuan was taken aback by Ye Chen's behavior. Usually Ye Chen let them bully him without resistance. Any defiance only invited more severe beatings. Why had he suddenly changed today? Could it be that this kid had been hiding his true strength all along? However, the thought flickered and vanished. Even Duan Kuan found it absurd. This kid, if he really had any strength, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Duan Kuan shook his head, casting aside the notion, and flipped Ye Chen off before stepping onto the teleportation platform. Soon everyone had been teleported. Welcome to the Phoenix Secret Realm. You will face various challenges here. Task 1, survive for 12 hours. Task 2, reach Intermediate Area B. Task 3, reach Advanced Area A. Task 4, find and explore Phoenix Island. The more tasks you complete, the richer the rewards. All casualties in the Secret Realm are real. Good luck. In the Phoenix Secret Realm at the Edge area, everyone has been transported here. They will advance towards the core area along different paths from this edge. The closer they are to the depths of the Secret Realm, the more treasures there are, and the dangers multiply accordingly. Among the students entering the Secret Realm, some have awakened as berserkers, others as strong archers, and some as heavy tanks. As for the few mages and sword cultivators like Xiao Rongyu, they are highly sought after. Especially sword cultivators who are rumored to be able to wield sword qi across 30,000 miles in the later stages, casually slicing open the gates of heaven with their swords. Thus, the noble-born Xiao Rongyu has always been a key focus for both her family and school. As for support-type professions, they often need to team up with others to gain some assistance. If they are lucky enough to encounter a strong team, they will ultimately gain considerable rewards. Only professions like blacksmiths, chefs, and farmers often linger at the edge of the Secret Realm. As soon as they dare to step beyond the safe zone, they will attract the slaughter of ferocious beasts. Therefore, the goal of life professions in the Secret Realm is to survive, which is also the reason why these professions can never change their fate. Upon entering the Secret Realm, Ye Chen was greeted by a lush, verdant forest. It was dark and deep inside, clearly home to hidden ferocious beasts posing countless dangers. In front stood Wang Batian and Duan Kuan, conveniently positioned right before Ye Chen. Yo, Ye Chen, it seems nobody wants to team up with you. You beg me, and I might let you join our team. Ye Chen busily went about his own business. No one wants to team up. I could tell you that the school beauty Xiao Rongyu wants to team up with me. He pulled out a sickle from his waist, lifted the black cloth covering the cage, and released a small local chicken. Since he had not upgraded, yet Ye Chen's equipment appeared no different from common items. Seeing this, Wang Batian almost burst into laughter, holding his stomach as he laughed heartily. I thought you were going to show us something fierce, but you brought out a massive chicken. Look at this, a broken sickle for farming and a small chicken. Did you think the Secret Realm was your farm? Ha ha ha, farmers are useless in the Secret Realm. Duan Kuan, seeing the small chicken, immediately struck a rap pose before swaggering away. Ye Chen looked at their retreating figures, a cold, sharp light flashing in his eyes. There are no maps here, everything must be explored by the adventurers themselves. For the first task, surviving for 12 hours, is clearly a matter of just holding on, making it very suitable for weak life professions. However, Ye Chen did not intend to do that. The reason is simple, he is not weak at all, and if he waits for the 12 hours to pass, all the benefits will belong to others. Elementalization, Thunderbolt, Dash. With just a flash of lightning, he reached a terrifying speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, effortlessly traversing a large area of obstacles ahead. Others, did you see anything just now over to the east? Are you talking about a flash of light that zipped past? Impossible, where would a light come from in broad daylight? Are you light? Are you electricity? Are you the only myth? At this moment, the Secret Realm leaderboard activated. The task progress of everyone will be displayed in real time, and once they enter the top ranks, they can choose to reveal their names or remain anonymous. Wang Batian and his group encountered a stretch of Devil's Swamp immediately. A chilling aura emanated from ahead, accompanied by damp and cold air that assaulted them. On the surface, there seemed to be no movement, But Wang Batian knew well that as soon as one of them stepped in, a pair of sticky hands might reach out from below, dragging them into the depths. These experiences come from the teachings of their family elders, a wealth of knowledge that only noble families possess. Ordinary families lack such strategies, and a slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. You go take a look. Wang Batian waved at a small minion behind him. Me. The minion trembled in fear. What else? Be obedient, and when we get out, I'll give you 500,000. Wang Batian sneered. When the young master tells you to go, you go. Usually you enjoy the good life with me. Oh, when has the young master ever wronged you? Duan Kuan also chimed in, giving the minion a kick in the rear. Yes, Kuan, go. The minion stuttered, stealing his courage as he cautiously advanced. He picked up a piece of dry wood and tried to stand on it. Move quickly, we need to reach Area B as soon as possible. The faster the better, Wang Batian urged from behind. The minion stood on the dry wood, taking cautious steps forward, seemingly on the verge of success. Is there no danger in this swamp? Was I overthinking? Wang Batian stroked his chin, pondering. Just then an unexpected change occurred. The swamp began to churn and sink continuously. Help me, Kuan Gu, young Master Wang. After a scream, everyone could no longer hear his voice. Wang Batian's heart sank. Losing a lackey before reaching Area B meant the swamp was indeed suspicious. Previously, he had asked Ye Chen to beg to join them, intending to use Ye Chen as cannon fodder. The more cannon fodder, the greater his chances of successfully clearing the dungeon. On the other side, in the dense bushes, a rustling sound emerged. Xiao Ranji's gaze sharpened as she gripped her sword, taking a defensive stance. Sure enough, a 2% high ant sprang out, its body covered in crimson armor with sharp fangs resembling a pair of deadly pincers. Name: Red Ant Beast. Health 1500, Strength 200, Agility 100, Mental Power 200, Physique 100, Skill Fiery Breath. Red Ant Beast. To think such a rare species exists. Grandpa Butler was right. The Phoenix Secret Realm is far more perilous than ordinary secret realms. The Red Ant Beast charged towards Xiao Rongyu at an astonishing speed, its sharp fangs aimed at her neck. Fortunately, Xiao Rongyu not only hails from a prestigious family with inherited sword techniques, but also studies diligently and trains hard. She is a genius who consistently scores perfect marks in swordsmanship classes, often invited by her sword instructor to demonstrate for her classmates in Class 11. Over time, she has mastered everything her instructor knows, and even techniques that the instructor does not know, as she also possesses her family's inherited sword techniques. Seeing the Red Ant Beast charging, Xiao Ranji's movements were fluid and graceful. She dodged, leaped, and then struck with her sword, swiftly sheathing it. She landed perfectly, ready to loot. The Red Ant Beast could not withstand Xiao Ranji's sword techniques. It missed its target and fell apart in an instant. Xiao Ranji's sword was simply too fast, so fast that the Red Ant Beast couldn't even use its skill. A pile of equipment dropped to the ground, including red spirit stones, healing packs, functional drinks, and more. Fire Spirit Stone. Xiao Ranji's eyes lit up. The Red Ant Beast's skill is Fiery Breath, which dropped fire attribute equipment. She disdainfully left the other equipment behind, only taking the Fire Spirit Stone and continuing forward. Area B. It should be close. After saying this, her robe fluttered and a surge of sword chi emerged. She flew on her sword. At such a young age, she mastered a flying ability that even second transformation professionals struggle to achieve. If the elders of her family saw this, they would surely feel extremely gratified, exclaiming that the Xiao family has successors. Secret Realm Leaderboard Rank 1, Xiao Rongyu Sword Cultivator, 1 kilometer away from Area B. Rank 2, Wang Batian Warrior Profession, 2 kilometers away from Area B. Rank 3, Lu Rinjia Mage Profession, 3 kilometers away from Area B. In other places, all adventurers received notifications about the leaderboard updates. 1 kilometer. As expected of the swordsmanship genius Xiao Rongyu, is she this fast? This is the gap between her and us ordinary professionals. Come on guys, let's see if we can make it onto the leaderboard. If we wait any longer, we won't even get a soup. Xiao Ranji's outstanding performance inspired others. Everyone understood that the rewards only increase the further they go. Meanwhile, Ye Chen also received an update on the leaderboard. First place, just 1 kilometer away. Ye Chen flipped through his records, realizing he was still dozens of kilometers short. His ranking was far beyond the hundreds, and no one could see him except himself. This is fine, it won't draw attention. I'm desperate for resources, I must clear everything before I leave. With that, he looked towards a group of red ant beasts not far away. Indeed, where an ordinary person struggles with one, Ye Chen dares to take on a group. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. The lightning he released coalesced into a fierce beast, instantly engulfing the group of red ant beasts. Each red ant beast provides 5 experience. Killing 20 will allow him to level up. And just now Ye Chen had killed 80 of them. Experience 400 leveled up 4 times 20 fire spirit stones, 10 kilograms of meteorite iron, a bottle of fire essence. He collected all this equipment. After all, he came from a poor background and couldn't afford to be picky. On the contrary, these items will be extremely useful to him. Fire spirit stones and fire essence can help the Undying Divine Phoenix hatchling grow faster, transforming into a true ancient ferocious beast reborn through fire. As for the meteorite iron, it can be used to forge the Death Reaper's sickle, making it more than just a vessel. After absorbing this experience, Ye Chen welcomed his first upgrade, and it was a significant upgrade. Name: Ye Chen. Level 5 strength, 1000 normal agility, 1000 normal spirit, 1500 can withstand the consumption of 1 fruit. Physique, 1200 can withstand the ability of 1 fruit. Pet: Undying Divine Phoenix. Growth stage weapon: Death Reaper's sickle. Vessel: natural system thunder fruit. 1. Elementalization: possesses lightning speed, immune to physical attacks. 2. Releases high voltage currents, can coalesce into thunder tigers, thunder dragons, etc. 3. Utilizes electric waves to form a mental network for large-scale monitoring. I've almost wiped out all the red ant beasts here. To gain more, I'll have to enter Area B. With his thoughts, Ye Chen transformed again into a streak of lightning darting through the forest. Just a few kilometers from Area B, a dozen professionals on the verge of success encountered various challenges. After sacrificing several lackeys, Wang Batian finally passed through the Devil's Swamp. Young Master Wang, we have entered the top 10 on the leaderboard, Duan Kuan said excitedly. Akun, we cannot let our guard down yet. I feel that the anomalies here are increasing. Wang Batian said solemnly. At that moment, a massive ferocious beast suddenly charged out, knocking them over. Even though Wang Batian was a warrior with a powerful physique, he still spat blood. What? Is that a flame rhino? What immense power! The group looked up to see a giant rhino blocking their path, flames blazing on its horn. Seeing this, the others trembled in fear. Xiao Ranjia's situation was also dire. She faced a mutated worm that could regenerate even after multiple slashes. Cut it in half, and it becomes 2. Cut it again, and it becomes 4. How disgusting. This ferocious beast's ability counters my slashing attacks. She frowned tightly, her palm gripping the sword, sweating. At this moment, all the talented ones were blocked by the bizarre ferocious beasts. The Secret Realm leaderboard also ceased updating, while Ye Chen alone continued to charge ahead. Strange, why is the school beauty stuck at 800 meters? Ye Chen checked while flying. Could it be that she has only moved 200 meters during this time? If I had known you were all stuck, I wouldn't have rushed so much. Isn't it better to hunt a few more beasts? A faint smirk curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. At this moment, he arrived at a location merely a kilometer away from Zone B. The Secret Realm leaderboard refreshed once more, accompanied by a mechanical chime in his ears. Ding! Honorable adventurer, you have entered the top 10 of the leaderboard. Would you like to remain anonymous? Display anonymously. This is nothing. Even entering Zone B only completes 1 task. I cannot expose myself yet. In an instant, the eyes of those still struggling in the Secret Realm lit up. Everyone look. The leaderboard has updated again. How strange, I can't see his name, not even his class. Could it be? This guy climbed up from outside the top 100. No way. The reason we're at the bottom is that we can't kill the beasts and are stuck here. Did he suddenly awaken his power? Little did they know Ye Chen's slow progress early on was merely to gather more equipment. As a farmer, he had been impoverished for far too long and was determined to strip this secret realm clean, unwilling to let a single beast escape. Consequently, the red ant beasts he encountered later, sensing the scent of their fallen kin, docilely made way for him. Yet Ye Chen would not let them off. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he smiled faintly. Trying to flee? Come here, you. 40 million volts, Thunder Tiger. A bolt of thunder crashed down, charring the ground. The slain beasts burst forth a pile of equipment. Ye Chen, thoroughly satisfied, picked up the equipment from the ground and stored it all in his inventory. Little Country Chicken used these dozens of fire spirit stones and this bottle of quenching essence liquid to upgrade yourself. As soon as Ye Chen spoke, the young immortal phoenix chick let out an excited clucking sound. Fire spirit stones consumed, fully absorbed. Experience 100, experience 100. Quenching essence liquid fully absorbed. Bloodline activated, fire type skill. The chick grew at a visible rate, reaching about half of Ye Chen's height. Its feathers gradually became lush, the crimson plumage gleaming with luster. Now you finally look like an ancient beast, no longer a rustic farm chicken. The Phoenix secret realm was shrinking in a battle royale style. Those who entered the zone first would receive greater rewards. Ye Chen was only a few hundred meters from Zone B victory within reach. He wondered what had blocked the others. Even the sword prodigy Xiao Rongyu was stuck at 800 meters. Just then Ye Chen's ears twitched, and his beast companion grew alert. A crimson-scaled python slithered, lunging at him from behind. Name: Crimson-Scaled Python, HP 2500, Strength 400, Agility 300, Spirit 400, Constitution 200, Skill Crimson Flame Coil. Its combat power far exceeded that of the red ant beasts, and it could even hold its own against beasts like the flame rhinoceros or regenerative earthworm. 1,000 days of raising a chicken. Use it for a moment. Little country chicken go. Ye Chen was too lazy to use his own abilities. Overusing the demon fruit placed a heavy burden on his spirit. Cluck! At his command, the obedient beast immediately spewed a ball of scorching flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The waist-thick crimson-scaled python was instantly engulfed in the high-temperature flames. Within minutes, it was burned beyond recognition, its health bar completely depleted. Not bad. Just awakening a skill grants such attack power. Ye Chen gave a thumbs-up in praise. The little beast let out a triumphant, prolonged cry. Had any other student encountered a beast of this level, merely escaping alive would have been a feat. Most would have met their end. Even a genius like Xiao Rongyu would have faced a fierce and bitter battle. Yet Ye Chen had resolved it effortlessly without even lifting a finger. His goal far surpassed that of the others. While they aimed for Zone B, Ye Chen had already set his sights on Zone A and even the more central areas. I need to raise my spirit limit while also boosting Little Country Chicken's experience. Without sufficient spirit, he couldn't consume many demon fruits. As for his beast companion, being the offspring of an ancient beast, leveling it required far more experience and resources than ordinary beasts. Thus Ye Chen was pressed for time and burdened with tasks. As the crimson-scaled python fell, he gathered the scattered equipment, and a barrier before him suddenly shattered. He understood. The barrier of Zone B had been breached. Ye Chen was about to embark on the next journey. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer. You have successfully entered the intermediate area Zone B. Task 2 completed. First kill reward incoming. Rewards obtained: experience 2000, a level 1 storage space, can accommodate living beings, gold grade healing liquid. Ye Chen was overjoyed and swiftly checked his own panel. Indeed, the spirit value bar had lengthened significantly. He was confident he could unleash stronger lightning, instantly killing all beasts below the king level. A storage space that can hold living beings. Little Country Chicken, hey, raise your new home. And a bottle of gold grade healing liquid. I remember it sells for 1,000,000 yuan outside. What a steal. Ye Chen placed his beast into the storage space, happily pocketed his rewards, and continued deeper. Meanwhile, the secret realm leaderboard underwent a major update, displayed in a grand banner on the public screen. Congratulations to contestant Anonymous for entering Zone B, being the first to complete Task 2. Let other adventurers strive on. Instantly, everyone involuntarily looked up. We're fighting tooth and nail here, unable to enter Zone B, and someone actually made it. Is it Xiao Rongyu? I remember she was always first. No, I checked just now. The school beauty is still stuck at 800 meters, and she's dropped to second place. What's more infuriating is that this first-place contestant remains anonymous. Who on earth is it? Could it be Lu Rinjia, who awakened the mage class? They say mages are powerful. Logically, he should be strong. No, brother Lu is also in trouble. Strange, who is the true identity of the first-place contestant? I'm getting more and more curious. For a moment, the entire Phoenix secret realm buzzed with excitement and tension. All students were discussing and racking their brains to guess the identity of the first-place contestant. Images of one powerful genius after another flashed through their minds, but they overlooked Ye Chen. After all, who would care about a farmer fated to till the land for life? In a shattered quarry, Wang Batian and his group had been chased here by a flame rhinoceros. Name: Flame Rhinoceros, HP 1800, Strength 300, Agility 80, Spirit 120, Constitution 200, Skill Flame Charge. The trouble with this beast was that they couldn't defeat it in battle nor outrun it. Young Master Wang, what should we do? Someone already took the first kill reward for Task 2. Duan Kuan was both scared and regretful. As a shooter, he could only attack from behind, but his low experience made his damage very limited. The strongest in the entire team was Wang Baishan, a level 4 warrior on his first class up, capable of advancing to a berserker. Shut up. At this point, I have no choice but to use that move. Wang Batian pulled a spatial capsule from his pocket. Using this will really hurt my heart. You guys hold them off for me. Go now. I'm a shooter. Can't a shooter take damage? Stop with the nonsense. With that, he kicked Duan Kuan hard in the rear. In an instant, Duan Kuan and the other lackeys formed a wall of flesh, enduring the flame rhinoceros' repeated charges. Within 2 seconds, Duan Kuan saw stars and spat blood. Seizing this opening, Wang Batian slammed the spatial capsule hard onto the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted, and as it cleared, a magnificent, imposing cannon appeared before them. This was left to me by my family elders for emergencies. Each shot costs millions. I originally planned to use it on the boss. Wang Batian set up the cannon, loaded an energy pack, and shouted to his underlings, "Get out of the way." Duan Kuan and his group, barely holding on, were eager to escape. Upon hearing this, they scrambled away frantically. Seeing this, the flame rhinoceros pawed the ground and charged at Wang Batian with full force. A powerful energy gathered at the cannon's muzzle, with light converging into a dazzling laser. Electromagnetic laser cannon fire. Boom. The flame rhinoceros collided head-on with the laser. Its horn shot a stream of high-temperature flames, but it was no match for Wang Batian's cannon. In the end, it was shattered to pieces. Its health bar hit 0, its body disintegrated, and a pile of equipment burst forth. Wang Batian put away the cannon, his face full of pain. An energy pack cost millions, and he had no idea if this monster hunt was profitable or not. Ignoring the envious gazes of his underlings, he gathered all the equipment. "What are you looking at? I spent millions to kill this beast. This equipment has to help me recover my losses. Without me, you wouldn't even be alive right now." He then tallied the equipment and finally knew if he had gained or lost. He had suffered a massive loss. The total value of the equipment was barely 1,000,000 yuan. Oh well, each beast has different drop rates. Wang Batian could only console himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongyu, who had been entangled with a regenerative earthworm for a long time, was pushed to her breaking point. Name: Regenerative Earthworm, HP 2002-200, Strength 300, Agility 200, Spirit 300, Constitution 180, Skill Split Regeneration. If this keeps up, I won't be able to protect Ye Chen, let alone myself. I wonder if this move will work. I have to try. The long sword in Xiao Rongji's hand emitted a dazzling light, and in the blink of an eye, several identical figures appeared on the ground. Secret Art Mirror Flower Water Moon. Over a dozen clones stabbed at the regenerative earthworm, simultaneously, a rain of sword light piercing the beast's twisted, mutating body. Although the earthworm could split in two and regenerate continuously, Xiao Rongyu had now conjured over a dozen clones. The flashing blades and shadows far outpaced the beast's regeneration speed. In terms of numbers, she was not inferior to the individuals split by the earthworm. A mass of corrosive mucus sprayed toward Xiao Rongyu. With a torrent of sword light, like a rainstorm, the regenerative earthworm was unable to split further. Its body was destroyed, turning into a pile of equipment. All the figures merged into one, forming a girl of exquisite beauty and figure. Xiao Rongyu was drenched in sweat. This move drained her severely, and she would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Thankfully, this move worked. The barrier before her shattered. Xiao Rongyu became the second class changer to enter Zone B. At that moment, in a dark, lightless cave, a far more terrifying beast suddenly opened its crimson pupils. Ye Chen walked forward on his own, indifferent to any rankings. His sole concern was hunting down ferocious beasts to acquire more resources. With more resources, he could return and cultivate more devil fruits, aspiring to elevate the profession of farming to prominence in this world. At that moment, in the Donghai Experimental School, the principal and the grade director gazed anxiously toward the direction where the secret realm had opened. This year's secret realm is tougher than ever before. I dread to think how many casualties it will ultimately cause. Every transcender must conquer the secret realm and shoulder the future of humanity. There is no alternative. I believe that sword prodigy from the Xiao family will excel. I hope she performs brilliantly. Indeed, once these young ones are trained, we oldtimers can finally retire. The two conversed at length, discussing the school's development and the future of Donghai City. The grade director still asked with lingering unease, "Are you certain that's what the elders of the Twilight Temple told you?" The old principal lifted his eyelids and sighed. "Are you still fretting over what happened before? Clearly this matter has surpassed our capabilities." "You're right. Let's just focus on managing these students. Once they emerge from the secret realm, we'll see them safely into the martial arts universities. I hope our school can send more students into the top-tier academies of Daxiao this year." In the Donghai City district, within a luxurious villa, a young man in a suit and tie, his hair tied in a short ponytail, swirled a goblet of red wine and took a delicate sip. "I wonder when they'll come out. I hope they bring me something good. His name was Wang Aoyan, elder brother of Wang Beishan, and he had already entered a martial arts university. The opening of the Phoenix secret realm had even piqued his greed, and he fervently hoped Wang Batian would bring out something valuable. Hearing this, the middle-aged man beside him chuckled and said, "Rest assured that boy Batian took a formidable weapon from the family. In the end, it will be our Wang family who defeats the boss." A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Aoshan's eyes as he abruptly turned his head and said, "Dad, you didn't lend him that thing, did you? Each shell costs millions. That's too biased. You're really willing to part with it." The middle-aged man burst into laughter. After all, the Phoenix secret realm is the burial ground of an ancient primordial beast. It's only right for our Wang family to go all out. We can't let that little girl from the Xiao family snatch it away. At the mention of Xiao Rongyu, Wang Aoshan's gaze turned peculiar. "I've told you go propose to Uncle Xiao and arrange a marriage alliance with their family. That would make things much easier." At these words, the middle-aged man suddenly erupted in fury, raising his hand to rap Wang Aoyan on the head. "How dare you bring that up? The Xiao family clearly doesn't fancy you. In the end, it's because your talents can't match that little girl's." A sudden silence fell over the villa. Wang Aoyan tactfully turned away, vowing to win Xiao Rongyu by any means necessary. No matter the method, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Just as the top 10 transcenders, after enduring countless hardships, finally set foot in Zone B, the ferocious beast guarding this area fully awakened. A earth-shaking roar echoed through the entire valley, startling other beasts into fleeing in all directions. Hundreds of thousands of red ant beasts hastily evacuated their nests. Even the blazing rhinoceroses, regenerative earthworms, and crimson chain pythons were utterly insignificant before it. This beast possessed 3 heads, each ablaze with fierce blazing flames. Its 6 eyes gleamed with ferocity. A single glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Beasts of this caliber had already developed a certain intelligence no less sharp than that of an average adult human. Its 6 ears twitched slightly, instantly detecting the intruder's movements. With a furious roar, it lunged instantly before a team of transcenders. Named 3-headed golden chimera, HB, 5,000 strength, 800 agility, 600 spirit, 1,000 physique, 400 description, the mightiest beast in Zone B. Having inherited but a fraction of the ancient Phoenix's legacy, it cultivated 3 heads, each representing a life. Unless you can slay it 3 times, do not dream of crossing here. Either defeat it or retreat from its domain. The secret realm's prompt faded, and the team of transcenders was nearly frightened out of their wits. A beast this powerful, killing it once is a pipe dream, and it demands we slay it 3 times in a row. Its ability is way too unfair. Captain, what do we do? What do we do? We're already here, we can't go back empty-handed, said the leading mage. Besides, didn't you see the secret realm's description? With just a sliver of the Phoenix's legacy, its survivability skyrocketed. This suggests that the ancient Phoenix's abilities are likely tied to buffs like invincibility or damage immunity. The others couldn't help but swallow hard. If they could acquire such heaven-defying powers, they'd surely secure direct entry into the most elite academies. In that case, let's go, Captain Liu. Thus Lu Rinjia the mage led his team before the 3-headed golden chimera, brandishing various weapons and striking combat stances. The 3-headed golden chimera's 6 eyes collectively expressed confusion. Why were these humans so weak, yet so audacious? Never mind. One roar would send them to their doom. Lu Rinjia unleashed an ice magic spell. A blizzard descended, the temperature plummeted, and even the ground was sealed in a thick layer of ice. Frozen earth? Freeze. Is it frozen? Great, Captain, let's pile on the damage. They acted at once, a flurry of light beams shooting forth. But suddenly a furious roar erupted from within the ice. In the blink of an eye, the ice shattered. The 3-headed golden chimera raised a massive claw and crushed them into pulp. Dust and smoke billowed. Lu Rinjia was stunned, instinctively turning to flee. However, one of the chimera's heads opened its maw wide. Scorching flame breath. Lu Rinjia desperately tried to counter with ice magic, but the gap in power was too vast, and he ultimately succumbed. Within a minute, the 3-headed golden chimera let out a satisfied burp, feeling that it didn't even need to order takeout today, given the countless fools who had come to throw themselves at it. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, using the power of the Rumble Fruit, deployed a mind network akin to radio surveillance. Northeast, a colony of red ant beasts relocating. Southeast, herds of blazing rhinoceroses retreating. Southwest, the aura of a beast is distinctly the most terrifying. It must be the strongest here. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his entire form transforming into lightning as he surged forward with a thunderclap dash. The three-headed golden chimera was scouring Zone B for other intruders. As the king of beasts here, its duty was to defend its territory and drive away all who dared set foot. Finally, its 6 eyes spotted another team of transcenders. This team, besides their standard gear, was hauling a cannon. Hurry up, keep moving. Wang Batian swaggered ahead while his underlings labored to push the cannon forward. The three-headed golden chimera's 6 eyes flashed with contempt. Did they think a mere mountain cannon could dispatch the king of beasts? It snorted a thick blast of breath, erupting indeed, startling Wang Batian's team. Who goes there? Wang Batian raised his hand. Form ranks. Protect me in battle. Before he finished, the chimera lunged before them, unleashing a roar that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Such a formidable beast. Hold nothing back. Fight to the death. Wang Batian shouted, charge lads. An extra million each when we get out. Some drew bows and loosed arrows, others raised staffs and chanted spells, while supports activated skills to boost attack power. Yet despite all their efforts, they couldn't breach the chimera's defenses. Finally, gritting his teeth, Wang Batian had no choice but to deploy the family cannon again. Get back. They'll handle this, you useless lot. The cannon emitted a low hum as the energy pack was loaded and the electromagnetic laser cannon fired once more. Wang Batian wiped his nose with his thumb. Done. As the dust cleared, the three-headed golden chimera stood unmoved. Its 6 eyes opened simultaneously, thinking that this group was stronger than the last, but only marginally. Scorching flame breath. In an instant, aside from Duan Kuan and Wang Batian, all perished in a sea of fire. How? How is this possible? Duan Kuan collapsed in terror. Wang Batian stared in disbelief, never imagining that a multi-million electromagnetic cannon couldn't defeat this beast. This was too terrifying. What else could they do but run? Wang Batian and Duan Kuan bolted, as if they had activated a sprint skill. Yet the chimera merely raised a claw and unleashed a sharp slash. Both Wang Batian and Duan Kuan spat blood, deep bleeding gashes carved into their backs. Quick, use medicine. With their healer dead, they could only rely on basic medkits. Behind them, the chimera advanced slowly, savoring the hunt in no rush to kill. Terrified, Wang Batian and the others fled again. The two were now disheveled and utterly beaten. In their flight, they spotted a familiar figure. Ye Chen, please, do you have a medkit? Save us, buy us some time. We beg you, Ye Chen Chinga Yedaddy. Ye Chen, traversing above, glanced down at them and sneered. What's the matter, young Master Wang? Reduced to such a state. The two hung their heads in shame, never imagining they'd one day beg for help from the very Ye Chen they once scorned. Please give us a hand. Once we're out, we'll pay you any amount. My family's rich, you know that. Wang Batian pleaded humbly. A smirk curled on Ye Chen's lips as he feigned helplessness, spreading his hands. Sorry, young Master Wang, but I'm just a farmer. Can't compare to combat professionals like you and Duan Kuan. Only then did Wang Batian and Duan Kuan snap back to reality. Right, logically, this was Zone B. How did a farmer like Ye Chen get in? Had he stumbled upon incredible luck, or did someone team up with him and carry him through? Doubt flickered in their eyes, followed by a terrifying suspicion. Had Ye Chen been hiding his strength all along? Ye Chen said, have you forgotten how you treated me before? Faced with his accusation, Wang Batian struggled to his feet. We're sorry, Ye Chen. We were wrong. Truly wrong. With that, Wang Batian kicked Duan Kuan, forcing him to his knees. I, Duan Kuan, also apologize. My past actions were wrong. I only begged Chinga for help. Seeing this, Ye Chen laughed heartily. Wang Batian, you still love to bully others. You kneel too. With a thud, Wang Batian joined Duan Kuan on his knees. Ye Chen. No, Chinga, I was wrong. Satisfied with this outcome, Ye Chen sneered, wrong. No, you're just scared. Struck by his words, Wang Batian and Duan Kuan felt as if thunderbolts had hit them. He had seen right through their thoughts. Ye Chen's tone turned icy. You've not only bullied me, but also other classmates. And you want my help. Not kicking you when you're down is already generous. With that, Ye Chen turned and left. Not kick them when they're down. As if that would let them off scot-free. With a casual wave, he cast an electric net across the path of the fleeing pair. Seeing that Ye Chen wouldn't help, Wang Batian and Duan Kuan scrambled to their feet. Damn it. Once I'm out, I'll tear him apart. We knelt for nothing. We tried to trick him into being cannon fodder, but the kid's too cunning. He won't even lift a finger. Left with no choice, they gave up. Glancing back to see the chimera wasn't immediately pursuing, they continued fleeing in their original direction. After running for who knows how long, Duan Kuan froze in shock. W. Wang. Young Master Wang, why is there an electric net here? If we cross it, we're dead for sure. Millions of volts of ultra-high voltage. Even a warrior with a formidable physique couldn't withstand such a blow. Wang Batian felt panic closing in. Something's off. The Phoenix secret realm is full of fire-type beasts. Where did lightning come from? But before he could think further, a terrifying roar echoed behind them. Damn it! The three-headed golden chimera. The beast advanced with unhurried steps. Unlike ordinary beasts, it had developed human-like intelligence, harboring thoughts and a cruel sense of amusement, seeing the two humans as playthings in its grasp. You can't escape my clutches anyway. Why not toy with you a little? Roar. Wang Batian and Duan Kun were utterly despairing, slumping to the ground, their strength gone. The chimera's left and right heads opened wide, spewing twin torrents of scorching flame breath. In an instant, the two arrogant bullies were consumed by the blaze, meeting their deserved end. The three-headed golden chimera's 6 eyes swiveled. Time to drive out other intruders. Like the sword-bearing human girl to the west. After a frantic dash, the three-headed golden lion had locked onto Xiao Rongyu. Its 6 eyes snapped open in unison, revealing a chilling, murderous intent. Ever since stepping into Zone B, Xiao Rongyu had kept her longsword firmly in hand, refusing to sheath it, and every step she took was accompanied by a vigilant scan of her surroundings. Logically speaking, the closer we get to Phoenix Island, the more danger there is. The mid-level Zone B is definitely more perilous than the fringe areas. But I've walked all this way without encountering any troublesome beasts like the regenerative earthworms. The more peaceful it is, the more uneasy I feel. A rustling sound came from the dry leaves and twigs beneath her feet. Xiao Rongji's delicate body trembled instinctively. At that moment, a low guttural roar swept over her. The three-headed golden lion leaped into the air, throwing all its weight downward as it pounced on the human girl before it. A beast? Just as I thought, it couldn't be that simple. She immediately raised her sword to block. Clang! The clash of claws against the blade produced a metallic ring. Though she used all her strength to parry the blow, Xiao Rongyu was sent staggering backward, retreating over a dozen meters. The distance between them instantly widened. Xiao Rongji's long hair fluttered in the wind, her adrenaline surging, making her rosy cheeks even more alluring. The three-headed golden lion, meanwhile, opened all 6 eyes wide, fixated on its prey. It could sense that this human girl was stronger than the ice mage and the cannon-wielding useless warrior it had faced before. But what of it? No matter how strong she was, she couldn't defeat it. In the end, she would become its meal. Having already slain 2 squads, Lu Renjia and Wang Batian, and achieved a double kill, the three-headed golden lion held no fear for the solitary Xiao Rongyu. A thunderous roar erupted, stirring up a fierce gale that lifted the hem of Xiao Rongji's clothes. A glimpse of captivating beauty caught Ye Chen's eye. He focused his gaze. What's the school beauty doing here? Has that beast targeted her? As Ye Chen passed by, Xiao Rongyu also sensed his presence. Oh no, Ye Chen is in danger. Even when she was fighting the regenerative earthworms earlier, her mind had been full of thoughts of him. Now that she faced the even more formidable three-headed golden lion, how could she not worry for Ye Chen's safety? After all, as far as she knew, his awakened class was the ordinary farmer. In truth, under the system's enhancement, Ye Chen's talent had long reached a mythical level. Farmer Shinon. Xiao Rongyu raised her sword and stepped forward to shield Ye Chen. Ye Chen, run. They'll hold this beast off. It's probably the most powerful creature in Zone B. Gazing at the school bowtie's sweat-glistened neck, Ye Chen marveled inwardly at her extraordinary allure. Secret art moonlight slash. A beam of clear moonlight descended, and Xiao Rongyu seemed to transform into a snow moon sword, immortal, her robes fluttering as an ethereal aura enveloped her. A formidable crescent of moonlight shot forth, forcing the three-headed golden lion to open its bloodied maw and spew a blazing breath to counter it. Bang! The two colossal energies collided, snapping surrounding trees in half. Seizing the moment, Xiao Rongyu quickly tossed out a platinum-grade item, the safe fortress. Quick, Ye Chen, get inside. Ye Chen was taken aback. Students like them typically didn't possess platinum-grade equipment. It must have been given to her by her family. He never expected the school beauty to be willing to use such a life-saving item for him. However, Ye Chen not only refused to enter the safe fortress, but returned it to her. Keep this important gear for yourself. Xiao Rongji's face paled in shock. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Could it be that he disliked her? She was just a humble admirer of looks and voice, a devoted follower. In that instant, the three-headed golden lion lunged forward. Both of its side heads opened, their massive jaws wide, aiming to devour them both. Tears welled in Xiao Rongji's eyes, yet she still stood in front of Ye Chen. But then a strong arm reached out. Her eyes redrimmed. Xiao Rongyu was astonished to find herself pulled into Ye Chen's embrace. How could this be? Didn't he dislike her? Ye Chen held Xiao Rongyu tightly with one arm, his face cold as he stared at the ferocious, three-headed golden lion. He gave it a casual glance before speaking flatly. Scram. Xiao Rongji's face flushed crimson as she could feel the beating of Ye Chen's heart against his chest. Then the imminent danger snapped her back to reality. The three-headed golden lion was the most powerful beast in Zone B. How could it simply obey and leave? Did Ye Chen mistake it for a stray dog by the roadside? The next second, Xiao Rongyu turned her head and was utterly stunned to see the three massive heads of the three-headed golden lion convulse, as if struck by lightning, its fur bristling and charred black. What happened? In just a moment, the three-headed golden lion had collapsed. Who had launched such a devastating lightning attack? Sorry for startling you, Ye Chen said with a gentle smile. Just moments ago, his 60 million volts Thunder Dragon had instantly slain the three-headed golden lion 3 times over. Gazing at his warm, sunny smile, Xiao Rongji's heart melted, and her face flushed bright red to the tips of her ears. "I'm fine, really," she stammered in reply. Then it dawned on her that there was no one else here besides herself and Ye Chen. But her mind had been a blank. She couldn't have possibly reacted in time to attack the formidable, three-headed golden lion. Even if she had tried, she couldn't have defeated it. The answer was obvious. It could only have been Ye Chen. Ye Chen, when did you become so powerful? Xiao Rongyu blinked her innocent wide eyes and asked. Ye Chen smiled, faintly feigning ignorance. I don't know. It wasn't me. A sudden thunderbolt struck and the beast just collapsed. Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu tilted her head and curved her lips into a smile. Do you really think I believe that? She didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets. Closing her eyes, the scene replayed in her mind. In that moment of crisis, Ye Chen had stepped forward and held her tightly. It was the first time she had ever been touched by a man outside her family. She felt a warm sense of security. Ye Chen was truly formidable. He could slay the strongest beast in Zone B with ease. He usually kept a low profile, biding his time, only revealing his prowess in the secret realm. No wonder he was the man she had set her sights on. She let out a soft laugh, revealing her adorable little fangs. Come collect the loot. Xiao Rongyu opened her eyes to find Ye Chen already looting the spoils. She was still frozen in the posture from their embrace. Oh, okay. Since Xiao Rongyu had contributed an assist in the kill, Ye Chen shared some of the spoils with her. Her family was wealthy and powerful, so she didn't lack for equipment, but knowing that this was a gift from Ye Chen warmed her heart. As they moved forward, many beasts sensed their presence and instinctively retreated. Still, a few low-intelligence, reckless beasts dared to approach. Xiao Rongyu felt embarrassed to let Ye Chen fight again since he had already saved her once. So she drew her sword and faced the enemies, executing the Cold Moon sword art with increasing proficiency. Ye Chen, standing behind her, also gained a share of experience. Combined with the instant kill of the three-headed golden lion, his level rose again. Name: Ye Chen, level 8, 80. 23. Strength 1300, Agility 1300, Spirit 1800, Constitution 1300. Xiao Rongji's fair face flushed pink, like a child eager for praise. Ye Chen, I took care of them all. Beautiful. Ye Chen praised. You mean my swordsmanship? Yes, the moves were beautiful, and you're even more beautiful. Xiao Rongji's cheeks grew even redder. The secret realm leaderboard updated, and Ye Chen ranked first. First, anonymous second, Xiao Rongyu. It was then that Xiao Rongyu realized the mysterious first-place anonymous player was Ye Chen. Ye Chen, isn't being first place something to be proud of? Why did you choose to remain anonymous? Fame and glory are worldly trifles. They bring no benefit and only invite disaster. With those simple words, the persona of a powerful, yet low-key hidden master was instantly established. Xiao Rongyu believed him completely, her eyes shining with adoration. The principal and teachers had always thought she was the top sword prodigy of her grade, but compared to Ye Chen, she was still far behind. He was not only stronger, but also more humble. Xiao Rongji's heart swirled with emotions. Ye Chen was the true number one, and she still had much to learn from him. Sensing the school bowtie's intense emotional turmoil, Ye Chen cleared his throat. He couldn't overplay his act. It wouldn't do if this naive girl got too caught up in it. The Phoenix Secret Realm has 4 tasks in total. Crossing from the Fringe to Phoenix Island, each zone crossed completes 1 task. By my estimate, we're about to enter the Advanced Zone A. I wonder what challenges await us. Seeing Ye Chen pose the question, Xiao Rongyu recalled the guide from her clan elders. Grandpa Stewart said that after crossing Zone B, we'll likely see a vast blue ocean. That sea area is Zone A, and at its center lies an isolated island, the final destination, Phoenix Island. Ye Chen suddenly understood the Fringe and Zone B were land, but Zone A turned into the sea. It was certainly advantageous to be born into a prominent family and have prior knowledge. Ye Chen now had a clear picture of the journey ahead. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the barrier before them shattered like glass. The boundary of Zone B vanished, and they were about to enter Zone A. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer. You are about to enter Zone A, the Azure Sea. Task 3 completed. Please claim your first kill reward. Reward 4,000 EXP Platinum Grade, chest 50 Fire Spirit Stones. Since his mental capacity had increased, using the Rumble Fruit had become much easier. For instance, after slaying the three-headed golden lion, Ye Chen didn't even need to catch his breath. Now his personal stat panel showed an even longer spirit bar. Thank you, Ye Chen. Xiao Rongyu was also overjoyed, sensing the changes within herself. What for? Without you I wouldn't have gotten here so quickly. It was nothing. Besides, you protected me too. They exchanged smiles. The scenery around them was picturesque. The sky was filled with crimson clouds, and ahead lay a vast azure sea. Without a sailboat, how do we cross the Azure Sea? Ye Chen frowned. Look at this, Xiao Rongyu said with a playful smile, tossing a space capsule onto the sea. BM. A puff of white smoke emerged, and a compressed luxury yacht slowly expanded to its full size, floating steadily on the ocean's surface. Ye Chen smiled and clapped, thinking that since she knew Area A was a sea zone, she had naturally prepared accordingly. Come aboard, classmate Ye Chen. Xiao Rongyu invited Ye Chen to join her on the yacht. With the yacht, the beauty, and the scenic view, Ye Chen felt as if he were at a lavish seaside feast. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu shyly murmured, Classmate Ye Chen, actually this is my first time with the opposite sex. Before she could finish, a snoring sound came. Zzz. Zzz. As the sun set, casting a myriad of radiant beams, the enchanting scene intoxicated the heart. Yet Ye Chen lay on the yacht, leisurely falling asleep. Xiao Rongyu gazed at Ye Chen's handsome profile and couldn't help but chuckle. Only you could fall asleep in these perilous waters. Don't forget, this is the Phoenix secret realm. The more she looked, the more she felt he was extraordinary, which was why she had been curious about him from the start. However, Xiao Rongyu didn't know that Ye Chen wasn't completely asleep. To be precise, before sleeping, he had used the power of the Rumble Fruit to set up a heart net. At the slightest disturbance around him, Ye Chen would sense it. Thus, even if a ferocious beast lurked beneath the sea, Ye Chen had no fear. The yacht sailed on, riding the wind and waves for an unknown duration. Just then, not far away, waves churned, and the shadow of a massive fish flickered beneath the water. Xiao Rongyu immediately became alert, drawing her longsword and entering a combat stance. Swish! A shark-type beast suddenly burst forth. A mere flick of its tail could stir up towering waves. Name: Megalodon Beast, HP 1600 Strength, 200 Agility, 200 Spirit, 300 Constitution, 100. It's a Megalodon Beast. Xiao Rongyu quickly slashed, cleaving the waves in two. With a twist of her wrist, 3 consecutive strikes flew out, each hitting the beast's vital spots. The Megalodon Beast let out a painful screech before obediently dropping coins and equipment. Phew, at least I didn't disturb classmate Ye Chen's sleep. Xiao Rongyu felt a sense of relief. Just then Ye Chen's eyelids lifted. Classmate Xiao, you're still so heroic when slaying enemies. Sorry for disturbing your sleep. It's my fault I'm not strong enough yet. No, that's not what I meant. Seeing Xiao Rongji's guilt, Ye Chen quickly explained. In truth, he hadn't been woken up, but had simply woken naturally. Taking this opportunity, he checked the system interface for his pet and weapon. Pet: Immortal Phoenix Cub. Note: next stage is growth followed by maturity, perfect form, ultimate form. Weapon: Death Scythe. Tool: Embryo. Note: absorb enough materials like meteorite iron to evolve across levels. Now he could use Fire Spirit Stones to nurture Little Earth Chicken, and he happened to have meteorite iron as well. All gains from the secret realm. Indeed, raiding dungeons and exploring secret realms was the best way for job changers to level up. As for his 4-dimensional attributes, he still needed to improve since he had a devil fruit tree in his field and wouldn't settle for just 1 or 2 fruits. But to grow devil fruits, he had to pour a vast amount of resources into the tree, which ultimately meant more dungeon raids. His plan grew clearer, and Ye Chen felt immensely refreshed. He broke into a bright smile, one that nearly made the school beauty swoon again. Classmate Xiao, is there something on my face? No there isn't. Xiao Rongyu blushed deeply, realizing she had been staring at Ye Chen and had been caught. How far are we from Phoenix Island? Ye Chen asked. We've sailed dozens of nautical miles, it shouldn't be far now. Xiao Rongyu looked into the distance where a lone island was faintly visible. Ye Chen nodded lightly, but at that moment their boat began to shake violently. Unable to maintain her balance, Xiao Rongyu stumbled and fell toward Ye Chen. Thud! Her 2 soft ample mounds pressed tightly against Ye Chen. That was a foul move. Feeling the warmth of the school bowtie's body, Ye Chen involuntarily had a reaction. He quickly steadied Xiaorongyu. The sea was no longer calm. A waterspout shot into the sky, its size dozens of times larger than the Megalodon beast. Name: Megalodon King, HP 6000 Strength, 900 Agility, 650 Spirit, 1100 Constitution, 500 Description. Evolved form of the Megalodon beast, extremely powerful overlord of the sea. Skilled in water attacks, counters most fire attacks. Xiaorongyu tried to draw her sword again, but the rocking boat made her unsteady. In desperation, she leaped up and thrust her sword straight at the Megalodon King's head. Who? A deep rumble came from the Megalodon King's throat. It bit down on Xiaorongyu's sword and flung her aside. Undeterred by her failed strike, Xiaorongyu grew more determined. She executed a fluid series of slashes, thrusts, and chops, but none inflicted significant damage on the Megalodon King. Instead, she only provoked greater fury from the beast. It had come to avenge its underling, which Xiaorongyu had slain earlier. Ye Chen watched everything from behind. Megalodon King, so you can counter fire attacks, huh? But what about the fire attacks of the immortal phoenix? Come out, little earth chicken. He summoned the immortal phoenix cub from his storage space. Cluck, cluck. The little pet curiously surveyed its surroundings. Here, eat them all. Ye Chen pulled out all his fire spirit stones and commanded the little pet to consume them. Seeing the fire spirit stones that matched its attribute, the little pet chirped joyfully and gobbled them down one by one. Experience 200, experience 200, experience 200. Experience full level up condition, met cub growth stage. Immortal Phoenix growth stage unlocked skill Blazing Phoenix Flame. The little pet spread its wings, its size growing until it stood half a head taller than Ye Chen. Its eyes blazed with golden flames, and its tail feathers lengthened, making it look majestic. Evolved. Perfect. Take down this Megalodon King for me. Let's see if it can withstand the fire attacks of an ancient beast. The immortal phoenix nodded and turned its gaze to the Megalodon King, which was still attacking Xiaorongyu. Opening its beak, it gathered Phoenix Flame and blasted it forth in one breath. Ye Chen leaped into the air, grabbing Xiaorongyu to shield her from the impact. Boom! The fierce flame struck. The Megalodon King's eyes flickered with disdain. On this sea, fire attacks were useless against it. It was the overlord of the waters. Several waterspouts surged up, colliding with the blazing phoenix flame. The intense heat instantly vaporized the seawater. Only then did the Megalodon King's eyes widen in terror. This flame carried the aura of an ancient phoenix. Had the phoenix secret realm finally found its true master? Unwilling to accept defeat, it dove to the seabed and stirred up monstrous waves. But no matter how hard the Megalodon King struggled, its attacks were instantly neutralized by the immortal phoenix. The blazing phoenix flame was no ordinary fire skill, and the Megalodon King was no match for it. Within a few rounds, the Megalodon King was utterly defeated, its body incinerated in the flames. Experience 20 drop gold tier weapon Shark Blade, drop bottle of ocean essence. Drinking it grants 1000 spirit. Ye Chen didn't hesitate, downing the ocean essence in one gulp while claiming the other rewards. Open status panel. Name: Ye Chen, level 1230. Strength 2600, Agility 2600, Spirit 4500, Constitution 3500. Wow. What kind of pet is that? Xiaorongyu asked curiously. Despite her prestigious Xiao family background, she had never seen a pet like the immortal phoenix before. Even her father and the East Sea City Lord might not possess such a powerful pet. Ye Chen just smiled. It's nothing special, just a farm chicken. A farm chicken that could one-shot a Megalodon King. Though love might cloud her judgment, Xiaorongyu wasn't foolish enough to believe that. The truth was clear: Ye Chen's awakened farmer class was far from ordinary. Finally, she realized she was still in his arms and quickly jumped down. What, you don't believe me? I'm a farmer. Keeping a chicken is perfectly normal. You're right. I believe you. Xiaorongyu understood Ye Chen's situation. For someone from a humble background who stumbled upon an opportunity, it was best to keep it hidden. Without the protection of a powerful clan, he could easily be targeted, robbed, and killed. Especially someone like Ye Chen, an orphan. Thinking of this, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Ahem, come back, little earth chicken. At his command, the growth stage immortal phoenix immediately returned to his side. Ye Chen stroked its feathers, finding the texture quite pleasant. Xiaorongyu was stunned. Classmate Ye Chen, you even have a storage space that can hold living creatures. Just luck equipment dropped from a monster earlier. Ye Chen remained modest and low-key. Xiaorongyu covered her slightly open mouth, feeling like Ye Chen was a treasure trove of endless secrets. The more curious she became about Ye Chen, the deeper she fell. Ye Chen, however, remained indifferent, storing his pet and going back to sleep. In the following time, the yacht sailed forward and a lone island came into view. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer. You are about to enter the final destination, Phoenix Island. Task for completed. Please claim your first kill reward. Reward obtained: experience 7,002 platinum tier chests, meteorite iron. The barrier of the Azure Sea dissipated, revealing Phoenix Island before them. At that moment, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. Strange, I can't seem to enter here, Xiao Rongyu said. Xiao Rongyu slightly frowned, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. Seeing her puzzled expression, Ye Chen found it utterly adorable. Can't enter, Ye Chen said as he walked deeper into the island. He encountered no obstacles at all. In contrast, Xiao Rongyu was constantly blocked by an invisible wall of air. Ye Chen finally understood. The final ground, Phoenix Island, is where the ancient beast Phoenix fell. It must be screening the adventurers. In other words, he had passed the Phoenix's screening, but Xiao Rongyu had not. Realizing that Ye Chen's performance far surpassed her own, Xiao Rongyu had no further complaints. Since that's the case, Ye Chen, go ahead boldly. He'll wait for you on the shore. After speaking, she smiled at Ye Chen. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu had accepted the reality, Ye Chen could only nod and explore the Phoenix Island alone. After all, it was determined by the secret realm's mechanism. Unless his strength was heaven-defying enough to shatter the entire Phoenix secret realm, he had to obey its arrangements. This was a world where games merged with reality. Adventurers had to abide by the dungeon's mechanics. Except for the fact that death was real, everything else wasn't much different from the games of his past life. Phoenix Island was also lush with vegetation, but what met the eye were not green plants. The plants across the entire island shared a distinct feature: their leaves were fiery red. Perhaps this is related to the Phoenix's fire attribute. Even the beasts in the outer B and A zones were affected, let alone this core island. Thus, Ye Chen was certain that this island held the legacy of the ancient beast, the Phoenix. As he delved deeper, he could feel the temperature rising significantly. At the center of Phoenix Island, a towering mountain rose high, its peak a blazing red, emitting a hazy heat. Ye Chen activated the power of the Goro Goro no Mi, turning his body into lightning and flying swiftly into the sky. Looking down, he saw magma simmering within the mountain peak as if it could erupt violently at any moment. So it's a volcano. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Legends say the Phoenix is reborn from fire called Nirvana. Could it be that the ancient Phoenix bathed here? Just as Ye Chen was pondering, the secret realm's notification panel lit up automatically, as if triggering a game event. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer, for discovering the Phoenix volcano spring. The ancient beast Phoenix fell, its body transforming into raging flames that ignited the entire mountain range. The tallest mountain nurtured a spiritual spring known as the Phoenix Volcano Spring. Bathing in the spring grants the following effects: 1. Greatly increases physical potential. 2. Greatly increases mental potential. 3. Extremely potent healing effect, the optimal choice for comprehensive enhancement of adventurers. 4. Also beautifies the skin and bestows a noble, uncanny aura. Please choose whether to enter the volcano spring. No, leave Phoenix Island. Yes, accept the trial of the Phoenix relic. Compared to those young masters from noble families who bathed in spiritual herbs daily, Ye Chen's physique was indeed average, no different from an ordinary person. Thus, seeing that bathing alone could enhance both physique and mental power, Ye Chen naturally did not want to back down. The chance to grow stronger is right before me. How could I let it slip by? I need my mental power to break through 20,000 points before I can consume the second devil fruit. With this thought, he hovered in the air and responded, I, Ye Chen, choose to accept the trial. Ding! Adventurer has chosen to accept the trial of the Phoenix relic. A meteor shower of lava is about to strike. You must endure for at least 5 minutes. The longer you endure, the more volcano spring water will be unlocked. Time limit 60 minutes. Adventurer has been in the Phoenix secret realm for 11 hours. Adding these 60 minutes makes it exactly 12 hours, matching the 12-hour survival requirement of the first quest. Originally, hiding at the edge of the secret realm was the choice for most life-oriented classes. But Ye Chen, to become stronger, had overcome countless obstacles and reached this point step by step. The moment Ye Chen finished speaking, the volcano seemed to come alive. The entire mountain range trembled, shaking the whole of Phoenix Island along with it. Boom, boom, boom. The magma inside the mountain surged upward, gathering at the volcanic crater, the launch point. Sensing the heat radiating outward, Ye Chen also activated the power of the Goro Goro no Mi to its maximum output. Is it coming? Then let's fight to our heart's content. On the island's shore, Xiao Rongyu heard the tremendous sounds from afar and immediately understood what was happening. Her eyes were filled with worry, then she clasped her hands together and silently prayed, "Ye Chen, you can do it. Come on." At the same time, at the edge of the Phoenix secret realm, Wang Dachuan and the others also received the update notification for the secret realm leaderboard. What? Someone has made it to the final stage. Is it Wang Baishan Lu Fashi or the sword cultivator, Xiao Rongyu? No, it's still that anonymous adventurer. Who is this anonymous person among the students? It's astonishing. All this commotion is because of him. He actually made it to the final stage, challenging the last trial of the Phoenix Secret Realm solo. Everyone stared at the refreshed leaderboard, stunned and speechless. Lu Yi also covered her cherry lips in surprise. Xiao Rongyu, oh Xiao Rongyu, you absolutely must not get hurt. Even if the final challenger isn't you, you have to come back safely. As a close friend, she was deeply worried about the school bowtie's safety. Phoenix Island, the volcanic crater. Scorching magma flowed like bullets chambered into the crater. The crater faced upward continuously and powerfully, ejecting bursts of magma into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky burned red. Heartnet. Facing a large-scale attack, Ye Chen used electric waves to enhance his perception range. As it turned out, his foresight was well-founded. Clumps of magma fell from the sky like flaming meteors from beyond the heavens. No wonder this trial was called the Meteor Volcano. Amidst the dense barrage, Ye Chen relied on his powerful perception to predict the landing point of each meteor, precisely dodging the attacks. As long as his mental power held out, not just 5 minutes, but even 3 days and 3 nights would be no problem. However, this was merely an appetizer. The next wave of attacks became even fiercer and more chaotic. Relying solely on evasion, Ye Chen could not pass the trial. Electricity flickered in his pupils, and his entire body crackled. Clenching his fist fiercely, he concentrated all his lightning power into his fists. 80 million volt thunder fist. Boom, boom, boom. If other students were here, they would be terrified by Ye Chen's actions. Facing the dense volcanic meteors, Ye Chen did not dodge or evade. Instead, he fought back heated. Fists imbued with the might of thunder struck out again and again, colliding perfectly with the falling meteors. The more meteors the Phoenix volcano produced, the faster Ye Chen's punches became. Smashing flame with thunder. Tremendous sounds echoed as the meteors shattered one after another. Beads of sweat as large as beans slid down Ye Chen's forehead. He panted heavily, but never let his guard down for a moment. The entire Phoenix secret realm trembled, and the students outside thought an earthquake was happening. Time ticked by, and the secret realm's prompt sounded again. You have endured for 55 minutes. You may choose to stop or continue. Continue, Ye Chen said coldly. Instantly, the volcano went berserk, as if trying to spew out all the magma from the Earth's core. The battle reached a fever pitch, and Ye Chen felt nothing but exhilaration. 100 million volt Thunder King. He threw a punch, and a massive explosion swept across the entire Phoenix Island. Ding! You have reached the trial's limit, lasting 60 minutes. The maximum amount of Phoenix volcano spring water is now available for you. Please enter and enjoy. Ding! Congratulations, adventurer. You have survived for 12 hours. Quest 1 is complete. Please claim your reward. Ding! Detected that you are the only adventurer who has completed all quests. Please claim your bonus reward. A flurry of prompts sounded. Ye Chen fell weakly from the sky, his mental and physical strength long depleted and even overdrawn. Fortunately, the Undying Divine Phoenix flew out from his storage space and caught him securely. Good girl, take me to the spring to heal. The Undying Divine Phoenix let out a piercing cry, then, as if sensing the call of its ancestral bloodline, became even more excited. I almost forgot you're also of the Phoenix race. This spring water should be helpful to you too. Thus, the exhausted Ye Chen arrived at the peak of the Phoenix volcano. A pool of clear, warm spring water appeared, emitting a refreshing and soothing aura. Ye Chen plunged into the spring with a splash, letting it nourish his skin. He also understood why only he could enter the final stage. First, if other class changers were here, they might attack him while he was exhausted. Second, the pet beast he carried might have triggered a bloodline resonance within the Phoenix secret realm. He felt an incredible comfort throughout his body. His skin became more lustrous and elastic, his muscle density increased several times over an ordinary person, and his bones and tendons were thoroughly tempered. Indeed, the spring water's effect of healing injuries and raising physical potential was not just talk. Even more surprising was that mental power became the first attribute to break 10,000 points. Name: Ye Chen, level 14, 10 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 mentality, 11,000 physique, 4,500. He collected the secret realm's quest rewards and stored them all in his storage space. On the other side, after the Undying Divine Phoenix drank a mouthful of the Phoenix Volcano Spring, its experience points also increased significantly. Pet Beast Undying Divine Phoenix Bloodline Pure Ancient Beast Race Phoenix Stage Growth Note 0 experience points required for maturity skills. Blazing Phoenix Flame Undying Immunity. After Ye Chen finished bathing, the restrictions on Phoenix Island were lifted and Xiao Rongyu rushed in to find him. Ye Chen, are you alright? At this moment, Ye Chen, whose face had become even more handsome, whose aura had grown more noble, and whose upper body was bare, appeared before the school beauty. A rush of blood surged to her head, and Xiao Rongyu felt as if she had a fever. The Phoenix Secret Realm is about to close. All adventurers will be teleported out. In the real world, the old principal of Donghai Experimental School stood with his hands behind his back. I reckon it's about time for these students to return. The grade director echoed. I wonder what the casualty rate will be this year. The ones who can survive and become strong are probably only students like Wang Beishan, Xiao Rongyu, and Lu Rinjia. Homeroom teacher Yi Honglian also stood in the classroom, praying, hoping that more students from their class would survive. If they could enter a martial arts university, it would be the pride of the entire school. In a city villa, Wang Outyan, dressed in a suit, planned to go to the teleportation platform to welcome his younger brother back. Rumor has it that the final stage of the Phoenix Secret Realm has Phoenix spring water that can't be bought even on the black market. Tisk, if Batian can bring some back, my chances of leveling up will be promising. Wang Outyan was a second-tier necromancer capable of summoning many undead, even skeleton soldiers to fight. Ye Chen gazed at Xiao Rongyu, wondering why her face was as red as a teapot. He was bathing peacefully when she barged in uninvited. You shameless girl. It's good enough that I'm not holding you accountable, he thought with a smirk. Ye Chen, I didn't mean to. Xiao Rongyu stammered, her face flushed crimson as she covered her eyes and spoke in a low voice. Her voice, naturally melodious, now carried a hint of shyness, making it barely audible. Ye Chen found the school bowtie's dazed expression almost amusing. Having bathed in the Phoenix Volcano Spring, Ye Chen's appearance and aura had become exceptionally striking, which was why Xiao Rongyu found it hard to control her emotions. Soon realizing the issue, he quickly approached Xiao Rongyu and gently patted her shoulder. I'm dressed. The secret realm is about to close, so we'll be teleported back to school. Xiao Rongyu snapped back to reality, softly murmuring an acknowledgement before bashfully following behind Ye Chen. At that moment, all the job changers were gathered at the edge of the realm. This was the same area where they had first entered the Phoenix Secret Realm. However, compared to their initial arrival, the number of people had drastically decreased. Some students boasted about the number of fierce beasts they had slain and the experience points and equipment they had gained. Others sighed in lament, feeling fortunate just to have survived, having returned empty-handed from this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity to change their fate. Hey, look, who's that? As Xiao Rongyu emerged, all the students' gazes fixed on her in unison. The school beauty was already the top swordsmanship prodigy in our grade. Now that she's survived the secret realm, her strength must have increased even more. Such comparisons are odious. We can never envy her background, talent, and strength. Indeed, hailing from the Xiao family of Donghai City, awakening the promising path of a sword cultivator, and now inheriting the legacy of the Phoenix Secret Realm. I can't even imagine how great her future achievements will be. Coward, I can imagine. Perhaps she will be the next lord of Donghai City. Immediately, all the boys, secretly harboring feelings for Xiao Rongyu, sounded alarm bells in their hearts. Something's definitely off. Who's that guy next to the school beauty? He looks familiar. Isn't he Ye Chen from class 11 of the job changers? Ye Chen, the one who awakened the useless farmer profession, the only one in the entire school. That's right. Even among other life-oriented professions, the farmer is considered trash. How can such a worthless piece of garbage be walking alongside Goddess Xiao? Damn it. He must have pulled some trick to leech off Goddess Xiao and secretly score points. In an instant, their indignation surged, and Ye Chen nearly became the public enemy of all the male students. As Xiao Rongyu walked into the crowd and met her best friend Lu Yi, and Ye Chen's deskmate Wang Dachuan approached him to chat, some students took a closer look and noticed the changes in Ye Chen, especially the female students who gazed at Ye Chen with adoring eyes. Wow, have you noticed? Ye Chen seems to have become more handsome. He was already handsome, but now he exudes an aristocratic aura. Tisk tisk tsk. An 18-year-old fresh meat. If only I were a rich woman. Don't fight me for him. From now on, I'm a Chen stan. Looks are enough. I don't care about his profession. Feeling the female students' occasional stolen glances, Ye Chen grew somewhat uncomfortable. Initially, he had only been concerned with the Phoenix volcano springs effects on his physique, mental strength, and healing abilities, paying little attention to the enhancement of his appearance and aura. Now that his already strong good looks had been supercharged, it seemed staying low-key would be difficult. Fortunately, his ranking in the secret realm was anonymous, which still counted as a form of discretion. Just then a massive magical array appeared beneath everyone's feet. With a flash of golden light, all were transported into the passage. At the school square, the giant teleportation platform. The principal, grade director, and a crowd of teachers and parents had originally bid farewell to the students here. Now they eagerly awaited their return. Suddenly, the secret realm's leaderboard was exposed. First place, Ye Chen, farmer profession, completed all tasks from 1 to 4. Second place, Xiao Rongyu, sword cultivator profession, completed all tasks from 1 to 3. Third place. In an instant, all the waiting parents and teachers were astounded. First place was Ye Chen. This wasn't a dark horse, it was a shocker. How could this be? Had the Phoenix secret realm glitched? The gray-haired principal wiped his reading glasses repeatedly, confirming he wasn't mistaken. He said to the grade director, Ye Chen, which student is that? Never heard of him, and he's a farmer. The grade director quickly flipped through the student roster, class 11 of the job changers, in Ye Honglian's class. His profession is indeed farmer. Isn't that profession only good for planting vegetables and raising chickens? The best record is just a chicken that can play basketball. Principal, historical records say so, but the facts are right before us. The parents were also incredulous. Some whispered while others directly questioned. Ye Chen first. Never heard of him. I wonder how my son did. Teacher, where's my Zihan? I can't see my Zihan. The first place not being that Xiao girl. There's something fishy here. Our Lu family didn't even make the top 3. Meanwhile, as Ye Chen was in the teleportation passage, seeing that the secret realm had publicly revealed the rankings, his mind exploded. This sly bastard leaked my privacy without asking me. Just moments ago, he had fantasized that anonymity counted as Loki, but now that fantasy was thoroughly shattered. Sure enough, all the students turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Ye Chen pretended to see nothing and returned with them to the real world. A flash of light, and everyone was back where they started. The old principal, looking at the number of returnees, estimated the casualty rate of this secret realm. According to tradition, let's welcome the first place winner. The old principal straightened his collar and said to the grade director. Soon they approached Ye Chen one after the other. Their homeroom teacher, Ye Honglian, also came to greet him. However, none of them knew what to say, as Ye Chen had always been obscure and no one had expected him to take first place. Ahem, Ye Chen, congratulations on winning first place and bringing honor to the school, the old principal managed to utter after a long pause. Ye Chen, according to our school's usual practice, you should receive 1 million as the first place prize, the grade director said with a smile. A generous monetary reward was far better than empty pleasantries. Winning people over with virtue took time, but money produced immediate results. Only Ye Honglian's nose tingled with emotion as she realized Ye Chen was still alone. It was true. This child had been without parents since a young age. In any other family, seeing their child triumph through the secret realm and take first place would have brought immense joy, and they would have rushed to congratulate him. Yet Ye Chen remained solitary, and even the principal and grade director who approached him did so with some skepticism. Ye Chen, you've done well. Returning safely is a success, and taking first place is a miracle. Thank you, teacher, principal, and director, Ye Chen replied calmly. Just then a discordant voice rose from the crowd. A commotion erupted from the parents' section as a fierce-looking young man stepped forward. I object. He shouldn't get that million. Dressed in a red suit, he had originally planned to wear something festive to welcome his younger brother Wang Batian. But to his utter dismay, not only had Wang Batian failed to achieve good results, he hadn't even emerged from the secret realm. That left only one possibility: his brother had died within the instance. In an instant, he was consumed by rage. The principal followed the source of the objection and saw it was Wang Outyan. Having once been a student of Donghai Experimental School, the principal recognized him. The principal shook his head. For someone as vulnerable as Ye Chen, even achieving something remarkable made him an easy target. More ruthless individuals might even kill him to seize his gains. One of the reasons Ye Chen wanted to stay low-key. Nevertheless, the principal stood by Ye Chen. Wang Outyan, what do you mean? Do you think Ye Chen could have cheated in the instance? The grade director also refuted Wang Outyan. You've already been admitted to a martial arts university and didn't enter the Phoenix secret realm. This matter is none of your concern. However, Wang Outyan stood his ground, his eyes fixed on Ye Chen, insisting that Ye Chen had used underhanded methods. Ye Chen is just a farmer. It's clearly stated on the leaderboard. Does anyone really believe a life profession could take first place? Besides, the Liu family members are nowhere to be seen, and the Xiao family only got second place. How is it possible that Ye Chen survived and came first? Having attended university, Wang Outyan had sharpened his tongue. His words left the crowd unable to find a counterargument. Even the Liu family members showed signs of agitation. Indeed, their son had awakened the noble mage profession. If he couldn't make it to the final stage, how had Ye Chen managed it? The other was merely a lowly farmer, a peasant of humble origins, and an orphan at that. Seeing this, a murderous intent flared in Xiao Ranjia's eyes. Her sword aura surged mightily, as if to recreate the elegance of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. But Ye Chen was no longer the student who could be bullied, nor the weak, helpless orphan. Now he possessed 21,000 points of mental strength, the power of the Rumble Fruit, and the immortal Phoenix as his beast companion. He also had an unrefined death scythe. He neither wished nor needed a girl to stand up for him. At this moment, if Xiao Rongyu intervened, it would only invite more outside criticism and rumors. Ye Chen knew that then he would never be able to clear his name. Thus he smiled at Xiao Rongyu, gently waved his hand, and stepped forward alone. You're Wang Beishan's brother. That's me. Like brother, like brother. You both have the same unreasonable tone. Calling me unreasonable. It's your results that are questionable. There's nothing wrong with me. What do you want? 3 days from now on the Donghai Martial Arena, sign a life and death pact and prove your strength. Do you dare? A life and death pact. Wang Outyan wanted to engage Ye Chen in a deadly duel. At these words, the entire crowd was stunned. In the school square, the old principal was instantly enraged, pointing at Wang Aoshan's nose and scolding. Wang Outyan, do you still have any shame? No matter what, Ye Chen is your junior. You are several years his senior, having already been admitted to the martial arts university. Is it not too much to sign a life and death contract with him? Wang Aoshan's brother Wang Beishan is in the same class as Ye Chen, so Wang Outyan is indeed several years his senior. Wang Batian is arrogant and domineering, often leading his lackeys like Duan Kuan to bully other classmates. In the past, Ye Chen was too weak, making him the one most brutally bullied. Moreover, Wang Aoshan's ruthless nature is even more exaggerated than Wang Beishan's. Although he is a senior, he still uses his position to bully others, relying on the support of his powerful family. If Ye Chen had come from the Xiao family, or even the Liu family, he would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. In this world, the aristocratic families are numerous and the hierarchy is strict. Faced with the principal's accusations, Wang Outyan, who had long graduated from Donghai Experimental School, showed no shame. So what if he is a junior? A person of peasant status should not receive such honors. As long as he can defeat me, it proves he truly has the strength to claim the first position in the secret realm. Otherwise, my Wang family will pursue this matter to the end. As tensions escalated, the grade director, wanting to prevent Ye Chen from making a sacrifice, quickly said, Outyan, I understand your pain of losing a brother, and we will also mourn his loss. However, sacrifices are inevitable in the human race's expedition into the secret realm. You cannot vent your anger on an innocent person. We will investigate and verify Ye Chen's results afterwards. This was a delay tactic more tactful than the principal's direct scolding, all aimed at protecting Ye Chen. However, with the backing of his family, Wang Outyan would not easily back down. He waved his right hand, and 3 elders in black robes descended from the sky. They stood in front of Wang Outyan, confronting the principal, and others enveloping everyone present in an invisible chill. How could this be? There are other job changers present, and we did not even notice. It seems to be a guardian of the Wang family, or someone similar, at least of 3rd transition strength. Wang Outyan means business this time. Ye Chen is in big trouble. The homeroom teacher, Yi Honglian, also stood in front of Ye Chen, even though her strength was less than 2nd transition. Seeing so many people standing up for him, Ye Chen was unwilling to be a coward, and chose to step forward himself. With a pair of sharp eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent, he stared directly at Wang Outyan and said, the life and death contract, is it for the martial arts arena in Donghai City 3 days from now? I, Ye Chen, accept your challenge. Seeing his goal achieved, a barely noticeable sinister smile appeared on Wang Aoshan's lips. Everyone thought he was seeking revenge for his brother's death. In reality, he had long heard that the final trial of the Phoenix secret realm held great opportunities. Since Wang Batian could not be brought out, it must be in Ye Chen's possession. He specifically targeted Ye Chen to obtain the legendary Phoenix spring water. Now that Ye Chen has accepted the challenge, it perfectly aligns with Wang Aoshan's intentions. Then it's settled. If you don't show up, I will come to kill you myself. You better not go back on your word, or you'll be seen as a coward everyone despises. Ha ha. Wang Outyin waved his hand again and left with the three guardians. The chill at the scene finally dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Ye Chen remained calm throughout. At that moment, the principal earnestly advised Ye Chen, "Sigh, foolish child, why did you really agree to it? If worst comes to worst, we old bones can fight for you. This is still a school. No matter how arrogant the Wang family is, they dare not kill you on the spot, but it will be different at the arena." The grade director also looked pained, as if Ye Chen would surely die 3 days later. Yes, Wang Outyin is as arrogant as his brother, but he is even more sinister than Wang Batian. Yi Honglian's eyes grew moist. Though Ye Chen had come of age, he was barely 18, still a fledgling stepping into a world of treacherous schemes. Yet Ye Chen spoke with an air of detachment. "Principal, deans, and teachers, am deeply moved that you all stand up for me. But I'm about to graduate. You can protect me for a while, but not forever. With the Wang family's influence, they can cause trouble even after I enter the martial arts university. So I must face this myself." Astonishment rippled through the crowd. They hadn't expected Ye Chen to utter such words. It seemed the boy had truly grown. Previously, they had dismissed him as merely a life-class vocational student, but now they realized they had underestimated him. With matters settled, no one tried to dissuade him further, though their hearts remained unsettled. When Ye Chen returned home, a graceful figure blocked his path. Who else could be so breathtakingly beautiful but Xiao Rongyu? "Ye Chen, come hide at my place. My father can protect you. I swear the Wang family won't dare come knocking." Ye Chen shook his head. Xiao Rongyu grew anxious and pressed on, "Don't be shy. Wang Outyin has already entered the martial arts university. His strength is far from simple. I can't believe you accepted the challenge. Let's not go. This is anything but a fair fight." Ye Chen shook his head again. She threw herself onto him, bursting into tears. Ye Chen's face darkened with exasperation. Hey, miss, I'm not dead yet. Don't act like this." Feeling the softness of the school beauty pressed against him, he was grateful for his composure. Otherwise, it would be hard to remain unmoved. "Don't worry. He'll be fine. I will win this battle. We'll sign a life and death pact. If I cripple or even kill him, it's fair game. He never intended to spare me anyway." Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu wondered if her ears were deceiving her. She blinked her beautiful big eyes at Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, are you really confident? If you don't want to take refuge at my home, I can ask my father for some equipment." Ye Chen refused. Equipment had a price, but favors were priceless. Once indebted, things could become complicated. Already targeted by the Wang family, he had no desire to draw another clan's attention. He briefly displayed his personal panel, revealing his mental power, a staggering 11,000 points. Xiao Rongyu froze. 11,000 points of mental power. Had she misread an extra 0? It was no wonder she was shocked. Typically, a first-tier mental power didn't exceed 1,000 points, and second-tier maxed out at 2,000 to 3,000. Xiao Rongji's own mental power was only 900 points. Yet, Ye Chen's wasn't 8,000 or 1,000. It was a full 11,000. Who would believe such a stat? A sheer numerical monster. In a fight, he could just rely on basic attacks. His normal hits dealt more damage than an opponent's ultimate skill. Still, Ye Chen held back a secret. If he told the school beauty that his mechanics were equally overpowered, Xiao Rongyu would probably question reality, even in her dreams. Who else had both sky-high stats and broken abilities? A pure bug. Bidding farewell to the school beauty, he made his way home. He had already formulated a plan for the battle against Wang Outyin. A necromancer, huh? Level 38, is it? With a mere mental power under 3,000 points, how do you expect to fight me? As long as I forge this death scythe, it'll cut down one undead after another. This is the perfect counter for necromancers. He retrieved the embryonic death scythe from his storage space. Originally, this weapon had been upgraded from his reaping sickle by the system. What was once a simple farming tool had now been completely transformed. It all depended on how Ye Chen gathered resources to upgrade it further. Once successfully upgraded into the death scythe of certain anime realms from his past life, purging the undead army summoned by Wang Outyin would be a walk in the park. According to the system, prompt meteorite iron can be used to upgrade this weapon. Ye Chen began to inventory the gains from his dungeon run. Gold-grade healing potion, platinum-grade treasure chest, a large amount of spiritual herbs, and an astonishing quantity of meteorite iron. And the Phoenix Mountain spring water that even high-tier professionals covet. If he were just an ordinary farmer, even a lifetime of diligent cultivation couldn't match the spirituality of these herbs. After just one dungeon run, his earnings exceeded the total lifetime income of an average farmer. Confirm usage to upgrade the death scythe embryonic form. All the meteorite iron, not a single gram left. Pour it all in. Ding. Consumed 10 kilograms of meteorite iron. Death Scythe embryonic form upgraded to silver grade weapon. Ding. Consumed 10 kilograms of meteorite iron. Death Scythe silver grade weapon upgraded to gold grade weapon. Ding. Consumed 10 kilograms of meteorite iron. The Death Scythe completed its upgrade. Both blade and handle grew larger and longer, gleaming with a silvery white cold light. A satisfied smile spread across Ye Chen's face. Next, he took out the Phoenix Mountain spring water and went to the demon fruit tree in the backyard. If I use the max spirituality Phoenix Mountain spring water to irrigate the demon fruit tree, I wonder what interesting things might happen. Without hesitation, he poured all the spring water onto the roots. The demon fruit tree's roots greedily absorbed every drop in an instant. It seems that even Phoenix Mountain spring water is nothing compared to the nourishment the demon fruit tree requires. The next second, a dazzling white light flared up. Ye Chen felt the ground tremble. Looking up, he saw blossoms on the tree. This tremor, could it be? Gazing at the nearly ripe demon fruit among the flowers, a bold guess formed in his mind. The next day, he took the upgraded Death Scythe and headed to a small trial dungeon filled with vengeful spirits. At Xiangxing Group, the Simulation Dungeon Co. Ltd. stood at the entrance. A receptionist in black stockings warmly greeted every visitor. Just then, a handsome youth wielding a scythe stepped into her sight. The young lady's attention was instantly captivated, and she promptly called out, "Hello, young sir. This is the beginner trial dungeon. Which type of dungeon would you like to train in?" A tablet was handed to Ye Chen displaying an array of dungeon types: assassin, mage, warrior, and so on. This was a large company's simulation of a real mystic realm specially designed for job changers to train. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to ask about your profession." The receptionist in black stockings clacked over in her high heels. She had been so mesmerized by Ye Chen's handsome face that she forgot the manager's instruction to always ask the client's profession first. "Farmer." "Oh, okay, a farmer, right." The next second, she frowned deeply. "A life class profession. Yes, I'll take this dungeon." Ye Chen had already selected one on the tablet and paid via scan. Under the astonished gaze of the receptionist, he stepped into the dungeon passage. He had chosen an undead dungeon to test his new weapon. Inside the small undead dungeon, mournful cries echoed around him, the wails of evil spirits and the weeping of the dead. Yet Ye Chen was not daunted by the horrifying scene. A wall before him began to seep fresh blood, and an ethereal ghost drifted toward him. Such a paltry trick dares to show off before an expert. Ye Chen swung his death scythe lightly. A sharp, piercing scream rang out as the ghostly spirit instantly evaporated, purified by the scythe. The demon exorcising function has been activated. Is it sharp enough? Not yet. It needs more blood for sacrifice. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he resolved to offer all the undead and skeleton monsters in this dungeon to the blade. He kicked open the door, and a dozen beginner-level skeleton monsters shambled toward him. Slow-moving monsters that can barely walk dare to block my path. With another casual swing, the beginner skeletons fell apart. Can't even withstand one strike. Bones scattered everywhere. Ye Chen sighed. It's not that you're weak, but the Death Scythe's suppression effect is too obvious. He strode straight to the boss's lair. On the skeleton throne, a skeleton king's empty eye sockets burned with 2 balls of azure flame. Below, 50 elite skeleton monsters armed with swords, blades, and shields awaited Ye Chen with weapons at the ready. Not bad. Looks like they won't fall apart in one hit, and they're armed. The moment he finished speaking, he charged in the Death Scythe, slashing at breakneck speed. Crack, crack. One elite skeleton after another fell, leaving the skeleton king utterly stunned. Though it was a simulation, its power was no less than a real mystic realm. Yet the human youth before it was chopping down its elite minions like slicing through vegetables. 1 strike each. Enough was enough. The skeleton king erupted in fury, shooting 2 azure flames, then swung a massive blade at Ye Chen's head with all its might. Ye Chen remained unflustered. After dispatching all the elite skeletons, he raised the Death Scythe to block the skeleton king's attack. Then he activated the Thunder Fruit ability, flashing behind the king in an instant. Draw the blade, sheath it. He cleanly executed the skeleton king, who never imagined it would be slain so easily. Since it was a simulation dungeon, no equipment dropped. Otherwise, the company would lose money. As long as the simulated strength was accurate, it sufficed. Weapon: Death Scythe. Material: meteorite, iron, indestructible. Effects: 1. Demon exorcism. 100 suppression of undead spirits. 2. 9,999 damage per strike, specialized in slaying skeleton monsters. Note: extremely bloodthirsty. Once drawn, this trait must be satisfied or the wielder will suffer backlash. Must kill to my heart's content. That suits me perfectly. Ye Chen smiled wickedly. Death Scythe, it's only fitting that you bring death. To him, this note was an advantage. Leaving the small trial dungeon, the clearance time displayed 1 minute and 29 seconds. Of that, 30 seconds were spent traveling and 10 seconds idling. Such a remarkable record instantly appeared on the front desk's big screen. Clearing in 1 minute 29 seconds. Is that even humanly possible? Is the timer broken? Impossible. This is from Qianxin Group. Watching Ye Chen walk out calmly, the receptionist in black stockings was so excited she could barely keep her legs together. This young man, is he really that powerful? Can I ask for his contact info? But Ye Chen didn't linger. He slung the death scythe over his shoulder and strode away nonchalantly, leaving other job changers at the company entrance in tears of envy and the receptionist in awe and admiration. 3 days passed quickly and the day of the duel arrived. At the Donghai City Martial Arts Arena, a crowd had gathered. Gossip lovers always craved excitement, especially for such a grand spectacle. Have you heard? The duel is between Wang Outyin of the Wang family and a student fresh out of the mystic realm. They've even signed a life and death pact. While it's meant to prevent post-match vendettas, given the Wang family's nature, they might still go all out to kill. Who's so unlucky to provoke the Wang family? I heard from someone at Donghai Experimental School that this student only awakened as a farmer. What? A life-class profession dares to challenge Wang Outyin. I remember he's a necromancer. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Some troublemakers even started taking bets on the spot. Odds for Wang Outyin winning 1-1, odds for Ye Chen winning 1-100. The match starts in 10 minutes. Place your bets now, no takebacks. The 100-fold difference showed everyone believed Wang Outyin would win with no faith in Ye Chen, a mere farmer. Just then a clear voice rang out, "Uncle Chen, use all my allowance to bet on Ye Chen winning." The black-robed elder frowned. "Miss, your allowance totals 10 million. If we lose, the family head." Xiao Rongyu puffed her cheeks in defiance. "I want to bet on Ye Chen. If he loses, I won't live anyway. What use is the money?" Hearing this, the butler Uncle Chen had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiao Rongyu insisted on supporting Ye Chen, and the family head, who doted on his daughter, had sent him to protect her. On the other side, Wang Outyin, impeccably dressed, made a leisurely entrance. "Do you think that kid might play dead and not show up?" he asked his 3 bodyguards. "If he dares not fight, I'll trouble you to fetch him. As you command, young master. If he comes, he's dead. If he doesn't, he's still dead. Crossing the Wang family means death from the start." Wang Outyin sneered, "Unless he's willing to hand over what he has." Amid the murmurs of the crowd, a figure of extraordinary bearing and heroic grace appeared. "Ye Chen is here," Xiao Rongyu exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, I thought you'd run away. Showing up saves me the trouble." Wang Outyin laughed. "Enough talk. The arena's ahead. Get on stage." Ye Chen shot back, coldly pointing at the platform. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, both stepped onto the arena simultaneously. An investigator from the Twilight Temple presided, announcing combatants: Wang Outyin, profession necromancer; Ye Chen, profession farmer. Both are adults and have voluntarily signed a life and death pact. Regardless of the outcome, life, injury, or death, neither party may pursue the other. The first to fall off the arena loses. Understood. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The investigator declared, "I now announce the match begins." The battle commenced, and Wang Outyin struck first. He drew his staff and chanted, causing a massive 6-pointed star magic circle to appear on the ground. A eerie green glow rose as thick skeletal arms emerged, gripping the ground as skeleton bodies slowly crawled out. Each skeleton soldier stood over 2 meters tall, their white bones intertwined with blue-green ghost fire as if from the underworld, a chilling and terrifying sight. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, especially those who had bet on Wang Outyin, ecstatic at the certainty of victory. "Go, my undead skeleton army." Wang Outyin pointed at Ye Chen with a contemptuous smile. Admittedly, these skeleton soldiers were stronger than those Ye Chen had faced in the trial dungeon. They were more organized, coordinating with each other as they charged in formation, brandishing various weapons. In the audience, Xiao Rongyu's heart raced. "Ye Chen, be careful." The principal grade director, homeroom teacher, and even his deskmate Wang Dachuan were all on edge, their nails nearly digging into their palms. In the nick of time, Ye Chen grasped the air, and a scythe, gleaming with silver-white light, exuding a murderous aura, materialized in his hand. He gripped the death scythe, and before anyone could see what weapon he had summoned, he held it horizontally and swung it fiercely, unleashing a powerful and domineering slash. "Death's hell harvest. Where you came from, go back." With a roar, the undead skeletons disintegrated into dust, just as Ye Chen had said, returning to the ground from which they emerged. "What? Impossible." Wang Outyin's eyes bulged like copper bells. He had summoned skeleton soldiers, not paper toys. How could Ye Chen annihilate them so completely in one blow? But Ye Chen gave him no chance to recover. In a flash he appeared before Wang Outyin and delivered a heavy kick to his chest. Crack, crack. At least 8 of Wang Outyin's ribs broke, and he spat out a mouthful of blood sent flying backward. With a thud, he landed outside the arena covered in dust and utterly humiliated. On the stage, Ye Chen stood firm to death, Scythe over his shoulder, exuding an air of sovereign dominance. At that moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. An instant kill. It was over in an instant. From the investigators of the Twilight Temple to the protectors of the Wang family, the steward of the Shao family, and then to the bystanders in the audience, Xiao Rongyu the principal, and so on and so forth. Not a single person had any idea what had transpired. In everyone's eyes, Ye Chen had merely summoned a scythe, waved it lightly to annihilate the skeletal army, and with a single powerful kick, sent Wang Outyin flying. The whole process took no more than half a minute, even 10 seconds would be an overestimation. Ye Chen's speed was simply too fast, his attacks too mysterious. What kind of technique was this to possess such heaven-defying, soul-stirring lethality? Everyone's eyes were wide, their mouths agape. Faced with the outcome of the match, if they weren't in denial, they were at least questioning their own existence. After a long silence, a thunderous roar of voices erupted, with everyone saying something different. While my marriage fund, I bet it all on Wang Outyin, and a member of the Wang family, actually lost. I don't believe it. This must be a hallucination from eating too many mushrooms. A farmer actually beat a necromancer to a pulp. An instant kill, and it was an instant kill. I timed it. 8 seconds at most. Ye Chen ended the fight in 8 seconds. No, it was clearly 5 seconds. He stood still for the other 3. My God. The most spectacular match in the history of the East Sea martial arts arena. Ye Chen, this kid's strength is unfathomable. On the other side, inside a luxurious villa, a burly, somewhat rugged, middle-aged man, wearing loose training clothes, walked out of the training room. He took off a pair of explosive gauntlets and casually tossed them onto the ground of the courtyard, actually creating 2 large pits in the earth. Master, do you always wear such heavy gauntlets during training? A steward asked. What's so difficult about that? I even set the training room's gravity to over 10 times normal. Wang Tianhao said while wiping sweat with a towel. The steward marveled inwardly. No wonder he was the head of the Wang family, a level 92 5th-turn blood rage warrior. Blood-soaked battle was their very calling. By the way, Master, the young Master Outyin went to challenge someone to a duel and signed a life-and-death contract. I know. What's so impressive about fighting a farmer? Besides, he has the bloodburst bead and forbidden magic scrolls on him. How could he possibly lose? The steward realized he had spoken out of turn. Master Tianhao was right. The young Master Outyin couldn't possibly lose. There was no need to report such a trivial matter. On the arena, Ye Chen's handsome features shone brilliantly under the sunlight. A gentle breeze tousled his bangs, and his dashing figure drew screams from the female spectators. In the audience, Xiao Rongji's eyes brimmed with tears as she jumped up excitedly. Great Uncle Chen. Ye Chen won, he won. The young lad's judgment is truly excellent. The outcome of the battle exceeded this old servant's expectations. Uncle Chen sighed, his hands clasped behind his back. When the corner of Uncle Chen's eye caught the calm expressions of the Wang family's 3 protectors, his extensive combat experience told him this wasn't over. Not good, young lady. What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Hasn't Ye Chen already won? At that moment, Wang Outyin struggled to his feet from the ground, pulled a crystal-clear bead from his bosom, and a ferocious grin spread across his face. The bead emitted a bloody red light as Wang Outyin swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes became bloodshot, and his swelling muscles burst through his shirt. Seeing this, the 3 protectors began whispering among themselves. The young master has actually gone to such lengths just to win the match. The bloodburst bead can prematurely exhaust 3 months' worth of physical energy. After taking it, he'll have to lie in bed for at least half a year. If he can't withstand the side effects, he'll either die or be crippled. Oh well, let's just watch how the young Master Outyin toys with that brat. The audience wasn't stupid either. Seeing Wang Outyin, who had been pitifully lying on the ground moments ago, now standing up full of vigor, they didn't need to guess what had happened. Protest. We protest. It's been said that whoever is thrown out of the arena loses. How can he cheat and not admit defeat? Forget cheating, how dare he secretly take drugs? Do they think we're blind? Yeah, the prestigious Wang family actually stoops to this. Is the honor of a noble house worth so little? Wang Outyin has already broken the rules. Damn it, this match is rigged. The audience was seething with righteous indignation, all speaking up for Ye Chen. The homeroom teacher Ye Chen was so angry her chest heaved. The principal and others also cursed Wang Aoshan's despicable shamelessness. However, amidst these righteous condemnations, a few discordant voices still emerged. They've signed a life-and-death contract anyway, so it's not a regular match. Let him stand up a fight until death. Ye was an instant kill, not fun to watch at all. Fight, fight. Young Master Outyin, kill him. Some of them were originally lackeys of the Wang family, naturally speaking up for Wang Outyin. Others were gamblers who had bet everything on Wang Outyin winning, so to avoid losing everything they naturally hoped he would get up. Rules or no rules, cheating or no cheating, these people were driven by their own interests, each with their own stance. Seeing this, Ye Chen cast a cold glance at these troublemakers, feeling a trace of sorrow in his heart. Indeed, people were still so realistic and self-serving. You refuse to admit defeat. He sneered, standing on the arena and looking down at Wang Outyin. To Wang Aoshan's ears, this laughter was unbearably grating, deeply stabbing the pride of this noble scion. That's right. If you don't kill me today, you're not leaving, he roared hoarsely like a mad dog. This is the first time I've heard such an unreasonable request. Since that's the case, I'll grant it. Ye Chen nodded. Granting Wang Aoshan's request was simply because he was kind. I'm still putting on airs thinking you can kill me. Today I'll show you what a true ghost domain is. Wang Outyin gathered strength in his legs and leaped from a distance onto the arena. Ye Chen could sense that since taking that red bead, all of Wang Aoshan's attributes had been enhanced. Taking drugs to boost blood. So what? Ye Chen was completely unafraid, pointing the blade of the death scythe at Wang Outyin. Wang Outyin roared, "Domain expansion in soldier battlefield." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience gasped in shock. A domain. He can actually open a domain. Those from noble families indeed have inheritances. When a necromancer opens a domain, isn't that a ghost domain? At that point, hundreds, even thousands of undead soldier skeletons and other ghostly beings will attack together. Ye Chen is doomed. I refuse to believe that at his age he can open a domain. In the end, it's all because of that bead he took, allowing him to burst forth. If I'm not mistaken, that bead was a blood-burst bead. It can temporarily unleash a person's potential, but the side effects are also immense. To defeat Ye Chen, Wang Outyin has actually gone this far. Brutal, too brutal. Immediately after, a cloud of mist emerged, forming a domain several hundred meters in radius centered on Wang Outyin, swiftly enveloping and trapping Ye Chen. This place was not only dim and gloomy, terrifying and eerie, but also completely isolated from the outside world, not to be dispelled until the battle ended. Seeing Ye Chen pulled into the ghost domain, Xiao Ronyu was almost in tears. She knew the effect of a domain, it was a sure hit. Their Xiao family also had a domain inheritance. Her father's sword domain could annihilate thousands of troops. Unfortunately, her own level was insufficient to unlock such a powerful skill. Uncle Wang Outyin doesn't follow the rules, so we don't have to either. I want to go in and help Ye Chen. Young lady, you can't. The ghost domain is no ordinary domain, it's extremely dangerous inside. Besides, don't offend the Wang family over a commoner. Ye Chen is not a commoner, he's my classmate. That still won't do, young lady. The old principal was so angry, he slapped his thigh until it was swollen. He had known Wang Outyin was despicable and the Wang family bullies, but he never imagined they would stoop to such a shameless level. The grade director couldn't hold back either and burst into curses. Beast. A true beast. They're trying to kill Ye Chen. I'm going to report this to the city lord. Inside the ghost domain, energy pervaded, chilling to the bone, terrifying and abyssal. The show begins. Taste the flavor of death, Ye Chen, ha. Wang Outyin finished his incantation and laughed maniacally. A magic array even larger than before appeared on the ground, and countless skeletal warriors emerged. They were not only fully armed, but their bones were also hardened to an extreme degree. Furthermore, invisible undead spirits lingered around, Ye Chen capable of launching spiritual assaults that could inflict immense mental damage. Unfortunately for Wang Outyin, he never imagined that Ye Chen's spiritual attribute was exceptionally strong. Wails of mournful ghosts echoed. An ordinary person would go mad just from hearing them. However, Ye Chen only found the noise annoying. It had no other effect on him. So noisy, so annoying. He gripped the death scythe and swept its blade around him. The invisible spirits nearby immediately let out piercing screams, only to be purified by Ye Chen in an instant, leaving Wang Outyin dumbfounded. He could no longer laugh, only praying that Ye Chen's spiritual energy was exhausted. After all, he himself had burst forth with potential. How could Ye Chen possibly still have the strength to deal with so many skeletal warriors? Although the skeletal warriors were stronger than skeletal soldiers, in Ye Chen's eyes they were no different, still rotten fish and shrimp paper tigers. It's still one cut each. What are you yelling about, Wang Outyin? Ye Chen charged into the legion of skeletal warriors, while simultaneously activating the power of the lightning fruit. Lightning naturally has the power to suppress evil spirits. With the combination of thunder techniques and blade arts, dealing with these skeletal warriors was like slaughtering chickens. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One skeletal warrior after another was sent flying. Before they could even fall to the ground, they were struck by lightning and reduced to nothing, not even bone fragments remaining. Watching Ye Chen, who was unstoppable and charging straight at him, Wang Aoshan's pupils showed a terror he had never experienced before in his entire life. It had always been the two brothers bullying other students. They were never the ones being bullied. This battle had not gone a single step as Wang Outyin had anticipated. Then Ye Chen was already before him. The silver-white blade crackling with blue-purple lightning swung fiercely at his chest. Lightning flashed Death's scythe. Boom. With an explosion of lightning, a bloody gash dozens of centimeters long appeared across Wang Aoshan's chest. The light in his eyes faded, and the ghost domain dissipated into smoke. In the audience, seeing the ghost domain dissolve, the three protectors of the Wang family all smirked. The match is over. Let's see who dares to collect that brat's corpse. However, in less than a second, they looked closely and discovered that the one lying in a pool of blood was not Ye Chen, but their young master. The three protectors were all stunned. Young master, what's wrong? Wake up. This old servant is coming. Each of them was at the third turn and was about to rush onto the arena. Just then a silvery voice rang out. Uncle Chen, you can make your move now. The reason he couldn't act earlier was that it was an unknown duel between Ye Chen and Wang Outyin. If Uncle Chen intervened, it would not only provoke the Wang family, but also seem like bullying the weak. Now that the three Wang family protectors were making a move, they were the ones bullying the weak. Uncle Chen in turn became the one upholding order. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the three black-robed protectors were stopped by a kind-looking old gentleman. Matters of the younger generation require no intervention from you all. With that, Uncle Chen no longer concealed his aura. At the fourth turn, level 78, he instantly suppressed the three protectors. You? The three guardians of the Wang family choked on their words, unable to speak for a long time. Can you three not read the life and death pact, or do you intend to bully the weak with your numbers and strength? Chen Shu said calmly. Recalling that their young master had signed a life and death pact with Ye Chen, the three guardians of the Wang family could say nothing more. Originally, this pact was meant to trap Ye Chen, but it had instead become their shackles. Xiao Rongyu, seeing this, rushed to the arena to find Ye Chen. It's dangerous here. Come with me. Ye Chen nodded. It was indeed time to withdraw. But to his surprise, Xiao Rongyu, in full view of the crowd, took his hand and ran toward the spectator stands. It seemed she no longer cared about what others would say for his sake. Ye Chen, caught between laughter and tears, followed her back to the stands. At that moment, the investigator from the Twilight Temple descended, extending a finger under Wang Aoshan's nose to check his breath. After confirming multiple times, the investigator announced, Wang Outyin is confirmed dead. Both parties signed the life and death pact. The winner of this duel is Ye Chen. As the words fell, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. Many had long been displeased with the Wang family's bullying. As for the Wang family's lackeys, they could only sigh dejectedly, lowering their heads as they slunk away from the scene. Everyone cheered for Ye Chen's victory. The principal and the grade director, two grown men, embraced each other tightly, weeping with joy. Who would have thought Ye Chen actually defeated Wang Outyin? Realms and such. Ye Chen never even took him seriously. Exactly, the final battle was a one-shot kill. I doubt Wang Outyin lasted even 3 exchanges. A loser who fell in a single round, yet he had the audacity to threaten Ye Chen. Thinking back now, it's utterly laughable. Ha ha ha, this is truly satisfying. It teaches the Wang family a lesson. Let's see if they dare to be so arrogant again. I've been bullied by the Wang family too. Watching Ye Chen beat them down is pure bliss. With the Xiao family's temporary protection, Ye Chen had safely withdrawn from the scene, and no one dared to trouble him. After the crowd dispersed, the 3 guardians of the Wang family, weeping bitterly, arrived at the arena. Young master, this old servant has failed you. We must report this to the patriarch and have that Ye Chen torn to pieces. Young master Outyin, rest assured we will avenge you. After their lamentations, they could only collect Wang Aoshan's body. In the city villa, Wang Tianhao removed his training clothes and changed into his usual attire. As the head of the family, though he had many offspring, Wang Outyin was the one he valued most. Because Wang Aoshan's temperament most resembled his own younger self, sufficiently cunning and ruthless skill that exploiting rules rather than obeying them. At that moment, an unexpected and devastating news arrived. Wang Tianhao received the message, his eyes filled with confusion and fury. Oh, how could this be? He flew into a rage, shattering a massive piece of granite beside him. He swallowed the bloodburst pill, yet couldn't even defeat a mere farmer. This is a disgrace to our Wang family. Seeing Wang Tianhao's fury, the three guardians trembled, fully aware of the terrifying strength of this fifth-turn blood rage warrior. Wang Tianhao cradled Wang Aoshan's cold body on the ground, trembling with rage. This Ye Chen has killed my son. I will make him pay with blood. Master, please accept my condolences, said the steward, shooting a sharp glare at the three guardians, as if to say, you failed to protect the young master. Useless words are meaningless. Let others offer their condolences too. Wang Tianhao quickly accepted the fact of losing another son. Such was the mind and strength of a formidable warrior. He stood up, and with a casual strike broke the bones of the three guardians, sending them to their demise. The steward beside him said, they failed to protect young master Aoying. Their deaths are not regrettable. With that, he ordered the bodies of the three guardians to be dragged away. Such was the power of a fifth-turn blood rage warrior, not only physically formidable, but also with a fist wind so fierce that a single punch could shatter mountains and shake the heavens. Within a day, I want all information on Ye Chen. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Ye Chen bid farewell to Xiao Rongyu. Though Xiao Rongyu repeatedly invited him to seek refuge in her home, Ye Chen refused. He was not her Livian son-in-law. It would be too presumptuous. He arrived at the farmland near his home, bought half a caddy of raw sunflower seeds, and sat there munching and daydreaming. In his daze, he noticed that on the devil fruit tree, a uniquely shaped fruit covered in strange patterns had ripened. Another devil fruit has ripened. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He dropped the sunflower seeds and stepped forward to caress the trunk of the devil fruit tree. Having poured an abundance of resources into it this time, especially the Phoenix volcano spring from the Phoenix secret realm, he was convinced this would be an exceptionally powerful devil fruit. Without hesitation, he plucked it directly. In that instant, a powerful tremor surged through his entire body, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the fruit. They say devil fruits possess their own will, and even the world government of the pirate realm struggles to capture their existence. This aura of dominance, along with the ceaseless vibration. The answer is clear. This is the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Ye Chen's heart raced as he communicated with the system through his mind. Let me confirm again, is my current mental strength sufficient to handle 2 devil fruits? Ding. The host's attributes are strong enough to possess 2 devil fruits simultaneously. Please enjoy tasting it and feel the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Tasting. I know all too well how terrible devil fruits taste, but as long as my body can handle it, it's fine. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, ready to take a bite. Crunch. As he bit down, his face turned green. It tasted even worse than the previous Thunder Logia fruit. Could it be that the more powerful the devil fruit, the more indescribable its flavor? The next moment, his body began to change. His heartbeat quickened noticeably, and a pounding vibration spread through his entire body. If I hadn't bathed in the Phoenix volcano spring in the secret realm, I would never dare to try eating the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. I'm afraid I'd shake myself to pieces in battle. Ye Chen, while feeling the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, allowed his body to gradually adapt to this ability. Fortunately, his physique, enhanced by the volcano spring water, adapted without much difficulty. He could withstand this power. Ding. The host has fully integrated the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. Name: Ye Chen, level 15, 80, strength 4500, normal agility 4500, normal constitution 5000, normal spirit 11,000. Note: once fruit abilities are used, the host can fight above his level with a remarkably exaggerated margin. Logia: Thunder Logia Fruit 1. Elementalization, granting lightning speed and immunity to physical attacks. 2. Release high-voltage electric currents capable of forming thunder tigers, thunder dragons, etc. 3. Use electric waves to create a mental network for large-scale surveillance. Paramecia: Tremor-Tremor Fruit 1. Capable of triggering tremors in the sky, earth, and sea, possessing terrifying destructive power, hailed as the strongest paramecia. 2. Can condense a spherical shield attached to fists or weapons to unleash extremely powerful shockwave attacks. 3. Attacks produce a shattering sound capable of cracking even the air. When developed to a certain extent, it can trigger massive tsunamis, earthquakes, and other natural disasters. Ye Chen also grew curious at level 15. How high-level the class changer could he defeat? Last time he challenged a level 38 necromancer. Could he handle levels 58, 78, or 98? After all, the system had mentioned an exaggerated margin. Additionally, he began planting more Pea Shooters, increasing the count to 20. Plant Pea Shooter 20 Beast Immortal Phoenix, growing stage weapon Death, Scythe. The next task was very simple. Endlessly enhance his constitution. The stronger his physique, the better he could control the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, reducing the impact of recoil. I need to find a place to test this, but not here. I can't risk destroying my own home. This time Ye Chen was smarter. Instead of going to the small hill where he tested the Thunder Logia fruit, he ran farther and found another desolate mountain near the sea. This shouldn't detract the Twilight Temple's investigation. They'll just let loose. Without further ado, he activated the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, attached a spherical shield to his fist, and punched the mountain before him. Boom, boom, boom. The air on both sides of his fist exploded, forming web-like cracks. The mountain couldn't withstand it for a moment. Its body rapidly crumbled and massive rocks tumbled from the peak. Ye Chen raised his fist and struck again. The Tremor-Tremor Fruit relentlessly consumed his mental energy, but granted him terrifying attack power. This was pure physical damage. As they say, one force breaks all techniques. No need for chatter, one punch, and everything submits. Gradually, a clearly visible massive crack appeared in the distant sky. Ye Chen's pupils dilated. Damn, I'm going to make headlines again. Sure enough, some city dwellers raised their phones to take pictures. Come out and see. The sky is cracking, an unprecedented phenomenon. I'm taking a photo for my social feed. What kind of astronomical event is this? Stranger than a solar or lunar eclipse. I've seen people crack, but this is my first time seeing the sky crack. Is the sky in a bad mood so upset it's cracking? Ha ha ha, your analogy is perfect. I'm using it as my caption. Hey, someone already liked my post. Ye Chen thought about striking the sea next, but immediately reconsidered, fearing he might trigger a tsunami that would flood the city. He lowered his sinful hand. East Sea City, as its name implies, was a city near the East Sea, and he was a citizen of it. His home was in East Sea City. He couldn't very well flood his own home. Enough. He'll stop here and head back. From now on, in terms of pure physical attack, I fear no one, he said confidently. Meanwhile, a special operation targeting Ye Chen was brewing. Master, here is all the information on Ye Chen. Well done. I want him to die a painful death. In the opulent hall of the Wang family villa, the butler presented Wang Tianhao with documents detailing Ye Chen's background. Here is everything recorded about Ye Chen's origins, school teachers, classmates, friends, and even his neighbors. As Wang Tianhao flipped through the documents, he remarked, "So he's an orphan. If we make a man who already has no one to rely on watch his friends disappear one by one, wouldn't that be more agonizing than killing him outright?" Hearing this, the butler gave a thumbs up and chuckled, "Master, you are wise. Let him taste the pain of losing his beloved ones, and then torture him to death mercilessly." Wang Tianhao nodded and continued perusing the documents. "You have a point, but I will personally handle the final torture." His gaze then fell upon the name Xiao Rongyu. This made him frown. He had once proposed a marriage alliance with the Xiao family, but the head of the Xiao family had looked down upon his son. As for directly targeting Xiao Rongyu, that was nothing short of a fool's dream. The Xiao family was second only to the Lord of Donghai City, overshadowing all other noble houses. Skipping over Xiao Rongyu, he continued examining Ye Chen's other classmates and friends. "That will do. Leave this matter to you." "As you command, master." Today was graduation day, and Ye Chen was summoned to the principal's office. "Ye Chen, come here. This is what I promised you earlier." The old principal produced a bank card. "You achieved the top score, so this million is the school's reward for you." When the rankings were revealed after leaving the secret realm, the principal had promised a 1,000,000 yuan reward on the spot. If not for the meddling of that scoundrel Wang Outyin, the money would have been in Ye Chen's hands long ago. After all, Ye Chen was just an orphan living on meager poverty subsidies. This 1,000,000 was a veritable fortune to him. Accepting the card, Ye Chen expressed his gratitude. The old principal patted him on the shoulder earnestly. "Child, you deserve all this. There's no need to thank me." A surge of warmth filled Ye Chen's heart. Then the old principal seemed hesitant to speak. "Principal, please say what you have on your mind." "Very well, it'll be direct." The old principal sighed. "You must understand you've offended the Wang family. Make sure to choose a good martial arts university and leave Donghai City as soon as possible. That will be safer for you." So it was about his safety after all. The Wang family was indeed a problem. Ye Chen replied, "Thank you for your concern, principal. He'll be careful." As he stepped out of the office and entered the classroom of Class 11 for transfers, Ye Chen was greeted with enthusiastic welcomes from some classmates. His deskmate Wang Dachuan in particular kept winking at him. "Ye Chen, didn't the principal promise you 1,000,000? I was thinking your pockets can't hold 1,000,000. They say 1,000,000 in cash weighs about 23 jin." Ye Chen laughed out loud. Is it possible that there's this thing called a bank card? Wang Dachuan slapped his forehead. Oh, I was being dense. The other students burst into laughter. Big fool Chun, you're different from the rest. Don't waste your time on secret realm raids. Wang Dachuan refused to back down, lifting his chin stubbornly. Who says that? My mom says I have talent. All right, then let's go tackle an open dungeon together. The other students were eager. Ye Chen, do you want to come too? You're the strongest leg in our class now. Thinking that this was graduation and they might not meet again, Ye Chen agreed. Before setting off, the group of boys went to a KTV to sing. A boy with small eyes teased, "We're 18 now, guys. We can do some 18+ things." But not Ye Chen. Someone would get jealous. The crowd began to jeer with knowing smiles. Ye Chen coughed dryly. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Rongyu and I are innocent. The other boys' teasing grew louder. I didn't even mention who it was. Ye Chen pretended not to hear and walked into the private room to select songs. Wang Dachuan approached. Chinga Chinga, we've been desk mates for 3 years. Let's sing a passionate duet. Sure, what song do you want? He'll cue it up. I've recently learned a song from the Cantonese region. Yeah, it's called Glorious Years. You can sing Cantonese songs. Ye Chen's face was full of question marks. But Wang Dachuan puffed out his chest. Trust me, Chinga. So Wang Dachuan threw his arm around Ye Chen and sang with passion. Today only a hollow shell remains to greet the glorious years in the wind and rain. I dry hump my buddy, hold on to freedom. At that point, Ye Chen's scalp tingled and even his rear clenched. The boys sitting below were laughing so hard they nearly peed. Big fool Chun, we told you not to waste your talent. What the hell were you singing? I'm dying. Thus the graduation party passed amidst everyone's laughter and joy. Although Wang Dachuan's singing made his scalp crawl, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile genuinely. At least this good buddy never played tricks and always stood up for him when he was bullied. For Ye Chen, who had been alone since childhood, that was more than enough. After lunch, the group finally arrived at an open dungeon. Unlike the Phoenix secret realm, which opened randomly at specific times, this open dungeon was freely accessible with significantly lower danger and difficulty. Entering the dungeon, the other boys wisely followed behind, Ye Chen calling him Chinga with such affectionate and syrupy tones. Chinga, I'll support you. Call me if you need heals. Chin Dad, I'll tank the damage for you. Just say the word. Chin Grandpa, the kills are yours, I'll take the assists. Holler if you need me. Chin Ancestor. No, you guys have inflated the titles to the point of devaluation. In the eyes of the other students, Ye Chen was now the undisputed main carry, the big daddy. After the battle in the Phoenix secret realm, no one doubted his strength. So Ye Chen led the team forward. Whenever they encountered a wild monster, he would simply snap his fingers. Then, to the shock of the other boys, a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky, instantly obliterating the beast in their path. What terrifying high-voltage electricity! Experience points were shared by all, and everyone's experience bar rose. In less than an hour, Ye Chen had led them to clear the entire dungeon. All right, if we keep killing, the Dungeon Ecology Bureau will step in. Ye Chen put his hands on his hips. We need to give this dungeon some time to recover, or the monsters won't respawn fast enough. The group left the dungeon bowing and scraping to Ye Chen with the utmost respect before heading their separate ways. Wang Dachuan scratched the back of his head. Thanks, Ye Chen. I gained a ton of experience today. Next time, come to my place for a meal. My dad is a life-class professional, a chef. Ye Chen smiled. Sure, I'll eat my fill. After bidding farewell to each classmate, Ye Chen started his journey home. As the others walked back, several dark figures leaped down from the streetlights. It seemed they had been lying in wait, well prepared. Donghai Experimental School, Transfer Class 11, Li Xiaoning, is that you? Yeah, what of it? What do you want? Said the boy with small eyes. Do you know this person? He's your classmate, and you're pretty close. A man in black produced a photo of Ye Chen. Li Xiaoning's heart trembled. Ye Chen is my good buddy. What are you planning to do to him? The men in black nodded, exchanged glances, and then ruthlessly drew their blades, killing Li Xiaoning with a single stroke. Let's go. On to the next one. The leader waved his hand, and the dark figures vanished instantly. In a certain residential area, a few boys were about to reach their doorstep when they were stopped by a group of mysterious men in black. A good dog doesn't block the path. Having just followed Ye Chen to clear the entire dungeon, they felt a flicker of confidence. Where is Ye Chen? Were you just with him? Oh no, they're after Chinga. These boys had just eaten, sung, and joked with Ye Chen about Xiao Rongyu. Now these men in black wanted to find out Ye Chen's whereabouts, but the boys would never betray him. You think a bunch of losers like you can get info on Chinga? Get lost while you still can. The men in black laughed heartily. Little brats, you've got some nerve. Kill you, and we'll find out everything. With that, he waved his hand, drew his blade, and a cold gleam flashed. With a sharp sound, the boys fell. Bright red blood flowed down the stairwell. Meanwhile, Wang Dachuan was on his way home. Since he was the last to part ways with Ye Chen, he hadn't gone far. Suddenly, a change occurred. His instincts told him it was dangerous to continue. So Wang Dachuan deliberately slowed his pace. Then when he reached a corner, he bolted like crazy. "Chinga, save me, save me. Someone's trying to kill me." He ran and cried at the same time. Wang Dachuan was usually foolish, but in a crisis he wasn't stupid at all. Instead of going home, he immediately changed direction. Because he knew that only Ye Chen could save him. Soon the men in black caught up, and Wang Dachuan found Ye Chen. "What's wrong? Didn't you go back to your family restaurant? Don't tell me you've changed your mind about treating me to a meal." "Chinga, no. Someone's trying to kill me. Look." Several dark figures swooped down. Following this chubby kid led us to an unexpected prize. "Are you Ye Chen?" "I'm your father," Ye Chen said coldly. "Enough chatter. Attack." The men in black spread out and charged at Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced around. An assassin on the left, a crossbowman on the right, a support healer in the back, and a ghost swordsman blocking his path. Nice coordination. But it's useless. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A dragon formed of lightning descended from the sky, passing through each of the men in black with lightning speed. Wherever it touched, their flesh instantly charred, their bodies numbed by the electric current, which hissed and crackled as they convulsed and foamed at the mouth. Ye Chen pinned them under his foot. "Dachuan, go check on the others." Since these men had hunted Wang Dachuan, the other classmates were likely in danger too. Sure enough, 5 minutes later Wang Dachuan called back, his voice choked with sorrow. "Chinga, the classmates we were with. They're all gone. All of them. You must never let those beasts get away with this." Ye Chen rummaged through the black-clad men's belongings. Soon all evidence pointed to the same conclusion. The Wang family, Wang Tianhao. His eyes blazed with fury, yearning to storm the Wang residence and unleash carnage. Ye Chen picked up the phone and said to Wang Dachuan, "Dachuan, go into hiding for now. Tell your father to close the family restaurant temporarily. He'll make up for the losses later." "Brother Chen, you say that, but saving our lives is the priority. There's no loss worth mentioning, and I can't let you cover it. No, I mean keep it quiet. Without telling your parents, have them shut the place down and lie low." That's a bit tricky, but I can do it." Wang Dachuan's mind sharpened instantly. Ye Chen's tone grew somber as he gave his final instructions. "Also write down the names of the classmates who died because of me: Li Xiaoning, Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Daji." After finishing, a chilling, murderous intent flickered deep in Ye Chen's eyes. Both he and Wang Dachuan knew that dealing with such matters required no adherence to procedural justice. Only violence could prevail, or no one in Donghai City would dare touch the Wang family. To that end, Ye Chen devised a plan. Instead of going home, he booked a hotel nearby. His goal was to expose his location, luring the enemy out. Under the moonlit sky at the Wang family villa, the old steward stood with his hands behind his back, awaiting word from his subordinates. He possessed a 4-turn combat power, awakened as a dark mage. A subordinate reported, "Steward, the assassins we sent have killed almost all of that brat's friends." The steward frowned slightly. "Almost? What do you mean?" "A chubby kid named Wang Dachuan. He's surprisingly agile." "Never mind. Our first step is successful." "No, steward. None of those assassins returned." The steward's face paled in shock. "What? Who took them out?" The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, none knowing the truth. When they had followed the black-clad men chasing Wang Dachuan, they assumed victory was certain and didn't stay to watch. A foreboding sense crept into the steward's heart, but he dismissed it as paranoia and pressed on. "Any news of Ye Chen? Did he go home?" A hotel manager, battered and bruised, knelt before him. "The person you're looking for is at the hotel now, room 618. The steward made a throat-slitting gesture. His men understood and silenced the manager. That night, Ye Chen lay in bed, not closing his eyes for a moment. Not because he wasn't tired, but because he was waiting for his prey. "Brother Chen, do you want to come hide too?" Wang Dachuan messaged. "No, they're after me. If I hide one, I just drag you all into it." Ye Chen replied. "By the way, did you do what I asked?" Now only Wang Dachuan remained. Ye Chen didn't want anything to happen to him. How awkward would it be if the graduation outing ended with him as the sole survivor? Done. To be honest, I'm in a hospital bed right now. I told my parents I was sick, then pretended to faint with my eyes rolled back. A smooth little combo tricked them. Now they're keeping me company at the hospital. Nice work. Roger. At that moment, Ye Chen used the Thunder Fruit to set up an electric wave heart net, detecting the footsteps of enemies. Dachuan, talk later. But immediately, though he was on the 6th floor, several assassin-class figures crashed through the windows, aiming lethal weapons at Ye Chen's throat. But Ye Chen dodged with precision and sneered. "You guys came well prepared, huh? Big knives, little knives, so eager to take my life." He knew these were mere pawns, the real threat was yet to come. So he suppressed his rage, or he would have struck them down with lightning long ago. Just surrender. Offend the Wang family in Donghai City, and there's no escape for you, haha. I don't believe the Wangs can rule Donghai with an iron fist. Ye Chen tangled with the assassins in combat. In the distance, the steward revealed a sinister grin. Just as I thought, still a green youth. I upped the assassin's rank, and he's struggling already. The previously dispatched black-clad men were all 2-turn. This time the assassins were 3-turn, none below level 50. Enough. Let's go. Capture him alive, and bring him to the Patriarch for judgment. The steward drew a pitch-black staff from his robe, chanted for a few seconds, and a dark magic array descended, enveloping the entire hotel. Plumes of black smoke billowed, plunging the place into an abyssal gloom where no light could penetrate. In the darkness, the steward's eyes glowed green. This is my battlefield. Perfect. I've been waiting for you. The steward's words had barely faded when Ye Chen's aura surged. He activated the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's power, coating his fists with vibrating spheres and slamming them into the assassins' chests. Tremor sky split. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, then cracks like spiderwebs appeared. The assassins' hearts and bones shattered, instantly slain by Ye Chen. He had been struggling with these 3-turn assassins not because he couldn't defeat them, but because he was waiting for the steward to walk into the trap. Now that the 4-turn dark mage steward had set up his magic array and swaggered in, Ye Chen had no reason to hold back. Waiting for me. Big talk. Don't think taking down a few 3-turn assassins means you can handle me. With that, the steward's black robe fluttered and a terrifying aura erupted. A 4-turn level 75 combatant. That was at least 20 levels higher than the assassins. For class changers, the higher the level, the more experience needed to advance. For instance, early on a single dungeon could yield multiple levels, but later several dungeons might not even grant one level. Thus, the steward, having reached level 75, must have survived countless dungeons, making him a battle-hardened veteran with far superior combat skills and experience. But this time he was careless. Ye Chen was no ordinary person, and the steward underestimated him because of his age. Ye Chen completely ignored the steward's dark array, saying coldly, "The Wang Patriarch sent you, didn't he? His son's death was his own fault. You killed my classmates, and you will pay with your lives. Why do you care? If the master hadn't ordered you taken alive, I'd have crippled you already." The steward raised his staff and chanted. Several streams of black smoke emerged, transforming into wailing specters or man-eating beasts charging at Ye Chen in smoky forms. Whether these were mental or physical attacks, Ye Chen, armed with the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, knew only one truth: overwhelming force breaks all techniques. Die. He coated both fists with the fruit's sphere, dispersing the black smoke with a single punch, then dashed to the steward and drove a fist toward his heart. Boom, boom, boom. The punch aimed at the steward was the heaviest. The vibrations rippled outward like concentric waves on a lake, shattering the air before the steward's chest. Blood vessels burst, bones snapped. How? Your level is wrong. The steward's internal organs were all crushed, leaving him with only half a breath. Even in death, he couldn't fathom how Ye Chen's power was so terrifying. Though the boy was a fresh graduate, his spiritual energy was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. Ye Chen walked over and stepped on his face. A dying man doesn't need to know so much. With that, he crushed the steward's skull. The black smoke that Ye Chen had scattered earlier converged again, taking the form of man-eating beasts and specters that devoured the corpses on the scene. A dark mage talent, just like Wang Outyin. The Wangs are truly vicious. Time to settle the score. Ye Chen broke through the dark magic array and left the hotel. Meanwhile, Wang Tianhao waited in the grand hall for the steward and his men. Let me think. Once the steward brings Ye Chen here alive, how should I torture him? Cut off his limbs and throw him into a beast cage. Watch him struggle. No, too easy. After much deliberation, Wang Tianhao decided to do it himself. He was a level 92 5-turn frenzied blood warrior with fists fierce and immense strength. In battle, blood could ignite his combat instincts. Frenzied blood warriors grew stronger with each clash and could even use blood to restore stamina. Thus, he believed a raw fist-to-fist brawl was the most satisfying way to vent his hatred and honor the spirits of his two sons. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the gate. Wang Tianhao's ears twitched, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Just capturing a brat. Couldn't you knock him out before bringing him? Why make such a racket? Let me see his miserable state. He strode out, eager to confront Ye Chen. But a hellish sight greeted him. The gate was shattered into pieces, and his servants lay slaughtered. What was more terrifying was that each body was charred as if struck by lightning. A strength-type warrior like me to shatter the gate. No, he also uses lightning magic. Could he be a 4-turn or higher lightning mage? Impossible. Where are the steward and the others? Wang Tianhao was in utter disbelief, unable to fathom which force he had offended. Logically, in Donghai City, only the city lord and the Xiao family could overpower him. But the city lord had no reason to strike, and the Xiao family's class talent was swordsmanship. As he was lost in confusion, a cold, youthful voice rang out, "No class at all. I'm just a humble farmer good at planting vegetables and feeding chickens." A farmer? Wang Tianhao's mind exploded. A realization dawned, and his pupils dilated in sheer disbelief. "Ye Chen, how can it be you?" Wang Tianhao's chest filled with rage, his resolve to kill Ye Chen growing stronger. The moonlight cast its silvery glow upon Ye Chen's face, so handsome it was almost impossible to behold, yet now utterly indifferent. He leaped down from the tree and strode step by step toward Wang Tianhao, showing no fear even in the face of a 5th-turn powerhouse. They say the newborn calf fears no tiger, but Wang Tianhao had never seen such a fearless young man. Was this merely not fearing the tiger? It was practically provoking it heathen. Yet as the head of one of the most prominent families in Donghai City, Wang Tianhao had his own dignity to uphold. Pointing at Ye Chen, he said, "Let's do this. I won't say I'm bullying you. If you can withstand one punch from me, I'll let you go. If not, you'll leave your life here." But Ye Chen refused to give him any face, retorting sharply, "What right does a butcher have to play the hypocrite? If you truly had the kindness to let me go, why did you mercilessly kill my friends? If I hadn't come to your doorstep today and you weren't afraid of tarnishing your reputation, would you have ever been so kind as to offer me a chance?" Realizing that his hidden schemes had been exposed by Ye Chen, Wang Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine, the hairs on his neck standing on end. This young man's intellect far surpassed his peers. No wonder Outyin was no match for him. "In that case, don't regret it when you die." Wang Tianhao frowned deeply. After tonight, his already tarnished reputation would gain yet another stain of infamy. The world outside would say that he, a 5th-turn frenzied blood warrior and a family patriarch, had stooped to fighting personally. Frenzied blood fist. Wang Tianhao clenched his fist, the wind howling as he charged at Ye Chen with murderous intent. Elementalize. Ye Chen transformed into lightning, nullifying the attack. What kind of ability is that? Wang Tianhao was bewildered, pushing off the ground to leap into the air. The next moment, Ye Chen appeared behind him. Startled, Wang Tianhao blinked away again. Ye Chen activated Lightning Flash, once more appearing behind him. What a... Wang Tianhao realized he was being toyed with by Ye Chen. Well, it didn't matter. He was never a speed-type class. Strength was what he prided himself on. Wang Tianhao issued a harsh threat. "If all you can do is run around, you'll die a miserable death." Then he threw a punch aimed at Ye Chen's vital point. This time, Ye Chen did not dodge. Quake Sky Rift. Ye Chen clenched his fist, unleashing a punch with his right hand to meet Wang Tianhao heat-in, activating the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. A sharp crack rang out. Where their fists collided, the air shattered like a mirror, and even the distant night sky split with another fissure, while the surrounding trees and grass were flattened. My hand. One of Wang Tianhao's arms burst open, the bones suffering irreversible pulverizing fractures. Flesh instantly tore apart, drenched in blood. In contrast, Ye Chen stood unscathed except for a shattered crater beneath his feet. The tremor sphere around his hand remained active. If he wished, he could annihilate Wang Tianhao at any moment. But if he did, wouldn't those classmates have died in vain? He stepped closer to the agonized Wang Tianhao, who now saw Ye Chen's figure as no different from a demon. What monstrous strength is this? No, don't come near me. Having lost an arm, Wang Tianhao's combat power was severely compromised, blood gushing from the wound. Just then, some servants returning from missions witnessed the scene, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. "Patriarch, what happened to you?" "Kill him. Kill him for me." Wang Tianhao furiously commanded the servants to charge at Ye Chen. Yet Ye Chen dispatched them like mowing down minions. A single basic attack wiped out a wave without needing to use any skills. The scene was brutal. Wang Tianhao's side was utterly defenseless. Just then, the frenzied blood warriors class trait awakened. "Useless wretches, better to sacrifice your blood to me." With his remaining hand, Wang Tianhao struck down the surviving servants from behind, then activated Blood Devour, converting their copious blood into his own stamina. Well done. The Wang family patriarch goes berserk, slaughters his entire household, and then takes his own life. Ye Chen smirked maliciously. How's that for a plausible story? Wang Tianhao trembled with rage. Ye Chen intended to annihilate his entire family and pin the blame on him. He never imagined his opponent could be so ruthless. Even he himself was terrified. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen was already before him. This punch is for Li Xiaoning. A crack of bones echoed. Wang Tianha's remaining arm was crippled. This punch is for Zhang Xiaobei. With a single blow, Ye Chen broke one of his legs. This punch is for Wang Daji. By now, Wang Tianhao was no longer the family patriarch. His combat power was inferior to that of an ordinary middle-aged man. This punch is for Wang Dakin's emotional damages. At that moment, Wang Tianhao was utterly crippled. His tendons and bones shattered, his limbs useless and immobile. With his last breath, he gasped, just spare my life, and I'll give you anything you want. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What frenzied blood warrior! He was now a blood-spitting warrior. Patriarch Wang, do you not understand the situation? Do I need you to give me anything? After I kill you, I'll take it myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianha's eyes instantly glazed over. A madman. This was a true madman. If he were given another chance, he would never provoke Ye Chen. Alas, there was no opportunity left. Another punch landed, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Wang Tianhao was dead. Ye Chen then entered Wang Tianha's villa and quickly located several safes. With a crackle, he gathered a ball of lightning in his right hand, controlling the force before releasing it. Thunder fist discharge. The outer shell of one safe burst open, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash. Another larger safe contained valuable spirit medicines, all of which could only be produced from high-difficulty secret realms. Too lazy to count them, Ye Chen swept everything into his storage space. Finally, he leaped high into the air and activated Quake Earth Shatter, shaking the place into ruins with one more tremor. It's over. Forgiving you is God's business. I'm only responsible for sending you to meet him. His gaze icy cold, he turned and left without looking back. Meanwhile, at Donghai City People's Hospital, Wang Dachuan, who was feigning illness in bed, suddenly heard his phone ring. Seeing it was Ye Chen, he quickly answered. Hey Chenga, how are you? It's safe here. Want to come hide out together? No need, the matter is already resolved. What do you mean by resolved? Don't do anything rash, Chenga. We can't just walk into a trap. Check out of the hospital. Stop pretending. I have something for you to do. Ye Chen didn't explain further. Wang Dachuan obediently completed his discharge procedures. In a secluded room, Ye Chen and Wang Dachuan met. This share is for Li Xiaoning's family. Zhang Xiaobei was an only child and his parents are old. Give them a bit more. And this one? Yes, that's about everything divided. The cash is all in large bills and can be used directly. The spirit medicines can be used personally or sold for money. Ye Chen entrusted all of this to Wang Dachuan, then added, and there's a share for you. The danger is over now. Staring at these spoils of war, Wang Dachuan seemed to guess something. Ye Chen was giving the cash and spirit medicines to the families of the fallen classmates. But where did all this come from? Chen Gu, you didn't sell off your assets to fight the Wang family to the death, did you? Wang Dachuan asked with clear eyes. No need. That's good. Wang Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief. I've already fought. Well, the one fighting for his life was Wang Tianhao. Huh. This. Wang Dachuan was utterly astonished. So Ye Chen briefly recounted what had happened. As Wang Dachuan listened, his mouth gradually shifted from a straight line to an E shape and finally to an O shape. Chen Guyu defeated the Wang family patriarch Wang Tianhao, a man in his 40s who's a class changer. Will the city lord investigate this? What are you planning to do next? Wang Dachuan asked with genuine concern. Ye Chen remained silent. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck Wang Dachuan. Chen Gu, why don't you take the special recruitment route and participate in the temple dungeon? Temple dungeon. Having transmigrated here, Ye Chen found no memory of this in his mind. You don't know? Well, the special recruitment path was never something we considered before, but things are different now. With that, Wang Dachuan began gesticulating excitedly. The temple dungeon, unlike the regular college entrance exam, is a special recruitment route into martial arts universities. The temple houses the phantom projections of 72 human emperors. If you gain the recognition of any one of them, you pass the assessment. Most importantly, those who pass the temple dungeon are granted priority protection by the Daxia Education Bureau. Even if you're investigated, it adds an extra layer of security. Ye Chen nodded. It sounded promising, so he asked, what do you mean by the phantom projections of human emperors? Human emperors are powerhouses above level 400 at turn 20, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Their phantom projections are a reflection of their level and combat power when they were our age. In other words, you have to defeat a human emperor at the age of 18. At this point, Wang Dachuan paused, realizing how impossible it sounded. Perhaps bringing up the temple dungeon was unnecessary. Human emperors were monsters. Their 18-year-old selves were nothing like ours. Some emperors were born at max level and soared after awakening their class at adulthood. Just as Wang Dachuan stopped, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He placed a hand on Wang Daquan's shoulder. Dachuan, you've given me some very useful information. The temple dungeon with its 72 emperors. I'm going to give it a try. Wang Dachuan recoiled. Shouldn't Gu people die in the temple dungeon too? Maybe you should think it over. Every city had its noble families. Defeating a family patriarch was nothing. Every human emperor in their youth had carved through an entire city. Thus Wang Dachuan urged him to reconsider. But Ye Chen simply patted his shoulder. Dachuan, remember to sign me up. Ye Chen returned to farming, leaving Wang Dachuan standing there in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, news of the Wang family's downfall quickly became a trending topic in Donghai. At the Donghai City Lord's mansion, a man with fiery red hair listened in disbelief to the report from the Dusk Temple. You're saying that when you woke up, Wang Tianha's entire household was gone, including the servants? Yes. You're saying Wang Tianhao went berserk from training, killed his own servants in madness? Yes. And then destroyed his own villa? Yes. Nonsense. Utter rubbish. The city lord's red hair bristled with rage. I send your Dusk Temple to investigate things, and all you report is either wind or rain. Last time a mountain was blasted flat, you called it a natural disaster. The sky splits open, and you blame it on bad weather. The city lord unleashed a furious tirade at the investigator from the Huanghan Xindian. He could not make sense of it. The Huanghan Xindian, usually efficient, seemed of late as if its mind had rusted, offering only strange and baffling replies. Seeing the city lord dissatisfied with his answers, the investigator in a golden robe showed no hint of fear. The Huanghan Xindian answered directly to the imperial capital, and this branch merely happened to be stationed in the city. The city lord could order the Huanghan Xindian to assist with affairs, but he had no authority to decide the posting or dismissal of its personnel. To put it plainly, even if a lowly guard of the Huanghan Xindian barred the city lord from entering, the city lord could not dismiss him. The decision belonged to the temple master alone. Continue the investigation until the truth is laid bare. I refuse to believe this is so simple. Do they take me for a child? Yes, city lord. Though the investigator did not fear the city lord, he still obeyed his orders. That day, the top trending news in Donghai was the downfall of the Wang family. The affair swept the city, spawning countless theories. Some said Wang Tianhao had practiced forbidden arts. After all, the Wang family favored dark professions, necromancers or shadow mages. Even Wang Tianhao, originally a warrior, had become a berserk, bloodthirsty fighter. Others suspected an enemy scheme, but then again, who would dare cross the Wang family? In Donghai, the Wangs were the tormentors, who would risk openly humiliating Wang Tianhao. At that moment, Ye Chen sat bent over noodles in a small tavern. A burly fellow beside him said, "Hey kid in that school uniform. You must be from Donghai Experimental School, right?" Ye Chen slurped, drawing another mouthful of noodles into his mouth. Then you should know Wang Tianha's son Wang Batian. Have you seen today's top trend? Any one video has millions of likes. I looked a bit. I was playing games, so I didn't pay it much attention. If you ask me, the Wangs brought this on themselves. Their rise was dirty. I heard teammates who went into secret realms with them became cannon fodder, while the Wangs kept all the spoils for themselves. Is that so? How? I don't know much. Boss the bill. Ye Chen finished his beef noodles and left. The man was astonished to discover how much he had eaten. 8 large bowls had sat before him. Either a reincarnated famished ghost or someone who had awakened a stamina-rich strength class. That night, Ye Chen sat on a field ridge in a daze, heedless of the gossip outside. Even though he had been the architect of the event, he felt not the slightest fear. He marveled at his own calm, as if the one who had extinguished the Wang family were someone else. Yet at the thought of classmates and friends slaughtered by the Wangs, his hatred flared. He wished he could slaughter them again. At that moment, a few seedlings in the field caught Ye Chen's eye. Weeds. When did these sprout? He bent to pull them up, but was stunned to find small sunflowers. Ye Chen recalled how when he last harvested Undying fruit, he had carelessly dropped a few uneaten raw seeds. Little sunflowers. Not weeds, but regrettably, I must remove you. Just as Ye Chen was about to crush them mercilessly, a mechanical system voice sounded. Ding. Your little sunflower has received a godlike upgrade, evolving into the sunflower of the Plants vs. Zombies realm completed. By collecting enough sunlight, the host may harvest any extraordinary plant from the Plants vs. Zombies realm. Ding. The host possesses a mythic grade talent, Wenangshi Shinong, and has activated a new skill, Hybrid Master Mendel. The host can arbitrarily crossbreed extraordinary plants, yielding any enhanced hybrid extraordinary plant from the Plants vs. Zombies crossbreed variant. Staring at the system's explanations, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. He had thought them mere weeds. Instead, they had evolved into a sunflower from Plants vs. Zombies, and even acquired the hybrid Master Mendel skill. He recalled from a past life the crossbreed mods of Plants vs. Zombies, Peas and Flowers, some potato mines, dual-shot cacti, even zombie pods that could manufacture zombies in reverse. He could plant any of these. With hybrid Master Mendel, Ye Chen's freedom to improvise could far exceed that old game. He might even mass-produce legions of plants, and perhaps an army of zombies. At that thought, Ye Chen did not uproot the sunflowers. Instead, he planned to set aside a larger plot for these extraordinary plants. Although storage spaces can hold living things, they contain no soil and cannot become a self-sustaining microworld. Ye Chen's next plan crystallized: find a treasure capable of forming a self-contained microworld. He would open a farm to cultivate demonic fruits, another to hybridize extraordinary plants, and a ranch to raise the cubs of primeval ferocious beasts. Ye Chen's heart swelled. What outsiders called a worthless profession, he was developing into an unparalleled existence. Since he had become an ancient eternity phenomenon, he felt more confident to challenge the equally singular emperor within the Xindian. The next morning, Ye Chen woke to find Donghai City changed once more. First, the Wang family's property was swiftly confiscated and items originally stolen were returned to their rightful owners. Then the city lord announced that inquiries into Wang Tianha's cause of death would be suspended for the moment. They would first reckon with the Wang family's prior misdeeds. Within 2 days, the situation had performed a complete reversal. The same incident topped Donghai's trending list twice, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Ye Chen did not know why the city lord had decided thus, but he knew his next step past the Xindian instance's trials in time and secure special protection from the state. Then even if the city lord uncovered the Wang family's crimes and re-examined Wang Tianha's death, Ye Chen could rest easy. Let them investigate. Even if they found evidence, he would deny it. Meanwhile, at the Shao residence, household head Shao Yuanfeng smiled faintly and said to his steward, "I will help the girl this far. What follows depends on that boy's fortune." The steward, clutching a thick stack of documents, replied with a grin, "Master, you are wise." With these accusations presented, the city lord truly turned the Wang family inside out. Wang Tianhao deserves no pity now. In fact, Xiao Rongyu had received the news the very night the Wang family fell. She was furious and deeply concerned for Ye Chen. She had realized that the murdered boys were those who had been close to Ye Chen. They were not henchmen like Duan Kuan. They would stand up for Ye Chen. Yet the Wang family bullied with impunity, and Ye Chen's allies were too few and too weak. Since these classmates had been killed, Ye Chen would certainly not swallow his anger. Still, Xiao Rongyu herself had not expected Ye Chen to wipe out the Wang family so completely. She did not know how at Ye Chen's level he had slain a 5th-rank berserk blood warrior. No matter, she knew how she should help him next. Xiao Rongyu immediately went to her father Xiao Yuanfeng, urging him to expose the Wang family's unsavory deeds over the years and to collect evidence to present to the city lord. Xiao Yuanfeng had at first refused. There was no need to pick a quarrel with an aristocratic clan. Yet upon learning Wang Tianhao was dead, his stance changed. So after the Huanghan Xindian's investigator departed, the Xiao steward brought a series of incriminating evidences to the city lord. Human trafficking, fraud, rape, abduction, arson, and murder. Everything was revealed about Wang Tianhao, accompanied by proof and testimony from victims. The city lord was livid. He normally led high-ranking reclassed warriors in defending against royal beasts and tackling difficult instances. He had never imagined the Wang family secretly employed such vile methods, enriching themselves while harming others. Thus, the Donghai city lord swiftly shifted priorities. Whether Wang Tianhao lived or died could be set aside. First investigate what he had done in life, then concern themselves with his death. At that moment, Ye Chen's phone rang. Wang Dakin's excited, breathy voice blurted out, "Brother Chen, good news. Good news. The city lord is not pursuing Wang Tianha's cause of death for now." Ye Chen replied calmly, I know. It's been top trending twice. I am not blind. Slow down, don't get so worked up. There is more good news. Do tell. I learned about the Xindian instance. Registration opens today, and the trials begin next week. Thanks, Dachuan. Send me the registration materials later. Brother Chen, are you really going? The Xindian instance is far harder than the Phoenix secret realm. I know it's difficult, but its value is great, isn't it? Or should I wait until the city lord finishes and then surrender myself? All right, Brother Chen, good luck. Don't be like that, I'm fine. Ye Chen opened his chat app and received the registration materials from Dachuan, which listed time, place, and other details. The nearest registration site for Ye Chen was a city called Tianji City. Tianji City. Isn't that where the Tianji Pavilion is located? Ye Chen read the materials and decided to register. Tianji City registration point. The The place was teeming with people of prodigies from every clan arrived accompanied by their relatives. The ancient sword clan. My apologies, I meant no offense. May I ask how many Tianjin Shi your clan has reclassed this year? You jest, friend. Tianjin Shi are 1 in 10,000. May I ask how many Jinzhou Fashi your clan awakened this year? You old foxes are hiding your cards, aren't you? I can already see your clan's Tianjin Shi and Jinzhou Fashi. At that moment, Ye Chen arrived travel-worn and weary. On his way, he had used every spare minute to learn about Tianji City, though previously he had only known of the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion, as its name suggested, was dedicated to probing the secrets of heaven, a natural talent for rare professions like diviners and sorcerers. Tianji City neighbored Donghai City, spanning a vast territory of 10,000 li, where legend held that the ground was once paved with gold. Within the city stood 5 golden platforms and 12 jade towers renowned across the land for its single pavilion and single hall. The pavilion was the Tianji Pavilion, and the hall was the Sacred Hall, which housed 72 statues of human emperors. The Sacred Hall's trials were merely one of its primary functions. Arriving at the registration site, he overheard a few old men chattering incessantly. Even in their old age, they were so gossipy, and what's more, they were all trying to conceal things from each other. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any proof that your clan produced a heaven sword master? Said an old man whose robe was embroidered with sword-shaped cloud patterns. Exactly. My clan has no forbidden curse mage. Don't spread rumors about things that don't exist. Another old man, his robe adorned with runic formations, glared and bristled with anger. Finally, the third old man could no longer hold back. He unleashed a torrent of words, fighting 2 against 1. No forbidden curse mage. Then what about that little granddaughter of yours from the Li family? And you, the Shao family, don't think I don't know you're hiding in Donghai? This old man can read the fates. Oh no, they had all been seen through. The 2 elders both leaned back, shock etched on their faces. May I ask who you are? I am merely a 6th-turn transcendent sorcerer. I observed the stars last night. Having said this, the little old man left feeling quite pleased with himself. At that moment, Ye Chen happened to pass by. The old man from the Li family asked him, "Young man, which family are you from? You've come to register for your young master, haven't you?" Good heavens, he had mistaken Ye Chen for a family servant. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, but then he heard the old man from the Shao family say, "You look like you're from Donghai. Are you here to register for the Lu family?" "I'm registering for myself." The Shao family elder's white beard trembled again. Looking at this young man's attire, he didn't seem like a prodigy from a noble family. Could it be he didn't know what the Sacred Hall was? He suddenly became more interested in Ye Chen and followed him to the qualification verification area. The examination staff asked, name, place of origin, awakened profession, and best achievement. Ye Chen, Donghai City farmer, first place in the Phoenix secret realm. Upon hearing farmer, the staff member was about to dismiss him, but then came the mention of first place in the secret realm. He quickly pressed further. Which school did you graduate from? Do you have any supporting documents? Fortunately, after reviewing the registration materials Wang Dachuan had sent, Ye Chen came well prepared. He produced a letter of recommendation from the school principal complete with the school seal. Donghai Experimental School Class 11 of transfers. So you're a student of that old principal. First place, not bad, not bad. After confirming everything was in order, the staff member's tone turned serious. But I must warn you, the Sacred Hall trial is far more difficult than the secret realms you've experienced. It's a matter of life and death. You must be certain. Ye Chen nodded without hesitation. Having lived 2 lives, he wanted to see different sights and experience what it meant to stand at the peak and see all other mountains at a glance. The staff member handed him something akin to an admission ticket. The exam is next week. Be on time. Ye Chen took the ticket and turned to leave. At this point, the little old man from the Shao family sidled up with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Young man, you're from Donghai Experimental School, aren't you? Our family head has a dearly beloved daughter who also studies there. No disciples. Don't know you. Not interested. Ye Chen already knew what the other party wanted and delivered a ruthless triple refusal before heading back to Donghai City. In the days that followed, Ye Chen engaged in hellish training, pushing his spiritual energy to its limits, while simultaneously activating the powers of 2 devil fruits. Lightning crackled in his left hand, and a barrier of force surrounded his right. The power of thunder intertwined with the power of vibration, and a terrifying pressure radiated from him. After training, he logged onto the forum and browsed some posts about the Sacred Hall trial. One post read, although the 72 emperors enshrined in the Sacred Hall were all monumental figures who shook the past and present, when choosing their opponents, the various prodigies deliberately avoided certain selections. Based on the past results of the Sacred Hall trials, these frequently avoided choices can be summarized into the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The main ones were the Great Emperor of Strength Hong, the Tsang Emperor, the Yu Emperor, the Shun Emperor, the Thunder Emperor Futian. Just the list of 72 emperors was enough to make Ye Chen's head spin, and he couldn't be bothered to memorize all these so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After all, he had only one principle: take life and death lightly and fight if you disagree. No matter what opponent he faced, he would never back down. Therefore, Ye Chen felt there was no need to memorize these things and then deliberately avoid them in battle. His only task was to continuously improve his combat strength. On the other side, Xiao Yuanfeng and a little old man arrived at the foot of a mountain. Patriarch, you've suppressed the young master for so many years. It's time to loosen the reins. The little old man was particularly talkative along the way, constantly complaining. All right, I get it. Did you register him or not? Xiao Yuanfeng asked. The little old man nodded happily. Having served the Xiao family for years, he knew that Xiao Yuanfeng was different from other clan patriarchs. While others had many children, Xiao Yuanfeng had only one son and one daughter. For this very reason, the little old man couldn't understand why Xiao Yuanfeng had suppressed his young master for so many years. Xiao Yuanfeng arrived at a cave near which a spring babbled and a waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way. He unsealed the barrier, and in an instant, overwhelming sword energy surged from the cave. You rebellious son, still deep in your cups and not awake. Xiao Yuanfeng's gaze sharpened, and he pointed his fingers like a sword, slashing toward the cave. In the brief exchange, the youth inside the cave held his own. After a moment, a lazy voice emerged. Father, wine. I want wine. Come out. It'll allow you 7 days of drunkenness to participate in the Sacred Hall trial. The youth inside was overjoyed. If you pass the Sacred Hall trial, I will no longer restrict your freedom. Hearing this, the youth could no longer contain himself. Reeking of alcohol, he stumbled out of the cave. Fine, as long as I can drink, I'll agree to anything. The youth was named Xiao Mukin, Xiao Ranji's older brother. Outsiders only knew he had awakened the exceedingly rare Heaven Sword Master profession, but they were unaware of his innate talent, Drunken Sword Immortal. Once he drank, his power would skyrocket, but the cost was unconsciousness. Occasionally, during a heavy drinking binge, he would unleash terrifying, indiscriminate attacks. To prevent his son from becoming a wanton killer among the aristocratic youth, Xiao Yuanfeng had no choice but to restrict his freedom and desperately guard the secret of the Drunken Sword Immortal talent. After all, the exceedingly rare Heaven Sword Master was already born with a sword-like constitution. Combined with the Drunken Sword Immortal talent, his future was destined to rival the Emperor's. His talent surpassed even Xiao Ranji's, so Xiao Yuanfeng had to adopt an unconventional approach to nurture his growth. 7 days later, the prodigies of various noble families gathered in Tianji City. Ye Chen also arrived alone. The scene was even more lively than during registration. Any one of those qualified to participate in the Sacred Hall trial could crush the vast majority of people. For this very reason, so many spectators had come to watch the excitement. Everyone, keep your voices down. A live broadcast has been specially opened today. Even if you're at home, you can watch on your phone, said the young woman in charge of maintaining order, her voice as sweet as her appearance. The crowd entered the center of the Sacred Hall and began selecting their opponents. A young man, utterly drunk, staggered in his steps, so unsteady he seemed unable to walk straight. Where did this drunkard come from? How can he participate in the Sacred Hall trial? Others shook their heads. Xiao Mukin stepped forward and declared, I want to fight the Sword Emperor. These words shocked the crowd. They thought a drunkard like you wants to challenge the Sword Emperor. How utterly foolish. Xiao Mukin paid no heed to the stares. Holding a gourd of wine in one hand and a sword at his waist, he vanished from sight. But before the commotion could settle, it was Ye Chen's turn to choose his opponent. He was the only contestant without any clan members accompanying him. The examination staff announced, Ye Chen, farmer from Donghai City, please select your opponent. The citizens of Tianji City erupted in an uproar. A farmer? He's actually a farmer. What's a peasant doing here? How strange. In all my years in Tianji City, I never knew Donghai City had gotten so impressive, sending a peasant to compete. This batch of examinees is truly bizarre. That drunkard earlier was also from Donghai City, and now Heirace, a farmer. In the end, the one who passes the trial will be someone from our Tianji City. Donghai City is doomed to fail completely. A panel lit up displaying 18 opponents per page across 4 pages for contestants to choose from. However, Ye Chen frowned after looking at it, and actually said, next batch. This time, not only the citizens of Tianji City, but even the online viewers in the live stream lost their composure. Don't tell me you think you're picking a girl in a KTV. And you want a next batch? These are human emperors. Do you know the weight of an emperor? Any one of them could crush you, and you want a different selection. Although these are only projections of the emperors at 18 each one is an army unto themselves. I advise you to show some respect. Both contestants from Donghai City don't seem to take the Sacred Hall trial seriously. I suggest we reduce their quota in the future. Immediately people began to gossip and criticize matters that didn't concern them. Ye Chen, however, paid them no mind. His gaze fell upon an emperor known as the Thunder Emperor. I challenged the Thunder Emperor. Having made his choice, Ye Chen pressed confirm. At this moment, it wasn't the ignorant bystanders who were excited, but the insiders who had studied the Sacred Hall trials. What? I remember the Thunder Emperor is ranked among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on the list of opponents even the prodigies avoid. It's over. This hick from Donghai City must not have done his homework. He's courting death by challenging the Thunder Emperor. When a bolt of heavenly thunder comes down, hell realize it's better to go back to farming. The Thunder Emperor was once a 20th turn Thunder Mage. Although we can't see the actual battle, there's no doubt this kid is as good as dead. The trial began, and Ye Chen also vanished from sight. At the top of the temple, several chief examiners formed a circle surveying the entire examination hall from above. None of them were below the 5th rank, dressed in a variety of professional attire ranging from support roles to control types and main combatants. At that moment, an old man approached. Although he appeared somewhat frivolous, not a single chief examiner dared to slight him. Elder Chen, you have arrived. What are your thoughts on this assessment? The old man was the 6th rank extraordinary mage known for predicting fortunes based on celestial phenomena, nicknamed Chen Banshan. You all in Tianji City should feel the pressure. The youngsters from Donghai City are quite remarkable. Elder Chen's words left the chief examiners momentarily stunned. No way in previous temple assessments Donghai City has always been inconspicuous. It was all about participation. Elder Chen casually found a spot to sit down, completely contrasting with the serious standing examiners. Just keep watching, and you'll know. After disappearing from everyone's sight, Ye Chen arrived at the 7th layer of the temple, where an endless, boundless, chaotic space materialized. He felt as if he was in outer space, his feet off the ground, floating in the air, and as he opened his eyes, he could see the twinkling stars. At this moment, the authoritative voices of several chief examiners echoed. Everyone will receive a return scroll. This is your only chance to save your life. Remember, if you really can't hold on, don't push through. Quickly use the return scroll to return to the center of the temple. Of course, returning midway will be considered a failure in the assessment. Since these candidates are all exceptionally talented transmuters, the country is reluctant to see them perish in the temple's assessment, thus specially prepared the return scrolls. Even so, the death rate in the temple assessment remains alarmingly high each year. The reason is simple. On one hand, battling the emperor is perilous, and on the other hand, many geniuses have strong egos. Admitting defeat is often harder for them than death. Little do they know, for the emperor, geniuses are merely the threshold to confront him. An 18-year-old emperor can still crush a multitude of prodigies. After explaining the rules, a beam of white light appeared beside Ye Chen. Return scroll temple assessment exclusive can urgently send the contestant back to the center of the temple. Consumable can only be used once. Ye Chen stored it in his spatial pouch. Despite the battle with the Thunder Emperor, he had no intention of using this scroll. He would rather let it gather dust. The reason he chose to challenge the Thunder Emperor was that Ye Chen had consumed the Thunder Fruit, granting him the power of lightning. He wanted to witness the might of the Thunder Emperor, who once was a level 20 Thunder Mage. A phantom appeared among the countless stars, its size surpassing even that of a planet, majestic and unfathomable in power. Are you the challenger? Yes. Why do you not bow? The Emperor is your end, not mine. This exchange reached the large screens outside the temple, causing all spectators to gasp in astonishment. Utterly arrogant indeed, exceedingly arrogant. Which family's youth dares to speak to the Emperor like this? What do you mean the Emperor is not my end? Has he gone mad, aiming for the heavens, wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? In the chaotic space, the Thunder Emperor's phantom did not get angry at Ye Chen's words. Instead, he felt that humanity had such descendants appearing, bringing true hope. Ding! You have entered the temple instance. Your choice is to challenge the Thunder Emperor. First stage, withstand a strike from the Thunder Emperor. Points 100, no upper limit. The more damage you withstand, the more points you will earn. Note the Thunder Emperor's attacks are extremely forceful and violent. Avoiding the thunder punishment is nearly impossible. If you can't withstand it, remember to use the return scroll. After reading the prompt, Ye Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Just how desperate was the Xia Education Bureau to prevent these promising talents from dying? Even at this point, they still reminded him to use the return scroll. If these contestants were truly afraid of death, they shouldn't have come at all. After all, participating in ordinary secret realms would still allow them to enter martial arts universities. Why bother with the special route of the temple assessment? The reason for coming here was, after all, to prove oneself right. Since that's the case, he was even less inclined to use the return scroll. Otherwise, what would he prove? That he was a cowardly weakling. Ye Chen looked up and directly met the Thunder Emperor's phantom gaze. "I'm ready, bring it on." A voice echoed from the void, "Good courage withstand my strike." In an instant, millions of lightning bolts struck down from the vast universe toward Ye Chen. At this moment, the information regarding the first stage was simultaneously displayed on the large screen outside the temple. Ha ha ha, what did I say before? This is what happens when you participate in the assessment without a strategy, just like taking an exam without studying. I told you the Thunder Emperor's first stage is generally to avoid. Oh, look how domineering this one is. The first stages of other emperors typically have some leeway. Indeed, having to withstand a strike from the Thunder Emperor in the first stage, though this is an 18-year-old emperor, isn't this too difficult? A lightning bolt strikes down, and who can withstand this? Another arrogant young genius is about to perish. I say these people are too young, filled with youthful arrogance, often unaware of their own limitations. Thinking that being first in Donghai City is something remarkable, little do they know that there are greater heavens and people beyond them. It's a pity there won't be another chance. Perhaps in the next life, they should be more cautious. I dare bet that in less than 3 seconds, news of this kid's demise will spread. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds later, the big screen indeed updated. Ye Chen earned points 100, Ye Chen earned points 200, Ye Chen earned points 1000. All the spectators were left dumbfounded. No way. This kid didn't die, and his points keep increasing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Where's the screen administrator? Fix this. Within the chaotic space at the moment the lightning fell, Ye Chen activated the ability of the Thunder Fruit in advance, transforming his body into a lightning elemental form. The millions of lightning bolts not only failed to harm him, but instead continuously charged him, making his energy even more abundant. Gradually the lightning attacks ceased. Ye Chen's points also reached a terrifying 9,999. Now even the chief examiners at the top of the temple were astonished. What's happening on the 7th layer? Is there a problem? The temple has a meticulous design, spending billions each year on repairs and maintenance. But how could this happen? Holy cow. Points 9999, this is truly a problem. The examiner, who was convinced there was no issue, was so startled that he swore on the spot. Other chief examiners laughed out loud at the sight. Although they were professionally trained and wouldn't laugh, no matter how funny it was, they couldn't help it. Elder Chun beside them said, "Quickly check the situation on the 7th layer. The 2 contestants from Donghai City should be closely observed." After passing the first stage's test, Ye Chen looked at his points panel. 9999. Has it directly reached the limit? Who cares, let's move on to the next stage. Second stage, break the Thunder Emperor's defense. Points 2000, time limit is 1 hour. Note if your damage is too light, you will be directly kicked out. Immediately a shield formed of purple lightning appeared. This was the Thunder Emperor's defense in the second stage. Seeing this, Ye Chen smiled slightly and said, "Me light damage. I just withstood so much damage, I'm fully charged now. Now it's time to return all that damage using the Thunder Emperor's attack along with his own lightning. Or would he still fear breaking through your defense?" Ye Chen twisted his neck, loosened his muscles, and after warming up began to gather the power of thunder. 200 million volts, Thunder God. His mental energy was rapidly consumed. Ye Chen's body was surrounded by lightning and continuously expanded, transforming into the ethereal form of the Thunder God. A blue giant hand suddenly slapped towards the Thunder Emperor's shield. Ye Chen, in the form of the Thunder God, battled the Thunder Emperor with 2 different colored lightning bolts colliding in the universe. Zizizi. A massive shockwave spread out, almost deforming the surrounding space. Ye Chen exerted force again, and with a crisp sound the Thunder Emperor's shield shattered. Second stage passed. The message was relayed again, and the chief examiners at the top were dumbfounded while the public outside was astonished to the point of speechlessness. He broke the Thunder Emperor's shield. Isn't he a farming master from Donghai City? Did he break it with a hoe? Holy cow! After watching this assessment today, I truly doubt life. Abstract and absurd. I pinched my thigh several times and found that I wasn't dreaming. Finally, within the chaotic space, the third stage of the Thunder Emperor's assessment appeared. Third stage, the Thunder Emperor's phantom descends. Defeat the Thunder Emperor Hedon. Points 10,000, no time limit. Note the lack of a time limit is because most people can't last more than 3 seconds. Ye Chen smiled again upon hearing this. Not lasting more than 3 seconds. That's right, but that person won't be me. The next moment, that boundless figure began to condense and shrink, surprisingly taking on the appearance of a human girl. The Thunder Emperor is actually a woman. This 18-year-old Thunder Emperor looks even shorter than me. The female human emperor walked towards Ye Chen barefoot, with lightning flickering in her wake, displaying her imperial might. However, Ye Chen was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was even more excited. An 18-year-old female emperor. Bold, you dare not bow before the emperor and dare to glance around. Enraged, the female emperor raised her hand to cast a spell intending to suppress Ye Chen. Ye Chen activated his ability again, with billions of volts of current transforming into a larger, thicker, lightning dragon charging towards the female emperor. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their battle echoed endlessly, with each move carrying terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of destroying the entire chaotic space. This is also the reason the temple spends exorbitant amounts each year. After an unknown duration, the youthful figure of the Thunder Emperor became increasingly faint, indicating her energy was dwindling until she was finally scattered by Ye Chen's punch. Although the female emperor was stunningly beautiful and undeniably a great beauty, Ye Chen showed no mercy. This was merely an assessment. It determined both rank and life. Ye Chen, you are strong. I acknowledge you. Third stage passed. Total time taken 10 minutes. Congratulations, you are the first contestant to pass this year's temple assessment. Please choose your reward. As this shocking news spread, the crowd that had previously mocked Ye Chen instantly became the jesters. Buddy, check if my nose has turned red. Don't say anything. I'll also find a wig to wear. From now on, the circus won't lack clowns. The chief examiners at the top were also in shock. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to pass the temple assessment. Is this something a human can accomplish? This must be a humanoid ancient beast. This kid has the demeanor of an emperor. Hurry to check last year's records and see what the fastest passing speed was. Meanwhile, within the temple, a space that had never been selected by anyone appeared with a strong imperial fluctuation. What does the Thunder Emperor amount to? I, the Hongtian Emperor, am also willing to fight. At the top of the sanctum, as Ye Chen's clearance record appeared, a chief examiner hurriedly checked the past participants' records. Have you found it? How does it compare? Found it. The fastest clearance in the sanctum's history was 90 minutes. The crowd was shocked. Ye Chen had not only broken the record, but crushed it. 90 minutes. That means the fastest took an hour and a half, yet this Ye Chen did it in just 10 minutes. That speed is terrifying. I take longer than 10 minutes just to use the restroom, and he challenged the Thunder Emperor. With these words, the examiners realized an even more frightening truth. That Ye Chen, the creator of the 10-minute record, had not cut corners, but chose the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors which no one else dared to pick. At this thought, every examiner present gasped. Even the transcendent sorcerer Old Man Chen looked horrified. I never calculated this variable. This child's future is limitless. On the 7th floor of the sanctum, the blurred chaotic space around Ye Chen vanished, replaced by the true scene of the 7th floor. He landed steadily and examined the rewards for clearing the trial. One item caught his attention. Experience 200, level up by 2. Name Celestial Otherworld. Grade SS class, ultra-rare equipment, king tier treasure. Area adjusts freely based on the user's mental strength. 1 point of mental strength equals 1 square meter. Effect can store items directly or relocate land from the real world. Description: one of the rewards for passing the sanctum trial. It can create a realm forming an otherworldly space to hold objects, beasts, and treasures. Unlike ordinary storage spaces, the Celestial Otherworld is a real living mini-world. It cannot be stored with other storage equipment due to spatial repulsion. Ye Chen was immensely satisfied, for this equipment perfectly suited him. In the future, he would grow more devil fruits, raise countless ancient beasts, and manage a vast army of plants and zombies. With so many things, the farm back home would never suffice. Creating a mini-world exactly met his needs. Moreover, this equipment would expand as his mental strength increased. I have over 10,000 points of mental strength, which translates to over 10,000 square meters. With a thought, Ye Chen equipped the Celestial Otherworld and quickly bound it to himself. The sanctum's grand screen lit up. Candidate Ye Chen defeated the Thunder Emperor's projection and successfully obtained an SS-class equipment item. Upon seeing this announcement, countless outside eyes turned red, not from emotion, but from envy and jealousy. Am I seeing this right? He just got an SS-class ultra-rare item. I mocked him before, but now I'm the real fool. He's getting rewards left and right. Me too. Looking back, what right did I have to laugh at him? I'm completely broken today, woo-woo. Alas, we failed to recognize a true talent. In this sanctum trial, Donghai City has produced a dark horse. Many residents of Tianji City were crestfallen. They usually outshone their neighbors from Donghai City, but now they were overtaken for the first time by a farmer none of them had thought much of. Even the chief examiners at the sanctum's top floor drooled over the celestial otherworld in Ye Chen's hand. A king-tier treasure was equipment that even fifth-tier or higher professionals coveted. Just then, an extraordinarily terrifying fluctuation emanated from within the sanctum. Several examiners staggered, barely able to stay on their feet. How is this possible? The sanctum costs hundreds of billions annually. How can it not withstand a gust of wind? Old Man Chun, rising from the ground like a dying man revived, said, "No, this isn't the building shaking from wind. It's the imperial might of an emperor." The examiners exchanged bewildered glances. Imperial might. A glint of starlight flashed in Old Man Chen's eyes. If my calculations are correct, this imperial fluctuation comes from the 72nd floor of the sanctum. The 72nd floor. That's where the Hong Heavenly Emperor resides. These examiners nearly fainted. They never expected the Hong Heavenly Emperor on the 72nd floor to be stirred. The Hong Heavenly Emperor, known as the Emperor of Strength, ranked first in sheer power. Many participants deliberately avoided him as spells could still have weaknesses. But with strength you had to meet it heathen. Who in their right mind would clash with a strength-type emperor? That would be akin to seeking death. Just as the examiners sought the cause, a majestic voice seemed to travel across the river of time. "Young one of the human race, dare you fight this emperor?" The entire sanctum shook again. The voice reached the examiners, snapping them back to reality. Could it be? The Hong Heavenly Emperor wants to fight Ye Chen. Very likely. Many participants have avoided this floor, leaving the Hong Emperor's projection without opponents for years. Even an emperor cannot bear such loneliness over the ages. Moreover, the Hong Emperor is bold and passionate, craving exhilarating battles. If we don't find him an opponent soon, the entire sanctum might be at risk. With that, the examiners decided to contact Ye Chen. On the 7th floor of the sanctum, Ye Chen had already heard the voice. Especially the line, "What is the Thunder Emperor? I, the Hong Heavenly Emperor, am willing to fight." Only Ye Chen had heard. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Things were spiraling beyond control. He was the one supposed to challenge an emperor, so why was the emperor now challenging him? Thus, when the examiners contacted Ye Chen to explain the situation, he agreed without hesitation. Such a reaction caught the top-floor examiners off guard. They scrambled to persuade him. "Listen, Ye Chen, you've already passed the sanctum trial. You can choose any special admission to any martial university. For this extra match, we'll give you a return scroll. Even if you withdraw midway, it won't count as a failure. Remember, the Hong Heavenly Emperor is an emperor who attained the Tao in ancient times, even more ancient than the Thunder Emperor. He once single-handedly guarded the Imperial Pass, slaughtering alien races until they dared not invade." The examiners rambled, desperately describing the Hong Emperor's might, hoping Ye Chen wouldn't be arrogant and would know when to retreat. After all, having defeated the Thunder Emperor Heiden, these examiners now treasured Ye Chen and didn't want him to fall due to this unexpected turn. However, Ye Chen raised his hand to cut off their warnings. "Thank you, but I think the Hong Emperor has grown impatient. Let's begin. You really don't want to rest." As the examiner spoke, the entire sanctum shook violently again. With each tremor, the sanctum administrators' hearts bled. This year's maintenance costs would rise by another tens of billions. "No need. My mental state is excellent. I'm ready to fight anytime." Ye Chen's tone was firm. Truth be told, thanks to the Thunder Fruit, he hadn't even reached his limits during the battle with the Thunder Emperor's projection. On the contrary, that peerless female emperor's lightning had left Ye Chen feeling a pleasant tingle, and by the battle's end it had become a form of enjoyment. The female emperor had scolded him for being irreverent. Others trembled before an emperor, yet he didn't even bow, and his eyes kept wandering over her form. Seeing Ye Chen insist on an immediate battle, the examiners had no choice but to agree. They teleported him to the 72nd floor of the sanctum, the lair of the Hong Heavenly Emperor, the Emperor of Strength. Outside, the clueless onlookers wondered if something had gone wrong in the sanctum. No way, the building's shaking. Did it break? Earlier, when Ye Chen's score was 9,999, I thought the screen was malfunctioning. The admin said it wasn't, but now the whole building's shaking. How do you explain that? Exactly. With costs in the hundreds of billions each year, are you guys cooking the books? Finally, when news came that Ye Chen was about to face the Hong Emperor, the onlookers were stunned into silence. "Ye Chen? Again? Are you sure it's not a namesake? How can one person fight two matches? Was that commotion just now because of this? The Emperor has exerted his might. Damn. Is he challenging the Emperor, or is the Emperor challenging him? Did you notice? Last time Ye Chen chose the Thunder Emperor himself. This time the Hong Emperor chose him. Both of these emperors are on the avoidance list. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all opponents other participants try to avoid. Yet Ye Chen, a mere farmer, is going to duel 2 of them consecutively. Even a fool wouldn't agree to this. Winning one match is already a miracle from the ancestors. Take the win and run. No, this fool actually agreed. If it were me, I'd never agree. Win one and leave. Alas, youth and arrogance. He doesn't know when to quit. The Hong Emperor is the Emperor of Strength. Ye Chen is doomed. The onlookers sighed in regret. Initially, they hadn't favored Ye Chen, but after the Thunder Emperor battle, they had changed their minds and grown fond of him. Now, seeing his unwise choice, they once again saw him as just an arrogant youth. On the 72nd floor of the sanctum. Ding. You have entered the sanctum instance. Triggered hidden instance about to challenge the Hong Heavenly Emperor. A pillar of white light descended from the sky, and Ye Chen's form materialized within it, sent there by the examiners. Opening his eyes, he found this place different from the chaotic cosmos of the Thunder Emperor. It was a vast, untamed wilderness, a true ancient battlefield. Indeed, as the examiners had said, the Hong Emperor hailed from the great wilderness, an emperor who attained the Tao in ancient times. Ye Chen's feet trod upon the solid yellow earth, and a thick ancient aura washed over him. Then a voice rang out, ancient and ethereal. Young one of the human race, your courage is admirable, daring to fight me. The Thunder Emperor once sought teachings from me when she was but a lightning mage. I am considered her half-master. Today, seeing you defeat her, my battle lust is ignited. I seek a fight. So the Hong Emperor was the Thunder Emperor's master. He seemed to have been a warrior class once, but after ages who knew what profession he had evolved into. Ye Chen observed carefully as an invisible wave of oppressive pressure surged toward him like a tide. So this is the imperial might of the Hong Heavenly Emperor. It is indeed more profound than that of the Thunder Emperor, as befits the great emperor renowned for his strength. Having reached this level, he has abandoned the arcane arts of ordinary job changers, devoting himself entirely to the most primal power, embodying the principle that pure strength can overcome all sorcery. Fortunately, having now consumed the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, Ye Chen felt confident in a contest of raw power. A robust, solid figure emerged from the desolate wilderness. His expression was neutral, yet his face carried a profound bleakness and indifference. Ye Chen looked up and saw a human powerhouse from the primordial era, a time when job classifications were not as diverse as they are now. But every awakened job was exceptionally powerful, for the human living environment back then was extremely perilous, and this was a mutual adaptation. Without a moment's hesitation, the two exchanged a glance, and then engaged in battle. The entire desolate land echoed with the sound of flesh pounding against flesh as one deep crater after another was punched into the ground. The outside audience watched the announcements on the giant screen in disbelief. When Ye Chen exchanged the first blow with the Hong Heavenly Emperor, they called it luck, claiming his head would be blown off in the next. When Ye Chen exchanged the second blow, they said he was being suppressed and would surely not last another round. When Ye Chen exchanged the third blow, they said he was severely wounded and surely on the verge of death. Gradually, Ye Chen lost count of how many rounds and blows he had exchanged with the Hong Heavenly Emperor. Yet he still held his ground, channeling the spherical barrier of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit into his fists, unleashing its quaking force to confront the Hong Heavenly Emperor head-on. Finally, those who had been disparaging Ye Chen began to recognize the reality, and some even changed their tune. Wait, something's not right. Have you ever seen someone so gravely injured continue fighting for this long? Exactly, especially against the great Emperor of Strength, where there's no room for trickery. It means he isn't injured at all. All our guesses were wrong. Damn, I've been a clown 2 or 3 times today. How embarrassing. Ye Chen's strength is unfathomable. He'll never jump to conclusions again, boo-hoo. The chief examiners at the top were equally dumbfounded. He is trading blows evenly with the Hong Heavenly Emperor. This Ye Chen, doesn't he need to catch his breath? 2 consecutive major battles, all against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And he's not losing ground, instead he's fighting more fiercely. An 18-year-old job changer, just how much mental energy does he have to endure such an ordeal? On the 72nd floor of the sanctum, a primordial desolate battlefield materialized. The 2 fought to the edge of the wasteland, crossing from the southwest corner of the earth to the northeast in the blink of an eye. Not bad. You can keep up with this emperor's speed, the Hong Heavenly Emperor praised. Ye Chen smiled, faintly, relying entirely on the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit. He wouldn't dare expend so much if his mental energy hadn't broken through 20,000 points. Quake, earth split. Ye Chen didn't hesitate, throwing a punch at the Hong Heavenly Emperor. The surrounding air exploded, and even the entire space fractured like a spiderweb, splitting the whole primordial battlefield apart. A single punch can sunder the battlefield. A flicker of surprise passed through the Hong Heavenly Emperor's eyes. Both of them had reached the extreme in both strength and speed, which was why the onlookers could only understand the battle through the statistics on the giant screen. Otherwise, the naked eye simply couldn't keep up. Wherever they fought, the air would instantly detonate, changing too quickly to see clearly. Finally, the Hong Heavenly Emperor's iron-like body halted in midair, and an invisible pressure radiated once more. Imperial Art Transformation of Freedom. 3 figures flew out from his body, coalescing into 3 great emperors identical in form, appearance, and even strength, including the Hong Heavenly Emperor himself, for now attacked Ye Chen. Dense fists rained down like hailstones upon the ground, each punch carrying the power to annihilate heaven and earth, shattering the entire battlefield into dust. The giant screen relayed the news once more, flooding the live stream with bullet comments. Great one splits the battlefield, the other crushes it. Is this the legendary peak match? Peak match? This is insane. I'd call it a madhouse match. If I were in there, I'd have been scared out of my mind. Ye Chen truly has the bearing of a great emperor, forcing the Hong Heavenly Emperor to use his imperial art. But now his own life hangs in the balance. I take back my apology. Suddenly, I feel confident again. Ye Chen is done for this time. Hey buddy, back to being a clown, huh? Who's the clown? Let's wait and see. The playful bullet comments added a touch of levity to the grim battle. However, the chief examiners at the top frowned deeply. The Hong Heavenly Emperor is getting serious. Does Ye Chen still have a chance to survive? Making it this far is already remarkable. There's really no need to force it any further. These geniuses are something else. Though Dashan never lacks geniuses, they shouldn't throw their lives away like this. Elder Chen, do you think Ye Chen can survive? Elder Chen held a round plate covered in star-like patterns, allowing him to simulate the night sky during the day for astrological calculations. He sighed and said, I've already calculated. This child is beyond the intangible. Even I find it hard to predict his fate. Upon hearing this, the other examiners grew anxious. Just then, Elder Chen's next words caught their attention. However, on the 36th floor, that young heavenly sword master from the Shao family of the East Sea, you might want to keep an eye on him. The examiners checked the situation and found that the examinee on that floor was named Shao Mukin, facing the Sword Emperor. Though his figure swayed and a gourd of wine was never far from his hand, his sword strikes carried an elusive aura, as if a banished immortal had descended to the mortal world. It's said that the heavenly sword master is born with a sword bone, but what's with that wine gourd? This Shao Mukin is no ordinary either. The candidates sent from Donghai City this year are all monsters. The chief examiner's gaze returned to the 72nd floor. As the smoke finally cleared, a strikingly handsome figure appeared in the hazy mist, a faint smile playing on his lips. What? Ye Chen is still smiling. Being besieged by a great emperor would terrify anyone else to death. Has he gone mad, or has he completely given up? After all, geniuses are human too. When they realize they've made an extremely unwise, foolish decision, they too feel despair and regret. Driven insane by 4 Hong Heavenly Emperors ganging up on him. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for the legendary farmer Ye Chen. The next second, Ye Chen shot into the air. The reason for his smile was his discovery that his elementalization ability was still highly effective within the sanctum. Perhaps because it was merely a projection of the great emperor, the Hong Heavenly Emperor's transformation of freedom imperial art couldn't harm Ye Chen at all. Ye Chen flew into the sky, striking out with both fists. Quake, sky shatter. The entire sky trembled as a terrifying shockwave erupted, forcing even the Hong Heavenly Emperor to withstand the blow. A cheerful laugh echoed through the sky. Excellent. This emperor is thoroughly satisfied. Aren't you curious about my final job class? I started as a warrior, then later advanced to the 8-armed war god. Ye Chen's pupils dilated as countless mythical deities flashed through his mind. The Hong Heavenly Emperor recalled his 3 doppelgangers and bellowed, all laws return to one 8-armed war god, reveal your true form. The 3 doppelgangers merged into one, and 6 arms sprouted from his sides, front, back, and abdomen, making 8 in total with his original 2. His entire body stood like a statue, majestic, brimming with strength and aesthetic beauty, radiating a dazzling light. So the 8-armed war god really exists. No wonder he's a great emperor who attained enlightenment in ancient times. He must be the prototype of those myths. This is truly the end. Ye Chen probably can't smile anymore. If I were him, I'd surrender and use a town portal scroll to get as far away as possible. With the atmosphere built up like this, it's hard to escape. The Hong Heavenly Emperor in his 8-armed war god form will surely crush him. Seeing this, Ye Chen decided to stop holding back. He would attempt to activate both devil fruits, simultaneously merging the attacks of the Thunder Fruit and the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. The youth slowly exhaled a turbid breath. His heartbeat quickened, his blood flowed faster, and the consumption of his mental energy accelerated. The Thunder Fruit emphasized speed, while the Tremor-Tremor Fruit emphasized power. If his attacks could be both fast and powerful, Ye Chen's heart raced with excitement. At that moment, the Hong Heavenly Emperor, now transformed into the 8-armed war god, was fully charged, bringing down divine punishment with majestic heavenly might. The entire battlefield collapsed, and the space around them twisted into a different dimension. Divine skill, 8-armed war fist. 300 million volts, Thor quake shatter void. Accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, the entire 72nd floor of the sanctum shook and rumbled to varying degrees. The sanctum administrator's heart bled profusely. The chief examiners slapped their thighs red. Alas, such a good child, why won't he listen to reason? Other examiners sighed, accepted. Such things happen every year during the sanctum trials. Geniuses are always stubborn. The audience was equally mixed with emotions. Not using a town portal scroll, even at death. Say what you will, Ye Chen is a real man. Yeah, I kept mocking him, but I couldn't do what he did. Let us pay tribute to this legendary farmer. Something's off, very off. Everyone followed the gaze to the giant central screen of the sanctum, where a line of elegant text appeared. Examinee Ye Chen has defeated the Hong Heavenly Emperor. Time taken 20 minutes. Chief examiners and audience. Everyone shouted in unison, quick, show the replay. What happened? At the same time, the sound of settlement rewards echoed in Ye Chen's ears. On the 36th floor of the sanctum, Shao Mukin, having awakened his drunken sword immortal form, delivered the final blow. Just a sword emperor. If my father hadn't forbidden me from drinking all these years, I'd have cut you down long ago. It's been noisy upstairs all this time. Who is it? I challenge him. On the 72nd floor of the Holy Temple, the primordial battlefield vanished alongside the phantom of the Hong Heavenly Emperor. Fortunately, the primordial battlefield was merely a combat arena conjured by the Holy Temple. Had all this unfolded in the real world, not only the entire floor, but even space itself would have been torn asunder. Ye Chen gasped, heavily lying supine on the floor, his face brimming with satisfaction and exhilaration. Having consecutively battled the youthful incarnations of two great emperors at 18, he had honed his mastery of the devil fruit, particularly the final fusion technique. As the message flashed on the giant screen, the crowd outside erupted into a frenzy, their excitement palpable, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. Rewind it. Is he cheating? This kid is insane, he's definitely using cheats. What do you mean? Just because it's not off doesn't mean it's on. Damn, that's sophistry. Let's see the replay. At the top of the Holy Temple, the chief examiner, equally incredulous, immediately summoned the footage. In the final frames, the battle between Ye Chen and the Hong Heavenly Emperor had reached a fever pitch, both unleashing their ultimate techniques simultaneously. The Hong Heavenly Emperor, bare-chested with chiseled muscles, exuded an indestructible aesthetic from his imposing frame. His 8 arms clenched into fists and struck out simultaneously, his 8-armed war god form radiating the majestic aura of a celestial descent. In contrast, Ye Chen appeared elegantly divine, his body sculpted with fluid lines. Terrifying lightning coiled around him as a transparent glass orb materialized in his hand. His countenance was stern yet brimming with fighting spirit, his movements swift, and his strength ferociously extraordinary. Like arrows loosed from a bow, they charged at each other, the gale of their fists howling around them. A single breath swept the entire battlefield away. Ultimately, the primordial battlefield conjured by the Holy Temple shattered into fragments, forming a twisted alien space. Slow it down, play it in slow motion. Otherwise, we can't see a thing. This is terrifying. Ye Chen can actually match the Hong Heavenly Emperor's speed and strength. It seems even with the 8-armed war god form, Ye Chen still has a fighting chance. I thought he'd be instantly defeated, but now it's clear we can't keep up with their pace. The chief examiners furrowed their brows deeply, realizing that even as Class 5 or higher transcenders, they too could not discern the action clearly. Reluctantly, they slowed the video to 0, 75x, a 0, 5x, 0, 25x. Even at the Holy Temple's maximum slow motion limit, the replay of Ye Chen and the Hong Heavenly Emperor's battle remained so swift that the audience involuntarily held their breath. The next moment, with a thunderous, earth-shattering roar, fists collided. Ye Chen, not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably agile, dispersed 4 of the Hong Heavenly Emperor's arms with a single punch. His gaze sharpened, and with another surge of force from his fist, he shook the Hong Heavenly Emperor's form, causing the phantom to dim. Finally, veins bulging on his forehead and a gleam flashing in his eyes, Ye Chen's last punch obliterated the Hong Heavenly Emperor's phantom. Bang! His body slammed heavily onto the ground, beads of sweat as large as beans rolling down his breath, turning ragged. At this sight, the entire audience was astounded. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the periphery of the holy temple. Ye Chen, Ye Chen, Ye Chen. Wow, he's so handsome. I want to have his baby. You don't even know if he has a girlfriend. Who cares? If he has one, he can trade her in. If not, what's one more? Hey, where's that guy who was bad-mouthing Ye Chen when the 8-armed war god appeared? The circus is calling you back to work. Right, a lot of folks turned into clowns again, always seizing any chance to put Ye Chen down. In the end, they're just green with envy, jealous that Ye Chen is both handsome and talented. Exactly. Defeating 2 Emperor Phantoms in a row. That's some serious skill, bro. The crowd cheered loudly, so engrossed in the replay that they felt a vicarious thrill, as if they themselves had vanquished the Hong Heavenly Emperor. The chief examiners were ecstatic, their faces flushed. It seems Ye Chen truly overpowered the Hong Heavenly Emperor, known as the Emperor of Strength, through sheer force. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I'd never have believed it. And he wasn't even in peak condition. He had just fought the Thunder Emperor's phantom beforehand, defeating 2 emperors in just 30 minutes. Such a record is unprecedented in the Holy Temple's trials throughout history. Their only regret was that Ye Chen hailed from Donghai City rather than the spiritually richer Tianji City, for then the glory would belong to Tianji. Meanwhile, after a moment to catch his breath, Ye Chen began tallying the rewards of this floor. He was taken aback. The spoils were remarkably generous. Defeated the Hong Heavenly Emperor. Obtained 10 Flame Spirit Stones. Flame Spirit Stone, a higher-grade fire-attributed spirit stone compared to the Fire Spirit Stone, containing greater spiritual essence. It can be used for cultivation, skill enhancement, pet, nurturing, weapon forging, and more. Since it's a fire-attributed spirit stone, there's no need to deliberate. It'll feed them all to Little Earth Chicken for upgrades. Once this primordial beast is gradually nurtured, I won't need to step in for many battles. Ye Chen picked up a Flame Spirit Stone, weighing it in his hand, as a wave of scorching heat surged through him. This is premium stuff. No wonder those prodigies risked their lives to take on this challenge. Consecutive combat victories achieved. Hidden reward unlocked. Experience 202 more levels gained. Exclusive mental attribute bonus 3,000 points. Ye Chen's attributes were comprehensively enhancing. His mental power increased by another 2,000 points, bringing him one step closer to the 40,000 point milestone. Simultaneously, the 2,000 point boost to his physique elevated his vitality and defense to a new level, further diminishing the side effects of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit from now on. Even my experience points increased by 10,000, instantly leveling me up several times. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This was the most exhilarating part for him. Once he reached level 20, he could undergo class advancement according to the world's heavenly laws. He wondered what the universally scorned waste class, the farmer, could evolve into after its second advancement. Recalling the Hong Heavenly Emperor's words about transitioning from a warrior to the 8-armed war god, Ye Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. Perhaps soon he too could transform into some unique class. Display status panel. Name: Ye Chen, class Farmer, Divine Farmer, level 1788. Strength 8,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 23,000, Physique 8,500, nourished by Phoenix Mountain Spring Fruits, Goro Goro, Nomi Gura Gura, Nomi Pet, Immortal Divine Phoenix, Growth Stage 50. Weapon: Death Scythe. Equipment: Dimensional Void. Talents: Divine Enhancement. Hybrid Master Mindel. Divine Enhancement allows crops and poultry to undergo transcendent evolution. Fruit trees become devil fruit. Trees Little Earth Chickens become immortal. Divine Phoenix Chick Sunflowers become plants versus zombies. Hybrid Master Mindel allows arbitrary hybridization of supernatural plants, yielding any enhanced version from the Plants vs. Zombies hybrid series, and can also cultivate a zombie army. The bound system had merged into the panel, becoming one of Ye Chen's talent skills. Since acquiring the system, his farmer class differed from ordinary ones, bearing the additional annotation Divine Farmer. Divine Enhancement lived up to its name, a divine skill. Not long ago, merely touching a sunflower seedling left in the field had evolved it into a sunflower from the Plants vs. Zombies universe. As for the hybrid master talent, it had been acquired recently now with the added phrase can cultivate a zombie army, giving Ye Chen new plans for the future. Elsewhere atop the holy temple, the chief examiner gazed at the conditions on other floors, his expression a mix of reluctance and unavoidable anguish. Alas, aside from Ye Chen, fewer than 1 in 10 of the other prodigies remain. The human emperors were never easy to overcome. Even an 18-year-old emperor is still an emperor, not so easily defeated. These geniuses ultimately cannot contend with true emperors. Emperors are figures who dominate their era, and geniuses are merely the threshold to face them. No, something's happening on the 36th floor. At that moment, Old Man Chen chuckled. See, I told you the kid from Donghai City was extraordinary this time. Stop fixating on your Tianji City examinees. On the Holy Temple's 36th floor, Xiao Muqing, brother of Xiao Rongyu from the Xiao clan of Donghai, stood sword in hand against the wind atop a giant gourd filled with wine. This time, I've truly drunk my fill and dreamed 1,000 years. Confined by Xiao Yuanfeng for years and barred from alcohol, Xiao Muqing had nearly gone mad. Now with the chance to drink again, he was like a bursting dam, uncontrollable and relentless. Immortal drunkard's gourd fill. Fill it up. This equipment was specially procured by the Xiao clan, a spatial artifact that could expand or shrink, designed solely for storing wine. Xiao Muqing took another hearty swig, then swung his sword, cleaving the sword emperor's phantom in two. The scent of sword qi and wine filled the floor. This was Xiao Muqing awakened as a heaven sword master with the drunken sword immortal talent. 36th floor, Xiao Muqing versus Sword Emperor. Donghai City Heaven Sword Master, Xiao Muqing wins. Time taken 40 minutes. Soon after the trial concluded and the rankings were released. First place, Donghai City Farmer Ye Chen. Achievements: defeated Thunder Emperor in 10 minutes. Defeated Hong Heavenly Emperor in 20 minutes. Total time 30 minutes, 2 consecutive victories breaking historical records. The greatest first place ever. Second place, Donghai City Heaven Sword Master Xiao Muqing. Achievements: defeated Sword Emperor in 40 minutes. Third place. Achievements. The news stirred another wave of uproar. Someone else defeated an emperor. Is this a bumper year? So many talents. Look, the top 2 are both from Donghai City. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Tianji City used to sweep the top 3. Oh my god, what a huge upset. I never heard a farmer could be this strong. At that moment, still in a drunken stupor, Xiao Muqing slurred. Ye Chen, huh? He's ranked ahead of me. I challenge him. Only then did everyone grasp the gravity of the situation. Once Xiao Muqing fell into a drunken state, he would launch indiscriminate attacks on friend and foe alike. If he were released now, the fate of the onlooking crowd and the citizens of Tianji City would hang in the balance. Outside the sacred temple, the onlookers were animatedly discussing the results of the assessment. A seasoned individual remarked, "Another transcender from Donghai City is no ordinary either. I recall that the Sword Emperor was once a heavenly sword master. The greatest trait of a heavenly sword master in the path of the sword is their innate sword bone. Their comprehension of sword techniques, sword arts, and sword skills far surpasses that of ordinary sword cultivators. The sword cultivator class is already formidable, and the heavenly sword master is an enhancement upon that strength. But both being heavenly sword masters, why did the Sword Emperor lose to this Xiao Muqing? Someone finally recalled, Xiao Muqing, that name sounds familiar. I remember now, isn't he that drunkard? Others recollecting as well chimed in, that's right. When he first entered the temple reeking of alcohol, we scorned him for defiling this place, showing disrespect to the emperors of past ages. And that Ye Chen who initially said something about switching batches, we thought him an arrogant brat as well. In the end, Ye Chen defeated 2 emperors in succession, and Xiao Muqing also vanquished the Sword Emperor, a fellow heavenly sword master. We were truly mistaken. Ye Chen's brilliant achievements continued to shock the citizens of Tianji City. Meanwhile, the secrets surrounding Xiao Muqing stirred their curiosity evermore. At that moment, the chief examiner on the top floor of the temple sensed an anomaly on the 36th floor. All the candidates from Donghai City this year are like primordial ancient beasts in human form. How can they still be so vigorous after such a fierce battle? Dear heavens, please stop. You've won, so leave quickly. Why are you still causing a ruckus in there? Isn't one Sword Emperor enough for you to fight? If this continues, you'll tear the temple apart. Gradually, Old Chen finally noticed the anomaly in Xiao Muqing. His hand stroking his beard suddenly froze and he shouted, "Not good. This lad is drunk. You absolutely must not drive him away now, and you certainly cannot let him out." The other examiners were dumbfounded. Drunk was just drunk. They had never heard of what a drunken heavenly sword master might do. These transcenders were all over 18 long since adults. Was Old Chen going to lecture them on underage drinking? Old Chen, these transcenders bear the future of our human race. They are to conquer the secret realms. You cannot look down on them just because they've just left school. Hearing this, Old Chen stamped his foot in fury. Although the drunken sword immortal was a talent class never before seen in this world, Old Chen had divined Xiao Mukin's anomaly through stargazing, hence his presence to warn them. Who said anything about drinking? That's not the issue. That brat from the Xiao family of Donghai grows stronger the drunker he gets. His defeat of the Sword Emperor just now is a perfect example. And now he's dead, drunk, even more intoxicated and frenzied than before. If we let him out now, do you think the citizens of Tianji City all possess the bearing of an emperor for him to fight? Stronger with more drink. The examiners were shocked once again. How could a class have such a trait? Was this still the heavenly sword master? It was utterly terrifying. Old Chen was right. If such a destructive drunkard were released, now the citizens of Tianji City would be in dire straits. Old Chen, what should we do? The examiners all at the fifth turn sought his counsel, knowing he hailed from the Tianji Pavilion, a sixth-turn transcendent mage who could read the stars and foresee future trends. What to do? Find someone to sober him up by force. Old Chen sat down again, fixing his gaze on the circular astrolabe on the floor. Sober him up. Who should go? Of course you lot. Not me. Old Chen scoffed, turning away. As a transcendent mage, he was a support class like the diviners. If he went to fight Xiao Mukin, there were only two outcomes: either die quickly or die miserably. The examiners broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Damn it, they had to battle a drunkard who grew stronger with each drink. They were sober and rational. If they injured Xiao Mukin, the Xiao family would come knocking. If Xiao Mukin injured them, the excuse would be, "My son was drunk, our apologies." Drinking plus youth was like a murderer's insanity plea, a virtual get-to fail-free card. Either way, the adults would lose. They never imagined that being an examiner today could come with the risk of dying on duty. I am willing to sacrifice myself to protect Tianji City, but I can't beat this little wretch. To be honest, I lack that confidence either. He just defeated the Sword Emperor. This is really tough. What nonsense is this? Xiao Mukin muttering. Gradually, one examiner, using the temple's slow-motion video, finally made out the slurred, drunken ravings from Xiao Mukin's mouth. A mere Sword Emperor. If my father hadn't forbidden me from drinking all these years, I'd have slain you long ago. That noise upstairs is driving me mad. Who is it? I challenge him. Ye Chen is it. Ranked above me, I challenge him. The examiners looked grim and worried. This brat, annoyed that Ye Chen on the 72nd floor is disturbing him and unwilling to accept that Ye Chen is stronger, actually wants to challenge him. At that moment, ripples of invisible sword energy spread once more. Clang, clang, clang. Riding the sword, riding the wind, roaming the world to vanquish demons. With wine, joy, and freedom. I alone am the drunken sword immortal. Fight, I want to fight. Where is Ye Chen? Face me. Each time Xiao Mukin spoke, a slash of sword energy followed, shaking the entire temple. The whole building trembled, terrifying the onlookers outside. As one of the special admission routes to martial universities, the temple assessment had never seen such an occurrence in all its sessions. Whether it was Ye Chen defeating 2 emperors in a row or Xiao Mukin winning, but being unable to leave, both were unprecedented. Meanwhile, in the office, the temple administrator's heart bled profusely. This year's repair and maintenance costs for the temple will surely be the highest ever. Dear lords from Donghai City, please stop now. They'll have to claim the extra expenses from the city lord of Donghai. I'm just a wage worker, dealing with complaints about broken screens and catering to you monstrous contestants. It's too much. One examiner said, in that case, we must ask the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion to intervene. Yes, fetch the pavilion master quickly. Others echoed. Time has long since run out, and besides the pavilion master, Old Chen sighed. Perhaps we can only have Ye Chen sober him up. Ye Chen has just fought 2 battles in a row. Can he still manage? Indeed, no matter how strong Ye Chen is, we cannot push him like this. If it comes to it, let us old bones hold the line, first while you fetch the city lord of Tianji. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice rang out. No need to summon the city lord. I will defeat Xiao Mukin. Who? The examiners were startled. That voice. Could it be? It is I, Ye Chen. From the 72nd floor of the temple, the farming master Ye Chen spoke. Ye Chen's voice brought hope to everyone, yet it also left them perplexed. It's Ye Chen. Are you truly taking on this battle? Do you still have the strength to spare? Indeed, though he challenged you by name, haven't you just fought 2 battles? The Heavenly Sword Master's skill is no ordinary feat. Do not underestimate him. Ye Chen communicated with the chief examiner through the temple. It doesn't matter, I'll strike, but not entirely with my own hand. The chief examiner was baffled, striking but not entirely striking. What did that mean? A strike that was like a non-strike. Then the sword energy from the 36th layer surged again, each wave more intense than the last. The other prodigies were either dead or wounded, leaving Ye Chen as the sole contender. The chief examiner had no choice but to make a decision, speaking with a tone of regret. Ye Chen, this year's temple examination has truly troubled you. In the end, they are the challengers. Rest a while, well, set up a formation, then let you duel with Xiao Mukin. The phrase "they are the challengers" instantly elevated Ye Chen's status, whether it was the heavenly sword master or a great emperor. In the end, offense and defense swapped roles. Ye Chen gradually transformed from someone who challenged others into someone challenged by others, a testament to his strength. A chief examiner awakened as a formation master was preparing a massive formation. Meanwhile, Ye Chen seized the moment, instantly retrieving the 10 flame spirit stones he had been awarded. Raise it for 1,000 days, use it for 1. Come forth. At his command, the immortal divine phoenix soared out, its clear cries echoing and reverberating. Here, eat them all. Seeing the flame spirit stones, it let out a joyful cry, flapped its wings, opened its beak, and gulped them down in one go. Experience points 1,000. Experience points 1,000. Experience points 1,000. Ye Chen watched in astonishment as the immortal divine phoenix transformed. Its body grew larger, the tips of its feathers turned a more vivid crimson, and flame cloud patterns emerged. Overall, it shimmered with brilliance and exuded majesty. Truly a pure-blooded, ancient, ferocious beast, stunningly beautiful. Beast companion, immortal divine phoenix. Bloodline, pure, ancient, ferocious beast. Race, Phoenix clan. Power, 8,800. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 6,500. Skills, Sunfire, Phoenix Flame, Immortal Immunity. Level, Mature Stage 0. 0. Note the next stage is the complete body, requiring 1,000,000 experience points. The immortal divine phoenix can also grow and develop in the heavenly dimension. Ye Chen realized that because the heavenly dimension was a real world, the immortal divine phoenix could cultivate and grow within it as well. After absorbing 10 flame spirit stones, the immortal divine phoenix evolved from the growth stage to the mature stage, with the complete body and ultimate form to follow. No wonder it's an ancient, ferocious beast. Its base power value exceeds even my normal state. Ye Chen's normal state didn't include the abilities of various demon fruits. After reviewing its stats, he felt confident sending it into battle. After all, the divine phoenix's hallmark was immunity and immortality, its greatest trump card. Meanwhile, the chief examiner's formation was ready, and both Ye Chen and Xiao Mukin were teleported inside. Ye Chen, wake him up as quickly as possible. Ooh, I can't hold this for long, the formation master advised. Ye Chen smiled faintly and nodded gently. A massive gourd of wine appeared, with Xiao Mukin lying drunk inside his Bodis, alcohol fumes spreading through the air, intoxicating anyone who breathed them. Good wine, but the one I'm waiting for. Why hasn't he come? Is he afraid? A drunken smile curled at the corner of his lips as he lightly swung his sword, unleashing sword energy like a mountain and sea in turmoil. I'm here. Since you're going to lose anyway, what's the rush? A figure so handsome it was blinding appeared. You are Ye Chen. Yes, just a mere farmer. A farmer? Why are you ranked above me? Aren't you supposed to only grow vegetables and raise chickens? Indeed, so I'm letting my chicken fight you. The scene was broadcast live, and the audience outside thought Ye Chen had lost his mind. Are you insane? Though you're a farmer, do you actually intend to send a chicken into battle? Are you planning to give your opponent a snack, letting him eat chicken legs with his wine? It's over. Ye Chen is giving up too. At that moment, Ye Chen stopped wasting words, waved his hand, and directly summoned the immortal divine phoenix. Instantly, a fully feathered avian ferocious beast swooped down from the 9 heavens, its wingspan stretching over 100 meters. Xiao Mukin, seeing this, seemed to sober up slightly and stammered, This is the chicken you raised. It's huge. The audience outside was also stunned, completely unable to react. I thought your chicken was the kind that sings and dances to rap, expecting you to pull something underwhelming, but you brought out something fierce. Something's off. I've seen this in the ferocious beast bestiary at the city library. This isn't a chicken at all, it's a phoenix. What? So Ye Chen raised a phoenix and you call that a little earth chicken? Inside the formation, golden light swirled. Ye Chen knew the ensuing battle would damage the formation, so it was best to end it quickly. A sharp sword energy slashed toward him, thick with wine vapor perfuming the entire space. Ye Chen swiftly commanded, "Go, little earth chicken." Sunfire Phoenix Flame. The immortal divine phoenix soared high, spreading its wings, turning everything in its path into a sea of fire. It charged through the sky, engulfed in flames, toward the fierce and dense sword energy. The sword energy carved wound after wound into Ye Chen's beast companion. The audience exclaimed, "It's over. This chicken is really going to be his snack." Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The wounds not only didn't bleed, but healed at an astonishing speed. Ye Chen remained calm, a faint smile on his face, thinking, the immortal immunity passive skill has activated. The phoenix rises from the ashes, reborn in flames. Mere wounds are nothing. Xiao Mukin's eyes flickered with sharp light. It was his first time seeing a chicken charge at him undeterred, its momentum unbroken despite his attacks. He sobered up a little more. Forced to spit out a mouthful of wine, it turned into a mist of alcohol that sprayed onto his sword. In an instant, the sword light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, colliding violently with the sea of fire. A massive explosion echoed as sword shadows and flames wove a breathtaking scene, and cracks appeared in the formation. "Once more, go all out," Ye Chen commanded. The little beast companion nodded, opened its mouth, and spewed endless flames that turned into a fire dragon, instantly engulfing Xiao Mukin. In a hazy state, Xiao Mukin could only form a shield of energy, enduring all the damage. But lacking the immortal divine phoenix's damage reduction passive, he finally lost all strength and slowly fell from the sky. Midair, he opened his eyes, fully awake. "It hurts. My head hurts. I've lost." Among the crowd outside, a middle-aged man in a bamboo hat, his eyes glinting, let out a sigh. Ye Chen patted the feathers of his little beast pet, smiling as he said, "Well done. Last time you managed to take down the giant shark king, and now you can go toe-to-toe with the human class changer. You didn't embarrass me. From now on, I'll feed you all the good stuff. Go back now." The undying divine phoenix let out an excited cry before returning to the dimensional realm. After recalling his beast pet, Ye Chen didn't intend to linger. His purpose for this trip to Tianji City had been fulfilled. He believed the notice from the Ministry of Education would arrive soon, and Donghai City should also receive the news. Having consecutively defeated 2 great emperors and saved the citizens of Tianji City, who would still pursue him for annihilating the Wang family. Moreover, Wang Tianhao had committed every evil imaginable and brought it upon himself. Perhaps the city lord would even praise him for a job well done. On the other side, Xiao Mukin struggled to rise from the ground. Today's battle had been exceptionally exhilarating for him. It had been a long time since he had drunk so much wine and unleashed so many sword strikes. However, what he hadn't expected was to be defeated, and by a farmer no less. He lifted his head, trying to find Ye Chen's figure again, but he had already vanished without a trace. Are true masters always those who come and go without a trace, elusive like a divine dragon? I understand now. Xiao Mukin realized he had been too ostentatious before, especially after drinking, when he would completely lose control like a different person. He needed to change that and learn from Ye Chen. A middle-aged man in a bamboo hat stepped forward. "Let's go back. After today's battle, you know that there is always a sky above the sky, and there are always people stronger than you." Xiao Mukin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, "Yes, father, I understand. From now on, I will cultivate diligently and strive to control this power." After the father and son finished speaking, they both gazed in the direction Ye Chen had left, their eyes filled with profound meaning. "If only he were my son, younger brother." Xiao Yuanfeng suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Wait, I still have a daughter. If he can't be my son, he can be my son-in-law." At the top floor of the Holy Hall, all the chief examiners breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the chief examiner who had set up the formation earlier, who collapsed to the ground. If it had been any later, my formation couldn't have held. Luckily, Ye Chen intervened in time. This young man is truly remarkable. Indeed, seeing the rise of a new generation's prodigy suddenly makes me feel old. But come to think of it, we weren't this formidable when we were 18 either. This year's Holy Hall assessment has concluded successfully. The results will be uploaded to the Ministry of Education, and the candidate city will be notified at the same time. Old Chen also put away his astrolabe, intending to return to the Tianji Pavilion. Outside the Holy Hall, the onlookers were still savoring the excitement, completely captivated by this year's brilliant battles. That was extremely perilous just now. If Ye Chen hadn't acted, we all would have been finished. Indeed, who would have thought he could develop the farmer class to such an extent? It's already incredibly difficult for an ordinary farmer to raise a spiritually attuned dog or chicken, but he actually managed to raise a ferocious beast like a phoenix. His strength is truly admirable. No wonder he could consecutively defeat 2 great emperors. He must have also cultivated some extraordinary crops. Speaking of which, that young man who went on a drunken rampage is not to be underestimated either. Although he lost to Ye Chen, he had previously defeated the Sword Emperor. I always feel there's a secret hidden within him. He can't be just an ordinary Heaven Sword Master, even though the Heaven Sword Master is already incredibly powerful. This year the candidates from Donghai City are all very capable. They have both strength and many secrets. No wonder the candidates from Tianji City couldn't match them. Alas, this is a huge upset. This is the most disheartening year for me as a Tianji native. Boohoo. Gradually, the results of this assessment spread beyond Tianji City. At the admissions office of a top-tier martial arts university, the admissions director almost dropped his jaw upon hearing the results. What? Consecutively defeated 2 great emperors. Did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? That's exactly how it is. His name is Ye Chen and his registered residence is Donghai City. It's up to you now. He'll go notify the next one. After hanging up the phone, the admissions director's excitement still couldn't be calmed. What do you mean it's up to us? Nonsense, of course we're going to recruit him. If we wait any longer, other universities will snatch up this promising talent. But then again, there are thousands of special recruitment paths in Daxia, and the Holy Hall assessment is one of the most prestigious. Yet someone managed to consecutively defeat 2 great emperors. Has this world changed, or have I grown old? Truly the waves behind drive on those before, and the former waves perish on the sand. Teacher Wen joked to himself, then notified the entire admissions office that this year their priority was to charge into Donghai City. Donghai City Lord's Mansion. The investigator from the Twilight Temple arrived belatedly with the air of a seasoned veteran. Come in, Officer Huang. The City Lord's tone was quite helpless. Reporting to the City Lord, we have new developments in the Wang family's annihilation. We suspect it is related to a student named Ye Chen. Officer Huang said. A student? A student can annihilate the Wang family. Are you joking with me? No joke. He ranked first in the Phoenix secret realm, and he seems to possess unfathomable strength. The City Lord was about to order Ye Chen's arrest, post his photo all over Donghai, and issue a city-wide wanted order. Before he could finish, the phone rang. Hello, I am the City Lord of Donghai. What? You say someone from our city got first place in the Holy Hall assessment. He consecutively defeated the projections of the Thunder Emperor and the Hong Heavenly Emperor in the Holy Hall. Are you joking? The Daxia Ministry of Education has already issued a special protection order. All right, please read out his name. The next second, the Donghai City Lord's hand holding the phone froze in midair. Seeing Officer Huang about to leave, he quickly called him back. Post Ye Chen's photo all over Donghai and issue a city-wide commendation. Meanwhile, Ye Chen also returned to Donghai City. The moment he stepped through the city gates, he saw banners plastered all over the streets. On them was a striking line of text: congratulations to our city's candidate Ye Chen for winning first place in the Holy Hall assessment. Is this for real? I haven't even arrived yet, and you're already celebrating. Turning his head, he saw another poster featuring his handsome graduation portrait accompanied by another line of striking text. Defeated the projections of 2 great emperors consecutively. This child also possesses the bearing of an emperor. Ye Chen's mouth twitched repeatedly. Posting my portrait here as a promotional material, did you ask my permission? Isn't this an infringement of my personal portrait rights? And this line of cringeworthy text, although it was what he had in mind, saying it out loud was just too embarrassing. Never mind, let's get into the city first. This was, after all, his home, where there was fertile land waiting with the demon fruit tree and the super sunflower ready to be harvested into the dimensional realm. Back at home, Ye Chen saw the familiar courtyard once more. But time had changed everything. He had grown up in the days of his childhood, accompanied by his parents, had long since passed. A cool breeze blew, and Ye Chen's breath mingled with the scent of the field soil. Those super plants were all emitting a faint glow. Dimensional realm expand. He took out this king-grade treasure, and the surrounding world shifted, even the white clouds in the sky flowing along with it. The next second, the scene had transformed. Only the group of super plants in the farmland continued to sway their leaves in the wind. It's an entirely different world, but it's real. There's sunlight, and airtime flows synchronously with the outside world, and people can enter and leave freely. I see. No wonder it's a king-grade equipment. The effect is surprisingly good. Every piece of equipment had its own grade: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king, and above that, epic, mythical, legendary. A king-grade treasure was undoubtedly among the upper echelons. From then on, Ye Chen moved the entire demon fruit tree into this dimensional space. At the same time, he opened up a 10,000 square meter farm, all dedicated to planting the super plants from Plants vs. Zombies. After a long absence, the little sunflower had already accumulated enough sunlight waiting to be harvested. Ye Chen collected the sunlight and then exchanged it for other super plants, pea shooters, walnuts, potatoes, and more. Everything imaginable. He planted them all, and the plants quickly sprouted from the ground, each with vivid expressions. They curiously examined Ye Chen, completed their bond of ownership, and smiled at him. Not bad. This is the plants versus zombies I remember. The plants are here, but where are the zombies? Ye Chen waited for a while, then used sunlight to exchange for a zombie pod. The zombie pod can produce zombies, but that alone isn't enough. I need the cooperation of the pea shooter. The pea shooter family is arguably the most diverse, capable of generating more super plants. You and you come together, move closer. Ye Chen ordered the zombie pod and the pea shooter to shift positions and stand in adjacent squares. Hybridization master activate. As this talent was triggered, a flash of white light erupted. The zombie pod and the pea shooter merged into one, becoming a pea with a zombie-like coloration. Plants versus Zombies Hybrid Edition. From now on, I will cultivate both a plant legion and a zombie legion. Let's start by producing an ordinary zombie. Conehead zombie, buckethead zombie. We'll get to those slowly. The zombie pea obediently nodded, then spat out an ordinary zombie. The ordinary zombie looked dull-witted with an intelligent expression and moved somewhat sluggishly. It was still a far cry from the terrifying, overwhelming zombie legion Ye Chen had in mind. He also synthesized a double pea shooter and a triple pea shooter and ordered them to launch an attack. Thump, thump, thump. A torrent of peas shot out like bullets, rapidly punching holes into a distant boulder. Having adapted to this world's rules, these plants' combat power has increased. Ye Chen discovered with pleasant surprise that if so, the combat power of these zombies should be stronger than he had imagined. Let's find a dungeon to test them out. Xiangxing Group Dungeon Simulation Co. Ltd. Once again standing before the gates of this renowned company famed for its simulation dungeons. The same alluring, sweet-voiced receptionist in black stockings was still there just as before. Hello, I'd like to try a few dungeons for practice, Ye Chen said indifferently. The receptionist's eyes lit up. The last time Ye Chen had left without even giving her a way to contact him. This time she was determined to seize the opportunity. She quickly produced a tablet and opened the company's product interface. Young man, we have dungeons for every profession here. Would you prefer one with many monsters or one with balanced stats? Ye Chen's fingers glided across the screen, flipping through page after page until his gaze suddenly settled on a dungeon named Forest of Beasts. The young woman, adept at reading people, immediately said, "Oh, young man, you have excellent taste. You've chosen the Forest of Beasts. The monsters there are numerous and quite formidable." Ye Chen pulled out his phone, ready to scan the QR code for payment. The receptionist in black stockings suggested, "Young man, you're not thinking of soloing this, are you?" Ye Chen's focus remained on the dungeon. He didn't even glance at her. This dungeon cost 200,000, and the higher the price, the more experience points it yielded. The young woman in black stockings added, "Since this dungeon has so many monsters, you'll lose out if you can't kill them all. I'd recommend forming a team." "No need. Solo is better. Leveling up is faster, and I don't have to share the experience." With that, Ye Chen completed the payment and walked straight into the Forest of Beasts. The young woman gazed at his handsome, retreating figure, her heart fluttering with infatuation. Within the Forest of Beasts, flashes of light flickered intermittently through the dense woods. Those were the eyes of countless beasts lurking in every shadow, ready to launch unexpected attacks on anyone who entered. Before Ye Chen's eyes spread a verdant landscape where even ordinary wild grass grew over a meter tall, capable of swallowing a person whole. Having acquired plants and zombies, the greatest advantage was not having to fight himself. Otherwise, with such a vast area blanketed by vegetation, moving would be impossible without setting the forest ablaze. He deployed 2 pea shooters at the rear, 2 ordinary zombies in the middle, and 2 zombies driving lawnmowers at the front. Cut down all the obstructing grass and find the monsters to kill. Earn me a hefty amount of experience points. Ye Chen strolled leisurely behind, acting like a ruthless capitalist, commanding the plants and zombies to work for him. The lawnmower's engines roared to life, and the 2 zombies in front shot forward. Crack, crack. The meter-tall wild grass was instantly cleared by the 2 zombies, revealing a vast open space with no obstacles blocking the view ahead. "I guessed you'd be stronger than I thought, but I didn't expect you to be this incredible." Then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The 2 zombies didn't even flinch when encountering tall trees. They charged straight ahead with their lawnmowers. Rumble. Chainsaws extended from both sides of the mowers, slicing through the trees in an instant. In no time, the forest ahead was reduced to a barren wasteland devoid of any vegetation. Ye Chen was stunned. The lawnmower could even cut down trees. That was absurd, almost like a conceptual weapon. As for the monsters, they were eliminated by the Pea Shooters behind which spat peas at them. Though they were plants in this world, they had evolved into lethal weapons. Reed Wolf defeated experience 50. Reed Wolf defeated experience 50. Reed Wolf defeated experience 50. Although the experience from a single monster wasn't much, the sheer number made up for it. Ye Chen didn't need to lift a finger, he just sent his summons to work for him. Thus, he practically earned experience points while lying down, and before long his experience bar had grown. He was currently level 18 with 75 experience. Once he broke through level 20, he could undergo a class change. Highly efficient. Keep moving forward and flatten this forest. I can't let this 200,000 go to waste. Upon receiving the order, the two zombies at the forefront charged forward relentlessly. The machines roared, nearly leveling the entire forest. Ye Chen then deployed two conehead zombies. Though they appeared slow, they possessed immense strength, far exceeding his expectations. Most importantly, they were zombies, devoid of emotion and pain. Even if they encountered a stronger foe, they felt no fear, and even if injured, they wouldn't retreat. They would only charge forward mindlessly, inflicting damage on the enemy until their own demise. Such diligent worker zombies were incredibly useful. Suddenly, a white-furred tiger with golden eyes burst from the forest, roaring furiously at Ye Chen's squad. It seemed to say, "Damn you. I was sleeping and you flattened my home." Name: white-furred, golden-eyed tiger, HP 5500 strength, 950 agility, 600 spirit, 1000 constitution, 550 skill. Tiger's mountain roar. Those who anger the king of beasts must bear his wrath. Ye Chen's heart trembled. Not good. Over 1,000 attack points. A quick combo could destroy the zombies I've painstakingly raised. He was about to rush forward and intervene. As the boss, he had to protect his employees so they could continue working for him to earn experience. However, an unexpected sight unfolded before him. The zombies seemed completely oblivious to the disparity in strength between themselves and the enemy. They charged forward recklessly, ganging up on the white-furred, golden-eyed tiger like cunning ambushers. Thud, thud, thud. The king of beasts couldn't fend off so many attackers, especially with the Pea Shooters firing from behind. HP 800, HP 800, HP 800. Gradually, the Tiger King collapsed weakly. A conehead zombie punched through its skull, eager to devour the brain inside. Too brutal. These zombies look dumb, but their combat prowess is incredible. Forming them into a squad for gang attacks is perfect. The white-furred, golden-eyed tiger's health bar was depleted, and it transformed into a golden chest. Ye Chen opened it, and his experience increased once more. A few minutes later, he deployed two more zombies. Thus, including the Pea Shooters, a total of 8 zombies charged at the front. They swept through everything, dominating without any challenge. If they encountered a more powerful beast, they would simply attack together. Against so many emotionless zombies, no beast could withstand the onslaught. Level 18 to 99,000. He was just one step away from leveling up. With 8 zombies and 2 plants killing everything in sight, leveling up was fast with so many minions. Gradually, he reached the depths of the forest of beasts, not far from the strongest boss. Since this was a simulation dungeon from Changxing Company, no real treasures or equipment would drop. Even after spending money to enter the dungeon, it was uncertain whether killing monsters would yield any experience points. To truly grow stronger, I need to explore more secret realms. Though dangerous now, I have someone to tank for me. Suddenly, the 2 zombies at the front were ruthlessly thrown into the air. After leading the charge for so long, this was their first setback. Fortunately, the zombies felt no pain and never tired. Even after being knocked away, they didn't utter a sound. Is it the boss, say? Without pausing to check on the 2 lawnmower zombies, Ye Chen quickly deployed 2 squash. Their appearance and expression were as goofy as ever, and Ye Chen almost burst out laughing the moment they appeared. All units attack. At his command, all the plants and zombies advanced together. Ahead, a massive vine lashed out like a thick whip. Name: Giant Vine Treant, HP 6600 strength, 990 agility, 700 spirit, 800 constitution, 450 skill. Whip Sweep, a treant that has taken form over many years in the forest of beasts, adept at group attacks. Each whip strike can shatter steel plates. Crack, crack, crack. The zombies were knocked to the ground, but they immediately stood up again, marching forward tirelessly and firmly gripping the treant's roots. They can withstand this blow, which shows decent physical stats. Ye Chen ordered the zombies and plants to continue fighting. Some zombies clung to the treant while others entangled its vine whips. The Pea Shooters behind fired a continuous stream of pea bullets. The 2 squash aimed leaped into the air and landed with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and the entire forest was engulfed in dust, its former lush greenery gone. Huge craters appeared where the squash had landed. The giant vine treant was riddled with holes and craters, its roots bitten through by the zombies. Soon the treant fell, and Ye Chen's experience rose once more. If only I could equip these zombies with armor and weapons in the future. Ye Chen noticed that the zombies had decent base stats, but lacked equipment and skills. If those shortcomings were addressed, his zombie legion could not only handle wild beasts, but even high-level human class changers. Ye Chen closed his eyes using his heart net ability to sense if any monsters remained alive. Pea Shooters 3 furry rabbits on the left. Squash take care of the wolves to the east. The rest of the zombies go kill the brown bears to the north. Soon a series of notification sounds echoed in Ye Chen's ears. Finally his experience reached level 1950. Gaining 1 level from a single dungeon is excellent for a simulation dungeon. It's not a secret realm, so this 200,000 was well spent. Ye Chen recalled all his plants and zombies and left the forest of beasts. The receptionist in black stockings was waiting eagerly. Seeing him emerge so soon, a flicker of surprise passed through her beautiful eyes. "What's the matter, young man? Coming out so quickly, do you need to form a team?" "The forest of beasts has too many monsters. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill them all. Let me introduce you to some class changers." Before she could finish, Ye Chen said indifferently, "No need. I killed them all, so I came out." Killed them all? How is that possible? How terrifyingly strong was this young man? The receptionist in black stockings stood frozen in place. By the time she snapped out of it, Ye Chen had already left. "I forgot to ask for his contact again. How could I be so careless? I'm so mad." She slapped her thigh in frustration, having been too stunned to do anything but stand there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, the recruitment teams had all arrived in Donghai City. "Let me reiterate, our only target is student Ye Chen." At that moment, a teacher from another admissions office sneered, "Teacher Wen, don't bother competing. Your Yanhuang University got the spot last year. We're taking this promising talent this year." Teacher Wen immediately retorted, "What do you mean, let us have it? It's clear that your Zhejiang University couldn't compete with us. We're not giving up on Ye Chen this year either." He. Director 1 from Yanhuang University admissions office and Director Fan from Zhejiang University nearly broke into another heated argument. The reason for another was because they had already clashed once last year. As two of the most prestigious martial arts universities in Daxia, Yanhuang University and Zhejiang University undoubtedly held a unique significance within the nation's educational system unmatched by any other institution. The name Yanhuang University originated from a human emperor born there, the Flame Emperor. As for Zhejiang University, it was also a martial arts university that had produced a human emperor, both esteemed as renowned academies in Daxia. They had all gathered in Donghai for one purpose: recruitment, especially for Ye Chen. Moreover, to vie for Ye Chen this time, the other top 10 universities in the country had also come to try their luck. Though their prestige paled in comparison to Yanhuang and Zhejiang, they were willing to go all out for Ye Chen. What if fortune smiled upon them, and Ye Chen chose to join their ranks? Thus, other renowned universities like Kunlun University and Luojia University transformed into fervent suitors, fawning over Ye Chen. Together they arrived at the city lord's mansion to meet the lord of Donghai City. Inside, a burly middle-aged man with fiery red hair was lost in worry. "My lord, they have arrived. Scythe, these people will start quarreling again as they do every year. Let them in." As his words faded, the gates swung open. Director 1 and Director Fan dashed in like sprinters, racing to be at the forefront. The other admissions officers were not to be outdone, nearly wearing down the doorstep of the city lord's mansion. "Esteemed guests from afar, I am deeply honored. Please have a seat," the city lord said with a smile. Yet the admissions officers refused to sit, immediately asking, "May we know where Ye Chen resides?" "Ahem, everyone, no need to rush. Have some hot tea and rest a while," the city lord said, ordering tea to be served. The teachers took their seats in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Ye Chen entered another new simulation dungeon. To gain more experience points, he did not hesitate to spend hundreds of thousands. His funds came not only from the high school reward of 1 million, but also from equipment brought out of the Phoenix secret realm, such as golden grade healing liquid worth 1 million per bottle. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared as countless monsters turned to ash. Killed Golden Man Lion experience 500. Killed Lightning Leopard experience 450. Killed Mighty Bear experience 500. Commanding his plant and zombie army, Ye Chen grew increasingly adept at battle. It could be said that even if he entered a real secret realm, he could secure victory with ease. All right, return. Ye Chen recalled the plants and zombies. He discovered that certain plant combinations yielded unexpected effects. For instance, placing several torchwood stumps in a row allowed the Pea bullets from Pea Shooters, double shooters, or even triple shooters to pass through the flames, upgrading them into fire peas. This ultimately caused greater damage. Such a combat method consumed none of Ye Chen's own stamina, making it utterly perfect. Furthermore, among the plants Ye Chen cultivated, the one with the highest single-target lethality was the Doom mushroom. Known as the nuclear mushroom, it produced devastating explosions with power akin to a nuclear bomb. Thus, Ye Chen had only tested one over the sea, and the explosion far exceeded his imagination. If used in a secret realm, the consequences were beyond his wildest dreams. At the very least, he could easily clear the dungeon. Hybridizing plants with plants and plants with zombies grants me formidable allies. If their base stats could be stronger, their future potential would be even greater. Ye Chen rested briefly before heading out to grind monsters again. Finally, after much effort, his experience reached level 1999. 00. Monsters. All gone. Have I killed them all? Ye Chen looked around, finding no new monsters, whether ordinary zombies or hybrid ones. Undoubtedly, he had stripped another dungeon clean. This was precisely why simulation companies never profited much from doing business with Ye Chen. Ye Chen would always devour the entire dungeon, leaving not a single monster behind. Why? Because as a farmer, he had known poverty too well. After all, the monsters simulated by Qiangxin Group were plentiful and easy to use, safer than secret realms, and offering more experience than open-field wild ones. One more dungeon. Cash or card? Card. Hurry, I need to be out before sunset. Ye Chen entered the dungeon again, summoned his zombie legion, and after a swift slaughter, his experience bar gradually extended. Leveling up gets tougher in the later stages. Sometimes even 1% can be a slog, especially since this isn't a real secret realm. Yet Ye Chen didn't give up. He summoned cherry bombs and laid down a bomb carpet over the area. Boom, boom, boom. Another violent explosion, and a white light emanated from Ye Chen. Level 21-1. Great, I've leveled up. He then took out the jaw change scroll he had prepared and underwent his second-class advancement. With a dazzling flash of white light, Ye Chen's attribute panel soared once more. What excited him even more was the update to his class and talents. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer Shinong. Level 21-1. Strength: 9,000 Agility, 9,000 Spirit, 25,000 Constitution, 9,500 Nourished by Phoenix Mountain Spring Fruits, Thunder Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Beast, Immortal Phoenix. Maturity 50. Weapon: Death Scythe. Equipment: Heaven and Earth. Alternate Dimension Talents: Divine Enhancement, Hybrid Master, tenfold amplification. Damage transfer, tenfold amplification. Summon plants and zombies, gain a tenfold increase in all attributes. Damage transfer transfers damage received by the user to summon plants and zombies. Divine enhancement allows crops and livestock to evolve beyond their limits. Fruit trees become demon fruit, trees a small chicken becomes an immortal phoenix, chick sunflowers become plants versus zombies. Hybrid Master enables arbitrary hybridization of supernatural plants and crossbreeding plants with zombies to create powerful plant and zombie armies. I've become a sacred farmer. So many changes. Strength, agility, and constitution all increased by 1,000 points, while spirit directly rose by 2,000. Plus 2 new skills: tenfold amplification and damage transfer. Combined with my summoned plants and zombies, their divine abilities. Filled with excitement, Ye Chen quickly summoned the simplest ordinary zombie to test the power of this talent. The alternate dimension opened, and a dull-looking ordinary zombie crawled out. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Race: Undead. Strength: 500 Agility, 100 Spirit, 200 Constitution, 450 Description. Feels no pain, no fear, never tires, loves brains. Tenfold amplification. Activate. A golden buff appeared beneath the ordinary zombie. Checking its attributes again, a dramatic transformation had occurred. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Race: Undead. Strength: 5,000 Agility, 1,000 Spirit, 2,000 Constitution, 4,500 Description. Feels no pain, no fear, never tires, loves brains. These zombies lacked flashy skills, but they excelled in charging forward fearlessly, tirelessly working for Ye Chen to earn experience. Coupled with their exceptional durability and greater-than-expected strength, they were the perfect choice for brute force enforcers. If an ordinary zombie can become this strong after tenfold amplification, what about football zombies, lawnmower zombies, and hybrid-enhanced zombies? I can hardly imagine. Next, Ye Chen summoned the Immortal Phoenix and said with a grin, "Come on, breathe some fire at me. It's been too cold lately." The Immortal Phoenix blinked, its intelligent eyes glanced at the blazing sun above, and thought, "Are you sick, or am I? It's scorching hot, and you call this cold? Besides, my flames aren't for healing. One breath, and you'd really die? Even if you're my master, you can't be this reckless. Thus, for the first time, the little beast disobeyed Ye Chen's command. Yet Ye Chen just smiled and ordered again, "Be a good pet and breathe fire at me." He wanted to test the damage transfer talent. Even if it didn't work as expected, he could still elementalize into lightning to dodge some damage. The little beast had no choice but to sigh, thinking its master had gone mad. It took a deep breath and unleashed everything. "Holy crap. Are you trying to kill your master?" I said a little, "Not this much." A wave of immense heat surged forward, scorching the surroundings barren in an instant, nearly forcing Ye Chen to abandon the experiment and activate elementalization. Yet in the next moment, Ye Chen stood unscathed, not even a singe on his clothes. However, the ordinary zombie from earlier was not so lucky. Under the blazing phoenix flames of the ancient beast immortal phoenix, it gradually turned to ash. Though their stat panels seemed similar, the gap in race and bloodline remained evident. "Thank you for your hard work, my labor zombie." Ye Chen offered a faint apology, then burst into excitement. This proved that the damage transfer talent was no lie. It was incredibly practical. From now on, he could fight enemies while summoning numerous plants and zombies like high defense walnuts. Even if these plants and zombies did nothing but stand there absorbing damage for him, they would still make a significant contribution. Solid. From now on, I'm a sacred farmer. A blend of farmer and gardener, planting trees for fruit, raising flowers and zombies. I can do it all. Clearly, Ye Chen was extremely satisfied with this class advancement. He decided to head home. Meanwhile, the Lord of Donghai City intended to keep the teachers for a meal. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but we must hurry to Ye Chen's home," Director Fan said with a smile. "Lest someone beats us to it." Director Wen snorted coldly, a glint flashing behind his glasses. "Old Fan, you're still too green," he thought. "Do you really think our Yanhuan University admissions team came here just to compete with you over who gets Ye Chen's address first? We've already dispatched the special grade teacher Yu Qingxian to scout Donghai City. The reason we're still here acting with you is merely to stall for time." This matter was an open secret among the entire Yanhuan University admissions team aside from the other 9 top-tier academies. However, one teacher whispered, "Director Wen, teacher Yu Qingxian hasn't replied yet. I wonder if she's truly scouting diligently." Hearing this, Director Wen's heart skipped a beat. This Yu Qingxian came from an extraordinary background and had a rather free-spirited personality. If she hadn't taken the task seriously, things would be dire. But the Yanhuan University admissions team consisted of familiar faces. Only sending Yu Qingxian would make her least likely to be noticed by teachers from other universities. Moreover, if Yu Qingxian hadn't volunteered to go, Director Wen wouldn't have entrusted her with such a critical task. Now, with no word from her, Director Wen's heart began to pound with anxiety. "My lord, please just tell us Ye Chen's home address," Director Wen urged. The other university admissions directors chimed in agreement. Finally, the Lord of Donghai City had no choice but to pull up the city's citizen records and retrieve Ye Chen's home address. "The home address of this student has already been provided to you. However, I still advise you all not to rush, not to act impulsively." The city lord of East Sea City didn't finish his sentence. When he turned around, he was astonished to find the hall empty. The admissions directors had vanished like rabbits in a flash. "City lord, they've run off," said the Twilight Temple investigator. "I saw it. There's no need to mention things that embarrass me." The city lord was mortified. Meanwhile, Director Wen and his team were racing towards Ye Chen's home. "Any news from Yu Qingxian yet?" he asked another teacher in the group. "None. I suspect she doesn't even know what the student looks like." Hearing this, Director Wen curled his lip. "Outrageous. She has no sense of responsibility." Another teacher smiled helplessly. "But what can you do? She's a 9-turn powerhouse and the sister of the Moonlight War God." Special grade teacher Yu Qingxian, an elemental mage, was at level 176, 9-turn. On the other side, Director Fan of Jutian University was also rushing to Ye Chen's home. That old one is full of tricks. Don't think I don't know. He must have sent people out to investigate long ago. Lucky for us, we also sent out students who took other special recruitment routes this year. We'll use the tactic that peers connect better to win Ye Chen over. The temple assessment was just one of the special recruitment paths, much like in Ye Chen's past life, where some were recruited through physics competitions, others through chemistry, and some even through aerobics. Other teachers in the group chimed in. "Director Fan, you're brilliant. We will surely secure Ye Chen. But don't put all your eggs in one basket. Remember, Ye Chen is our top priority, but our second target, Xiao Mukin, is also worth our attention. After all, he defeated the Sword Emperor in the temple assessment, ranking just below Ye Chen." Ye Chen and Xiao Mukin were the 2 most important targets for many universities visiting East Sea City. Meanwhile, after a day of grinding experience, Ye Chen passed a familiar restaurant, and his stomach began to growl. No choice will go in for some noodles. A woman in a white dress with a strikingly pure and refined face strolled by. So young and already at second turn not bad. Ye Chen looked up and saw this stunning woman. She appeared to be around 26 or 27 with a voice that was intellectual and graceful, a true long-legged beauty. She was quite outgoing, otherwise she wouldn't have greeted him so readily since he didn't know her. Ye Chen stared at her in silence. Don't think of me as some strange older sister. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. With that, Ye Chen left. She was traveling with Director 1 and the others from Yanhuang University who were busy recruiting students. Ye Chen didn't go to the city lord's mansion but chose to wander the city alone because before entering, she had vaguely sensed a trace of dark energy on the city wall. To avoid alerting the enemy, she decided to investigate discreetly. I hope I'm overthinking it. With them guarding the border, how dare those alien races from the abyss invade? After wandering for a while and finding no trace of abyssal demons, Ye Chen decided to return and meet up with Director 1 and the others. After finishing his noodles, Ye Chen felt replenished from the day's energy expenditure. What does she mean by friendly reminder? Are all beautiful women this strange? He sat at the table and scrolled through his phone. Clickbait news is popular here too. Shocking. Free Federation produces another god-tier transcender. It's laughable. Come to think of it, he had been in this world for a while and had finally figured out its rules. This world was far vaster than his previous one, with a population dozens of times larger. Among the many nations, the strongest were Great Xia and the Free Federation across the Pacific, followed by the Ross Union in the north and the Europa Alliance in the west. To the east of Great Xia lay an island nation called Dongying, which occasionally made a ruckus. Ye Chen mused that the overall geopolitical landscape was almost identical to his past life. The only difference was the existence of the Abyss mystic realms and fierce beasts. The Abyss harbored alien races, and there was even a myriad races battlefield where demons constantly sought to invade human territory. The difficulty and danger of the Abyss far exceeded those of mystic realms. Additionally, the world was filled with fierce beasts which existed both in reality and in dungeons. To survive, I must keep getting stronger, Ye Chen resolved, recalling his parents who had died in a beast tide. Returning home, he found the entrance bustling with activity. Is this still my home? The poor have no visitors in a bustling city, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. As an orphan with no parents, when had his doorstep ever been this lively? As soon as he appeared, many neighbors came fawningly to greet him. Ye Chen, you're going to be a success now. Yes, even we neighbors are basking in your glory. Once you get into a top martial arts university and become a renowned figure, don't forget us. Ye Chen looked bewildered. What's going on? Just then, several admissions teachers rushed over, and Ye Chen immediately understood the situation. Oh no, a recruitment war. In his past life, the legendary battles between Tsinghua and Peking University were like Mars hitting Earth. Now in this life, he would get to experience it too. Ye Chen, we at Kunlun University can offer you admission without credit requirements. Not only will tuition be waived, but we'll also provide you with cultivation resources. We guarantee that by graduation your level will be at least 100. Another teacher said, everything Kunlun just offered we at Luojia University can match. In addition, we offer unknown tutoring from top 7-turn teachers who will take you to grind levels in mystic realms. Ye Chen, would you consider joining us? These teachers were talking faster than salespeople, and Ye Chen was overwhelmed, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then a voice like that of a transcendent master rang out. Director Fan said, Ye Chen, don't listen to them. What's a 7-turn top teacher? We have 9-turn special grade teachers. Then why haven't you brought your 9-turn special grade teacher here? Director Wen retorted, immediately undermining him while ordering his people to contact Ye Chen to come and hold the fort. You'll see them once you enroll. But we have brought students your age who also passed the special recruitment assessment. Director Fan said to Ye Chen with a benevolent expression. As he spoke, a group of handsome men and beautiful women indeed appeared, clearly from prestigious families, and their strength was indeed formidable. Ye Chen, come to Jiutian University. Yes, we look forward to being your classmates. I heard you defeated the Thunder Emperor. I'd love to spar with you in lightning magic. These prodigies looked at Ye Chen with a mix of invitation and challenge. Ye Chen smiled faintly at them. Then an invitation arrived from the city lord's mansion. The city lord invites all the students and teachers from the various academies to a dinner. At the Shao family's rear mountain on a peak, a waterfall cascaded down the cliff like a river of stars. A young man practiced with a sword, drinking and singing wildly, every move heavy with the scent of alcohol. Chainer, how is your practice going? Xiao Yuanfeng asked. Father, thank you for this manual. I've improved a lot recently, and can gradually control my drunken state, Xiao Mukin replied. Good. Although I grounded you, I haven't been idle. I've searched all of Huaxia in recent years and finally found a suitable technique for you. Xiao Yuanfeng let out a long sigh. For his talented son, he had indeed spared no effort. He had even ventured to the border, the place closest to the abyss where not only alien races roamed, but also the myriad races battlefield had opened. After finishing his sword practice, Xiao Mukin and Xiao Yuanfeng returned from the rear mountain to the mansion. Brother, father, you're back, said Xiao Rongyu. By the way, girl, do you want to attend the same martial arts university as your brother? Xiao Yuanfeng asked. I heard that the admissions offices of top universities have all come here. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Rongjia's face, for she didn't know which university Ye Chen would choose. As her brother Xiao Mukin seemed to sense something and shook his head with a sigh. A girl's heart is no longer at home. Brother. All right, let's eat together. As Xiao Yuanfeng spoke, he suddenly received an invitation from the city lord. As a prominent family in EC City, the Xiao family was naturally entitled to attend the banquet, especially since Xiao Mukin had achieved second place in the temple assessment and Xiao Rongyu was second in the Phoenix mystic realm. Of course, the top rank in both was Ye Chen. The city lord's invitation is hard to refuse, and since the teachers will be there, well, dine at the city lord's mansion today. Father, I won't go, said Xiao Rongyu, not looking up from her phone. Let her be. You and I will go. I can't wait to meet Ye Chen. Xiao Mukin stretched and turned to leave. Brother, I just remembered that the city lord's mansion is near a shop I like. I need to go. Everyone gathered at the city lord's mansion. At the banquet, one high-end dish after another was served with all the utensils neatly arranged. The city lord had prepared the highest standard of hospitality. After all, it was a big annual occasion. He also hoped that the admissions teachers wouldn't argue too heatedly, at least with food in their mouths they might talk less. In the city lord's view, it made no difference which martial arts university they chose. As long as Ye Chen and Xiao Mukin were from EC City, the honor belonged to EC City. Ye Chen arrived first, followed by the Xiao family. Ye Chen. Xiao Rongjia's eyes lit up. Father, I'm not going. Xiao Mukin mimicked Xiao Rongjia's earlier phone-obsessed behavior in a mocking tone. Xiao Rongyu shot him a death smile and secretly pinched her brother hard. Ouch! Xiao Mukin quickly dodged. Around a huge round table sat the teachers from various academies, the city lord, and the head of the Xiao family. The students, being the most numerous, had their own table. The atmosphere grew livelier as everyone raised their glasses. Only Director 1 and Director Fan were locked in a battle of words across the table, neither willing to yield. We really did bring a 9-turn special grade teacher. Just wait and see. As he spoke, Director 1 was about to contact Yu Qingxian. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature plummeted and a dark aura swept in. Low demonic whispers seemed to rise from the earth. Ha, success. After lurking so long, I've finally found my chance. A chance to wipe out your human seedlings. Ye Chen heard the system notification. Detected intense spatial fluctuations. Ding. Demon dungeon about to open. The city lord and the others sensed danger and quickly activated their professional skills to dispel the surrounding darkness. But when the darkness receded like a tide, they were horrified to find that all the students had vanished. Damn, we've been tricked. It's an abyssal demon. How could alien races from the abyss infiltrate EC City? That's impossible. Complacency leads to disaster. This time we were careless. What do we do? These students have only been in mystic realms, they don't understand the stakes of the abyss. As panic set in, a voice cold and detached rang out. Don't rush. They'll handle this. I've been chasing them, but I was still a step too late. In Donghai City, within the city lord's mansion, a woman of ethereal beauty made her entrance. The moment she appeared, the aura emanating from her bespoke her formidable power, nearly suffocating those around her. Teacher Yue, you have finally arrived. I had intended to persuade you to recruit Ye Chen. Director 1 sighed. Upon hearing this, Director Fan gasped in shock. I thought you were joking, but you actually managed to invite Yu Qingxian, the 9-turn elemental mage. However, since things had come to this, everyone ceased to concern themselves with recruitment. When they first arrived in Donghai, they had brought along a batch of high school graduates destined for university. For instance, when passing through Tianji City, Kunlun University had taken 2 of them. Now these already enrolled students, along with Ye Chen, Xiao Mukin, Xiao Rongyu, and others whose fates were still undecided, had all entered the abyss like lambs to the slaughter. Curse those alien races. Both the students we recruited and those we didn't have all been captured by them. Filthy rats in the gutter, despicable creatures. I resign. I will go to the border myself and fight to my heart's content. Yu Qingxian looked around and spoke. Everyone assist me. This dark aura still lingers in Donghai City. In other words, the students can still be saved. If they are terrified the moment they enter the abyss, they will be unqualified soldiers on the myriad races battlefield. Ye Chen's words reinvigorated everyone present. Since ancient times, humanity's survival and development had been plagued by alien invasions. Even without entering the abyss, exploring secret realms could claim lives. As she spoke, she produced a light compass specifically designed to counter demons, forcibly extracting a wisp of demonic aura. Northwest. Everyone worked together and destroy it. Everyone struck simultaneously. Ye Chen unleashed a powerful elemental laser, aiming it directly at the black mist. How do you think that will work? The demon's whisper echoed again. I am but a mere projection, and my true form is not here. Then we shall destroy you nonetheless. Ye Chen's eyes glimmered as her aura burst forth, and a dazzling white magic array materialized. With everyone's combined efforts, she annihilated the black mist in an instant. Kill me all you want. I lose a projection, but you lose your students, haha. The demon's whisper faded, yet the students had not returned. Everyone was furious to the extreme. This damned demon, where has it sent the students? Ye Chen's gaze shifted as she pondered. I suspect the enemy has created an alternate dimension. The students have been sent into a dungeon. If they cannot defeat the alien creatures within, they will never escape. Conversely, if they are strong enough, there is still a glimmer of hope. The city lord anxiously said, but the abyssal aliens are far more formidable than the beasts of ordinary secret realms. Can these students truly succeed? Indeed, I've heard that some aliens possess combat power equivalent to a human's 5th or 6th turn at birth. What can we do? Other teachers were also panicked. No. If the demon's true form had descended, bringing the genuine challenge of the abyss, these students would have perished long ago, Ye Chen said calmly. But I can still sense their life force, especially a few of them whose auras are particularly strong and healthy. That means they are unharmed for now. Hearing this, the others felt a slight relief. Then, Teacher Yue, what can we do to help? Yes, I would give my life to save the students. Can you send us in to rescue them? Ye Chen shook her head. No. If I could, I would have gone in myself and slaughtered the aliens. But I can communicate with them. Then a voice echoed. Everyone, do not panic. You have been attacked by an abyssal demon and are now in a low-tier version of the abyss. You may encounter alien creatures you have never seen before, but do not be afraid. They cannot unleash their true power. Treat it as a nightmare-level secret realm. Find the patterns and you can defeat them. Amidst the hazy mist, all the students heard Ye Chen's voice. They had been panicked moments before, but now that they understood the situation, they managed to muster their spirits. Ye Chen felt a sense of familiarity with this voice, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. We the people of Daxia do not fear the abyssal aliens. Fight! Ye Chen's words resonated with everyone, inspiring them. Our clan elders said our ancestor founded the family by slaying alien creatures. Thus humanity has always endured this. We are not the only ones facing this. The soldiers at the border face hardships 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than ours. We cannot give up easily. Gradually, the students encouraged one another, chanting in unison, we the people of Daxia do not fear the abyssal aliens. We will fight to the death and never retreat. We the people of Daxia do not fear the abyssal aliens. We will fight to the death and never retreat. We the people of Daxia do not fear the abyssal aliens. We will fight to the death and never retreat. United as one, the harsh reality lay bare before them. There was no choice but to fight to the death, and if they were to die, it would be a glorious end. Someone asked, what should we do next? Split into 3 groups to find the exit. Ye Chen replied, no. The more dangerous the situation, the less we should separate. We don't understand this place yet. Splitting up will only allow them to pick us off one by one. Some wanted to argue, but Ye Chen silenced them. If you want to die, go ahead. Haven't you seen horror movies? The ones who die fastest are always those who go off alone. His mental fortitude far surpassed that of some 18-year-olds. With a simple statement, he cowed those who thought themselves superior. Gradually, they supported each other, some watching the front, others the sides, forming a column as they advanced. After an unknown time, a Gothic building appeared before them, topped with a large pendulum clock. The chime of the clock echoed through the darkness, sounding terrifying and eerie. Then the surrounding vines began to stir, creeping up stealthily from behind. Watch out. Students responsible for rear observation, stay alert. Everyone immediately activated their class skills. Xiao Mukin and his sister drew their long swords, slicing through several vines. Archers hung back, using sound to locate targets in the dark. Support classes raised their staves, chanting spells to enhance everyone's defense and attack. Many vines were severed, and the surrounding commotion subsided. Is it over? Good thing we listened to that student's advice. Yes, it's too dark here. If we had split up, we would have died countless times by now. Those who had earlier proposed splitting up hung their heads in shame. Yet Ye Chen did not let pride swell within him. He knew greater challenges lay ahead. The next moment, the severed vines reconnected, writhing like grotesque tentacles reaching out from all directions to ensnare them. Name: Thousand-Handed Tree Demon, HP, 7,000 Strength, 1,400 Agility, 2,000 Spirit, 2,000 Constitution, 1,500 Description. A tree demon corrupted by the abyss. Its abilities to entangle, strangle, and regenerate are greatly enhanced. 7,000 HP. The other students were aghast. At that moment, Ye Chen summoned a torchwood. You guys go. They'll hold them off. In the darkness, Xiao Rongyu couldn't make out Ye Chen's figure, but his voice seemed familiar. She did not retreat. Then several pea shooters and repeaters were summoned. Fire peas attack. The flaming peas struck the tree demon, igniting its 1,000 arms one after another. Even as they regenerated, they continued to burn. Thousand-Handed Tree Demon. Think you're special with all those arms. Keep up the firepower. At Ye Chen's command, the pea shooters unleashed a relentless barrage. Scorched by the flames, the peas' power was greatly amplified. 1,000 flaming peas, as if costless, rained down upon the thousand-handed tree demon, setting its tentacle-like vines ablaze one by one. The vines sizzled and crackled, emitting a faint, burnt smell. In the dim firelight, Xiao Muyukan and Xiao Rongyu finally saw Ye Chen clearly. They drew their long swords, severing the tree demon's vines that attempted to ambush Ye Chen. It's you. Great Ye Chen, are you all right? Let's go. The three of us will leave together. As they moved forward, the other students who had gone ahead became cannon fodder. A student had barely taken a step when a rope lashed around his neck, hoisting him high. He hung upside down, his death a ghastly sight. Xiao Rongyu clutched Ye Chen's clothes in fear. Everyone, don't be afraid. Even when you see sacrifices, you must press on. Retreating will only lead to a worse death. Ye Chen rallied them, knowing that sacrifices were inevitable. If they stopped because of a comrade's death, wouldn't that sacrifice be in vain? Everyone grew more cautious, advancing step by step. Through constant trial and error, they escaped the dark, perilous, silent forest. The pendulum clock chimed again, as if calling and urging them forward. Then a voice resonated. Little human children, welcome to the dark abyss. I am the demon you fear most. I offer you two choices: forsake your humanity and join the darkness, or die. When the voice fell, not a single person responded. The demon fell into an awkward silence, then whispered, "What's this? Are you too terrified to speak? They say you are the prodigies of this generation. I have waited through so many batches of students just for you. Do not disappoint me and my master. To defy the abyss is to invite death." At that moment, Ye Chen said coldly, "You pretentious fool. Are you too afraid to show yourself?" The demon's icy voice returned, "It doesn't matter. When you are on the brink of death from fear, you will remember my words and renounce your humanity." Beside him, Xiao Muyukan uncorked his gourd and took a swig of strong liquor, grinning. "Don't let the demon tempt you. If any of you want to stop being human, it'll gladly send you to your death." Seeing the pervasive darkness, Ye Chen had a flash of inspiration and summoned numerous sunflowers. Take one each. They will produce sunlight periodically. Staring at the multitude of sunflowers, the others were astonished. Your sunflowers produce sunlight instead of seeds. Sunlight. The crowd had not misheard. What Ye Chen spoke of was indeed sunlight. Amidst the terrifying and oppressive darkness, everyone yearned for sunshine, for nothing in the dark was more reassuring than light. Whether it was the thousand-handed tree demon before, or that classmate who had been hung upside down just now, both had suffered greatly due to insufficient light. "Can these sunflowers be uprooted?" a timid support girl asked. Then the large, disc-like faces of the sunflowers turned around, revealing that they even had eyes and expressions. How adorable! The surrounding girls were charmed, their maiden hearts fluttering. "There's no need to uproot them. They are independent individuals. You can hold them in your hands or tie them around your waist," Ye Chen said. As his words fell, the numerous sunflowers reached their moment and spat out clusters of brilliant golden sunlight. Instantly, the area brightened considerably, and the Gothic architecture ahead no longer seemed eerie and terrifying. "Wow, that's amazing, classmate. What class are you?" "I've never seen a skill like this before," someone asked. "It's nothing. You can think of me as a gardener. Everyone take one, and let's continue on our way," Ye Chen said with a smile. Xiao Muyukan also gave a thumbs up. "Truly worthy of being the one who defeated me. This skill, though flashy, was damn useful." Thus, every member of the team carried a sunflower. With every few steps, sunlight would leap forth, gradually dispelling the gloom in their hearts. It was then that the demon began to panic. If these humans felt no fear, his power would be affected. "Impossible! How can you create sunlight? Are you an archangel or a seraph? Damn the sun. Why must it be the sun? I will kill you with my own hands, Arg. A piercing scream rang out as the demon driven to madness caused a vast amount of dark essence to seep out from the entire space. He held nothing back, determined to drag this place into an abyss of eternal darkness, condemning these humans to never see the light of day. Everyone be careful, I hear footsteps. Many beasts. A classmate with the rogue profession said. No, not beasts, but alien creatures. 7 on the left, 19 on the right, wielding swords, shields, and hammers. Ye Chen activated his heart net, hearing more clearly and seeing farther than him. Though everyone found it incredible, no one dared to doubt Ye Chen anymore. The group prepared for battle. The next second, a rumbling sound echoed as a horde of humanoid creatures clad in furs looking like they ate raw meat and drank blood charged out. Name: Behemoth Orc, HP 7500 Strength, 2400 Agility, 3000 Spirit, 1000 Constitution, 2500 Description. Infected beastmen transformed into half-human, half-beast forms. Adept at group attacks with a fondness for eating humans and drinking blood. They brandished various weapons, charging at Ye Chen and his group from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The team members also drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the orcs. They're strong. Their actual combat power feels far higher than their stats. Stats are just a reference, not absolute. Everyone be careful. Due to their alien bloodline and habit of eating raw meat, their primal strength is greatly enhanced. The others had barely exchanged blows with the behemoth orcs before being knocked over by their immense wild strength. The enemy excelled at group fighting. With a single charge, they sent the entire squad tumbling, sparing only experts like Ye Chen and Xiao Mukin. Ye Chen's breath quickened as he calculated the time. Nearly an hour had passed since they entered. He had no desire to spend half a day in a place like this. But since the true demon refused to show itself, he would no longer hold back. Come forth, Plant Zombie Legion. With a thought, numerous supernatural plants emerged from the soil along with a horde of zombies. Ah, zombies. Some girls immediately screamed in fright. Don't panic, they're not enemies, Ye Chen shouted to reassure them. At the same time, he activated his tenfold amplification talent skill, casting a buff on all the plants and zombies. Their basic stats instantly surged tenfold. Even Ye Chen dared not imagine how powerful they had become now. Subsequently, a vast number of plants formed an orderly, massive phalanx. There were also all sorts of hybrid zombies, their expressions vacant, yet they charged at the front. You orcs think you're the best at group fights. How about matching your skills against my Plant Zombie Legion? Plant Zombie Legion charge. All students fall back. Ye Chen waved his hand, commanding the Grand Army to attack, while the other students retreated from the battlefield, their faces filled with confusion. Though they didn't understand Ye Chen's intentions, they weren't about to argue with a chance to slack off. Can we win? Just with these plants? And zombies? I think it's a stretch. Let's rest a bit. We'll probably have to go in eventually. Fine by me, we can't let him do all the work. The other students rolled up their sleeves, ready to launch an attack and coordinate with Ye Chen. However, a sight that no one expected unfolded. In a single charge, the tide of battle turned once more. This time it was the behemoth orcs who were sent flying. Gurgle, gurgle. The triple shooters loaded their ammunition, spitting out pea bullets one by one. The tenfold amplification made their lethality terrifyingly powerful. Coupled with the fire boost from the torchwood, these bullets were no longer mere bullets, but bombs, even missiles. Additionally, cherry bombs launched suicidal attacks against the behemoth orcs. These aliens had never seen such creatures before and swung their blades at them. But before they could make contact, a massive explosion occurred. Meanwhile, many zombies, even when struck at the neck, seemed unafraid and didn't even bother to defend. They pressed forward, relentlessly grabbing the behemoth orcs, tearing at their heads, trying to dig out their brains to eat. If you fancy yourselves as eaters of raw flesh, how do you compare to my zombies? Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. In the blink of an eye, the behemoth orcs, abandoning their arms and armor, ultimately failed to escape and were utterly annihilated by Ye Chen's army. The students behind watched in stunned amazement. These plants are things that can grow out of the ground. Yeah, I have a little hobby, nothing much, just growing some vegetables and raising a few chickens, Ye Chen replied. Mentioning raising chickens gave Xiao Mukin a headache, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. After all the behemoth orcs were eliminated, a large amount of experience points emerged, and Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Killing abyssal creatures also granted experience points. This was fantastic. Suddenly, he didn't want to leave this place anymore. Experience 1000, experience 1000, experience 1000. His level experience bar grew once more. Don't panic, everyone. Killing monsters gives rewards. Follow me and charge. At that moment, the demon's phantom appeared, and everyone finally saw its form. It had a human body but a goat's head with crimson pupils, looking bizarre and terrifying. You? What is your name? You've killed so many of my servants. If you dare come in, I will kill you. Expecting Ye Chen to back down, the demon was instead met with an incomprehensible excitement in his eyes. All right, I'll be waiting for you to kill me, Ye Chen said with a smile. The goat-head demon was stunned. Even the demon found that smile blood-curdling. Just who the hell was the demon here? Who could smile so happily when threatened by an abyssal demon? Did he truly feel no fear at all? After all, if the demon's servants were this strong, the demon itself must be far stronger. However, the goat-head demon was certain that the smile on Ye Chen's lips was not feigned, but came from the heart. Could this human truly be thinking of killing me? Fine, then he'll take over his body. When my true form descends, I will enter the human lands and wreak havoc. Ye Chen led the group to the foot of the Gothic building. Wait, this building is strange. Ye Chen gestured for everyone to step back. The rogues in the team who had strong perception agreed with his judgment. The hands of the large pendulum clock on the rooftop pointed to midnight. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It chimed 24 times, each chime striking the hearts of the crowd, sending chills down their spines. Countless bats hung upside down from the church's rooftop, and the pale moonlight illuminated everyone's faces. The night gradually grew less dark, yet the fear in their hearts seemed to deepen. Are we just stopping here? Let's just charge in. We might as well risk it all. Let's hear what this classmate thinks. Everyone looked at Ye Chen. For the first time, he felt the weight of a great responsibility. Yet powerful as he was, he too could not discern the strangeness of this building. Finally, he smiled again. If you can't figure it out, don't bother. Just blow it up and be done with it. Blow it up. The building is so tall, and we're too far away. Classmate, my explosion radius is 10 meters. It can reach it, but it won't bring it down. Then what's the point? How about this? Let me tank the damage, and you guys attack from behind. Everyone was talking at once. The hot-tempered warrior could no longer hold back. However, Ye Chen simply pointed forward and murmured, right here, planting one will be enough. Others. The next moment, a pitch-black mushroom slowly emerged from the soil at the base of the building. The sound is going to be loud, and the explosion huge. If you don't want to die, step back. If you don't want to go deaf, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1. The crowd scampered backward. Then a fiery glow shot into the sky, and the entire building was overturned. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The parts of the pendulum clock were scattered, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. Good thing I can control the blast radius, Ye Chen said, wiping a cold sweat from his brow. Honestly, he was afraid of causing a nuclear explosion that would blow himself up too. Yes, he had just pulled out the Doom Mushroom nuclear mushroom. The other students were utterly shocked. Classmate, the things you plant are a little different, huh? Yeah, just a little different. It's really nothing, Ye Chen said with an awkward chuckle. Others thought seriously. We were just joking, and you actually act modest. With that kind of terrifying destructive power, you call it just a little different. From the bottomless pit, a mass of black mist coalesced into the figure of the goat-head demon, his face etched with shock and confusion. Why? How can he blast me? Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Yu Qingxian's expression brightened as she said, I can sense it. That clone's power is weakening. Perhaps these students really do have a chance. The others were overjoyed upon hearing this. This group of students is truly commendable. Indeed, that being the case, we cannot simply stand idly by. Right, we must find a way to destroy the alternate dimension created by the abyssal demon. The others turned their questioning gazes toward Yu Qingxian. She nodded and said, a sound idea. I am currently capturing the corresponding spatial fluctuations. As she spoke, she cast a forbidden spell, causing the entire city lord's mansion to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, in the abyssal alternate dimension, the goat-head demon muttered curses. The elemental mage outside is disrupting me, and these human brats inside are stronger than I anticipated. The goat-head demon's visage grew even more ferocious as it whispered, I have no choice but to unleash this technique, ha ha ha. Dark Law Demon Proliferation. In an instant, 100 lesser demons surged toward Ye Chen and the others. Be careful, these seem to be demonic derivatives. The group, weary from battle, was forced to engage. Xiao Mukan drank wine and swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash. However, the goat-head lesser demons casually waved their hands, deflecting his attack. What? How can they be this strong? Even Xiao Mukan found it challenging, and naturally the others except for Ye Chen were faring no better. Around them, people were already getting injured. The demon hidden in the darkness fixed its gaze on Ye Chen and commanded, My minions, focus your attacks on him. Numerous lesser demons bared wicked grins, brandishing their weapons and baring their claws. Suddenly, Ye Chen found himself facing the greatest number of lesser demons. Seeing his mounting pressure, Xiao Rongyu was filled with immense worry and rushed to his side without a second thought. But a lesser demon blocked her path, and the other students were also intercepted by the horde, which outnumbered them several times over. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them. As Xiao Rongyu watched the lesser demons closing in on Ye Chen, despair flickered in her eyes. Just then Ye Chen waved his hand and numerous walnuts descended from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The lesser demons' slashes, charges, and assaults were all blocked by these suddenly appearing plants. Such formidable defense. The crowd was astonished. However, these walnuts merely formed a circle around Ye Chen, leaving a large opening above. The demon clearly seized this opportunity, commanding the remaining lesser demons to swarm in. They leaped above Ye Chen's head, launching an assassination attempt. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous blades struck at Ye Chen's neck. Ye Chen, tears streamed down Xiao Rongji's face. Yet to everyone's shock, no blood spilled from Ye Chen. Damage transfer. A white light flared, and the walnuts bore varying depths of blade marks. Ye Chen had successfully transferred all the damage onto them. What? How is this possible? The demon was dumbfounded once more. Thank goodness Ye Chen is unharmed. The others breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their fierce battle against the lesser demons. After a grueling fight, several lesser demons fell. Ye Chen, directing his zombies, single-handedly eliminated all the lesser demons that had targeted him. Experience 1300, experience 1300, experience 1300. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Have you all had enough? It seems I'm about to level up again. Hearing this, the demonic derivatives froze, attempting to attack Ye Chen, but were blocked by the plants and zombies. Ye Chen's entire body began to radiate light. He was leveling up, meditating to recover the vast spiritual energy he had expended. Level 1, level 1, level 1, absorbing all the experience points. He had actually advanced 3 levels in a row. Check the status panel. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer Shenong. Level 24, 500. Strength 12,000, Agility 12,000, Spirit 28,000, Constitution 12500. Nourished by Phoenix Mountain Spring Fruits, Rumble Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Pet, Immortal Phoenix. Maturity 65. Weapon: Death, Scythe, Heaven Earth, Alternate Dimension 100, 002, 8000. Plant: Zombies. Maximum summon count 200. Awakened Skill: Frenzied Slash. Talents: Divine Enhancement, Hybrid Master, Tenfold Amplification, Damage Transfer. 3 levels gained. Each of the 4 attributes increased by 300, and Little Chick's experience has also risen. With the increase in spiritual energy limit, the area of the Heaven Earth alternate dimension has expanded to 280 square meters. I can summon more plant zombies, and they've even awakened their own skills. Seeing this, a new idea sparked in Ye Chen's mind. Summon Doom Mushroom, summon normal zombie. Activate Hybrid Master: Doom Mushroom, normal zombie. Come forth, Doom Zombie. Name: Doom Zombie. Race: Undead. Strength 6500, Agility 5500, Spirit 3500, Constitution 6000. Description: a walking nuclear bomb that can swiftly reach a designated location and create a cataclysmic explosion. Since the Doom Zombie was a consumable, Ye Chen used the most basic zombie for the hybrid, so he wouldn't feel too bad when it was destroyed. Then he clenched his fist again as light flickered. Summon Pea Shooter, summon Buckethead Zombie. Activate Hybrid Master: Pea Shooter, Buckethead Zombie. Come forth, Zombie Soldier. Name: Zombie Soldier. Race: Undead. Strength 7500, Agility 6500, Spirit 4500, Constitution 7000. Skill: Frenzied Slash. Description: the bucket on its head has been upgraded to a sturdy helmet. Its mouth can fire bullets, and it wields weapons for slashing attacks. This time the zombie that emerged was no longer dull-witted. It was fully armed, exuding an aura of might and majesty. With Ye Chen's own level increase, these zombies had also awakened skills automatically, equipping weapons to unleash Frenzied Slash, no longer fixated on devouring brains. Ye Chen pointed forward, and a Doom Zombie took the lead, charging swiftly toward the group of lesser demons. These lesser demons showed expressions of terror, as the original Doom Mushroom had instilled fear in their progenitor. Yet the Doom Zombie was too fast for them to escape, quickly grabbing several lesser demons before charging into the densest cluster. Boom! A thunderous blast erupted, and a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, its fiery light instantly illuminating the entire dark space. The Doom Zombie's explosion carved a bloody path, and numerous zombie soldiers wielding their weapons began their charge. Their once hollow and vacant eyes now glowed red, entering a berserk state. Ye Chen understood that their battle instincts had automatically triggered the frenzied/skill. Excellent, these zombies have grown smarter. They know what to do without my commands. Crunch, crunch. A grating sound echoed as the zombie soldiers' blades severed the lesser demons' heads, and before the blood could dry they continued their slaughter. Finally, the zombie soldiers, with their overwhelming numerical advantage, swiftly annihilated all the lesser demons. Thank goodness we're saved. The other students cried out in relief, expressing their gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Xiao Mukin's arm, already sore and numb from gripping his sword, now revealed a genuine smile. But just as everyone was rejoicing, a chilling voice echoed. The temperature plummeted and the phantom of the abyssal demon finally descended. Do you think it ends here? No, the Dark Law's demon proliferation is not so simple. The crowd trembled with fear, yet Ye Chen alone remained composed. Then the scattered broken limbs and severed arms on the ground gradually dissolved into a pool of blood slowly flowing toward the shadow. These limbs and bones belonged to the 100 little demons from before, some blown to pieces, others ruthlessly beheaded by the zombie soldiers. Yet now these shattered fragments seemed to come alive, surging ceaselessly toward the shadow. Ha ha ha, my little ones, return to me, all of you. Let me absorb you. The blood merged with the shadow, then coalesced upward into a towering humanoid demon. With bat-like wings, a human body, a goat's head, and a hollow black scepter in hand, it resembled the legendary demon Satan. Do you know why I released those little demons? Because they absorb your damage and convert it all into my power. The goat-head demon laughed wildly, its expression growing increasingly ferocious, its sinister echoes reverberating through the dark space. The other students felt their pupils dilate in terror, their hard-earned courage crumbling once more. What? We fought them for so long, and it all just served him. Damn demons, so treacherous and cunning. Unimaginable. How did the border soldiers ever fight these alien races? Ye Chen stepped forward. Everyone, don't be afraid. The more we fear, the stronger this demon becomes. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept over them, just as the other students were bolstered by his words. Darkness Law Demon's Roar unleashes a powerful shockwave, dealing dual damage to both body and mind. Many of the already exhausted students struck by this wave of roaring attack fell to one knee, struggling to support themselves. Yet the chilling wind from the demon's roar was not a single gust. It spread in relentless waves with each roar. Ha ha ha, the goat-head demon struck the ground with its scepter, sending sound waves rippling outward like concentric circles from its center. Others unleashed their skills attacking or defending, but their damage was minimal. Eventually, they could no longer hold on and collapsed unconscious. Thanks to his superior spirit and physique, combined with damage transfer, Ye Chen remained almost unaffected. Indeed, you are the strongest among them. But today you too shall die. The goat-head demon glared at Ye Chen with blazing fury. Just then, an elemental laser from the outside world pierced through the vast expanse of time and struck. Boom. One of the goat-head demon's horns was snapped in half. Yu Qingxian's voice followed. The abyss demon's stats are immense, with strength starting at over 10,000. If you can't win, run. He'll break through this door in 5 minutes. The entire dark space began to tremble violently, a dizzying sensation of collapse washing over them. The goat-head demon snorted coldly. That woman can actually achieve this. But 5 minutes is enough to kill you all. Die. Name: Goat-head Demon Race, Demon Clan, Strength 11500, Agility 9500, Spirit 7500, Physique 6000, Skills: Demon Proliferation, Demon's Roar, Demon Proliferation, a high-level spell of the Darkness Law among the Demon Clan, capable of splitting into many little demons to attack enemies with numbers depending on the user's own strength. Upon reabsorption, it converts all damage suffered by the little demons into power. Demon's Roar, a high-level spell of the Darkness Law among the Demon Clan, strikes the ground with the scepter, unleashing a powerful sonic attack, while stirring chilling winds, dealing dual damage to body and mind. Description: a demon from the abyss with a goat's head, human body, and bat wings. A formidable existence even among the myriad races of the abyss. After hearing Yu Qingxian's words, Ye Chen glanced behind him. There was no retreat. If he fled, these classmates would surely die. But if he could win, why run? Mere Demon Clan after all. This is my first time facing a monster with over 10,000 in strength. Interesting. I hope you can last more than 2 seconds. How dare you? You treat me like some common beast in a secret realm. The goat-head demon struck its scepter, swiftly flying before Ye Chen. Its sharp claws were about to slash his pale neck. Die, arrogant human. At that moment, Ye Chen's right hand grasped the void, and a weapon materialized from his equipment slot. The Death Scythe. Clang. With a crisp metallic clash, the blade of the death scythe stood firmly before Ye Chen, stopping the demon's claws from advancing an inch. If not bad strength. The demon sneered, ready to press harder, but then something unexpected happened. The death scythe suddenly crackled with lightning, accompanied by a powerful tremor. Lightning tremor death slash. Ye Chen combined the powers of two fruits and the death scythe, swinging lightly to sever the goat-head demon's extended claw. Dark blood gushed into the air, mingling with the demon's agonized cries. Oh, what? Even demons feel pain. How do you possess such power? Aren't you just an ordinary summoner? Because Ye Chen had been summoning zombie plants all along, the goat-head demon assumed his personal strength was weak. Little did it know his stats and strength and agility were no less than its own. A dead man has no need for questions. If I hadn't feigned weakness, how could I lure you out, you cowardly scum hiding in the shadows? Scythe in hand, Ye Chen advanced like a reaper stalking the mortal world. The death scythe inherently suppressed evil and annihilated the undead. The demon staring at Ye Chen's figure was now terrified beyond measure. It could hardly tell who was the real demon anymore. No. Stay back. Join the abyss, and we can give you more than humanity ever could. Kill you and I can take whatever I want. The goat-head demon spread its wings, attempting to escape through the dark space. But Ye Chen transformed into lightning, flashing before it in an instant. Swish! The scythe cleaved through the goat's head, and the demon was annihilated. Experience 1500, experience 1500, experience 1500. After harvesting the experience, the blade of the death scythe gleamed with a silvery white radiance. Weapon: death scythe. Material: meteorite, iron. Kill: record: slain, necromancer slain, goat-head demon. Effect: exorcism and demonbane death slash. Exorcism and demonbane provides 100 suppression against undead and other spiritual entities. Death slash 19999 damage per strike, with a restraining effect on skeleton monsters and demon clan. Attack power increased. Can one-shot any monster under 2/0 HP. 19999 damage per hit. Plus a new effect for restraining demon clan. Minutes later. In the real world, Yu Qingxian sensed the demonic aura dissipate and grew even more tense. Either the demon was destroyed, or it had achieved its goal. Forbidden spell: elemental impact. Cracks appeared above Ye Chen, spreading like a spiderweb, gradually covering the entire dark space. Crack! Crack! The space shattered abruptly, and the light of the real world streamed in, dispelling all the gloom and terror. It's you. Ye Chen beheld a face of ethereal beauty. The group returned to the real world. At the banquet, not a single pair of chopsticks had touched the food, which had long since gone cold and been wasted. Night had fallen, the moon hung atop the willow branches, and the distant cries of magpies echoed through the air. Yet the city lord's mansion was ablaze with light, resplendent and magnificent, reducing even the moonlight to a secondary role. A woman in flowing robes tore open a passage through the darkness, leading a strikingly handsome youth away from the space once tainted by demons. Behind them trailed many unconscious classmates. Look, teacher Yu is out. Great, let's go help them. Are the students all right? The city lord, the head of the Shao family, and a group of admissions officers rushed forward to assist, gently lifting the unconscious students. They extended their spiritual senses to check the students' life forces. Thankfully, there's no danger to their lives. Only their spirits have been shaken. These students have truly brushed past the gates of death. Cursed abyssal demon lurking in Donghai City for so long. The city lord ordered precious healing potions to be brought and poured into the unconscious students as if they were plain water. At that moment, everyone noticed something unusual. It seemed someone was missing. Where is Ye Chen? Does Ye Chen need treatment? Yes, he's our specially admitted student at Yanhuan University. How did he become yours? He's clearly ours at Jiutian University. Kunlun University, Luojia University, and other top 10 institutions dared not speak. A calm, clear young voice rang out. No need to worry, I'm fine. Just treat the other students. Everyone turned to look and saw Ye Chen standing beside Yu Qingxian. He was completely unharmed, having merely been silent while recovering his spiritual energy through meditation. After all, summoning and fusing so many plant zombies for the first time had consumed a great deal of his mental strength. Nevertheless, after this battle, his mastery of various talents and skills had grown more refined, and most gratifyingly, he had risen 3 consecutive levels. Seeing Ye Chen emerge unscathed, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Though it was merely a demon's avatar, the ordeal must have been fraught with peril, yet Ye Chen's mental state far surpassed the others. However, Yu Qingxian's next words stunned them even further. This student Ye Chen is far more capable than you think. When I entered, he had already vanquished the abyssal demon's avatar. In fact, if it weren't for Ye Chen, every student trapped in that dark space would have perished. I believe that cunning demon who schemed for so long in Donghai never anticipated that it should not have dragged Ye Chen into this. Xiao Yuanfeng, the head of the Xiao family, first flashed a look of astonishment, then immediately cupped his hands in gratitude, and spoke with sincere earnestness. Student Yi, you saved my son and daughter. From now on, if you ever need anything, my Xiao family will spare no effort. Ye Chen nodded slightly, his merit towering, yet devoid of arrogance, embodying the demeanor of a grandmaster. The older city lord, family head, and teachers were all deeply moved. At such a young age, he was not only exceptionally talented, but also modest and humble. The admissions officers grew even fonder of Ye Chen. Top-tier universities valued not only a student's level and strength, but also their character and integrity. The more gifted a student, the more the admissions officers cared about their moral fiber. Otherwise, nurturing a talented but unscrupulous individual who would commit atrocities would betray the very purpose of education. Such cases were not unheard of. Some prodigiously talented students in their pursuit of higher levels fell into demonic possession, betraying their masters, defecting to enemy nations, or even joining the abyssal races. In the end, they abandoned their original stance and human identity, causing immeasurable harm to their country and all of humanity. Thus, seeing the qualities Ye Chen displayed, the admissions officers were so envious they could barely contain themselves. Yet a discordant gaze swept over Ye Chen. A dull and rigid investigator from the Twilight Temple recognized Ye Chen and whispered to the city lord, "City lord, isn't this student the suspect related to Wang Tianha's death?" Hearing this, the city lord shot him a fierce glare. If not for the crowd present, he would have privately given this tactless subordinate a sharp rap on the head. The city lord transmitted his thoughts with grave and somewhat exaggerated emphasis. What suspect? There is no suspect here. Only a law-abiding model citizen of Donghai City, a highly anticipated freshman of top-tier universities, and a high-level professional rising like a new star in Daxia, student Ye Chen. Do you understand? If you do, get lost. Let me repeat, Wang Tianhao died from practicing a forbidden technique and succumbing to demonic possession. The investigator received a vivid lesson and wisely withdrew. Then Yu Qingxian spoke again. Student Ye Chen, since you've already reached the second turn, come to Yanhuang University. Our training system suits you better. Even the usually carefree ninth turn special grade teacher Yu Qingxian set aside her pride and extended an olive branch to Ye Chen. The other admissions officers felt immense pressure. They couldn't compete. They never imagined Yanhuang University had actually brought in a ninth turn special grade teacher. Among Daxia's top universities, seventh turn teachers were called top grade teachers, while ninth turn ones were special grade teachers. Seeing their own teacher take the initiative, director one of the admissions office smiled with unbridled joy. He thought to himself, had this sister of the Moonlight War God who had been so lackluster and coasting along in admissions suddenly shows her mettle. What a great teammate. Student Ye Chen, our Jiutian University, also has ninth turn special grade teachers. We can offer you unknown, no, even multipletone guidance without any issue. Director Fan, representing Jiutian University, also stepped up. Both Jiutian and Yanhuang universities claimed the title of Daxia's top institution, which was why there were two #1 universities. Moreover, they offered a multipletone condition, instantly causing other covetous top-tier schools like Kunlun Daxia and Luojia University to back down. Though also among the top 10, those universities had fewer ninth-turn special grade teachers than Jiutian and Yanhuang. Wait, teacher Yue, did you just say student Ye Chen has reached the second turn? The second turn requires breaking through level 20. Is that real? Levels 20 to 40 constitute the second turn. Is Ye Chen's leveling speed really that fast? The crowd was shaken once more. Ye Chen found it both amusing and exasperating that so many top universities were vying for him. He had no choice but to selectively display part of his status panel. Occupation Farmer, level 24,500. He deliberately concealed his second turn occupation Sacred Farmer Artisan and the Shinong in parentheses, revealing only the first turn occupation Farmer. Yet even this alone drew countless gasps of astonishment, admiration, and reverence from the crowd. Not only a second turn, but also level 24. Incredible. Deep in the abyss, Ye Chen remained calm and even managed to level up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. A true dragon has emerged from Donghai City. The city lord praised endlessly, and Xiao Yuanfeng also chimed in with admiration. As for the admissions officers, they looked like love-struck admirers gazing at a goddess, practically drooling. Yu Qingxian gazed at the astonishing figures, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, and spoke with a tone of approval. Student Yi, would you mind demonstrating your skills? I have considerable experience guiding special professions. Wait, are you already acting like a teacher? It's as if Ye Chen is already a student at your school. Director Fan of Jiutian University gritted his teeth in frustration, never expecting Yanhuang University to go all out this time, even bringing in Yu Qingxian, a level 176 ninth turn elemental mage. The Yanhuang University admissions team, on the other hand, was secretly thrilled with teacher Yu's performance. They had previously found her too laid back, but now this goddess-like teacher had stooped to fight for students. Ye Chen nodded slightly at the words. With a raise of his hand, a flash of light flickered, and he summoned a few sunflowers. There was no need to bring out Pea Shooters walnuts, or the like. In such a public setting, it was wise to keep some tricks hidden, let alone summoning zombie soldiers which might frighten them. In the night, the sunflowers blinked their eyes, swaying their heads, while smiling, occasionally spitting out a small ball of sunlight. Although the rate of sunlight production was lower than during the day, Ye Chen had awakened the tenfold amplification boost. With the blessing of his talent, these plants were still incredibly fierce. Such adorable plants, such unique abilities. Yu Qingxian's eyes sparkled as she said cheerfully, Student Ye Chen, your profession leans more toward that of a mage. I don't mean you are a pure combat class, but rather that enhancing your spiritual power will benefit you the most. Hearing this, Ye Chen was somewhat surprised. Just by glancing at his skills, Yu Qingxian had been able to deduce this. Indeed, he needed a great deal of spiritual power. Whether to consume more devil fruits or summon more plants and zombies, it all required a continuous stream of spiritual energy. Spiritual power was somewhat akin to a mage's mana bar, but not entirely identical. Thus, Yu Qingxian simply said his profession leaned toward a mage rather than being a pure combat class. Ye Chen nodded silently. This teacher's expertise was impressive, as expected of a ninth-turn special grade instructor, and most importantly, she was truly beautiful. Seeing that Yu Qingxian was willing to guide Ye Chen, and that Ye Chen seemed to hold her in regard, teacher Wen's glasses gleamed as he seized the moment to say, Student Ye Chen, if you enroll in our Yanhuang University, there are many special grade teachers like Yu Qingxian. Additionally, we can reward you with 2 million yuan. If you nod in agreement right now, I'll transfer the money from my own pocket immediately, and your admission letter will be delivered to your home by tomorrow at the latest. Is that acceptable? Director Fan was shocked. Freshman scholarships were usually issued by the school. How could Teacher Wen be so dedicated as to advance the money himself? He had gone to such lengths for recruitment. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Ye Chen. Ye Chen pondered briefly. The former principal of Donghai Experimental School had told him to choose a good martial arts university. Since then, he had often casually searched for information about these prestigious schools on his phone. Now, considering his personal goals and development, he needed to farm dungeons to enhance his spiritual power and hone his ability to command zombie soldiers in battle. With that in mind, the answer was clear. As far as he knew, in the last 10 sessions of the Inter-University League, Yanhuang University ranked first in dungeon raids, while Jiutian University led in average student level increases. However, as a top student, Ye Chen wouldn't concern himself with average level increases. He cared more about which university could frequently take him on dungeon expeditions as it suited him better. Moreover, the Yanhuang University admissions team had shown genuine sincerity, and teacher Yu Qingxian's appearance and demeanor were truly exceptional. Yes, Ye Chen was choosing for his own development, absolutely not, because there would be a beautiful teacher in class, he silently told himself. Finally, facing the neutral city lord of Donghai, the composed head of the Shao family, and the admissions officers who were sweating with tension, Ye Chen spoke calmly. I choose Yanhuang University. Whoosh. In an instant, a weight was lifted from everyone's hearts. The city lord only cared that Ye Chen was from Donghai and had brought honor to the region. Whether he chose Jiutian or Yanhuang, it was fine either way. But at this moment, he still felt happy for Ye Chen. Student Ye Chen, congratulations on finding your ideal top-tier school. On behalf of Donghai, I award you 1 million yuan to inspire other students here to follow your example. Another 1 million yuan credited to his account, and Ye Chen could almost hear the echo of money. He clasped his hands slightly. Thank you, City Lord. Teachers from other universities congratulated and teased the Yanhuang admissions team. Director Wen, congratulations. Your Yanhuang University has recruited the best freshmen this year. Ye Chen is a promising talent. Nurture him well, or we might poach him anytime. Teacher Fan from Jiutian University approached Teacher Wen, and after a long pause said, You're good. You flatter me. Teacher Wen adjusted his glasses, his heart brimming with joy. However, he didn't let his guard down after recruiting Ye Chen, knowing these competitors were always looking to poach. So he immediately called the school's administrative staff. Hello, this is Teacher Wen from the admissions office. Have you printed the admission letters yet? Send one to me first. What? It'll take 3 more days. How about this work overtime and it'll compensate you with a platinum tier equipment piece? After the letter is printed, wake up those white cranes from the back mountain and have them deliver it to Donghai City, Langya Province. The other teachers stared in disbelief, their mouths twitching. Using a platinum tier equipment piece to bribe an admin to work overtime and summoning the back mountain white cranes to act as couriers. Don't think we don't know. Those white cranes in Yanhuang's back mountain are descendants of ancient primordial beasts, second only to pure-blood primordial beasts. And you are willing to wake them up just to fly to Donghai City and deliver the admission letter to Ye Chen. You're ruthless, locking it down so tight, he won't have a chance to back out. Meeting the shocked gazes of the other teacher's teacher when smoothed his hair and smiled slightly. Ye Chen shook his head, having truly tasted what it felt like to be fought over by top universities today. Before long, the other students finally woke up. The admissions officers from these top universities then went to persuade the head of the Xiao family for Xiao Mukin and Xiao Rongyu. Ye Chen returned home, sending out a ripple as his divine sense probed into the spatial equipment heaven and earth alternate dimension. In the celestial alternate dimension, the king tier equipment dropped from the sacred hall examination. A total of 28,000 square meters of alternate space, larger than an average residential area in the real world. Here a pure-blooded ancient ferocious beast, the Undying Divine Phoenix, sometimes soared through the 9 heavens with wings spread wide, and at other times rested atop the highest mountain peak. Because this was a genuine small world, it possessed the air, soil, and even sunlight found in the real world. At the same time, the flow of time was no different from the outside. Ye Chen, like a farm owner, surveyed this world that belonged solely to him. Now my maximum summon count has reached 200, meaning I can summon at most 200 plant zombies simultaneously in the real world. Regardless of the size or power of these plants and zombies, the maximum summon count is 200. If I activate the hybrid master, I can maximize the use of these 200 slots. Ye Chen thought clearly. For instance, summoning 3 Pea Shooters at once would consume 3 slots, but hybridizing them into a triple Pea Shooter would change that. Such a plant had 3 heads capable of firing Pea bullets, greatly enhancing combat capability, yet it only consumed 1 slot. Meanwhile, Ye Chen discovered that these plants and zombies had a plasticity far exceeding that gained from his past life. This was the result of his talent awakening. For example, sunflowers produced sunlight that could not only be exchanged for other plants, but also for various types of zombies. At the same time, this sunlight could dispel darkness and had a restorative and healing effect on recycled zombie soldiers. The cracks from previous battles faded on their bodies, and then their forms shimmered with radiance, growing stronger. Therefore, Ye Chen's first priority was how to acquire more producers, sunflowers. Exchange for 60 ordinary sunflowers and activate the hybrid master. Sunflower, 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 synthesize a triple-headed sunflower. A burst of exhilarating white light flashed, and the farmland gained 20 new plants. The triple-headed sunflower with 3 large faces greatly increased the efficiency of sunlight production. Ding! A total of 20 slots consumed. Summon count 20200. Having solved the issue of producers, Ye Chen's next task was to enhance combat power. As everyone knows, plants are divided into many families, among which the pea family, mushroom family, and catapult family are outstanding in combat strength. The nut family has strong defense, while explosive families like squash and potato mine can sacrifice themselves for a one-for-one trade. Therefore, Ye Chen took out a portion of sunlight and exchanged it for many plants like snow pea, ice shroom, and melon pult. Then he waved his hand over the farmland again. Activate hybrid master snow pea tallnut. Synthesize snow tallnut, possessing both defensive capability and ranged attack power. The bullets it fires can cause slow and freeze effects. Activate hybrid master ice shroom gatling pea. Synthesize ice gatling with increased attack speed, able to spew more bullets, each bullet carrying slow and freeze effects. Activate hybrid master melon pult doom shroom. Synthesize doom catapult, which no longer throws melons, but doom nukes capable of delivering devastating strikes to distant enemies. Thus, Ye Chen synthesized many new plants in succession, far exceeding the limits of that hybrid version game from his past life, greatly enhancing the combat power of this legion. Ding! A total of 80 slots consumed. Summon count 100200. The sunlight from earlier was depleted, so Ye Chen gathered more sunlight. This time he wanted to exchange for zombies. Because in that battle in the abyss, he had already gained experience in creating zombie soldiers, Pea Shooter Buckethead Zombie. So this time he planned to use stronger zombies hybridized with plants, then gradually upgrade them. Just like the zombie soldier after synthesis, its head was no longer a bucket, but a soldier's helmet, so Ye Chen named it Zombie Soldier. Although a single soldier's strength is inferior to mine once their numbers increase, the damage from group fights is still considerable. I can let them do the fighting so I don't have to toil away killing monsters for experience. Most importantly, during battle, summoning these zombies and activating damage transfer can also tank damage for me. Ye Chen's thinking was clear. While he himself must grow stronger, the enhancement of his summons could not be neglected. They were all his top-tier enforcers. Nurture them well so that when going into dungeons he could better exploit them. No, train them. Without further ado, he recalled the zombie wearing a football uniform whose thick protective gear gave it superior defense and combat ability compared to other zombies. Activate Hybrid Master Snow Pea Football Zombie. With a flash of white light, a brand new zombie appeared. It was covered in hard, impenetrable armor impervious to blades and bullets, and could spew ice bullets from its head, also possessing slow and freeze effects. Name: Zombie Warrior Race, Undead, Strength 8500, Agility 7500, Spirit 5500, Constitution 8000, Skill Furious / its armor has been upgraded to hard armor capable of spewing ice bullets. Both attack and defense far surpass those of the zombie soldier. Because of hybridization enhancement and upgrade, its expression is no longer dull, and most importantly, its movement speed has increased and its actions are no longer sluggish. In this way, I now have consumable doom zombies, as well as offensive zombie soldiers and zombie warriors. Perhaps in the future the types and skills of these zombies can be upgraded again, expanding infinitely. After all, compared to plants, these zombies have an advantage in mobility and map traversal. Ding. A total of 100 slots consumed. Summon count 200,200. During battle, Ye Chen planned to have the faster-moving zombies charge forward while the plants served as rear outputs, steadily striking the enemies. At the same time, he would summon a few hybrid tall nuts to guard himself, making it nearly foolproof. He couldn't even imagine how he could get injured. If my mental strength increases in the future, the summon limit will surely break through again. After finishing all this, Ye Chen exited the celestial alternate dimension, intending to go back to sleep and rest, as the night was already deep. The next day, dawn light softly filtered in, accompanied by the crisp chirping of orioles outside the window. Ye Chen, still half asleep, heard someone calling out to him. Who? It's me, Wen Tianxiang from Yenhuang University. Ye Chen, I've come to deliver your admission letter. Ye Chen poked his head out the window and saw several white cranes lined up in a row with Director Wen of the admissions office riding on the back of the middle crane. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. You really come as soon as you say you will, delivering it the very next day? Next day delivery couriers could use someone like you. By the window, Wen Tianxiang carried a precious small box, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Last night, he had traded a platinum-tier equipment to persuade his colleagues to work overtime, prioritizing the printing of Ye Chen's admission letter. Today, he witnessed the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts behind the school, the Azure Sky white cranes. These cranes had flown from afar carrying the admission letter. Zhou Wenxiang promptly rode a white crane at dawn to visit Ye Chen. The director of admissions for a prestigious top-tier university now seemed no more than a courier. The entire admissions team of Yenhuang University appeared to be currying favor with Ye Chen, leaving no stone unturned to prevent Zhoutian University from poaching him. Ye Chen opened the window. Teacher, how about we talk inside? Sure. When Tianxiang adjusted his glasses, leaped off the white crane's back, and entered Ye Chen's home through the window. Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. It was his first time seeing such a novel entry method. Not through the front door or back door, but the window. This is your admission letter. See, I promised delivery within a day, and here it is. Fast, isn't it? Teacher Wen said cheerfully. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Ye Chen invited him to sit and poured a cup of tea. Then the precious small box was opened, revealing a golden shimmering paper scroll and a black card resembling a student ID. Ye Chen, this paper is your admission letter. Don't underestimate it. It's made from the scales of a black gold dragon beast from the secret realm. It's fireproof, waterproof, and will not decay for 100 years. Ye Chen picked up the paper. Indeed, it possessed a weight and resilience ordinary paper lacked. When held up to the light, faint scale veins were visible, refracting a bright glow. It read, Daxia Yenhuang University hereby admits Ye Chen from Donghai Experimental School, Donghai City, Langya Province, as a freshman. The latest reporting date is September 1st of this year. Please bring your personal file and ID card for registration. Ye Chen is a special admittee with full tuition waiver and a cash reward of 2 million yuan. Ye Chen, I transferred the freshman scholarship to you last night. Ye Chen then noticed several unread messages on his phone. The last one was about synthesizing plant zombies, and he had forgotten about this. He opened the banking app The balance was 3105800 yuan. A 1 million had been transferred by the Lord of Donghai City last night. Just infuse a wisp of your spiritual sense, and you can activate this student card. Teacher Wen smiled, handing the black card to Ye Chen. He was eager for Ye Chen to activate it immediately, thus locking him in completely. Hell, what Jiutian University, Kunlun University. Let's see how you can poach him now. Ye Chen had already made up his mind and wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Teacher Wen had been thoroughly warm and sincere throughout, keeping every promise no matter how difficult. He picked up the black card and infused a wisp of his spiritual sense. This was the unique unlocking method of this world, far superior to the DNA iris or fingerprint scans of his past life. Ding. Verification correct, unlock successful. Special grade student card activated. A special grade card. Ye Chen thought. It must be related to his status as a special admittee. Immediately rows of information appeared before him. Name: Ye Chen, year freshman college, not selected, credits 300, completed courses, none, conquered secret realms, none, completed bounty quests, none. He hadn't chosen a college yet, which made sense, but what were these credits, courses, and quests? Seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, Teacher Wen Tianxiang said, Ye Chen, although you made a fortune through the college entrance exam, remember that in Yanhuang University money holds the least value. In this high martial world of universal class change, power reigns supreme. Ye Chen understood this well, but Teacher Wen seemed to imply something deeper. He spoke with profound meaning. Yanhuang University, as a top-tier institution, only respects the strong, not those noble-born scions from prestigious families. Therefore, we have established a unique credit system. Credits. In his past life, Ye Chen had attended university where one needed 168 credits to graduate. But this student card already had 300 credits. It seemed credits weren't meant to be accumulated for graduation, but rather for spending. At Yanhuang University, aside from basic necessities like food and clothing, which can be bought with money, all additional services require credits. For example, accessing magical skill books in the library, learning forbidden spell scrolls, and so on. The more powerful the resource, the higher the credits needed. This is to encourage everyone to study hard and earn more credits, leaving no room for those wealthy but talentless noble sons to show off. Hearing this, Ye Chen was deeply impressed. Truly a top-tier institution thinking this far ahead. Even in his past life, he had never seen such a system. Teacher, how do I earn credits? Are these 300 credits the initial points for everyone? Wen Tianxiang took a sip of tea and said, credits. It's not too hard nor too easy. You see the course's secret realms and quests listed there, right? As a freshman, these 3 should all be empty. Normally, you earn credits by attending classes. Once you become slightly outstanding, you can sign up to conquer secret realms. You know that in the last 10 sessions of the Intercollegiate League, Yanhuang University ranked first in the number of secret realms conquered. Ye Chen nodded, now fully understanding Yanhuang University's credit system. Credits could be seen as the hard currency circulating within the university, more valuable than money. Teacher Wen, can bounty quests also earn credits? Of course, but it's usually considered from junior year onward. Outstanding students might manage it during their sophomore summer, but I advise you not to rush. Wen Tianxiang said earnestly, bounty quests are diverse. Some even require you to go to the front lines to deliver supplies to troops fighting the abyssal alien races. So they are extremely perilous. You can take it slow. I believe that with our training, you will have a bright future. But Yanhuang University never lacks geniuses, so don't let being a special admittee go to your head. After hearing his introduction, Ye Chen's mind surged with waves of astonishment. He had thought school would be boring, but it turned out that Martial Arts University was far more interesting than Donghai Experimental School. He could earn credits by attending classes on campus or by venturing out to conquer secret realms and completing bounty quests. This suits me perfectly. More dungeons to grind, more levels to gain, building my own powerful and loyal legion. Though his current troop types were only 3, Doom Zombies, Zombie Soldiers, and Zombie Warriors, Ye Chen believed that studying at Yanhuang University would open up more possibilities for his future. At that moment, fluctuations came from the dimensional rift in the sky, and the fruit tree within emitted sounds of blooming and fruiting. Ye Chen was overjoyed once more. At the Ye family courtyard, Ye Chen bid farewell to Teacher Wen Tianxiang at the gate. As he was leaving, Teacher Wen couldn't help but remind him, Ye Chen, you can report early if you wish, but whatever you do, don't miss the deadline. Ye Chen smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to Teacher Wen. Wen Tianxiang turned and leaped onto the back of a celestial crane, riding away on this descendant of ancient primordial beasts. Returning to his room, Ye Chen stored the admission letter and student card in his spatial storage, then opened his dimensional gear, the Heaven-Earth alternate dimension. Was that fluctuation just now a sign that a new devil fruit has grown? Entering the space, he saw a vast farmland with a towering lush tree. Hanging beneath its drooping branches was a fruit of peculiar shape adorned with strange patterns. Ye Chen approached and saw the fruit was not yet ripe, but based on his experience with the Tremor-Tremor Fruit last time, it would be ready to pick and eat within a week at most. Then as sunlight struck the unripe fruit, Ye Chen was astonished to discover that its surface was covered not with peel, but with scales. Fish scales. Looks like it's a zoan-type devil fruit. Thinking he already possessed the Logia-type Rumble fruit and the Paramecia-type Tremor-Tremor Fruit, adding a zoan-type fruit would mean he had collected all three types. This would make his life more complete than any character in the One Piece world, surpassing even Blackbeard, who possessed 2 devil fruit abilities. Ye Chen observed further and found the scales on this devil fruit were not ordinary fish scales, but exuded an aura of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Could it be that these aren't fish scales, but dragon scales? Dragon scales. A bold guess surged into Ye Chen's mind. If it truly was that devil fruit, then it would be wonderful. He carefully parted the leaves and cupped the fruit in his hands to examine it, afraid of knocking it off and causing it to wither prematurely. Sure enough, Ye Chen made another delightful discovery. Most fruits have a single stem connecting to the branch, but this one had 2 stems growing from its top, resembling the 2 horns on a dragon's head from afar. There's no mistake. Once this fruit matures, it will be the fish fruit mythical Zoan model Azure Dragon. It's the devil fruit of the Sea Emperor from the One Piece world, captain of the Beasts Pirates Kaido, teacher Kaido. In the future, when I eat this fruit, it'll be able to transform into an Azure Dragon with beast and human beast forms, controlling wind, fire, thunder, and clouds. Ye Chen's heart surged with waves of excitement as he imagined infinite possibilities for the future. System: how much mental strength do I need to accommodate 3 devil fruits? Ding. Answering host: you need 4,000 points of mental strength. Current mental strength, 28,000 points. Still 12,000 points short. The requirement has doubled again. If I want to pick and eat this fruit as soon as it ripens in a week, I need to raise my mental strength to over 4,000 points within that week. Pondering how to solve this problem, Ye Chen stroked his chin. Perhaps choosing to start school early and reporting to Yanhuan University could help me achieve my goal. After all, Yanhuan University gathered the nation's top educational resources, and Ye Chen believed it could help him raise his mental strength to over 4,000 points in a week. To boost his mental strength and eat the 3rd devil fruit, he chose to give up the remaining month or so of summer vacation. He contacted Teacher Wen. Teacher, when are you still in Donghai City? Upon receiving the call, Wen Tianqiang's hair stood on end, and he immediately became alert. Ye Chen contacting me at this hour. Could it be those bastards from Jiutian University, lacking all martial virtue, are trying to poach him while I'm away? It's only been such a short time. Ye Chen, whatever conditions you have just named them, we can definitely offer no less than Jiutian. Give me a ride. I want to enroll early. Huh. Wen Tianxiang was taken aback, then overjoyed. Great. Thank you, Teacher Wen. Getting a ride, Ye Chen naturally didn't want to make the long journey to Yanhuan University on his own. Who would refuse a lift? Besides, riding a celestial crane to school was as majestic as an immortal in the heavens. As for Teacher Wen, when the phone rang earlier, he was terrified that Ye Chen might be poached by Jiutian University and change his mind. Seeing that Ye Chen only made such a simple request, he agreed, without a second thought, grinning as he ordered his mount to turn back. Ye Chen packed a few simple belongings, tossing his luggage into his spatial storage, then locked the door and leaped down from the window. Ye Chen, why the sudden rush? Are you eager to familiarize yourself with the environment? Our Yanhuan University is nestled between mountains and rivers. It's a wonderful place. Teacher Wen praised endlessly. As the head of admissions, his specialty was promoting how great his school was. Ye Chen listened, nodding and smiling in agreement. The two each rode a white crane flying toward Yanhuan University. Though Ye Chen had his own mount, a little earth chicken, it didn't know the way. Having a guide was truly convenient. He flew higher and higher, watching the buildings below grow smaller. Eventually, the house where he had lived for over a decade became a tiny dot on the map, and Ye Chen's heart swelled with a mix of emotions. Teacher Wen, how long will it take to get there? And if I enroll now, are there still teachers on campus? At full speed, less than 2 hours. But I'm not sure if your body can handle it. Then let's go at full speed. He'll be fine. Ye Chen believed his constitution, which could withstand the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, could handle high-speed flight. Then hold on tight. High-speed flight at high altitude. The air pressure, wind pressure, and other forces are no joke. Wen Tianxiang confirmed again. Seeing Ye Chen's resolute gaze, he boldly commanded the celestial cranes to fly at full speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they were amidst endless clouds with countless powerful gusts rushing toward them. as a fifth-turn level 95 knight when Tianxiang was naturally very sturdy. He glanced at Ye Chen and was surprised to find the kid wasn't bluffing. He could withstand the flight impact too. As expected of a student I fought so hard to recruit. My judgment was spot on. Ye Chen remained composed, completely unaffected, even enjoying it as he lay on the crane's back to catch up on sleep. After all, he had woken up early today and gone to bed late last night. 2 hours later, a line of celestial cranes landed on the back hill of Yanhuang University. Ye Chen, we've arrived. Opening his eyes, Ye Chen was instantly stunned by the sight before him. At the rear mountain of Flame Emperor University, the surroundings were serene and elegant, with a babbling brook and many descendants of ancient ferocious beasts, all of extraordinary breeds raised here. In a daze, Ye Chen felt as if he had stepped into a secret realm. It turned out that the celestial white cranes delivering his admission letter had flown from this very place. Flame Emperor University could even dispatch the bloodline descendants of ancient ferocious beasts for courier services, truly a display of grandeur. One Tianxiang said to Ye Chen, on our way here, I have already informed teacher Yu Qingxian. She is also very delighted and warmly welcomes your arrival. She also mentioned that if you wish you may attend the courses she has specially opened for you. Ye Chen jumped down from the crane's back and asked, thank you, teacher. But isn't it summer break now? Are there still classes being held at the university? Generally no, but this is a summer course for second-year students. As I mentioned this morning, some outstanding students take on bounty missions during their second-year summer break. Ye Chen recalled the 3 ways to earn credits listed on his student card courses: secret realms and bounty missions. Since this is for second years moving to third year, can I also participate? Of course. As a specially admitted student favored by teacher Yu Qingxian, the university will naturally grant you some privileges. One Tianxiang enthusiastically explained, then began arranging accommodation for Ye Chen. Would you like a 4-person room, a double room, or a single room? Ye Chen was surprised to learn he could choose his dorm. But since teacher Wen let him decide instead of assigning one, it implied there were significant considerations involved. A single room, please, Ye Chen said calmly. Every student at the university is exempt from dormitory fees, only needing to pay tuition. One Tianxiang continued, but each year a certain number of credits are deducted for accommodation expenses: 50 for a 4-person room, 100 for a double room, and 200 for a single room. Ye Chen understood now. Teacher Wen had said that credits were more valuable than gold coins at Flame Emperor University. This was what he meant. As part of the university's incentive system, every student started with 300 credits, even specially admitted ones. The better one's academic performance and abilities, the higher their credits, allowing access to various premium services. For services with significant value-added potential like accommodation, students paid credits to choose, motivating them to earn more. Tuition, of course, didn't require credits lest students run short and be unable to attend. Naturally, Ye Chen's tuition was fully waived, so he didn't need to worry about that. Alright, I'll take a single room. Teacher Wen, where do I pay the credits? Good. Since you've chosen a higher goal, you must work even harder or your accommodation will be downgraded next semester if you lack credits. Teacher Wen advised Ye Chen, choosing a single room shows you are capable and ambitious, but every year some students face service downgrades, so you must think carefully. Ye Chen nodded calmly. At the dormitory matron's desk, he took out his student card and swiped it, spending 200 credits at once. Name: Ye Chen, grade freshman, credits 100, dormitory building 11, room 326, single room. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a black card student. Teacher Wen, you've recruited a specially admitted student, the matron said cheerfully. She then handed Ye Chen the dormitory access card. After completing all formalities, Ye Chen arrived at his room and retrieved his luggage from his storage space. The room was well lit with a broad view, and most importantly, he was alone, making it spacious and comfortable while reducing unnecessary social friction. Ye Chen, shall I show you around further? Sure, I'd appreciate it, teacher Wen. Ye Chen followed Wen Tianxiang to various campus buildings, spotting many training grounds along the way. However, Flame Emperor University was vast, not easily explored in its entirety. Here are the teaching buildings, training grounds, laboratories, simulation platforms for dungeons, and so on. One Tianxiang adjusted his glasses. There are many more places waiting for you to discover. Cherish these years and keep striving. Thank you, teacher Wen. Ye Chen nodded with a smile. Back in his room, he enrolled in the course specially opened for him by teacher Yu Qingxian, Enhancement of Mental Power and Skill Proficiency. This was a special summer course taught by a team of instructors led by the 9-turn elemental mage Yu Qingxian. Originally designed as an intensive session for top second-year students transitioning to third year, it aimed to help them better complete bounty missions. Bounty missions were typically considered only by third-year students. Only these top performers would undergo advanced study and preparation ahead of time. The next day, in a specially modified classroom, an elegantly dressed teacher with a clear and beautiful face sat gracefully in a chair. There were about 15 minutes until the class officially began. Students who arrived early may come and sign in. Ye Chen took out a sheet listing the names, grades, and professions of the students enrolled in this course. Because Ye Chen had arrived early, she had specifically reprinted it, adding his personal information. A seemingly brash and outspoken student stepped forward to sign in. Teacher Yue, is there an extra person on this sheet? His name was Lin Xiao, a blade warrior whose profession and personality aligned perfectly, bold, and even a bit reckless. I added it. What's the matter? Ye Chen said coldly. Nothing, but why is he a freshman? Lin Xiao's remark quickly drew more attention. They were all sophomores and top students from their respective classes. Seeing someone who had arrived even earlier than them naturally stirred some resentment. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Yeah, aren't freshmen supposed to enroll in September? It's only early August, why so eager? What gives? Is this kid some connection? Impossible. Connections don't work at Flame Emperor University. Then your connections aren't strong enough. A city's aristocratic family won't cut it. But what about a marquis, or even a prince from a nation? Everyone speculated endlessly, saying all sorts of things. However, when they saw the note farming master next to Ye Chen's name, their discontent erupted. What a life-type profession. Then he must not be from an aristocratic family. No way, it's been ages since we saw a life-type profession stand out. A freshman and a farming master. How did he get here? Just then a strikingly handsome figure appeared. Ye Chen had arrived at the classroom. Within a large classroom of the teaching building, the murmurs of the crowd swelled rather than subsided with Ye Chen's arrival. Since everyone had already met, the appearance of a fresh face like Ye Chen, especially one so extraordinarily handsome, immediately drew attention. These senior students instantly understood that he was the new freshman added by teacher Ye Chen. Student Ye Chen, you've arrived quite early. It seems you hold Yanhuang University in high regard. Please have a seat. Teacher Ye Chen offered an elegant and warm smile. Her demeanor was free, yet not dissolute, graceful, yet not seductive, exuding a unique temperament that was utterly captivating. All the male students snapped their heads up, fixing their gazes on Ye Chen with a variety of expressions. Thank you, teacher Yu. Ye Chen felt these peculiar stares, but remained composed, searching for a seat under the pressure. The male students had already occupied all the good seats, leaving only the remote and humble corners. Without a word, Ye Chen picked one and sat down, his expression unchanging throughout. Witnessing Ye Chen's conduct, Ye Chen smiled faintly. To remain unmoved by favor or disgrace. This student possessed a temperament more steady and mature than his seniors. All right, class, let's begin the lesson. This course is called the Enhancement of Spirit Power and Proficiency of Skills. I am your lead instructor, Ye Chen. So-called spirit power is the power of the spirit and soul. It can be simply understood as the power of the heart. The more mature and resilient one's inner self, the higher their spirit power tends to be. Generally speaking, spirit power after the first transition does not exceed 1 to 0 points, and after the second transition, at most 2 to 0 to 3 to 0 points. When Ye Chen said this, Lin Xiao beneath the podium raised his head arrogantly, a hint of pride coloring his face. Of course, those who make it to Yanhuang are mostly the elites of their regions. I know many of you have already broken through the spirit power limits of your respective stages. No sooner had the words fallen than the male students below, eager to show off one by one, illuminated their spirit power panels. Spirit power 4500, spirit power 4800, spirit power 5500. Lin Xiao also chose to reveal his spirit power panel, sitting in the front row, crossing his legs and leaning back. Lin Xiao, class Blade Warrior, spirit power 6500. Wow, no wonder your boss Lin breaking through 6,000 points so quickly. 666. We'll have to rely on you for this dungeon run. Brother Xiao, remember to let me tag along for an assist. Lin Xiao's display immediately garnered flattery from many classmates. Ye Chen, seated in the back row, did not follow their example of hastily revealing his spirit power panel. Instead, he silently observed everything 4,500, 5,500, 6,500. It seemed none of them had broken 10,000. How pathetically weak. Ye Chen watched this indifferently. Sometimes she deliberately provoked the students' competitive spirit, as it would only strengthen the academy's overall prowess. However, seeing that Ye Chen had not been drawn into this contest of spirit power, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. Not bad, he has great composure. Or perhaps he was intimidated by these seniors. Next, Ye Chen retrieved a purple crystal ball and a red one. As everyone knows, I am a 9th transition, level 176 elemental mage. Wow, 9th transition. The male students below let out exclamations of awe. Because an elemental mage is still a mage, I place particular emphasis on cultivating spirit power. Once your spirit power reaches over 10,000 points, you can make this purple crystal ball emit a brilliant purple light. Your assignment for this course is to make this purple crystal ball glow. The brighter the better. Those who succeed will be rewarded with 100 credit points. The implication was that she hoped the students would at least raise their spirit power to 10,000 points. Having said that, Ye Chen began passing the purple crystal ball from the first row backward. Many male students placed their hands on it, but the purple crystal ball remained utterly still, showing no reaction. Scythe, with only 4,500 points, the crystal ball won't bother with you. Lin Xiao, being blunt, snatched the crystal ball and placed his hand on it. Everyone looked on with anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After nearly 10 seconds, the purple crystal ball still did not glow. Ye Chen chuckled. I told you it requires 10,000 points. Just keep practicing. Whoever does it first gets the 100 credits. Then she gave a demonstration. With a gentle touch, the entire crystal ball erupted into a dazzling purple radiance. Wow! Teacher Yu is truly formidable, worthy of a 9th transition elemental mage. She's probably holding back. If she really exerted herself, this crystal ball would surely shatter. 100 credits. I have to get that, and then change to a single room for the new semester. Seeing that even Lin Xiao had failed, the crystal ball continued to be passed back from the first row. Many senior students tried in turn, and unsurprisingly none could make the purple crystal ball glow, not even the slightest stir. Let alone replicating Ye Chen's feat of making it blaze with blinding purple light, even with her holding back. When it was almost Ye Chen's turn, the male student in front of him curled his lip. You didn't show your spirit power when everyone else did earlier. You must be too weak to dare show it. Junior Ye Chen, don't bother with this crystal ball. That 100 credits have nothing to do with you. With that, this senior student intended not to pass it on to Ye Chen. Let him try. A cold, even slightly commanding voice rang out. Seeing that Ye Chen had spoken, the male student could only shrink his neck and obediently pass the purple crystal ball to Ye Chen. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. You guys took all the seats and am sitting so far back. Even if I showed my spirit power panel, none of you could see it. He gently placed his right hand on the purple crystal ball, closed his eyes, and poured all his spirit power into it with full force. Whoosh! In less than half a second, the purple crystal ball erupted with a dazzling radiant light, like a luminous pearl shining in the pitch-black night, or a breathtakingly beautiful aurora. What, it's glowing! Am I seeing things? This junior actually made the purple crystal ball glow. His spirit power is 10,000 points. Unbelievable. Did he hide a flashlight underneath? Voices of amazement and skepticism mingled together. However, Ye Chen opened his eyes and exerted a little more force, injecting 20,000 points of spirit power. This time it clearly exceeded the limit the purple crystal ball could withstand. Crack, crack, cracks appeared and rapidly spread until with a bang the purple crystal ball exploded. Damn! He cracked the ball. You? Just how much spirit power do you have? Please bro, just show us your panel once. Yet Ye Chen pretended not to hear. Why should I listen to a bunch of people who were hostile to me from the start? So what if you became seniors just a year earlier? What's there to be so proud of? You say show the panel, and I have to show it to you. Seeing this, Ye Chen was deeply shocked, then deliberately spoke with a feigned reproach. Student, Ye Chen, breaking the teacher's teaching aid means you must accept punishment. Punishment. The kind with a whip. Looking at Teacher Yu's authoritative yet graceful figure, Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, on the podium, Ye Chen had already picked up a red crystal ball. Inside the classroom, the boys who had previously dismissed Ye Chen began to change their minds. Could it be that this junior was specially admitted because his mental strength was astonishingly high? But as a life class profession, especially a farmer's path, that sounded utterly unpromising. Aside from his mental strength, his personal combat prowess couldn't be much to speak of. These boys started speculating, also consoling themselves. After all, they were top students from various regions, and Ye Chen's earlier display had indeed bruised their pride. Ye Chen then approached, holding a red crystal ball, her long, fair, and shapely legs striding swiftly toward Ye Chen. The other boys felt a twinge of jealousy. Normally, Ye Chen was aloof and distant, as she would never be so close to a new student unless it was because he had made the purple crystal ball glow. Damn it, we must also raise our mental strength to make the crystal ball glow and earn Teacher Yu's respect. Teacher Yu, my apologies, I momentarily lost control. Ye Chen scratched the back of his head, speaking with a hint of apology. You've damaged a valuable teaching tool. Replacing it won't be cheap. Ye Chen feigned anger, tempting him. How about this? Try this red crystal ball. If you can make it glow too ill, let the matter slide, all right. Ye Chen was about to refuse, knowing that stopping while ahead was a noble virtue. But before he could speak, Ye Chen bit her red lip gently. Light the purple crystal for 100 credits. Light the red one for 200 credits. Buzz. Ye Chen's mind exploded. 100 plus 200 made 300 credits. Yesterday, he had already spent 200 credits on a single room. At Yanhuang University, the importance of credits could not be overstated. Completing course tasks was a key way to earn them, and only teachers like Ye Chen could grant such rewards. Lighting the red crystal plus the 100 credits from before would give him 400 credits. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why not take it? Teacher, I'm willing. All right, then give it a try. Ye Chen crossed her arms beneath her chest, lifting her proud snow-white curves, looking down like a queen. She thought to herself that the purple crystal required 10,000 points of mental strength to glow, with an upper limit of 15,000, while the red one needed at least 20,000 points. Ye Chen took the red crystal ball, and the other boys immediately gathered around. The once neglected and shabby corner now buzzed with excitement. Can he do it, this junior? Teacher Yu has brought out her treasure. This red crystal must be no ordinary thing. Ye Chen can't possibly succeed. Miracles don't happen twice. Then, under everyone's gaze, Ye Chen gently placed his hand on the sphere again. This time, he focused, pouring all 28,000 points of his mental strength into it. Whoosh! The red crystal ball emitted a blood-red glow tinged with an eerie and uncanny quality. A chill emanated, causing the onlooking boys to shudder involuntarily. What, he succeeded again? How is this possible? Is this kid's mental strength a bottomless pit? A cheat? There must be a cheat. Ye Chen was first shocked, then nodded in approval, but finally a flicker of panic burst from her eyes. She nearly forgot to mention, the purple crystal's upper limit was 15,000 points, and the red crystal's was 25,000. Could Ye Chen's mental strength be not just over 20,000, but close to 30,000? Wait! Before she could finish, there was another crack, and the red crystal ball split in two. Ye Chen quickly withdrew his guilty hand. Sorry, Teacher Yu. Then he gazed at Ye Chen with an innocent look, as if to say, you told me to try it. And indeed, that was the truth. Ye Chen was on the verge of tears. Who could have predicted that on the first day of class, she would ruin 2 teaching tools and have to request replacements from the school's equipment room? Still, she had to deliver on her promise, as she had agreed with Ye Chen, and the student's performance had truly satisfied, even astounded, her. Hand me your student card, and I'll transfer 300 credits to you. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Beep. 300 credits were credited. Name: Ye Chen. Year: freshman. Credits: 400. Dorm single room course enhancement of mental strength and skill proficiency. Holy crap. He's already living in the single room I've dreamed of in his first year. And it's a damn black card. This kid was definitely specially admitted. Comparisons are odious. Lin Xiao still won't accept this. The senior students watched, their hearts burning with envy, each turning green-eyed with jealousy. He'll fetch another purple crystal. Ye Chen, you're free to go. The rest of you stay and keep practicing. Ye Chen said coldly, then vanished in a flash to the school's equipment room. Ye Chen rose from the back row, and the boys in front obediently made way. But he didn't sit down, he simply left the classroom. At the Wazita Academy on the Eastern Island Nation, in the Shikigami training ground, a young man with a high short ponytail, delicate features, and a white suit exuded a sharpness and ruthlessness beyond his years. He chanted an incantation, and an ancient spirit loomed faintly in the mist. Excellent, Idacon. I never thought you could already summon our Eastern Island's legendary Shikigami. A white-bearded old man praised. Thank you, teacher. I can't yet summon its corresponding weapon, but with this Shikigami's physical strength alone, conquering the upcoming national war instance will be no problem. Ito Yuzuru said. The white-bearded old man leaned on his cane. You are the genius of your generation in the Ito family. In this national war instance, you must bring glory to both the Ito family and the entire Eastern Island. Yes, teacher. Ito Yuzuru nodded. His profession was the onmyoji, unique to the Eastern Island nation. Similar to a summoner, but what he summoned were Shikigami pioneered by the onmyoji Abe no Saimai. Practice a few more times. The shorter the incantation, the better. The more complete the summoned Shikigami, the better. The white-bearded old man tapped his cane. Ito Yuzuru chanted the incantation again, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In the mist, a snake-like monster covered in purple-black scales with 8 heads let out a low, terrifying roar. Meanwhile, Ye Chen left the classroom and headed to the library of Yanhuang University. At the entrance of the library, "Hello, please show your student card," said the attendant on the first floor. Ye Chen calmly produced a black card and asked, "Where can I find materials on enhancing mental strength?" The student card slid through the verification machine and Ye Chen's credentials were confirmed. "Wow, you're one of the specially admitted freshmen this year. So impressive," the attendant exclaimed with admiration before adding, "Enhancing mental strength is crucial for all job changers, so the relevant materials are on the third floor." "All right, thank you." Ye Chen looked up. The library was about a dozen stories tall. Fortunately, the materials were on the third floor, saving him considerable effort. Arriving on the third floor, he browsed through rows of bookshelves. Here there were basic beginner manuals, hefty compiled magic tomes, and unsealed scrolls. These scrolls were stored in secured cabinets requiring card registration for retrieval. Ye Chen bypassed the ordinary materials and directly took a golden scroll from the cabinet. Name Golden Scroll Effect increases mental strength by 2,000 points. Permanent note: one-time consumable. Cannot be used consecutively within 3 days to boost mental strength. Absorbing it entirely grants a 2,000-point boost to mental strength. Ye Chen was astonished. Such a straightforward method to gain 2,000 points. Why hesitate? He decided on this scroll. Back on the first floor, the attendant informed him, "If you wish to take this scroll, it will cost 200 credits. Expecting Ye Chen to back out, she was surprised when he placed his black card on the counter. "Charge it." Beep. 200 credits deducted. Credit balance 200 points, having so many credits before school even starts. The attendant was utterly stunned. By then, Ye Chen had already left. Use. As a thread of mental energy probed into it, the golden scroll dissolved into specks of golden light. Mental strength 2,000, mental strength 30,000, still 10,000 points to go. Ye Chen clenched his fists in excitement. If not for insufficient credits and the scroll's usage restriction, he would have exploited the system to level up. He then checked other mental strength scrolls, discovering that silver and yellow scrolls had halved effects. Hardly worth buying. Indeed, grinding was faster. In the following days, Ye Chen continued attending classes in the teaching building. This course is specifically designed to boost your abilities temporarily. After this period of study, your mental strength has increased by an average of 3,000 to 4,000 points, and your skill proficiency has also improved. Of course, those who can light up the purple crystal ball are still few and far between. Another teacher spoke confidently from the podium, casting an approving glance at Ye Chen when mentioning the purple crystal. Having heard of Ye Chen's legendary feats from Yu Qingxian, she arranged for him to sit in the front row, often using him as a role model to spur on other students. This left the senior students inwardly resentful, but forced to swallow their pride. Latest intel: the dean predicts the dungeon will open tomorrow. The specific location is at sea near both Daxia and the Eastern Sea Island Nation. That means you might encounter job changers from the Eastern Sea Island Nation. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted with excited chatter. "Great, we stayed here all summer just for this dungeon. Now that it's finally open, it'll show those islanders what I'm made of. I heard their rare job on my OG is pretty impressive. We'll make them see who's better." The crowd buzzed with energy. All were under 20 in their prime of competitive spirit and wouldn't miss this chance to unite against a common foe. Only Ye Chen observed calmly. The Eastern Sea Island Nation, huh? This dungeon must be a national war dungeon, like an international server in games. He recalled the world's power structure. Across the boundless ocean lay the Free Federation, the only nation that could rival Daxia. Next were the Ross Union to the north and the Europa Union to the west. The irksome Eastern Sea Island Nation lay to the east of Daxia, separated only by a sea. And this dungeon's opening location was in that very sea. No wonder we'll encounter island job changers. On my OG, are those job changers who can summon Shikigami? Ye Chen pondered silently. On the stage, the teacher with black-rimmed glasses continued, "This dungeon is called the Saber-Toothed Tiger's Lair. Your mission is to enter an isolated island, defeat the boss, and collect saber tiger fangs. According to the dean, roughly 7 fangs will drop. Our goal is to collect as many as possible, ensuring we don't fall behind the Eastern Sea Island Nation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The students nodded. Those admitted to Yanhuang were no novices, having already developed strategies for tackling dungeons. Time flew, and the course ended as the dungeon opened. All students gathered at the teleportation platform. School hadn't even officially started, and Xiao Rongyu and others were still at home. "Junior Ye Chen, it's not that we look down on you, but this dungeon is dangerous. Try not to be reckless," Lin Xiao said, stepping in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen responded with a quiet, saying nothing more. His calm demeanor unsettled Lin Xiao, who was used to a different reaction. Logically, a young man of this age wouldn't tolerate such provocation. In short, stay at the back of the group. If something unexpected happens, focus on staying alive. Don't hold us back by being stubborn, or don't blame us seniors for being harsh. Lin Xiao continued his nagging. Before Lin Xiao finished, Ye Chen had already reached the teleportation platform. When Lin Xiao turned to lecture him again, he found the junior gone, leaving him standing awkwardly alone. Hey, wait for me. On the teleportation platform, a middle-aged man in a wide robe was giving a speech. Through nearby conversations, Ye Chen learned he was one of the Academy's dean's dean. Everyone understands the key points of this national war dungeon, right? Bring back as many saber tiger fangs as possible. I want mince words with you. We have one goal: crush those island job changers. No matter they're on my OG, they'll be taken down. Dean Bai spoke bluntly, caring little about public image or elegant phrasing, not hiding his true intentions at all. This drew applause and cheers from the male students. They loved this straightforward approach, clear and easy to understand, unlike long-winded speeches. Alright, I Blade Warrior Lin Xiao will slice their Shikigami apart. They'll get the saber tiger fangs, bring glory to the Academy, and honor Daxia. I've been itching to fight island job changers. The crowd was exhilarated, stepping onto the teleportation platform one by one. A flash of white light, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves on an island. Although the island appeared as merely a dot on the map, it felt vast when one stood upon it, and the dense foliage made it even more disorienting. With so many paths, we must enter in teams, or we'll never find our target. I agree. I'm a knight class, tough enough to tank damage. We need 2 supports and 3 damage dealers. I'm a support. I can cast shields, heal, and buff. We also need a Hawkeye archer. The forest here is too obstructive. We need a class with strong perception. Is there an assassin? Our team still lacks a shadow assassin. Who wants a berserker? My skill mountain shattering diamond fist can break open the cave entrance. Everyone began announcing their classes and forming teams based on their specialties, leaving Ye Chen isolated and ignored. Scythe was used to it. Going solo meant no need to share experience points, and leveling up was faster. Ye Chen chose a small path alone, parted the dense leaves, activated his heart net to cover the entire island, and locked onto his target. A senior female student glanced at Ye Chen's lonely figure and said to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, aren't we going too far? Can the junior really manage on his own? Who cares? He's a farmer. What use would he be in our team? A child without an umbrella must learn to run." Lin Xiao's words were resolute. Another girl remarked, "True. Without awakening a combat class, he's like a child without an umbrella in this world. Let him run on his own." Are you so eager to help the junior because you're attracted to his looks? No, I'm not. The others formed their teams, cleared the path, and advanced toward the island's center. Just then, birds and beasts scattered in the jungle as a terrifying roar echoed. That sound. The tiger's roar shakes the forest. Everyone cover your ears. Support, use your clarity skill, and buff everyone. Roars continued, and then many half-human, half-beast monsters charged out. Name: Saber-Tooth Tiger Soldier, HP 4750 Strength, 2750 Agility, 1375 Spirit, 2500 Constitution, 2800 Skill. Tiger's roar shakes the forest. Holy crap. Why so many? Doesn't one mountain only hold one tiger? There must be nearly 1,000 here. Nonsense, this is a dungeon, not reality. We're only about 50 people, less than 10 squads. That means each person has to kill about 20 monsters. Everyone quickly entered combat mode, unleashing various skills, and the fight was grueling from the start. On the other hand, Ye Chen thought, what era is this? Who still fights monsters manually? One person kills 20, huh? I'm not afraid of a swarm. He waved his hand, and numerous hybrid plants and enhanced zombies descended from the sky. Dozens of zombie soldiers charged ahead, while over a dozen frost pea shooters burst from the ground, firing peas imbued with slowing and freezing effects. Thud, thud, thud. Ice formed under the feet of the saber-toothed tiger soldiers, slowing their movements. In a single clash, Ye Chen's zombie soldiers had already mutilated them beyond recognition. Experience, 500 experience, 500 experience, 500. Ye Chen alone killed more monsters than an entire squad of others combined. Because there were so many saber-toothed tiger soldiers, Ye Chen ended up gaining tens of thousands of experience points. Seeing this, a girl from Lin Xiao's team screamed, "Ah! What the hell? Why were the monsters charging at Ye Chen instantly killed?" The others turned their heads. Isn't a farmer only supposed to grow crops and raise chickens? What are these things he's planted? How can peas shoot bullets? Are they crazy? His plants have become sentient, and what are these zombies? This isn't a child without an umbrella must run hard. Ye Chen is practically flying. The male students began to regret not recruiting Ye Chen. The senior student who had sympathized with him earlier said angrily, "I told you so, but you wouldn't listen." After a bitter and bloody struggle, the others finally broke through the charge of the saber-toothed tiger soldiers. Blocking their path was a raging river wide and flowing across the entire island into the sea. In other words, there was no way around except to cross the river. No choice. Those with flight skills recharge your energy and carry the others across. We'll distribute the loot accordingly. Doesn't our team have an elf summoner? Let's try anything. Have the little winged elves carry us across. The other teams have their ideas. Do we have a blacksmith? Build a boat on the spot. We can't just swim across. While everyone was either at a loss or grimacing, Ye Chen arrived at the riverbank, measured the distance, and a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He put away his plant zombies and a vortex opened above his head. "Come out, little earth chicken." What the hell? He's summoning a chicken. What use is a chicken? Can it even fly? It'd be impressive if it could play basketball. Then a brilliantly crimson phoenix of immense size emerged from the vortex. Ye Chen leaped onto the back of the Undying Divine Phoenix, and with a single command crossed the river with ease. This spectacle left the others utterly stunned. That's a chicken. That's a fire phoenix. No, fire phoenixes are descendants of ancient fierce beasts, and their bloodline is impure. Their feathers aren't this vibrant, and they don't grow this big. Then mermaid monsters, also half-human, half-beast, emerged from the river. Lin Xiao grinned, so eager to cross, and now look. There's danger in the river too. The junior is still too young. Name Mermaid Warrior Elite, Enhanced HB 5250 Strength, 5000 Agility, 3000 Spirit, 2000 Constitution, 5500 Skill. Harpoon shot. In an instant, a barrage of harpoons was hurled from the river toward Ye Chen in the air. A fierce gleam flashed in the eyes of his mount, and it unleashed Solar Phoenix Flame, incinerating all the harpoons to ash. Scorching sparks rained down into the river, and the mermaid warriors died on contact. Orbs of experience floated up and merged into Ye Chen. Experience 800, experience 800, experience 800. Witnessing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The senior student once again taunted Lin Xiao. "A child without an umbrella must run hard, but Ye Chen can fly." "Bro, no way." Lin Xiao arched his back like a shrimp, craning his neck forward, almost turning into that internet meme. The crowd witnessing Ye Chen's move was utterly astounded and thrown into chaos. He flew across. One skill, and he one-shotted all the monsters in the river. What terrifying damage is that? They grew increasingly regretful for having misjudged him, refusing to team up with Ye Chen due to class discrimination. Others, spurred by the shock, quickened their pace, desperately attempting to cross the river, fearing Ye Chen would beat them to the prize. On the other side, a large group of class changers also encountered this great river chasm. They hailed from an island nation in the east, the front line veiled in black, clad in dark attire, seemingly having awakened as ninja-class professionals. Behind them, a smaller contingent draped in robes and cinched with belts identified as the island's rare class on Myoji. As expected of the saber-toothed tiger's lair, this dungeon is perilous. This river likely harbors many mermaids. How do we cross? Let's hear Ida's opinion. All eyes turned to the man in white, Idizuru, whose face was as cold as frost as he began to command. "All on Myoji, heed my orders, summon your Shikigami birds, each carrying at least 2 ninjas." Soon bird Shikigami were summoned with Onmyoji riding them, commanding the birds to clutch the ninjas' collars with their talons, one bird carrying 2. All ninjas hurl shurikens and explosive tags into the river. A torrent of black-clad ninjas and Onmyoji flew over the river, raining down countless shurikens bound with explosive tags into the water. Boom, boom, boom. Many mermaids burst from the surface, hurling sharp harpoons upward at them. Several islanders had their abdomens pierced by harpoons. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to cross the treacherous wide river. "Support classes, heal them," Idizuru commanded coldly, as if everyone were mere pawns in his hands. Meanwhile, teams from the Great Xia also gradually arrived on the opposite bank. A towering mountain shrouded in mist with steep terrain and dense vegetation loomed ahead. Ye Chen frowned. "I didn't see this mountain from the island's shore earlier. Is it due to the mist? Such a peculiar place, the boss should be here." As he advanced, several orcs wielding massive battle axes charged out. Name Tiger King's attendant boss, HB 8050 Strength, 6000 Agility, 6750 Spirit, 7500 Constitution, 10500 Skill. Axe Cleave, a boss-level monster stronger than elites with Constitution over 10,000. So tanky. Constitution represents defense. Ye Chen faced such a durable foe for the first time, fitting for the Tiger King's attendance. Yet undaunted, he immediately summoned plant zombies to fight. This time the number he summoned surpassed even the wave that had crushed the saber-toothed tiger soldiers, charge reaching a full 100. And this was far from Ye Chen's limit, merely half his maximum summoning capacity. In an instant, a doomed zombie latched onto a Tiger King's attendant, startling the boss-level monster, who would willingly throw themselves into the fray. The next second, a massive explosion erupted as the doomed zombie detonated itself, injuring and even killing several Tiger King's attendants. Other zombie soldiers and zombie warriors surged forward, unleashing frenzied slashes under a tenfold amplification, hacking the Tiger King's attendants into minced meat. The monster's remains turned to ash, coalescing into countless experience points that flowed into Ye Chen. Another 100,000 experience points. With the level bar rising, my 4 primary attributes should have increased too. View panel for 4 primary attributes. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer Shinong. Level 24, 42. 57. Strength: 22,000. Agility: 22,000. Spirit: 36,000. Constitution: 24,000. Immune to Tremor-Tremor Fruit effects. He was surprised to find that through recent cultivation and dungeon runs his level had risen by nearly 1.5, and his spirit was merely 4,000 points shy of the 400 mark. Not bad. Charge on. A smirk curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth as he advanced deeper. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the mountain, equally stunned by the surrounding mist. This mist seems treacherous, like perhaps powerful monsters lurk within. Rushing in recklessly could end in disaster. Who has a light-based skill? Can we illuminate this place and increase visibility? Why bother with light skills? Let's just break the mountain apart and wipe out whatever comes out. Everyone offered their opinions, lacking a decisive leader. That role could have been Ye Chen's, but they had misjudged him. As they bickered, a discordant voice rang out. Dear friends from Great Xia, this dungeon belongs to our Eastern Island nation. Why have you come? Itu Yuzuru addressed Lin Xiao and the others icily. Yes, this dungeon is ours. Friends from Great Xia, please leave, or we shall become enemies. The throng of little lackeys behind him echoed Itu Yuzuru's words, looking aggressive and overbearing. Hearing this, the Great Xia side immediately took offense, their anger flaring up like wildfire. The saber-toothed tiger's lair is a nation-war dungeon by nature. What do you mean yours? Who do you think you are? You haven't even learned to act human, yet you dare to swagger around. The ones who should scram are you. They clashed fiercely, the air thick with tension. Itu Yuzuru waved his hand, and a storm of shurikens flew toward Lin Xiao's group. Various ninjutsu also rained down upon them from all directions. Yet facing a foreign enemy, these Great Xia students united as one, becoming incredibly cohesive. Night class volunteers stepped up to the front, support classes cast shields, and ranged attackers like archers and mages launched fierce volleys from behind. Boom, boom, boom. Countless skills collided, engulfing the battlefield in smoke and fire even more intense than the monster fights moments ago. Lin Xiao, as a blade warrior, summoned a massive blade weighing over 100 jin and fearlessly charged into the enemy ranks, cleaving several ninjas away with a single swing. Seeing the Great Xia side gaining the upper hand, seemingly on the verge of victory, Lord Ida, we can't hold on much longer. Yes, these Great Xia students are elites, seemingly from Flame Emperor University. They're formidable. Please intervene. Itu Yuzuru removed his gloves, tossing them aside, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Then he began his incantation. Homage. Wrathful obstacles, sacred speaker of fury. Destroy. Terror. Great quake. Yamada no Orochi appear. Come forth. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled, the surrounding mist dispersing slightly. A serpentine monster covered in purple-black scales and bearing 8 heads emerged. With a single dive, it sent Lin Xiao's massive blade flying, throwing him back dozens of meters as he spat blood. At this moment, Ye Chen was far ahead of everyone, harvesting bountifully in the mountains. Not bad at all. Every wild beast I encounter is like an experience pack rushing to deliver itself to me. Best of all, I don't even have to lift a finger. Ye Chen crossed his hands behind his head and strode forward with an air of nonchalance. The terrifying mountain forest, which made others tremble in fear and dare not make a single rash move, was as familiar to him as his own home. He could roam freely without a care. Because ahead of Ye Chen marched a formidable legion of plant zombies arranged in perfect order. Doomsday zombies blasted a path with explosions, while zombie soldiers and zombie warriors stood ready to launch attacks at any moment. Meanwhile, from the rear, a host of plants fired icy bullets that could freeze and slow their targets. Such a lineup would leave anyone bewildered at the sight. It's so satisfying having others grind experience for me. You monsters up ahead, stop hiding. I've already spotted you. The wild beasts scattered in panic from the slaughter were terrified at the mere sight of Ye Chen. These were creatures with a modicum of intelligence. But how could Ye Chen let them escape? With a casual wave of his hand, a horde of plant zombies immediately gave chase. Name long-armed giant ape, HP 6500 strength, 5500 agility, 11,000 spirit, 6,000 constitution, 5500 description. When the tiger is away, the monkey reigns supreme. Ye Chen immediately discerned that these monkeys were only good at running with agility maxed out. Though their other attributes were not weak, they paled in comparison to the Tiger King's attendants. In this dense mountain forest, catching up to them will take some time. In that case, I suppose I'll have to intervene, just a little. Recognizing the monkey's agility, Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings and gathered 2 transparent shockwave spheres around his fists. Shockwave tree collapse. He struck 2 massive trees on either side, and the powerful vibrations rippled through the branches like water waves spreading to other trees. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys instantly lost their footing, tumbling from the trees with shrill cries. Perfect opportunity, attack. The ice machine gun, a hybrid of the ice mushroom, and the repeater shooter unleashed a torrent of bullets at maximum fire rate, each one freezing the limbs of the long-armed giant ape solid. A swarm of zombies surged forward brandishing weapons and swiftly annihilated the ape troop. A massive wave of experience points converged upon Ye Chen along with an unexpected windfall. Ding! You have defeated the Ape King in the instance dungeon. Obtained 4,000 free attribute points. Use within 1 day, invalid if taken outside the instance. Free attribute points, 4,000 of them. Excellent, I'll use them right now. Spirit allocate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shimmering points enveloped Ye Chen's entire body, channeling into his spirit. After a flash of white light, Ye Chen checked his status panel. Name Ye Chen, class Sacred Farmer Shinong, level 25,000. Strength 18,000, agility 18,000, spirit 41,000, constitution 21,000, immune to Tremor-Tremor Fruit effects. My level has risen again, and spirit has finally broken through 40,000 points. As soon as the Azure Dragon Fruit ripens, I'll pluck it and devour it immediately. Ye Chen clenched his fist, a surge of excitement and exhilaration coursing through him. At the same time, a series of disturbances echoed from the foot of the mountain. A colossal shikigami over 100 meters tall writhed, its massive body covered in purple-black scales. All 8 of its heads opened their gaping maws wide, glaring menacingly at the students of Daxia. Yudo Yuzuru stood with his hands in his pockets, a proud smirk on his face, as he pressed Lin Xiao firmly under his foot. What's this? Is Daxia's strength only this pitiful? It seems Yanhuang University has fallen. Past national war instances were never this pathetic. At that moment, Lin Xiao was grievously injured, blood gushing from his mouth in torrents. A flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. If only he were here. Maybe he could find a way to deal with these islanders. No, it must be that I'm dying, my mind already clouded. No matter how powerful Ye Chen was, he was just a freshman and a farmer class at that. How could he compare to the rare Onmyoji class? Especially an Onmyoji capable of summoning the legendary Shikigami Yamada no Orochi. In a daze, Lin Xiao forced out a sentence through clenched teeth. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Then he collapsed into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the other students' fear intensified. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat these ninjas or the other Shikigami. It was entirely because they couldn't overcome the Yamada no Orochi summoned by Yudo Yuzuru. The power of this legendary Shikigami was simply overwhelming. Its towering stature, impenetrable scales, and those 8 distinct heads meant it could strike them while they could not even touch it. To tell you the truth, this isn't even the full Yamada no Orochi. As my level increases, I'll be able to summon an even more complete form. Yudo Yuzuru sneered coldly. Yudo, should we kill them? Asked a female ninja. Don't cause trouble. Let's hurry up the mountain to take down the boss. This year, all the saber-toothed tiger fangs will be ours, Yudo Yuzuru replied with a smirk. During the skirmish, both sides had suffered casualties. If they truly annihilated this group of Daxia students, it would incur the wrath of Daxia. At present, Daxia was far more powerful than the island nation, and Yudo Yuzuru feared that his homeland could not withstand such fury. So he decided to quit while he was ahead. Everyone advanced toward the mountain, with the ninjas taking the lead, supports casting shields and buffs, and Onmyoji summoning Shikigami to surround them. Ye Chen ran to a cliff and peered down, only to find a large number of class changers already ascending the mountain. He had been so engrossed in hunting monsters that he had overlooked this commotion. Strange. I thought it was Lin Xiao and his group, but it looks like a bunch of class changers from the island nation. Could they have already been defeated by these islanders? At the thought, Ye Chen felt a twinge of exasperation, but he had no intention of going down to rescue them. People must pay the price for their own choices. It wasn't that Ye Chen looked down on them. They were the ones who refused to let him join their team. At that moment, a sharp-eyed bird, Shikigami, spotted Ye Chen. With a piercing cry, it dove straight toward him. "You're asking for death." Ye Chen's fist crackled with lightning as he punched, obliterating the Shikigami in one blow. The powerful bird Shikigami vanished into nothingness, and its corresponding Onmyoji would need a long cooldown before summoning again. What? He defeated the bird Shikigami with one punch. Who is this person? He looks like someone from Daxia. How could anyone have gotten up the mountain before us? We just gave them a thorough beating. A little islander began cursing Ye Chen. "Bastard. How dare you destroy my bird Shikigami? So there's still a reckless Daxia brat who doesn't know his place. Looks like we missed one when we dealt with them earlier." Yudo Yuzuru's eyes gleamed with malice as he cast a sinister smile at Ye Chen. All the Japanese cultivators swiftly converged upon the sight. Ito Yuzuru and Ye Chen locked eyes, gaze meeting gaze. The female shinobi leaned close to Ito's ear once more and whispered, "Ito, no one else is here. If you don't eliminate him now, this opportunity will vanish forever." At her words, a flash of vicious intent flickered deep within Ito Yuzuru's eyes. He had refrained from killing Lin Xiao and the others earlier only because too many witnesses were present, making it difficult to justify later. Now, however, they stood in a desolate wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts, and Ye Chen stood utterly alone. No witnesses remained. Even if he were slain, the great Xia realm could be told he perished at the fangs of dungeon beasts. "Attack!" He raised his right hand and gave a subtle, decisive wave. His comrades sprang into action. Shinobi unleashed ninjutsu, hurling kunai and explosive tags, while Onmyoji summoned myriad Shikigami to assault Ye Chen. A white wolf Shikigami lunged toward Ye Chen, only to be shattered by a single punch. Simultaneously, he activated elemental transmutation, evading every physical strike with ethereal grace. This great Xia cultivator's techniques are peculiar, but fear not. We outnumber him. Kill him now. Ito Yuzuru's expression twisted into something grotesquely savage. "So you think numbers grant you advantage? Do you truly believe only you may swarm?" Ye Chen scoffed coldly, his demeanor effortlessly serene. Then, a spatial vortex tore open. From its swirling maw emerged hordes of grotesque flora and remorseless, undead revenants. "Tell me, whose forces are greater? That remains to be seen. Advance." With a sweeping gesture, Ye Chen commanded his legion. 200 plant zombies surged forward as one, thundering into battle. Frost archers fired crystalline projectiles, freezing both advancing Shikigami and stealthy shinobi alike. Zombie warriors charged ahead, intercepting kunai and explosive tags meant for Ye Chen, absorbing detonations without so much as a shred of flesh torn from their bodies. The Japanese cultivators shrieked in terror and attempted to flee, only to be overtaken instantly by zombie soldiers who hacked them down without mercy, blade after brutal blade. Screams pierced the air, raw, unrelenting. Ye Chen's plant zombie legion outnumbered them fourfold. They hadn't encircled him, they had been encircled by him. In less than 3 exchanges, every Japanese cultivator, save Ito Yuzuru, lay slaughtered, utterly annihilated. When Ito Yuzuru finally broke free from the chaos, he scanned the battlefield and recoiled in disbelief. His entire team lay dead. As for himself, he was little better off. His once pristine white robes were stained crimson, his face smudged with ash and grime, his body bearing burns and lacerations from repeated explosions. "Bakairu, you slaughtered my comrades. You dare provoke the great Xia. You court death." His glare burned with bottomless grief and fury. Yet in response to his wrath, Ye Chen merely shrugged, palms upturned, a wry, unbothered smile playing on his lips. "You walked straight into ruin yourselves. To be wiped out entirely. Is that my fault? Blame your own inadequacy." Hearing those words, Ito Yuzuru seethed, enraged beyond reason. To slay so many, then dismiss their deaths as mere incompetence. It was arrogance incarnate, unjust, unforgivable, an affront to cosmic order itself. "I had no intention of summoning consecutively. You forced my hand. You forced it." At the peak of his fury, Ito crossed his arms over his chest and began chanting. "Homage, O wrathful demon barrier, voice of sacred fury. Shatter, terror, grand tremor, Yamatano Roki, manifest. Appear now." Instantly the mountain trembled, mist thickened into an oppressive, suffocating shroud. From the swirling fog came a low, guttural, bone-chilling growl. 8 serpentine heads rose in unison. Fangs bared, jaws unhinged, all fixed upon Ye Chen with ravenous hunger. Ye Chen's plant zombies instantly regrouped, forming an impenetrable phalanx around him. Uft, uft, uft. Frost bolts struck the colossal serpent's hide again and again. Yet each impact froze only a tiny patch of scale, vanishing almost instantly beneath its writhing primordial flesh. Zombie soldiers scaled its titanic form, hacking wildly with blades, but could not even scratch its armored hide. The beast was monstrously resilient, oppressively immense. A single whip-like lash of its tail sent dozens of zombies crashing to the ground. Crack! A plume of dust erupted skyward as the serpent's tail slammed down, crushing zombie soldiers beneath its crushing weight. Ye Chen hastily recalled them, sealing them back into the celestial dimensional farm. Moments later, another devastating sweep sent waves of zombie warriors flying, colliding with and trampling fragile flora in their violent trajectories. Ye Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This Shikigami was no ordinary construct. It dwarfed every other Onmyoji summons, standing leagues above mere stray cats and dogs in power and profundity. Huh. How does the taste of a legendary tier Shikigami sit with you, great Xia cultivator? Submit, your death awaits. To become Yamato-Naroki's meal is an honor beyond measure. Ito Yuzuru laughed arrogantly, commanding the Shikigami to press its assault. Each strike exacted a toll, not only upon the battlefield, but upon the Onmyoji's own spiritual essence. Sweat drenched Ito's robes, exhaustion weighed heavily upon his spirit. He looked ragged, desperate. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's plant zombies faltered, but Ye Chen himself remained unruffled, calm as still water. Such was the advantage of possessing a spirit essence bar far broader and longer than any rivals. Just as Ye Chen prepared to withdraw his entire legion, a ripple emanated from the celestial dimensional farm, the resonant ripe snap of fruit parting from its stem. Could it be? The Azure Dragon Fruit has ripened. A surge of elation washed over Ye Chen. He abandoned his withdrawal plan, and instead ordered his legion to hold the line a little longer. After all plants could always be replanted, zombies possessed formidable durability. A brief delay mattered little. Even if he needed to forge anew, he would. Turning, he stepped into the dimensional farm, a tranquil grove where an unassuming tree bore fruits, granting extraordinary abilities. One fruit glowed with radiant intensity, its surface shimmered with iridescent dragon scale patterns crowned by 2 slender horn-like protrusions. Ding! The Azure Dragon Fruit has fully ripened, ready for harvest. Upon receiving the system notification, Ye Chen's lips curved upward. Excellent. Once consumed, I shall ascend, become the true Azure Dragon. What legend then could stand before me? Before the authentic Azure Dragon of Huaxia, even Yamato-Naroki shrinks to Yamato Worm. Without hesitation, he plucked the fruit and exited the dimensional farm. Outside, his plant zombies fought desperately, unable to fell the serpent, yet holding firm through sheer numerical dominance. Humph. So you've emerged. I'd assumed you fled. Ito Yuzuru lifted his chin haughtily, his narrow eyes gleaming with cruel intensity. Ye Chen cradled the Azure Dragon Fruit in his palm, glanced once at Yamato-Naroki, and sighed, shaking his head. Your Yamato-Naroki is but a minor serpent from the classic of mountains and seas. Beside Huaxia's primordial dreadbeasts, it is but a gnat before a storm. That it crossed oceans only to be deified by you, that is laughable beyond measure. Today I shall show you what a true dragon truly is. The saber-toothed tiger cave dungeon, a mist-shrouded lofty mountain. The sea breeze swept in from the island's coast, carrying a fierce and violent aura. How dare you insult the deities of our eastern sea? Let me show you the true power of a legendary Shikigami. Then perish in sorrow and despair. Yamada no Orochi, attack him. Ito Yuzuru pointed his finger. The legendary Shikigami immediately swooped down toward Ye Chen. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Ito Yuzuru burst into laughter. Ha ha, he must have been devoured by Yamada no Orochi by now. Then the crackling sound of thunder echoed. As the smoke cleared, Ye Chen had somehow appeared in another spot. An attack like that claims to be from a legendary Shikigami. How utterly laughable. Indeed, a mere worm is just a worm no matter what you call it. Yamada no Orochi or otherwise. Now open your eyes wide and watch closely. Crack. Ye Chen took a bite and then tossed the entire fruit down the cliff. An aura of terrifying power radiated outward from him in layers, an intangible pressure permeating the entire battlefield. Instinct told Ito Yuzuru that Ye Chen was not bluffing. But to obtain more saber-toothed tiger fangs, he had to defeat Ye Chen. Having come this far, he could not give up. The saber-toothed tiger fangs belong entirely to the Eastern Sea. Ignorant and arrogant man of Daxia, I will defeat you. Ito Yuzuru persisted in his bravado. The sky suddenly turned from clear to cloudy, then flashed with lightning and rumbled with thunder. Dark clouds churned, and the roar of a dragon echoed through the air. Even before Ye Chen transformed, such portents had already appeared. The sight made Ito Yuzuru's knees go weak, nearly forcing him to kneel, while Yamada no Orochi's pupils dilated sharply, as if recalling a fear ingrained in its very genes. What creature is this? This is the Azure Dragon of Daxia. A mysterious light enveloped Ye Chen's body. His muscles bulged, azure scales grew across his skin, and his hands transformed into indestructible dragon claws. A dragon's roar pierced the sky. The beast form of the Azure Dragon Fruit made its debut. Grants mastery over wind, fire, thunder, and clouds. Skill 1 Heat Breath emits a searing blast, forming a pillar of flame several kilometers long, capable of leveling an entire mountaintop in an instant. Skill 2 Gale Blade unleashes countless wind blades to attack enemies, possessing immense cutting and penetrating power, able to slice through both a person and their armor. Skill 3 Thunderclap Bagua swings a spiked club imbued with Conqueror's Haki, delivering a fatal blow. Used in the beast-human hybrid form. Skill 4 Flame Cloud creates flowing clouds wreathed in fire, capable of lifting an entire island into the air or enabling flight. Objects enveloped by the flame cloud are controlled by the user. Note other skills are derivatives of the 4 elemental powers: wind, fire, thunder, and clouds. Ito Yuzuru was stunned. A dragon. You actually turned into a dragon. Impossible, how did you do it? You won't live to find out. Bring your little Yamada worm and die together. Heat breath. Ye Chen laughed. Then opening his mouth, he unleashed a breath. A pillar of flames several kilometers long descended from the sky, instantly engulfing Yamada no Orochi. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yamada no Orochi let out an agonized shriek. Upon closer inspection, it had already lost 6 or 7 heads, barely clinging to life. Can't even withstand a single blow from me, and you still dare call yourself a legendary Shikigami. Ye Chen sneered coldly, then launched another attack. Gale Blade Slash. A torrent of wind blades descended from the sky, instantly sweeping across Yamada no Orochi's massive body. Though Yamada no Orochi tried to unleash a skill in retaliation, the dense barrage of wind blades made it impossible for it to even open its eyes. In the end, the legendary Shikigami's prized defense of purple-black scales was shredded to bloody pulp by a single skill from Ye Chen. Scales fell off one by one, exposing the flesh beneath. Yamada no Orochi roared in agony, lifting its head to fire an attack upward. How dare you fight back? Ye Chen activated another skill. After all, the Azure Dragon Fruit granted numerous abilities. He could slowly toy with this little Yamada worm. Muffled thunder rolled across the sky, followed by countless pillars of lightning descending from the heavens. Thunderclap Roar. For this attack, Ye Chen also invoked the power of the Rumble Fruit, granting the lightning an epic boost in power. Each bolt of lightning struck like a tribulation, tormenting the Shikigami beyond endurance. How could it possibly withstand Ye Chen's assault? Soon its entire body was charred black. From shattered scales to a scorched corpse, the once invincible legendary Shikigami was effortlessly crippled by Ye Chen, and all of this happened in mere seconds. Ito Yuzuru watched this scene in bitter disbelief. Onmyoji were already a rare profession in the Eastern Sea, and summoning Yamada no Orochi was not something any Onmyoji could achieve. Only someone like him, an Onmyoji of exceptional talent, had even the faintest hope of summoning it. And now Ye Chen had destroyed it just like that. He had no choice but to overdraw his own life force. His jet black hair lost its luster, turning pale and colorless, and the rapid drain of vitality accelerated Ito Yuzuru's aging. Cycle of Rebirth Restoration. Given his level, summoning this Shikigami was already an extremely taxing and thankless task. Now he had to offer his own life force to it, repairing the damage it had sustained. New purple-black scales grew over Yamada no Orochi's body. Its dull, vacant eyes cleared and sharpened. Most importantly, the lost heads were regenerating as well. So you had this trick up your sleeve? Excellent. An Azure Dragon circled overhead. Instead of fearing its opponent's regeneration, it praised the enemy. Then he'll just kill you again. The words were as casual as eating or drinking, as if slaying this legendary Shikigami required no effort from Ye Chen at all. The Azure Dragon's form began to shrink, transforming into the beast-human hybrid form, a stalwart body, covered in azure scales, exuding an imposing majesty. Thunderclap Bagua Tremor. Ye Chen attacked again, shattering the regenerated Yamada no Orochi with a single blow. This strike cracked all 8 of the serpent's heads, for Ye Chen had also infused it with the power of the Tremor-Tremor Fruit. And he appeared before Ito Yuzuru in an instant. A bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, transforming into an arrow of thunder that pierced the man's chest. Ito Yuzuru, already white-haired and on the verge of death, perished instantly from the blow. With that, the entire island nation's team was annihilated. A montage of memories flashed before Ito Yuzuru's eyes, the scene when they ascended the mountain shouting and threatening Ye Chen. I never imagined that one man could be more terrifying than an entire team. This time we miscalculated. Filled with resentment and regret, he closed his eyes and breathed his last. Deactivate transformation. Ye Chen noticed that his clothes were completely intact. Now it's time to find the saber-toothed tiger fangs. Parting the thick mist, Ye Chen arrived at the mountaintop. The towering peak stood like a sharp sword, its tip piercing the sky, surrounded by swirling fog that obscured its true form even from the island's shore. He summoned numerous zombie soldiers who brandished their weapons and led the way, cutting down any obstructive trees or minor monsters in their path. He himself was solely responsible for locating the boss's lair. Because this method of traversing the map was highly efficient, Ye Chen soon arrived at a cave. Unlike the other caves, this one must be the boss's hideout. But with all this commotion outside, why doesn't it come out? With questions in mind, Ye Chen pointed a finger, and an apocalyptic zombie immediately rushed toward the cave entrance. Bang! The cave exploded instantly, and the beast sleeping inside gradually awakened. Immediately after, a commotion arose as a large number of Tiger King attendants rushed out. These half-human, half-beast freaks are really annoying. Why are there so many? It's like they're endless. Luckily, I have plenty of summons too. Summon zombie warriors. More summons appeared, engaging the Tiger King attendants with overwhelming numerical superiority. Axes and sabers clashed with swords, a series of crisp metallic sounds ringing out, accompanied by the screams of the Tiger King attendants. Soon this wave of monsters was wiped out by Ye Chen, and a vast number of experience points merged into him in the form of light orbs. Although he found it annoying that the Tiger King attendants seemed endless, the moment the experience points were in hand, Ye Chen suddenly realized that having a large number of monsters wasn't such a bad thing. After all, he had enough summons. The more experience points he gained from killing monsters, the faster he would develop. An ordinary class changer would have trouble just dealing with that last wave of attacks, and would find it hard to venture deeper into this cave. To be fair, this cave is pretty sturdy to withstand a blow from an apocalyptic zombie. A loud roar echoed as a sleeping saber-toothed Tiger King awakened, and a prompt box appeared before Ye Chen's eyes. Defeat the saber-toothed Tiger King for a chance to drop the saber tiger fang. A chance. Ye Chen seemed to think of something. Immediately after, a beast much larger than any encountered before appeared, with strong limbs and a formidable presence. Name: Saber-Tooth Tiger King. Boss: HP 13,000, Strength 12500, Agility 12,000, Spirit 12500, Constitution 14,000, Skills: Sonic Roar, Saber, Tear Call of the Beast King. As expected of a boss-level monster, all 4 attributes are over 10,000. Good grief, any other team would be stuck here for ages. Ye Chen was also stunned by this boss. The saber-toothed Tiger King charged, flipping over the zombie soldiers in front and rushing toward Ye Chen at incredible speed. Saber tear. Its claws raked across his chest, and its massive jaws clamped down on his neck, yet Ye Chen remained unscathed. Damage transfer. All the damage was transferred to his summons, and a zombie soldier in the front line fell with a crash. Then Ye Chen calmly stroked the saber-toothed Tiger King's head. When you see me, the Yamada no Orochi has to coil, and the saber-toothed Tiger King has to submit. One of you is a little serpent, the other a little kitten. Don't act so tough in front of me. As he spoke, the right hand stroking the Tiger King's massive head had already grown fine dragon scales. The dragon scales gleamed, muscles bulged inch by inch, and a powerful dragon claw firmly gripped the saber-toothed Tiger King's head. Using sheer brute force, he forcibly moved it and gradually pressed it down. The saber-toothed Tiger King exerted all its limb strength to break free from Ye Chen's dragon claw grip, but found it impossible to escape. This human youth's grip was terrifyingly strong. Who was the real beast, and who was the real boss? Little kitten, be good and obey. Crack. Ye Chen's other hand also transformed into a dragon claw, and with a single grasp, he crushed the saber-toothed Tiger King's skull. The saber-toothed Tiger King's eyes immediately rolled back, and its life force rapidly ebbed away. Killed Saber-Toothed Tiger King, EXP 1-20000, obtained Intermediate Monster Core, obtained Silver Deer, Weapon Mermaid Harpoon, obtained Silver Ear Accessory, Attendant Ring Mermaid Harpoon, Silver Deer Weapon Agility, 280 Constitution, 180 a Basic Attack Range, 13 suitable for Assassin class. Attendant Ring Silver Deer Accessory Constitution, 350, Spirit 150, Stamina, Recovery 10 is suitable for Warrior class. No Saber Tiger Fong dropped. No wonder it said there was a chance. Apart from the 1-0 experience points, the other items are useless to me for now. They'll put them in my storage space. Just as Ye Chen was feeling a bit disappointed, another prompt box from the instance lit up. Saber-Toothed Tiger King will respawn soon. Cooldown 5 minutes. So that's it. This instance is about defeating the Saber-Toothed Tiger King multiple times to collect enough Saber Tiger Fangs. Ye Chen finally understood why Dean Bai estimated that about 7 Saber Tiger Fangs would drop. This was the real challenge of this instance. For an ordinary Class Changer team, after enduring the onslaught of Saber Tiger soldiers, Tiger King attendants, and other monsters, even if they found this cave, their strength would be greatly diminished. Being able to jointly kill the Saber-Toothed Tiger King once was already an achievement, let alone defeating it repeatedly until the Saber Tiger Fong dropped. But I don't care. Summoning plant zombies to fight for me only consumes spiritual energy, so I don't have to lift a finger. Ye Chen exited the cave and stood at the entrance, placing rows of ice shooters to guard the area. Since he planned to solo the Saber-Toothed Tiger King multiple times, he needed to prevent others from entering. Soon the ice shooters swayed their heads and bodies, watching the cave entrance, vigilantly obedient and loyal. Ye Chen ventured deep into the perilous cave alone, once more waiting for the Tiger King to respawn. Sure enough, a few minutes later, an identical Saber-Toothed Tiger King materialized. Azure Dragon Fruit, Human Beast Form. Quake Thunderclap Bagua. Boom. Tremors spread with the lightning. He had actually smashed the Saber-Toothed Tiger King's head in with a single strike. Killed Saber-Toothed Tiger King, EXP 1-20000, obtained Intermediate Monster Core, dropped Rare Item, Saber Tiger Fong. Saber Tiger Fong rare material from the Secret Realm. Only has a chance to drop upon defeating the Saber-Toothed Tiger King. An indispensable raw material for many class sets. Great. This time fewer items dropped, but I got the Saber Tiger Fong. Ye Chen was pleasantly surprised, then noted the true purpose of the Saber Tiger Fong. A set. I've heard that collecting certain equipment can yield tremendous effects and provide comprehensive enhancements. I'll ask Dean Bai about it when I get back and try to get a set for myself. Just then a clamor came from outside the cave. Ye Chen's ears twitched. Those voices sounded like his classmates. Junior Ye Chen, are you in there? Inside the cave, Ye Chen curled his lips slightly. Oh, you want to come in? Back when he hadn't shown his strength, these people were almost unwilling to team up with him. Now that they saw him taking on the boss, they all wanted a piece of the pie. How could it be so simple? Great, it really is Junior Ye Chen. He actually made it to the final step. The boss must be inside. Did you place these plants outside? Remove them and let us in. Hearing these shameless voices, Ye Chen sneered coldly. So what if I place them? I'm not removing them and you're not getting in. Leave now. At that moment, Lin Xiao, still severely wounded, fumed with rage. Ye Chen, don't push your luck. Why should you hog the Tiger King's lair all to yourself? Why? Because I defeated the Island Nation's job changer. Because I can solo this while your team got beaten to a pulp. Are these reasons enough? Ye Chen laughed heartily after speaking. His laughter struck like daggers, piercing the hearts of these students from Yanhuang, who usually prided themselves as prodigies. Lin Xiao, already injured, was nearly coughing blood from anger. Damn it, everyone take a short rest. We'll charge in later. We can't let him have it easy. Lin Xiao summoned his great sword and entered a meditative state. As a brash Bladestorm warrior, he loved charging into the fray, hacking and slashing without a second thought. Hearing this, the senior sister, who had initially sympathized with Ye Chen, spoke up. Lin Xiao, he's our junior. Besides, I offered to let him join the team from the start. You were the ones who abandoned Ye Chen first. The others immediately turned hostile. Nua, stop defending Ye Chen. Exactly. Can you bear to let the Saber-Toothed Tiger Fangs fall into someone else's hands? If we end up with none, how will Dean Bai view us? All these words reached Ye Chen's ears. His heart net granted him powerful perception, allowing him to see through everything clearly. Try to force your way in if you dare. Don't blame me if you die. He emphasized the word die heavily. An invisible pressure radiated from the cave, instantly subduing many present. Everyone recalled the scene where Ye Chen, alone with his summons, had chased down a pack of saber-toothed tiger soldiers. Back then, their own teams had struggled against those same soldiers, locked in a bitter fight. This. Lin Xiao, maybe we should try a gentler approach. I'm still wounded from the fight with those island nations on my OG. Yeah, these plants look grotesque with eyes. They seem tough to deal with. Seeing the group waver, Lin Xiao touched his aching wound and sighed. Fine, we'll give you 1 hour. After an hour, whether you get the saber-toothed tiger fangs or not, you must leave. Ye Chen burst out laughing. You think you can order me around? Even if I stay here for a week, what can you do? You won't get a single saber-toothed tiger fang. With that, he ignored Lin Xiao and his clique of snobbish cynics. Rather than a summer elite class, this was a breeding ground for refined egoists. Little did they know Ye Chen could clear the dungeon in under 10 seconds. He would obliterate the Tiger King the moment it respawned. In other words, the longest wait was for the dungeon cooldown. An hour was enough for over a dozen runs. Cooldown ended. The saber-toothed Tiger King will respawn shortly. Third challenge initiated. Whoosh. A flash of white light, and a towering mighty saber-toothed Tiger King appeared once more. The moment it emerged, it unleashed a skill. Call of the Beast King. Instantly, a horde of Tiger King attendants surged forth, their deafening roars echoing. Outside the cave. Haha, perfect. With such a commotion inside, how will Ye Chen handle it? Yeah, if he doesn't come out well, just wait to collect his corpse. This is what greed gets you. Lin Xiao and the others snorted coldly, biding their time until Ye Chen exhausted himself, then they would swoop in for the spoils. Yet the ruckus lasted less than a minute, replaced by the sound of clashing blades that drowned out the tiger's roars. Ye Chen once again crushed the Tiger King's skull with a single claw while commanding hundreds of zombie soldiers and warriors to hack down the summoned attendants. Hearing the battle cease inside, Lin Xiao and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Is it over? Did Ye Chen get one-shotted by the boss? Can we charge in now? No, the plants are still active. That means Ye Chen is fine. They finally realized a terrifying possibility. Ye Chen might have instantly killed the saber-toothed Tiger King. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've heard some diviner items can see through dungeons. He must have used one to know this boss drop has no fangs and skipped it. Inside the cave, Ye Chen defeated the saber-toothed Tiger King and loot scattered across the ground again. Saber-toothed Tiger King slain. Experience 120000. Rare item dropped, saber-toothed Tiger Fang. Silver tier weapon obtained, saber-toothed Tiger Soldier Armor. Great, another saber-toothed Tiger Fang dropped. That makes 2 collected. Still a long way from the 17 by estimated. With that, Ye Chen waited quietly for the dungeon to reset. 5 minutes later, the dungeon prompt lit up again. The saber-toothed Tiger King respawned. Heat breath. A column of flame erupted mercilessly, and before the boss could even activate a skill, it was reduced to ashes. However, no saber-toothed Tiger Fang dropped this time, though more weapons and equipment appeared. Pity these weapons are useless to me. At least the 1200 experience points are a consolation. No wonder Yanhuan University set its sights on this national war dungeon. The boss gives such high experience. If Ye Chen opened his character panel, now he'd be stunned by his leveling speed. Again, you guard the cave entrance, I'll handle this. He sat cross-legged, ordering the zombie soldiers to guard the mouth, while he waited for the Tiger King to respawn. Time ticked by, and after countless attempts, Ye Chen finally gathered 6 saber-toothed tiger fangs. He had nearly drained the entire National War dungeon dry. Only 6. Not enough, far from enough. Ye Chen smirked, stretched his limbs, and prepared to continue farming. Cooldown 30 minutes. Please be patient. Why is the cooldown so long this time? Ye Chen had a feeling the next boss respawn would bring something big. As time slowly passed, Lin Xiao and the others outside the cave gradually recovered. However, the plants Ye Chen had laid out stretched in rows like an unbreakable phalanx, firmly guarding the entrance. These frostbite shooters stared at them, with icy glares blocking their path and sending chills down their spines. Gradually, 30 minutes elapsed. A saber-toothed Tiger King respawned once more, this time with a fury bar above its head, accumulating the rage of all the previous saber-toothed Tiger Kings that had been slain. With the boost from its fury bar, this, the largest and mightiest boss ever, saw a terrifying enhancement in all 4 of its attributes. A fearsome wave of energy rippled beyond the cave. Excellent, I knew this boss only grows stronger each time. Haha, let him go in and die. Then well, strike in one go and finish off the final saber-toothed Tiger King. And well, take all the tiger fangs he's collected. Some base individuals sneered, speaking with malicious intent. Lin Xiao summoned a large cleaver, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to charge in the moment Ye Chen fell. Each harbored their own secret schemes. Inside the cave, Ye Chen yawned and said impatiently, finally respawned. You kept me waiting so long. You'd better drop plenty of gold coins. Name final Saber-Tooth Tiger King Fury Bar Max fully charged, carrying the rage of all previous Saber-Tooth Tiger Kings. Description: all 4 attributes are greatly enhanced. Group combat is advised, single combat is inadvisable. Yet Ye Chen ignored the instance's warning entirely. With a wave of his hand, a horde of heavily armored zombie warriors surged forward. These zombie warriors, evolved from crossbreeding football zombies, were naturally sturdier and tougher than ordinary zombies. Blades fell upon the final Saber-Tooth Tiger King's back, failing even to cut its hide. Only a few strands of tiger fur drifted away. Good grief, tougher than my zombie warriors. You were worth the wait. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly underwent dragonification. Azure Dragon Fruit. Bad wind. A torrent of wind blades rained down upon the final Saber-Tooth Tiger King. With a pained roar, the final boss' eyes blazed with ferocity as it lunged at Ye Chen. You may be stronger, but it makes little difference to me. Let's see how many of my thunderclap bagua strikes you can withstand. Previous Tiger Kings had fallen in a single blow. Now the final boss had charged right up to Ye Chen. Thunderclap, bagua quake. Once, twice. The Tiger King charged, and the Tiger King fell. The oppressive aura of the final Saber-Tooth Tiger King dissipated, replaced by Ye Chen in his human-dragon hybrid form. How dare a petty tiger challenge a true dragon? It was nothing but a suicidal folly. Slain final Saber-Tooth Tiger King. EXP 24000 obtained the final Saber-Tooth Tiger Fang. Congratulations, adventurer. You have collected all 7 Saber-Tooth Tiger Fangs. Triggered hidden reward for the Nation War instance. All 4 attributes boosted by 3000 points. Final Saber-Tooth Tiger Hide Golden Tier Weapon. Constitution 2500 defense increased by 50. Suitable for tank classes. This drop gave me the most gear, yet plus a bonus reward. I've gathered all 7 fangs. It's time for me to leave. Ye Chen recalled the zombie warriors and soldiers within the cave and whistled as he strolled toward the entrance. Outside the cave, Lin Xiao and the others had just heard a tremendous tiger's roar before the terrifying energy fluctuation vanished. Perplexed, they were filled with doubt. Why did the boss fury disappear? I bet Ye Chen got one shot, so the boss rage subsided. Great time to charge in. Lin Xiao rose from the ground, walking ahead with a smug expression. I told the young not to be reckless. This lad Ye Chen just wouldn't listen. Nono the senior, who had sympathized with Ye Chen earlier, found tears welling in her eyes. The hypocritical posturing of Lin Xiao and his crew was utterly nauseating. What are you crying for? We didn't let Ye Chen join the team back then. See, we haven't lost a thing. Exactly. We're all prodigies from various regions. Why should he steal the spotlight? Come on, keep moving, or we'll kick you out too. Just as these geniuses surged forward to rush in, a handsome youth slowly emerged from the cave entrance. Huh. Ye Chen, you're alive. They stared at him in astonishment. Ye Chen said nothing, not even sparing them a glance. Transcendent plants, recall. He withdrew the plants and swaggered down the mountain. His silent departure left the others dumbfounded. Did he really solo every respawn boss? Impossible. How could one person do what even a team can't? I get it. The final boss was too tough, so Ye Chen gave up. Right. Let's charge in. Blade warrior Lin Xiao, that great mind, was the first to dash into the cave after hearing that Ye Chen had quit. Boss, come out and taste your grandpa's blade. He shouted repeatedly, but only the cave's echo replied. Soon the others joined him. Strange, not a single mob in sight. Did he really clear it all by himself? Damn it. If we hadn't been injured earlier, he wouldn't have beaten us to it. Don't give up. Let's search again. They wandered through the rugged cave using various detection tools. Nothing is more unsettling than sudden silence, nothing more awkward than a tense atmosphere. They exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. Unbelievable. He soloed all those bosses. Ye Chen's strength is utterly unfathomable. Good thing we didn't fight him outside the cave. Otherwise, with us being such a battered lot, he'd have wiped us all out. Lin Xiao and the others shuddered at the thought, grateful they had only planned to storm the cave rather than confront Ye Chen directly. On the island's shore, Ye Chen looked up to see swirling mist obscuring the mountain peak. What a peculiar instance. Bosses respawning multiple times. Time to report back. He glanced at the 7 saber-toothed tiger fangs stored in his inventory. They say these are essential materials for various class sets. He'll ask Deanby if there's a class set suitable for me. As he spoke, a teleportation stone in his hand began to glow. It was issued by the Academy at departure, and now they would rely on it to return. With a flash of light, Ye Chen emerged from a chaotic space-time tunnel. When he opened his eyes, he was back at the familiar Yanhuan University at the very starting point of their journey. At the teleportation plaza of Yanhuan University, Ye Chen was the first to return to the teleportation platform. All the teachers in the school were taken aback. This student has a very handsome appearance, but why does he seem unfamiliar? He is my student named Ye Chen and a freshman. Yu Qingxian stepped forward and declared a hint of pride evident in her expression. A freshman? So he came here to study in advance. He is teacher Yu's student. My apologies, my apologies. To return so swiftly. Could it be? The other teachers began to speculate. Returning first usually meant either coming back empty-handed after accomplishing nothing or possessing overwhelming strength and achieving outstanding results. However, most of those who returned first were typically the former. Gradually, the other students also made their way back to the school using their teleportation stones. Lin Xiao and the others dejectedly stepped off the teleportation platform, some even covered in dust and grime. Dean Bai glanced at them and nodded. Good, the casualty rate this year is much lower than last year. How many saber-toothed tiger fangs did you all obtain in total? It's not less than those little brats from the island nation, is it? He raised the question everyone was most eager to hear. All the teachers present turned their attention to them. Lin Xiao, tell us how many did your team get? A teacher who had previously taught Lin Xiao inquired. After a long silence, Lin Xiao stammered, What? Only one. No teacher, it's not even one. The teacher nearly fainted from anger. Another teacher looked towards a different team. What about you? Your team has a knight, a priest, and an elf summoner. A very balanced composition. You couldn't have come back empty-handed, could you? Hearing this, the other team members exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Teacher, we didn't get any either. Yes, teacher, by the time we got in, all the bosses had already been cleared. The students complained dejectedly. Just then, Nono spotted Ye Chen in the crowd and thought, could it be true as Lin Xiao said that Ye Chen got all 7 saber-toothed tiger fangs? No way, right? After questioning all the teams one by one, Dean Bai was trembling with rage. He slammed his hand down, instantly shattering a nearby granite stone. A terrifying thought dawned on all the teachers, sending chills down their spines. Don't tell me. All 7 saber-toothed tiger fangs this year were taken by the Eastern Island nation. If that's truly the case, I would rather you had all perished in the dungeon. What use is a low casualty rate now? If the younger generation loses to them, what will become of Daxia's future once we old folks are gone? These words were spoken with such force that even Lin Xiao, who usually cared greatly about face, found them hard to bear. After all, they were known as the elite summer class. Just as everyone was feeling disheartened, Yu Qingxian cast her beautiful eyes over and stared solemnly at Ye Chen, asking, I forgot to ask, which team are you on? No one teamed up with me, so I formed my own team. Ye Chen said calmly. In the silent plaza, everyone heard these words clearly. A team of one. How is that possible? It's so dangerous inside. Could it be that because you were alone, you just wandered around the edge of the dungeon? Even though you're a freshman, that's not how you play a national war dungeon. The teachers sighed, their tones tinged with reproach. However, Ye Chen's next move left all the teachers, including Dean Bai, utterly speechless. He took out 3 silvery white fangs which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The teachers who had entered this dungeon as students immediately recognized what they were. Are these saber-toothed tiger fangs? You actually got saber-toothed tiger fangs. Weren't you alone? Remarkable, truly remarkable, utterly incredible. All the negative speculation and reproachful tones instantly transformed into sounds of shock and admiration. Dean Bai glanced at the granite split in two and suddenly felt a pang of regret. He turned to Ye Chen and said earnestly, Did you run into those little brats from the island nation? Yes, I did. Ninjas and on my OG. Were you injured? It was fine. They tried to kill me, and in a moment of carelessness, I ended up killing them all. Killed them all. The other teachers were stunned, thinking how humorously he phrased it, claiming it was an accident. However, Dean Bai burst into laughter. No matter, even if the sky falls, Yanhuan University will shield you. Killing them all is fine. Don't let it weigh on your mind. Those people only fear power, not virtue. Be kind to them, and they'll be ungrateful. They deserve a good lesson. Hearing this, Ye Chen straightened his back. He found that he really liked Dean Bai's character. Even without Dean Bai's backing, he wouldn't regret his actions. But with this support, he felt a deep gratitude for choosing Yanhuan University. Dean Bai personally walked over to Ye Chen, and the others quickly made way. This scene filled the elite summer class students with envy. Ye Chen had won Dean Bai's favor. Good child, tell me quickly, how many saber-toothed tiger fangs did you get in total? Dean Bai speculated that the National War Dungeon would drop a total of 7 saber-toothed tiger fangs. Ye Chen had already shown 3. If he had one more, that would make 4. In that case, the island nation could at most obtain 3 and victory would undoubtedly belong to Daxia. The other teachers naturally understood this logic, and all looked at Ye Chen with hopeful eyes. Ye Chen remained silent, but his hands didn't stop moving. He took out another saber-toothed tiger fawn from his storage space. 4. Daxia wins. Just this was enough to make some teachers tremble with excitement. Then Ye Chen took out another one. 5. Child, how did you manage this? Dean Bei's pupils dilated sharply, clearly stunned by the freshman. Yet Ye Chen seemed far from finished. 6. This. A miracle. Dean Bei's heart raced, his aged face flushed with excitement, feeling a sensation akin to first love. Just as everyone thought it was over, Ye Chen pulled out yet another fawn. At this point, even the senior students who envied him couldn't hold back their astonishment. 7. All 7. You got them all. He's broken the school record for the National War Dungeon. Yet Ye Chen remained humble, never forgetting his purpose. Dean Bei ID liked to learn about class-specific equipment sets. Dean Bei's gaze turned serene, evidently aware that Ye Chen had already grasped the true purpose of the saber-toothed tiger's fawn. Without any reservation, he placed his hand on Ye Chen's shoulder and whisked him away in a blur of motion. With a swift whoosh, the two teleported into a private consultation room. So fast. I wonder what Dean Bei's profession is, Ye Chen mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the teachers who witnessed Ye Chen and Dean Bei vanish into thin air exchanged gratified smiles. Yu Qingxian in particular understood that Ye Chen had earned Dean Bei's recognition. Dean Bei was a figure of extraordinary renown, once a frontline commander in the war against the Abyss who had only retired to academia in his later years. The other students cast envious and resentful glances, lamenting that all the benefits fell to Ye Chen while they bore only reprimands. When Ye Chen first joined the summer program, he shattered 2 of Yu Qingxian's crystal balls and entered the National War Instance, shattering the university's long-standing records. Some male students deeply regretted not inviting Ye Chen to team up earlier, hoping to bask in his glory. They cursed their own lack of foresight. Let's go, Lin Xiao said dejectedly, his heart filled with regret. Even waking up in the dead of night, he wished he could slap himself twice. In the high-level meeting room, Dean Bei explained, a class set refers to a collection of complementary equipment, boots, helmets, garments, and so on, that when combined yield unexpected effects. The reason I urged you to strive in this instance is that the saber-toothed tiger's fawn is an indispensable raw material for many class sets. Outstanding students from previous years have assembled sets like the Barbarian King set, the Fire God set, and the Dark Reaper set. Dean Bei shared all he knew with Ye Chen, then probed, are you planning to assemble a set now? Ye Chen expressed his gratitude and nodded affirmatively. Dean Bei approved. Excellent. Assembling a set is a path every victor must take. Ye Chen, your ambition and aspirations are considerable. As the record breaker, Dean Bei knew Ye Chen would tread this path, but he hadn't expected it so soon. However, what is your profession? Farmer. I've never heard of a class set for farmers. Indeed, life-oriented professions rarely engage in combat. Dean Bei praised him, but you are different. You chose to fight, and your life will surely blaze brilliantly through battle. These words greatly encouraged Ye Chen. He asked, though no class set for farmers has emerged, are there any core techniques for constructing one? Yes. For instance, you can use your signature weapon as the core and build the set around it. A farmer's equipment would likely include a hoe, a sickle, and such. At this, Dean Bei paused, finding the notion of constructing a set with farming tools somewhat peculiar himself. Yet this remark sparked a revelation in Ye Chen. His eyes lit up. A sickle. The death sickle. Dean Bei, I know what class set I should build. Dean Bei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such insight from the young man. Truly gifted. Here you can browse the star ratings and materials for various class sets. With that, a majestic light enveloped Ye Chen, transporting him into a knowledge space created by Dean Bei. Information on numerous class sets lay before him, and he scanned through them. Barbarian King set, Barbarian King helm, Barbarian King armor, Barbarian King blade, Barbarian King boots, 1 star, saber-toothed tigers, Fong X2 wolf, werewolf, hide X3. 2-star, saber-toothed tigers, Fong X3 wolf, werewolf, hide X4, crow, alloy X5. Fire God set, Fire God armor, Fire God cannon, crimson lotus blade, Fire God boots, 1 star, saber-toothed tigers, Fong X2, crimson lotus iguana claw X3. 2-star, saber-toothed tigers, Fong X3, crimson lotus iguana claw X4, blaze, alloy X5. Indeed, many class sets share the saber-toothed tiger's Fong as a common material. As the star rating increases, the required materials multiply. Ye Chen swept his gaze again, brushing aside irrelevant information, and continued browsing. Minutes later, an entry caught his attention: Death Sickle. This was the equipment he sought. He clicked to view the details. Name: Death Set. Rating: SSS. Composition: Death Sickle. Core: Death Hood, Death Robe, Death Ring, Death Boots. 1 star. Saber-Tooth Tigers, Fong X3, Meteorite, Iron X, 4. 2 star. Saber-Tooth Tigers, Fong X, 4, Meteorite, Iron X, 5. Shadow Wraith Soul, X6, 3 star. Saber-Tooth Tigers, Fong X, 5. Meteorite, Iron X, 6. Shadow Wraith Soul, X7. Netherbone Dragon Skeleton, X8, 4 star. Saber-Tooth Tigers, Fong X, 6. Meteorite, Iron X, 7. Shadow Wraith Soul, X8. Netherbone Dragon Skeleton, X9. O'Hagan Alloy X10, 5 star. Saber-Toothed Tigers, Fong X7. Meteorite, Iron X8. Shadow Wraith Soul, X9. Netherbone Dragon Skeleton, X10. O'Hagan Alloy X11. Corrupted Dark Crystal, X12. Ye Chen was awestruck by the information before him. Other class sets are 3 or 4 piece, but the Death set is 5 piece. No wonder it's rated SSS. Meteorite Iron. Wasn't that the material I used to upgrade my Death Sickle? It seems I've unintentionally gathered the materials for the 1-star set. With each star upgrade, the types and quantities of materials increase. My goal should be at least the 5-star set. Armed with these insights, Ye Chen exited the knowledge space to find a divine lamp radiating brilliant light. It turned out that the knowledge space was created using this very artifact. Indeed, for advanced professionals, artifacts are equally crucial. They can compensate for deficiencies in class attributes. Ye Chen shared his plans with Dean Bai. Hearing this, Dean Bai slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about this. Its rating is so high that it slipped my mind. I usually don't recommend students attempt it. Ye Chen, are you truly determined? Yes. Otherwise, given my profession, I'd end up wearing a straw hat and carrying a hoe. Both of them conjured the image, a stark contrast to the bloody battlefield. A sickle swung with relentless abandon seemed far more fitting. A farmer upgrading from a sickle for harvesting crops to a sickle for reaping souls. Intriguing. Dean Bai pondered, then said, since that's the case, I'll tell you the fastest way to gather these materials. Search for instances one by one and farm them. Ye Chen looked puzzled. You don't understand. Don't underestimate the heritage of Yanhuang University. Dean Bai led Ye Chen outside and pointed into the distance. The Grand Instance Tower. Ye Chen looked up and saw a towering structure as tall as the Sacred Hall of Tianji City. When he first enrolled, early teacher Wen Tianxiang had given him a tour of the campus, but Yanhuang University was so vast that many buildings were left for Ye Chen to explore on his own. The Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower. What secrets does this tower hold? If you're a wild professional, gathering all these materials might require traversing half the world. But if you're a student of Yanhuang University, using the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower for point-to-point teleportation allows you to match corresponding secret dungeon entrances, greatly boosting your efficiency. Ye Chen suddenly understood the function of the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower. It was essentially a hub of dungeon teleportation ports. He wondered who had created so many connections. What a monumental project it was. After admiring the wisdom of the ancients, Ye Chen raised the key question: if I want to find a dungeon with shadow ghosts, can I locate the corresponding secret entrance in the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower? Dean Bai recalled from her experience, the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower houses tens of thousands of dungeons, large and small. Shadow ghosts aren't forbidden monsters, so there are plenty of matching dungeons. As for some overly dangerous dungeons, we generally don't open them to students unless you apply for special permissions. Oh, and each use of the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower requires paying credits. The good news is that breaking the record in the National War Dungeon this time earns you a reward of 1000 credits. With that, Dean Bai swiped Ye Chen's black card. Beep. 1000 credits were credited. Credit balance 1200 points. Using school resources, whether it's dormitories or library, magic books and scrolls, all require paying credits. Ye Chen was well aware of this. The credit system was designed to encourage everyone to study hard and conquer dungeons. With the sudden increase of 1000 credits, his balance had broken into 4 digits, and Ye Chen was overjoyed. For specific instructions on using the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower, you can ask the faculty or students working there for credits. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Dean Bai. Ye Chen, satisfied, returned to his single dormitory. He had yet to tally the gains from this National War Dungeon. I remember each kill of the Saber-Tooth Tiger King gave me over 100,000 experience points, and the final Saber-Tooth Tiger King alone granted me 2,000 experience points. I wonder how much my level and stats have increased. Open the panel. Whoosh. A light flashed, and the stat panel visible only to Ye Chen appeared. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer Shenong, level 38. 00. Strength 3-1-0-0, Agility 3-1-0-0, Spirit 5-6-0, Constitution 4-1-0-0. A powerful constitution can sustain the effects of multiple fruits. Goro Goro, Nomi Gura Gura, Nomi Suru, Nomi, all three collected beast, Undying Phoenix, mature 85. Weapon Death Scythe, core equipment of the Death set, Heavenly Dimension, 1 plant zombies, max summon count 300, each can awaken skills. Talents Divine Enhancement, Hybrid Master, 20-fold amplification, damage transfer, many impressive upgrades immediately caught Ye Chen's eye, filling his heart with joy. I've leveled up 5 times in a row, 10 more levels, and I'll reach the 3rd class advancement. Among the 4 attributes, Spirit and Constitution have improved the most, and even base Strength and Agility are terrifying, all without using fruit abilities. But with my primordial beasts and plant zombie army, I don't need to personally deal with minor foes. Little Earth Chicken's experience has increased. I should let it fight sometime. With higher spirit, the dimensions area has also expanded. What delighted Ye Chen most were the subsequent data. Summon count has risen to 300, and 10-fold amplification has become 20-fold amplification. Let's try summoning a zombie warrior. As he spoke, a vortex opened in the dimension, and a zombie warrior enhanced by crossbreeding, a football zombie, appeared. Name Zombie Warrior, Race Undead, Strength 8500, 10-fold amplification, Agility 7500, 10-fold amplification, Spirit 5500, 10-fold amplification, Constitution 800, 10-fold amplification, Skill Frenzied Slash. These zombies originally had base stats of only a few hundred, but through Ye Chen's talent skills they reached thousands. Now Ye Chen waved his hand and activated the enhancement talent. 20-fold amplification, activate. Name Zombie Warrior, Race Undead, Strength 1700, 20-fold amplification, Agility 1500, 20-fold amplification, Spirit 100, 20-fold amplification, Constitution 1600, 20-fold amplification, Skill Frenzied Slash. I feel like any of these zombies could easily one-shot a chieftain-level saber-tooth Tiger King now. One of my minions is like a big boss. Others fight tooth and nail in dungeons. No one would believe it if I told them. Since the summon count has increased, I might as well go all out and create more zombies. With that, Ye Chen vanished from the dormitory and entered the heavenly dimension. Activate Hybrid Master, Triple Barrel Pea Shooter, Regular Zombie. Synthesize Zombie Shooter. Name Zombie Shooter, Race Undead, Strength 1600, 20-fold amplification, Agility 1600, 20-fold amplification, Spirit 900, 20-fold amplification, Constitution 900, 20-fold amplification, Skill, Ranged Ejection, Description 10 shots per second, 3 bullets per shot. Experience the barrage of 30 rounds per second. The zombie shooter's stats aren't high, but its attack speed is formidable. Ye Chen used sunlight to exchange for many plants and repeated the process several times until he filled the maximum summon count. Finally, he tallied his zombie army. Doom zombies, 20 zombie soldiers, regular 80 zombie warriors, 100 zombie shooters, 100. The summon count seems large, but it's far from enough. This number wouldn't even be a snack for the myriad races in the Abyss dungeon. It seems I need to level up more. Off to the Grand Myriad Dungeon Tower. Arriving at the Grand Copy Tower, Ye Chen noticed the bustling crowd around him. Why are there so many people? Do people often come here for trials? A cute-looking girl chimed in, replying, "No, it's mainly because today marks the start of the new semester for freshmen, and many have already arrived to register." Ye Chen nodded. He had enrolled early, but now the official start of the semester for new students had arrived. It seemed many here like him were freshmen. "Excuse me." Ye Chen pushed through the crowd and entered the management service center inside the tower. Unlike those curious newcomers, he intended to use the copy tower for teleportation to gather the necessary set materials. "Hello, young sir. Which copy would you like to enter?" asked a girl working the front desk, earning credits through a part-time job. Ye Chen took the instruction manual she handed him. It turned out the Grand Copy Tower had many floors, each with entrances to copies of varying difficulty. Each use cost 200 credits, but the advantage was that in a multiplayer team the fee didn't increase with the number of members. A single payment covered the whole team. "Please check which copies can drop the soul of a shadow ghost, thank you." Soon the information was entered into the computer, and after a search many results appeared. "Young sir, these copies all have a chance to drop what you need. Pick one." Ye Chen looked at the display. The difficulty of these copies varied, and the more materials that could drop, the greater the difficulty. One copy indicated a chance to drop 3 pieces with a difficulty of normal. Another showed a chance to drop 6 pieces with a difficulty of hard. 6 pieces of Shadow Ghost souls were only enough to forge a 2-star set. A 5-star set required a full 9 pieces. There weren't many copies that could contribute that many materials. Moreover, all these copies had only a chance to drop items, not a guarantee. If I can't gather everything in one go, I'll have to spend credits again. I might as well choose the copy with the most materials. They'll take this one. The girl followed Ye Chen's pointing finger and saw he had chosen a copy with a difficulty level of Nightmare. Her big dark eyes widened in shock. Young sir, are you sure you want to choose the Necropolis copy? This is Nightmare level. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding freshmen immediately turned their gazes toward him. Which year is this senior? He's so impressive. Yeah, no wonder it's Flame Emperor University. Someone's already taking on a Nightmare level copy at the start of the semester. We were just wandering around the copy tower, but he's different. He's playing for real. Like Ye Chen, these freshmen had only 300 credits at the start of the semester, and after paying for accommodation, they had little left. Even if they wanted to use the copy tower, they lacked the means. Thus, they mistakenly believed Ye Chen was an upperclassman with more credits and diligence, casting looks of admiration and reverence toward him. At that moment, Ye Chen swiped his card to pay. Beep. 200 credits deducted. Credit balance 1,000 points. What? You're actually a freshman. The girl at the front desk was utterly shocked. Through this black SVIP card, she could see Ye Chen's enrollment information on the computer. Ye Chen casually replied with an then clicked to view the details of the Necropolis copy. Instantly, a collective gasp rose from the crowd as everyone drew in a sharp breath, looking utterly astonished. What? He's not a senior. He's a freshman like us. Why does he have so many credits and a black card? I get it now. He's a specially admitted student who enrolled early. There's always someone better. Flame Emperor University is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. My classmates used to call me a genius, but now that I've seen him, I have to call him a genius. Today has truly opened my eyes. Ye Chen ignored the envious stares of others and focused on examining the copy details. Copy name: Necropolis, difficulty Nightmare, level player limit minimum 3, maximum 10. Mission 1, survive for 24 hours. Mission 2, reach the mass grave and slay 300 undead soldiers. Mission 3, find the evil god's altar and defeat the final boss. Just looking at the missions was enough to make one's scalp tingle. However, what truly worried Ye Chen wasn't the missions themselves, but the player limit. He had originally planned to solo the copy, but it was clearly written that a minimum of 3 people was required. Perhaps the school had imposed this restriction to protect the students. Ye Chen scratched the back of his head, momentarily unsure where to find 2 more teammates. Just then another commotion arose. Ye Chen thought it was still the group of freshmen watching him, but instead he saw a familiar, strikingly beautiful face. Ye Chen, I heard you arrived early. Being a specially admitted student really makes a difference. The school bowtie's cheeks puffed up like a squirrel with a pine cone in its mouth, clearly annoyed. She had entered Flame Emperor University, normally ranking 2nd in the Phoenix secret realm. Unlike Xiao Mukin and Ye Chen, who were specially admitted students who had also participated in the Sacred Hall assessment. Recently, she had become one of the first batch of freshmen to arrive traveling from Donghai City to this place. Xiao Rongyu. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. You're at Flame Emperor University too. Where's your brother? He went to Jotian University, saying it's more suitable for the development of a sword cultivator. Oh, you're a sword cultivator too, aren't you? Why didn't you go? None of your business. Her cheeks puffed again. I have friends here too, right, Qingqing? Only then did Ye Chen notice a girl with twin tails standing beside Xiao Rongyu. He guessed they were staying in a double room, costing 100 credits each, and Qingqing was Xiao Rongju's roommate. How about teaming up with me? Ye Chen extended an olive branch. I've already paid the credits, you won't have to pay anything. Just consider it a free assist. After all, they had chosen a double room to save 100 credits. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Qingqing was clearly tempted. Her twin tails swayed gently as she leaned in to whisper to Xiao Rongyu. Is he really your classmate? How can a freshman be so amazing? Remember I told you I was 2nd in the city when I enrolled. He was 1st. With her roommate's confirmation, Qingqing nodded firmly. Thus, the 2 lively girls willingly joined Ye Chen's team. The teleportation entrance for the Necropolis copy is upstairs. Let's go. Ye Chen walked ahead, waving his hand grandly. The surrounding boys erupted in wolf-like howls. Why? Some have nothing while others have too much. Is this the legendary priority in mate selection? I've never even held a girl's hand, and he's taking 2 at once. On the 21st floor of the Grand Copy Tower, a single floor was packed with hundreds of entrances, large and small. Each entrance functioned like a hyperlink, instantly teleporting individuals to their corresponding dungeon portals. This significantly reduced the time job changers spent searching for dungeons or shuttling between various teleportation platforms, as this location offered a greater concentration of dungeons. Ye Chen, holding the card given by the senior receptionist, found the entrance to the necropolis. Ye Chen, how exactly did you earn so many credits? Xiao Rongyu inquired, curiosity piqued. I participated in a national war dungeon and broke the record. Dean Bai rewarded me. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Another record broken. Xiao Rongji's heart churned with shock, while Qingqing beside her gazed at him with adoring starry eyes. Trusting in his strength even when they reached the dungeon entrance and discovered it was a nightmare-level instance, they felt no overwhelming fear. Such was the sense of security a powerhouse provided. Passing through a white light barrier, the group entered the dungeon. The necropolis was eerily silent, sending chills down their spines. To lighten the mood, Qingqing cast a light magic spell. Whoosh! A dazzling radiance dispelled the darkness. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qingqing, an 18th level Holy Light Priest, a support class. She brandished her staff. Ye Chen nodded, inwardly thinking level 18, oh so strong, and a sought-after support class. No wonder she got into Flame Emperor University. Many teams would rather lack a damage dealer than be without a support, for not everyone like Ye Chen could redirect damage to their summons. Xiao Rongyu drew a sword shimmering with silver light puffing out her chest. I'm level 21 now, and I've already undergone my second class change to become a sword servant. A sword servant. That's a sword cultivator class's specialty of Xia. Any new skills? Ye Chen asked. His background was inferior to Xiao Rongji's, so he was unfamiliar with many class paths. A sword servant, simply put, dedicates oneself to a single sword, commonly known as sword nurturing. I have a passive skill that never stops, allowing me to continuously store and use spiritual energy into my moonlight sword. Ye Chen nodded. It seemed Xiao Rongyu hadn't been idle in East Sea City, she had already advanced to the second class change. Qingqing had the lowest level here. She regarded both Xiao Rongyu and Ye Chen with reverence, though as a support class her level wasn't the most critical factor. The two girls blinked their large limpid eyes and turned to Ye Chen. And you? Me? I recently reached level 30, but am only at 8 experience. Still a long way from the third class change. Hearing this, the two girls froze in place, speechless, nearly petrified. Qingqing gripped her staff, her twin ponytails shaking even more vigorously. 12 levels higher than me, and you still look so reluctant. Ye Chen, I thought my hard work would close the gap a little, but instead it's widened. Xiao Rongyu exclaimed, equally astonished. Faced with the girls' shocked and flustered expressions, Ye Chen rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He sighed inwardly. You asked for it. I shouldn't have said anything. Now I'm afraid I've shattered your confidence, making it harder to clear this dungeon. But then again, Ye Chen had only brought them along to meet the Nightmare Dungeon's player count requirement, not expecting them to actually fight. All right, don't be down. I just got lucky. Ye Chen consoled, waving for them to follow. The path ahead was illuminated by Qingqing's light magic. Numerous tombstones came into view, the desolate graves on the ground, and the sparse cold stars in the sky reflecting off each other in the darkness. Watch out. The group slowed their pace, sensing something sinister in this area. A bone-chilling cold surged into their hearts. The next second, hands burst forth from the black soil, followed by the loosening of the entire graveyard's earth as hordes of undead gradually clawed their way out. Wow, this is so creepy. Xiao, I'm scared. Qingqing clung to Xiao Rongji's hand while casting skills to stack buffs on the entire team. A warmth spread through the group, instantly dispelling the earlier chill. Qingqing's skill had neutralized the graveyard's negative debuff. However, a horde of crawling, twisted undead still advanced upon them, the danger ever present. More terrifyingly, their numbers were immense. At least 200 or 300 as far as the eye could see. Name: Grave Undead, HP 8800 Strength, 8500 Agility, 6800 Spirit, 6000 Endurance, 7500 Description. Drags people into the grave, assimilating them into their ranks. Don't worry, stay behind me. This will be over soon. Ye Chen's words made the two girls nod in unison. In this deathly silent necropolis, Ye Chen felt like a beacon of sunshine. But the next moment, come forth, my zombie soldiers, zombie warriors, zombie archers. A vortex opened and hundreds of zombies emerged, some wielding swords, others clad in armor, and some even with machine guns growing from their heads. Wait, how is your skill even more macabre than the dungeon? The two girls were dumbfounded, letting out shrieks. Yet what happened next defied their expectations. These zombies moved like the wind, disciplined and orderly, as if they were a well-trained army. Though they appeared as zombies, they were fundamentally transformed, worlds apart from the undead crawling out of the graves. Soon the two forces clashed. Both were walking corpses, but Ye Chen's zombie legion was undoubtedly superior. Experience 2000, experience 2000, experience 2000. The dungeon notifications rang incessantly, leaving the two girls stunned. Before they could even lift a finger, Ye Chen had dispatched all the monsters effortlessly. These zombies. Their combat power is astonishing, Qingqing exclaimed. We once faced an invasion by a phantom of an abyssal demon, and Ye Chen led us out of the encirclement, Xiao Rongyu added. Streams of experienced light particles entered Ye Chen's body. He waved at his two female teammates again. Come on, let's move to the next area. If any shadow ghosts drop items, let me know. After traversing the graveyard, the trio continued their advance. Along the way, Xiao Rongyu and her roommate Qingqing were both discussing Ye Chen's formidable strength. His swift and decisive elimination of the living dead that crawled from the graves had left a profound impression on the two, with his heroic and graceful demeanor etched into their minds. In fact, his abilities and methods were even more eerie than the netherworldly dungeon itself. However, strength was all that mattered. There was no need to dwell on the rest. Ye Chen glanced back and asked, Do you still remember our mission? Qingqing hummed in acknowledgement. The first task is time-based survive for 24 hours. The second is to slay 300 undead soldiers. But the dungeon didn't give us a kill count prompt after dealing with those monsters earlier, which means we haven't reached the true mass grave yet. Xiao Rongyu analyzed. Ye Chen nodded. Indeed, I initially thought those graves were the so-called mass grave, but now it seems we still have a long way to go before completing our mission. His implication was a warning for them to stay vigilant, as this was after all a nightmare-level dungeon. Qingqing's light magic still hadn't extinguished. Yet the surrounding darkness grew ever deeper. A weathered stone tablet stood askew in the sunken earth. Ye Chen approached and saw that the inscriptions upon it had long since faded into illegibility. The area was overgrown with weeds haunted by wandering spirits everywhere. A cold wind rustled through the grass, producing a whispering sound, as if recounting the boundless sorrow of the departed. Xiao Rongyu felt a strange sensation beneath her foot. Looking down, she realized she had stepped on a skeleton. You have stepped into the mass grave. In 3 seconds, a horde of undead soldiers will attack. A chill ran through everyone, and they were suddenly startled. Prepare yourselves, what came before was merely an appetizer. A gust of eerie wind blew, parting the mist ahead. Tombstones more numerous and taller than before emerged, one after another, scattered and tilted haphazardly. Xiao Rongyu and Qingqing held hands, but when they turned back they realized that Ye Chen, who had been speaking moments ago, was gone. Qingqing, have we been separated? No, it seems it was that gust of wind. Never mind. Only by breaking through here can we reunite. Xiao, look ahead, that's. In Qingqing's vision, ghost-type monsters were slowly rising from the ground, struggling to their feet. At first their movements were sluggish, but gradually they solidified their forms, even donning illusory armor and wielding various weapons, advancing step by step. What? I can't see them, but I can sense their presence. Xiao Rongji's face paled. Immediately, an undead soldier raised its blade to strike them. Xiao Rongyu hurriedly parried with her sword, but it struck only air. Fortunately, with her sharp reflexes, she managed to evade with Qingqing. I just boosted your agility, Qingqing said. You can sense their presence, but can't see them, right? Xiao Rongyu nodded, her brows furrowed. If this continues, they'll wear us down, and I'm not sure how many there are. Remembering that the dungeon required slaying 300 of them, they clenched their fists, cold sweat seeping from their palms. It's all right, I'll give it my all, but I can only sustain it for 30 minutes. Qingqing closed her eyes, and a green gem atop her staff emitted a dazzling radiance. Blossom of Holy Light. As the skill was activated, the entire area was illuminated. The undead soldiers could no longer hide their forms, starkly exposed under the holy light. Now not only Qingqing, but also Xiao Rongyu could see them, no longer relying solely on sensing their presence to track the undead soldiers. Thank you, Qingqing. Leave the rest to me. As a combat-oriented sword cultivator, having a support class like a holy light priest at her side provided Xiao Rongyu with immense assistance. Xiao Rongji's long sword radiated a cold, moon-like glow. When her blade clashed with the undead soldier's saber, the impact numbed her hand. Name: Undead Soldier. HP 1120, Strength 110, Agility 810, Spirit 810, Constitution 810. Description: Adventurers who lost their lives in the mass grave, exuding an aura of death, yet invisible. Such formidable attributes. If we perish here, we might become undead soldiers ourselves. At this thought, Xiao Rongyu felt a wave of nausea. She had to get out. She didn't want to die here. Having struggled to get into Yanhuang University just to continue being classmates with Ye Chen, she couldn't afford to die in this dungeon. Sword Servant Skill 1: Nurture the sword in the heart. She activated the unique skill of her second-class profession, Sword Servant. unleashing all the spiritual energy stored in her moonlight, soared over time in a single explosive burst. Swish! A brilliance as dazzling as the full moon erupted its immense force, cleaving the undead soldier's greatsword in two. Then Xiao Ranji's moonlight, soared its momentum undiminished, struck the undead soldier. Clang! Its head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. Up! Ching kicked the undead soldier's head away like a soccer ball. A notification window appeared. Congratulations, adventurer. Undead soldiers slain 1,300. Phew, it took so much effort just to kill one. Xiao Ronyu wiped her sweat. Ye Chen doesn't have a support. I wonder if he can handle these undead soldiers. We need to hurry and help him, or at least kill a few more to lighten his load. Ching gripped her staff tightly and nodded vigorously. Just as the two fair maidens with eager eyes were hoping to find and assist, Ye Chen, the dungeon notification window refreshed again. Congratulations, adventurer. Undead soldiers slain 2,300. Congratulations, adventurer. Undead soldiers slain 3,300. Congratulations, adventurer. Undead soldiers slain 4,300. Xiao Ronyu and Ching exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on, Xiao? Did you kill another undead soldier without my noticing? No, there was only one earlier. They looked at each other again, both stunned. Ye Chen. No way, we exhausted ourselves coordinating just to kill one, yet he's doing it so effortlessly. Xiao, should we still go find him? Yes, there are 300 in total. No matter how strong he is, his stamina is limited. All right, my blossom of holy light still has over 20 minutes left. We need to hurry. 30 minutes earlier, a gust of eerie wind had separated Ye Chen from the two girls. He too had keenly noticed this. I finally found teammates, and you've scattered them like this. This dungeon truly is inhumane. I'm farming this dungeon to get the Shadow Ghost, and after that I still need to farm the Netherworld Bone Dragon. Ye Chen was furious. If the next dungeon also had party size restrictions, wouldn't that be a major problem? At that moment, several armored undead soldiers gradually emerged from their graves, slowly taking form. Ye Chen could not discern their figures, either only sensing an intense aura of danger. This feeling is far stronger than those living corpses from before. Come forth, tall nut. With a sweep of his hand, numerous three-turtle nut plants descended from the sky, forming an impenetrable iron wall that protected the summoner in the center. This was the safest approach. Even if an enemy launched a sneak attack from the gap above, he could activate damage transfer, a technique he had already used when battling the Abyssal Demon. However, this time the opponents were different. Ye Chen had no idea where they would strike from. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal blades hacking against the nut wall echoed incessantly. The tall nuts bore cuts of varying depths. As the hacking grew louder and more piercing, Ye Chen could no longer endure it. He raised his hand and summoned a Doom Zombie. This zombie, possessing the Doom Shroom ability, appeared momentarily disoriented before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose over the burial ground, blasting the land into utter ruin. Many undead soldiers that failed to escape were obliterated, but even more were awakened by the blast. In a moment of urgency, Ye Chen produced 4 sword tiger fangs and the death scythe that had absorbed the celestial meteorite iron. Although there were no merchants or alchemists nearby to forge these items into a complete set of equipment, Ye Chen planned to use 3 sword tiger fangs directly to craft a 1-star death scythe. Once he obtained the souls of shadow ghosts, he would continue upgrading the set in exchange for other components. Sword Tiger Fang activate. Sword Tiger Fang X3 Celestial Meteorite Iron X4 forge the core equipment of the Death Set Death Scythe 1-star. Bonus effect Void Target Seeking. Original effects Evil Repelling Death Slash. Void Target Seeking unleashes a powerful death strike that exposes the enemy's position for 10 minutes upon hit. Evil Repelling completely suppresses undead and other spiritual entities. Death Slash deals 19999 damage per strike, with a restraining effect on skeleton monsters and demonic beings. 10 minutes is enough for me to kill you 100 times. A single strike deals 19,999. I refuse to believe any of you have over 20,000 health. Ye Chen summoned a few ordinary zombies and placed them aside as a safety measure to transfer damage to them at any time. Simultaneously, he dispelled the iron wall formed by the surrounding tall nuts. He charged forward, brandishing the 1-star death scythe, and swept its long curved blade in a 360-degree arc that left no blind spots. Bang, bang, bang. Void Target Seeking activate. The positions of the undead soldiers were instantly revealed. Ye Chen could now clearly see the movements of every single undead soldier. From then on, he shifted from defense to offense. Left side 88. Right side 72. Rear 120. Forget it, it'll just start killing. Ye Chen charged into the midst of the army with the death scythe in hand, a confident smile on his face. Wherever the scythe swung, all undead soldiers turned to ash. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 10,300. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 50,300. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 130,300. His relentless charge and frenzy momentarily struck fear into the undead soldiers, leaving them unable to tell who was human and who was ghost. These undead soldiers, who had long been reduced to mindless zombies, felt a flicker of fear deep within their numb souls. Why? Why can he see us? Help! Run! Mom, I want to go home. Crack! Crack! Clad in armor, they reversed their advance, some even clawing at the dirt in a desperate attempt to burrow back into the ground. Ye Chen could not understand their language, but he grasped their intent. Trying to run. I'm talking to you, the one lifting that coffin lid. Thinking you can just crawl back in. You underestimate me. The undead soldiers had already been exposed. Ye Chen dashed before them in a flash. Though their four-dimensional attributes were high, his were even higher. Coupled with the death scythe's 19999 damage per strike, a single blow was enough to send them to their doom. Boom. Ye Chen kicked the lid off an undead's coffin, then swiftly swung his blade, reaping its life. The experience points turned into specks of starlight, merging into his body. He then turned around, simultaneously activating Thunder Dash, and with lightning speed, he slew every undead soldier on the field. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 200,300. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 260,300. Congratulations, adventurer. You have slain undead soldiers 330,300. Ding. You have completed an additional task. Gained 15000 experience points. Ye Chen finally sheathed the death scythe, gazing at the burial ground, now reduced to ruins. A look of lingering satisfaction crossed his face, and a devilish smile curled at the corner of his lips. At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails and another holding a long sword gradually emerged from the mist. Ye Chen, we finally found you. Xiao Rongyu and Qingqing were both overjoyed. They had been extremely worried earlier, trapped in a ghostly maze and walking in circles. Unexpectedly, as they continued forward, the mist grew thinner and the path became easier to traverse. Where are the undead soldiers? We came to help you. Yes, my holy radiance can reveal their positions, but it won't last much longer, and it needs to cool down before I can use it again. Seeing their earnest expressions, Ye Chen shrugged. Didn't you get the dungeon notification? It's already resolved. The two opened their panels and gaped in unison. You completed the additional task. Ye Chen, you're incredible. We've only been gone for a few minutes, and you've already killed all the remaining undead soldiers by yourself. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just lucky. I got a god-tier weapon. Let's go. If our next stop is the evil god altar. If I'm not mistaken, the shadow ghost is there. Qingqing raised her staff. In that case, I'll use holy radiance to light our way. The three traversed the eerie graveyard and arrived at a much more open expanse. Let's rest here for a bit. It's best to observe our surroundings. Though Ye Chen didn't need rest, he was worried the two girls might get swept away by some strange force again. Without them, this game couldn't proceed, just like a 5-player team needing all 5 members. All right. Xiao Rongyu and Qingqing exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. In their hearts, they thought Ye Chen was truly a gentle man, one who knew how to cherish and protect the fairer sex. Ye Chen asked, how did you deal with the undead soldiers? I just played support. Xiao Xiao was the one who finished them off. Qingqing replied, her voice soft and sweet, matching her adorable appearance. But that single strike nearly drained all my spiritual energy. I'll use this time to replenish it, Xiao Rongyu said with a blooming smile. Following that, Ye Chen waved his hand in a sweeping arc around them. Several beams of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground with a resounding thud. Numerous tall walnuts materialized, forming an impregnable fortress of steel and iron. What is this? Qingqing exclaimed, visibly astonished. Xiao Rongyu explained, Ye Chen's profession is a farmer. These are all plants he has grown. Upon hearing this, Qingqing was utterly stunned. Can a farmer really be this powerful? The nuts he grew are so tall and massive, and they're incredibly tough. Ye Chen chuckled, tonight we'll rest inside this barrier. I guarantee no wild monster outside can breach this defense. He glanced at the massive gaping hole above them. He possessed the passive ability damage transfer, but the two girls did not. At that moment, Qingqing raised her staff. A holy light blazed forth, forming a curtain that spread from above to cover their surroundings, much like the canopy of a tent. A radiant golden halo also appeared above each of their heads, making them look like angels. This way we can defend against attacks from above. This halo will also serve as a constant warning against any external threats, Qingqing said with a smile. Ye Chen was very satisfied with this support. He could tell that both of his teammates were in fact exceptionally powerful. It was only because they were following him as their captain that they seemed somewhat weak. Had they been placed in any other team, they would have been pillars of strength. The three of them rested through the night without incident. Ye Chen had been so ferocious in his earlier battles that he had nearly cleared the map. The entire area was temporarily devoid of any high-threat wild monsters. A ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the forest, accompanied by a familiar dungeon notification chime. Ding. Task 1 completion 1324. Ding. Task 2 completed. Please proceed to the evil god's altar to complete Task 3. It's even urging us on. Probably because we're progressing too fast, having slain over 300 undead soldiers in just half a day. At the sound of the prompt, Ye Chen was the first to rise. The two girls sleeping beside him gradually stirred awake. Ye Chen waved his hand once more, dissolving the steel and iron fortress of walnuts. Qingqing also dispelled the halos above their heads. The path behind us has been reduced to ruins. The evil god's altar should be up ahead, he said. After walking for what felt like an eternity, the trio finally spotted a towering altar. At its highest level stood a stone tablet, its surface covered in bizarre runes. Ye Chen, what should we do? Decipher this stone tablet. Xiao Rongyu asked. I have an item for that. Qingqing chimed in. However, Ye Chen shook his head. Deciphering it is useless. Our task is to kill the boss. So let's just be straightforward about it. Xiao Rongyu seemed to grasp Ye Chen's intention, while Qingqing still looked dazed. Xiao Rongyu quickly pulled Qingqing back. Get far away. If I'm not mistaken, Ye Chen is about to use that move. Huh. Qingqing was taken aback. Isn't the rule for clearing dungeons to leave no stone unturned? That's for others, they're too weak. But Ye Chen is different. Just wait and see, Xiao Rongyu replied. Xiao Rongyu had already witnessed Ye Chen's might during the abyssal demon invasion. Just then a spatial vortex tore open above Ye Chen's head. Several zombies appeared, each as tall as him, with ferocious faces and mushroom cloud explosion patterns etched onto their bodies. All together now blast this altar to pieces. At his command, the unfocused gazes of the doomed zombies snapped into sharp clarity. They immediately locked onto the altar ahead and charged towards it like mad creatures. Some clung to the stone tablet, others pressed their bodies against the altar's stone slabs, and a few prostrated themselves on the steps leading to the top. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous explosions erupted. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky as the entire evil god's altar was sent flying by Ye Chen. Though Xiao Rongyu had seen this skill before hiding in the distance, she was still shaken to the core witnessing Ye Chen unleash it again. Such terrifying destructive power. Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. This is the first time I've seen anyone take down a boss by directly blowing up the dungeon structure. Her shock was understandable. Typically, structures in these dungeons were fixed and immovable by human force. For instance, the thick walls of a canyon could only be bypassed with mobility skills. But Ye Chen refused to do that. He insisted on demolishing those very walls. Most crucially, he actually succeeded. This proved that his destructive power had far exceeded the dungeon's capacity to withstand, and this was a nightmare-level dungeon. True enough, this brutal yet effective method saved them the trouble of deciphering the tablet. A low moan of lost souls echoed from the broken ruins of the altar. Name Shadow Spectre Boss, HP 14,000 Strength, 11,000 Agility, 12,000 Spirit, 11,000 Constitution, 8,000 Skills, Ghost Shuttle, Ghostly Scream. Aside from its Constitution, all its other stats are over 10,000. It's on par with the saber-toothed Tiger King. Ye Chen recalled the Nation War dungeon and said to the two girls, stay hidden. Leave this to me. The two teammates initially wanted to step forward, but were stopped by Ye Chen's command, leaving them momentarily uncertain. Xiao, we can't just leave all the danger to the captain. But let's trust him. We'll just wait for an opportunity to act. Otherwise, we'll only be a burden to him, Xiao Rongyu said after a brief internal struggle, ultimately deferring to Ye Chen's judgment. The Shadow Spectre transformed into a swirling mist and charged straight at Ye Chen, withering every plant it touched. Summon zombie soldiers, zombie warriors, zombie archers. A phalanx of zombies formed a defensive line blocking the Shadow Spectre's attack. However, in the next instant, a piercing shriek rang out, striking the zombies at the soul level. Ye Chen quickly summoned more zombies to help transfer the damage away from himself. A spiritual attack. Truly, arrows hidden are hard to guard against. Ye Chen's expression turned grave. Then a death scythe materialized in his hand. Then taste this. He unleashed a powerful slash. The shadow specter was already marked, leaving it with nowhere to hide. With a swish, it was exposed to everyone's sight. Ye Chen immediately activated Lightning Dash, transforming into an uncatchable arc of electricity that shot forward. Draw the blade, slash, sheath the blade. Crack. With just a single stroke, the shadow specter was vanquished. Ding. Dropped gold tier weapon knight's shield. Ding. Dropped rare material soul of the shadow specter. The evil god's altar will respawn in 10 minutes. From a distant patch of grass, Ching, who was ready to buff Ye Chen at any moment, was stunned. Do they even need us? He soloed the boss in one hit. Xiao Rongyu took a long while to come to his senses. Indeed, such swift blade work. 100 times faster than my sword. A chime from the instance echoed. Ding. Defeated the Shadow Wraith, the boss of the evil god altar. Quest 3 completed. Quest 1 progress, 2,224. Quest 2 progress exceeded. So fast, clearing a nightmare instance like it's normal. Is this the captain's true strength? He grew this strong in just one summer break. Xiao Rongyu sighed. I need to redouble my efforts. As the two were still in shock, Ye Chen had already walked over with the dropped loot. He'll take the Shadow Wraith soul. There's a gold tier knight shield. Who wants it? Ching and Xiao Rongyu exchanged glances, realizing neither could use it. One was a holy light priest, a support class, and the other a sword servant, a sword cultivator. Carrying a shield seemed awkward for both. Ye Chen noticed this too and stored the golden knight shield in his spatial storage. Captain, I have a great idea. You can trade that shield for credits outside. Ching had grown accustomed to calling Ye Chen captain. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Ching, you seem very familiar with Yanhuan University's system. Ching's twin tails swayed back and forth. Quite a few from our high school entered Yanhuan University, so senior students shared their experiences. Ye Chen nodded and adopted the suggestion. After all, entering the Myriad Realms Instance Tower had already cost 200 credits, and gathering materials ahead would be another hefty expense. Suddenly, Xiao Rongyu exclaimed with delight. I've gained so much experience. I feel like I'm about to level up again. Hearing this, Ching also opened her personal panel and let out a squeal. Really? I'm so lucky. Thank you, Xiao, and thank you, Captain. Ye Chen opened his panel as well. He had dealt the most damage, completely outshining his teammates, and had secured all the kills. Since Xiao Rongyu and Ching had gained so much experience, he knew he wouldn't be far behind. Sure enough, the panel lit up, and he was pleased to see he had reached level 33. Name Ye Chen. Class Sacred Farmer Shinnong. Level 33-100. Strength 41,000. Agility 41,000. Spirit 62,000. Constitution 52,000. Ye Chen mused, with these 4 attributes, I could probably one-shot a pure stat monster. Just 7 more levels until class advancement. Maybe he'll hit the 3rd tier before I even gather the full class set. Unfortunately, he had chosen a nightmare instance where the bosses were either skillless stat sticks or invisible wraiths. ITLL reset in 10 minutes. I asked the front desk senior. This instance drops the most Shadow Wraith souls. I'm staying here until I grind out 9 Shadow Wraith souls. He planned to gather all the materials for the 5-star Death God set at once, then either exchange them directly or find an alchemist to forge them. The Death God set, besides its core weapon, the Death Scythe, included a hood, a robe, a ring, and boots, each with its own effect. The other 2 teammates were stunned again. Captain, do you really not need a break? You're going to keep grinding until you get 9 Shadow Wraith souls. Ching waved her staff, her cute face filled with concern. Xiao Rongyu added, and the drop rate isn't guaranteed. It's just a chance. The first drop was luck. You might need to kill the boss more than 9 times. However, having gone through National War instances, Ye Chen was well aware of the mechanics of drop rates and escalating boss difficulty. He chose to grind all the way because he had confidence in his strength. In a few more hours, Quest 1 will be done. You 2 can leave first then. The 2 had noted the instance prompts. Only a time-based survival quest remained. In other words, if they wished, they could leave any time in 2 hours. Yet Xiao Rongyu and Ching exchanged a look as if they had made up their minds. We leveled up thanks to you. How could we just take the gains and leave? Yeah, we leave together or not at all. Ye Chen scratched his head helplessly. Leave together or not at all, making it sound like life or death. I'm the one crushing the bosses here. All right then, but protect yourselves. The bosses will get stronger as we go deeper. Ye Chen warned them in advance about the worst-case scenario. However, Qing excitedly pulled out an item. Ye Chen, Captain, look at this. As Ye Chen examined it, the item's information appeared. Name: Lucky Necklace. Material: made from a mermaid's tear infused into a pearl from the Huasha River clam. Effect: boosts the entire party's luck, diminishing with party size. 50 for 3, 40 for 5, 30 for 7. Restriction: support class only. Other bonuses: adds 100 to each of the 4 attributes. So that's it. You've been wearing this necklace, boosting the whole party's luck. Ye Chen's eyes widened in realization. You're saying by staying here you can increase my chance of getting the Shadow Wraith souls? Qing flashed a small fong in a grin. Bingo. So still want us to leave? Ye Chen was overjoyed. Stay, you must stay, he thought. Otherwise he'd really have to kill the boss over a dozen times, which was too time-consuming. Based on his experience farming saber-toothed tiger fangs, the cooldown would increase in later rounds, sometimes even doubling. After all, the instants needed to recover and spawn stronger bosses. Qing and Xiao Rongyu exchanged a smile and obediently stayed back, keeping a distance that allowed the Lucky Necklace's effect to work. Just then another chime rang out. Cooldown ended. Evil God Altar refreshed. Shadow Wraith refreshed. The Evil God Altar that Ye Chen had just obliterated was now repairing itself, becoming whole and undamaged once more. Is this the refresh speed of a nightmare tier dungeon? It recovers too well. Even the boss can respawn. Xiao Rongyu and Qing, witnessing such a scene for the first time, appeared both tense and excited. However, Ye Chen, long accustomed to this, remained composed as he raised his hand to summon several Doom Zombies. Doom Zombies blow it up. With a series of thunderous explosions, the Evil God Altar shattered, and the hidden boss beneath it emerged once again. Whoosh! An aura of terror swept across the entire arena. Xiao Rongyu tightened her grip on her sword, cold sweat trickling uncontrollably, hesitating whether to ask Qing to buff her before charging in to assist Ye Chen. Qing clutched her staff tightly, simultaneously activating the Lucky Necklace around her neck. At that moment, the shadowy phantom lunged toward Ye Chen. But Ye Chen, already familiar with its moves, had the Death Scythe in hand. With a single swing and slash, the boss was cleaved in two again. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the shadowy phantom. Obtain Shadowy Phantom Soul X2. Obtain Gold Tier Weapon Eagle Eye Longbow exclusive to Archer class. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Ye Chen quickly stowed away the Shadowy Phantom Souls. Xiao Rongyu and Qing stepped forward. Amazing, Captain. You one-shot the boss again. Unbelievable. Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Rongyu added, congratulations, your drop rate doubled. Then she noticed the Death Scythe in Ye Chen's hand. This weapon of yours is far stronger than any scythe I've ever seen. To be honest, this weapon is called the Death Scythe, the core component of the Death set. Captain, you're grinding so hard to collect materials from the dungeon, right? Still short 3 types of materials. They'll need your help then. Sure. X2 both responded almost in unison. Then Ye Chen rested for another 30 minutes. If not for the dungeon's lengthy cooldown, he wouldn't have needed any break at all. After all, the so-called Shadowy Phantom was nothing but a one-hit kill for him. Thus, after 30 minutes, Ye Chen had Qing activate the Lucky Necklace's effect again and replicated the boss farming process. Dropped Shadowy Phantom's Soul, dropped Shadowy Phantom's Soul, dropped Shadowy Phantom's Soul, gained experience 88,000. Cooldown time 60 minutes. This time he obtained 3 Shadowy Phantom Souls, meaning just 3 more to complete the set. Wow, Captain is amazing. Our experience went up again. I feel like a freeloader, Qing said, shaking her cute twin tails, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Xiao Rongyu volunteered. Ye Chen, how about we all fight the last one together? But Ye Chen waved his hand. Based on my experience, the final boss won't be so easy. Let's wait and see. So they waited another 60 minutes. A massive commotion erupted, shaking the entire dungeon. Strange, this feels different from before. Qing grew fearful. Xiao Rongyu quickly stepped forward. Careful, I'll help you. Her eyes locked onto the altar. No, the problem isn't here. Ye Chen suddenly startled, grabbing Xiao Rongju's hand and pulling her away. Seeing this, Qing followed, and the 3 hastily retreated. What's wrong? Just now, the Evil God Altar didn't repair itself. Qing asked. Ye Chen's face turned grave. I suspect the boss spawn location has changed. Hearing this, Qing wisely channeled her mental energy, sustaining the Lucky Necklace's effect. The entire party received a boost, and the dungeon's turmoil failed to affect them along the way. Gradually, they returned to the previous mass grave. Qing and Xiao Rongyu remained silent, knowing Ye Chen had a reason for coming here. Sure enough, Ye Chen chuckled. I think I've figured it out. The dungeon's hidden mechanism triggered. It realized that no matter how it respawned the boss ID, still one-shot it. So it plans to concentrate the entire dungeon's power against me. Hearing this, Qingqing's eyes widened. Wouldn't that increase the dungeon's difficulty? This is already a nightmare tier dungeon. Going higher would make it hell tier. Xiaorangi's expression also turned serious. Ye Chen explained, it's still different from a true hell tier dungeon. This situation is like my hidden score being too high. Xiaorangi nodded. She had heard of such cases before, but was experiencing it for the first time. Clearly, Ye Chen's dungeon clear experience far surpassed hers. Qingqing, keep activating the Lucky Necklace's effect. Captain, rest assured. Qingqing will do her best. The cute girl's face displayed a seriousness that belied her appearance. With a sky-shaking tremor, the graves, mass graves, and burial grounds seemed to come alive. Rotten mummy-like hands emerged from the dark soil. Eerie songs gradually echoed. Qingqing recognized it as a mental attack and quickly used her staff to unleash holy light, forming a protective barrier. My sword is ready. Leave these minions to me. Ye Chen exchanged smiles with them and nodded. These girls were reliable, not just fragile ornaments. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. Xiaorangi, after leveling up, had significantly boosted her combat power, slaying several undead soldiers with a single strike. Then wisps of black energy rose from the minions, gathering upward to form an ethereal figure. He'll handle the boss. Just protect yourselves. Ye Chen, wielding the death scythe, activated lightning dash and leaped into the air with a single step. He recognized the true form of this phantom, the dungeon-enhanced, shadowy phantom. On the ground, Xiaorangi and Qingqing fought side by side. In the sky, the shadowy phantom continuously absorbed the dungeon's energy, especially from the undead soldiers, growing stronger. Ye Chen slashed at the expanding shadowy phantom, but it wasn't one shot. Strange, did these black energies boost your HP and physique? Physique equates to defense. He recalled the shadowy phantom's physique was only 8,000 points, unremarkable compared to other bosses. It seemed the new shadowy phantom had indeed received an epic enhancement. Yet Ye Chen showed no fear. If one slash wasn't enough, had used several. Clang, clang. Each slash struck the enhanced shadowy phantom mercilessly. It had barely formed its body, yet its health bar had already dropped by over half. After all, Ye Chen wasn't foolish enough to wait for it to prepare. Whoosh, whoosh. With a few more powerful swings, the shadowy phantom abandoned absorbing energy and lunged at him with all its might. Courting death. A cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he delivered another heavy strike. The shadowy phantom fell. The dungeon settlement sound echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the enhanced Shadow Spectre. Dropped Shadow Spectre's Soul 3 dropped gold tier weapon, decapitating greatsword warrior class, exclusive experience 110000. This time the rewards were notably more generous than before. A shimmering light merged into Ye Chen's body, extending his experience bar once more. Qingqing, thank you for the lucky necklace. It truly brought me fortune, he said with a smile as he tallied his gains. At that moment, the undead soldiers on the ground also lost their vitality. The moment Ye Chen vanquished the enhanced Shadow Spectre, they ceased their attacks automatically, then gradually faded from Xiaorangi's sight. After all, everything was conjured by the instance, and Ye Chen had nearly drained it dry. Congratulations, Captain. Now you have 9 Shadow Spectre souls. Qingqing trotted over, staff in hand. But do you know where to exchange these materials at the academy? Ye Chen asked. Let's go. Once we leave the instance, he'll take you to a place. The person there is an old classmate of my father, Xiaorangi said. Ye Chen smiled knowingly. As expected of the Xiao family, he was reaping the benefits, saving himself considerable trouble. Thus the trio used the teleportation stone and departed from this nightmare-grade instance. The Grand Instance Tower. The three emerged from a room upstairs which served as the portal linking to the instance. Descending to the ground floor, Ye Chen noticed it was even more bustling than before. Why are there so many people? Don't they have classes? A senior working the front desk for credits chuckled. They heard someone entered a nightmare-grade instance and came to have a look. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen realized these people were here for him. Despite his efforts to stay low-key, he always drew attention wherever he went. Xiaorangi and Qingqing emerged from behind. The moment the two comely teammates appeared, they drew envious gazes from the male onlookers outside. Though they said nothing inwardly, they wondered what stroke of luck this guy had to team up with beauties of such caliber. And two of them. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd behind. Junior Qingqing, there you are. Come, let me take you through some instances. Don't worry, I'll cover your credits. Chen Zhen addressed Qingqing with fawning eagerness. Xiaorangi discreetly sent Qingqing a message. Is he the senior who's been chasing you since high school? Qingqing glanced at her phone and nodded, imperceptibly, a trace of disgust in her eyes. It was clear she disliked this overly attentive senior. Xiao Rongyu smiled faintly and sent another message. It's fine, just ignore him. You're almost at your second class change. Who's leading whom is still up in the air. Ye Chen paid no heed to the commotion, treating it as his roommate's personal affair. However, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lin Xiao. A cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes as he saw Lin Xiao walking alongside Qin Zhen. Oh, isn't this Junior Ye Chen? In just a few days you've gotten impressive enough to take girls into instances. And two of them no less. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a lecherous smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. What did the nation war instance not teach you enough? Wanna onion? Ye Chen retorted sharply, striking back immediately. At this, Lin Xiao, who had leaned forward, quickly recoiled. He had witnessed Ye Chen's prowess in the nation war instance, let alone a duel with Ye Chen. Even a random zombie under his command would take ages to cut down. Seeing his buddy Lin Xiao shrink back, Qin Zhen was instantly displeased. Hey Lin Xiao, why are you chickening out? What's so great about this junior? You think you can lead people through instances, eh? Qin Zhen directed his barbs straight at Ye Chen. Ye Chen gave him a cold stare. Just one look made Qin Zhen feel as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. He glanced at the information Ye Chen had registered at the front desk and saw the instance Ye Chen had just completed. A nightmare-grade instance. Qin Zhen was instantly stunned. This guy single-handedly took 2 girls through a nightmare-grade instance. Damn, this kid's got some nerve. Ye Chen, let's spar another day, Qin Zhen said, then temporarily dragged Lin Xiao away. Bro Chen, weren't you calling me a coward earlier? Why did you back down? Nonsense, I wasn't backing down. I just sent my gear for repairs. Once I'm at full strength, watch me teach him a lesson. Lin Xiao sensed Qin Zhen's frustration. Is it because of that junior Qingling? Qin Zhen promptly gave him a rap on the head. Shut him thinking. Lin Xiao fell silent immediately. After all, Qin Zhen outranked and outmatched him in level and combat power. The outspoken Lin Xiao had to swallow his words again. On the other side, under Xiao Rongji's guidance, Ye Chen met an old man specializing in crafting and repairing equipment. This is Master Wang, a highly skilled alchemist. He has many blacksmiths and bladesmiths under him. You can exchange or forge equipment with him. Master Wang took one look at Ye Chen and sensed an extraordinary aura about the young man. I hear you can solo nightmare-grade instances. What equipment do you want forged? I may not excel at much, but I have plenty of hands. Even a set can be arranged as long as you have the raw materials. Ye Chen said calmly, even the Death God's set. The Death God's set. Oh, that's a fresh one. As far as I know, it's no easy feat to collect. These are the raw materials I've gathered so far. Take a look. Master Wang accepted the sword, tiger fangs, meteorite iron, and bundles of dark mist containing Shadow Specter's souls. You've actually gathered them all. I can handle this for you, and for future upgrades you can directly use materials to enhance it. Ye Chen was very satisfied. This way he could directly use materials like orichalcum alloy to upgrade the set from 2 stars all the way to 5 stars. But my fee won't be cheap, Master Wang said with a sly chuckle. Business was business, and he sensed that Ye Chen possessed something valuable. Firstly, the young man exuded an air of distinction, and secondly, having just emerged from a nightmare-level dungeon, it was unthinkable that he would not have some valuable items on him. No one would believe otherwise. Thus, the merchant Old Wang directly stated the compensation he required. Ye Chen nodded, remarking that it was better than being secretly cheated, and asked, Old Wang, do you want gold coins, points, or equipment? Money is of little use to an old man like me. Equipment it is. Old Wang stroked his chin and raised a finger, saying, 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. He had expected Ye Chen to haggle or at least hesitate for a moment. To his surprise, Ye Chen, without a word, directly opened his storage space. Whoosh! Pieces of gold-grade equipment lay before him, as worthless as toys in Ye Chen's eyes. Gold-grade weapon, saber-toothed tiger hide for tank class use. Gold-grade weapon, knight's shield exclusive to knight class. Gold-grade weapon, Hawkeye longbow exclusive to archer class. Gold-grade weapon, decapitation greatsword exclusive to warrior class. Old Wang's eyes were filled with shock, his pupils reflecting golden light, and for a long while he could not utter a word. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. It was Xiao Rongyu who stepped forward and shook him awake. Oh, my apologies, I lost my composure. I truly didn't expect you to possess so many high-level pieces of equipment. Old Wang cleared his throat a few times. A few days ago, a small team was heading to a dungeon, and most of them were equipped with silver-grade gear. The entire team combined wasn't as wealthy as you alone. Old Wang secretly rubbed his hands, thinking he should have asked for 2 pieces. However, since this was a friend introduced by Miss Xiao, he couldn't swindle him and decided to just charge a labor fee. They'll take this saber-toothed tiger hide. It's just right for the shop's restock. Old Wang chuckled. Young friend, rest assured, I'll craft this set of equipment today and deliver it to you. Thank you for your trouble, old Master Wang. Ye Chen cupped his hands slightly, then left with Xiao Rongyu and Qingqing. Watching their retreating figures, old Wang wondered if Ye Chen was a scion of some reclusive noble clan, and how else could he be acquainted with both Qingling and Xiao Rongyu? At the gate of Yanwang University. Let's part ways here then. Meet at the dungeon tower tomorrow. Ye Chen asked. No problem. Xiao Rongyu was brimming with fighting spirit, eager to catch up with Ye Chen, though the gap in strength seemed insurmountable for a lifetime. I'm fine with that too. Qingling shook her twin ponytails, revealing her small canine teeth with determination. Ye Chen headed toward dormitory building 11, while Xiao Rongyu and Qingling, being roommates, linked arms and walked to the female dormitory. Entering his single room, Ye Chen lay on the bed to relax for a moment. Check status. Name Ye Chen, class Sacred Farmer Shinong, level 36, Bait 00. Strength 52,000, agility 52,000, spirit 73,000, constitution 63,000. Another 3 levels up, and my spirit is nearly 8,000 points. Not bad. Ye Chen closed the status panel. For him, leveling up was no longer a cause for great joy, but what truly mattered was class advancement. After all, leveling up was too quick and easy for him, while others toiled tirelessly in dungeons for most of a year without gaining even a single level. He, however, entered high-difficulty, high-risk dungeons, naturally earning more experience points, and his leveling speed was like a rocket. Just 4 more levels until the 3rd advancement. I wonder what the sacred farmer can become. He had always outwardly presented himself as a farmer. Concealing one's advanced class was a common practice among high-level class changers, especially those who had awakened hidden or unique classes. What was certain was that the farmer class was no special hidden class, it was almost commonplace. But Ye Chen was uncertain about the sacred farmer and its subsequent advancements. After all, in this world, I must be the only farmer to have reached level 20. Ye Chen mused to himself as he was about to close his eyes and sleep, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ears. Another fruit has ripened. This is already the 4th. Overjoyed, Ye Chen forgot about sleep and rest. He quickly opened the dimensional rift and stepped into a spatial vortex. In the blink of an eye, he was in a space spanning 730 square meters, the size of several residential complexes. Far too luxurious for a simple farm. It seems I can expand my plant zombie army a bit more given how much space there is here. Let's see what this fruit is. Apart from the Rumble fruit, which was a gift upon awakening the system, other fruits like the Tremor-Tremor Fruit and the Azure Dragon Fruit had first bloomed and borne fruit before ripening after a period of time. But this fruit had ripened so quickly that Ye Chen found it extraordinary. Impatiently, he walked over to the devil fruit tree. There a colorless, transparent fruit hung from the tree, awaiting its picker. If not for Ye Chen's ability to sense the unique aura of devil fruits, he would have hardly seen it. It seemed to possess a special power to conceal its own existence. Could it be? Ye Chen plucked it directly and then checked its information. Name clear fruit type Paramecia. Skill 1 makes the user's body completely transparent with no time limit. Skill 2 makes any person the user touches completely transparent with no time limit. Skill 3 makes any object the user touches completely transparent with no time limit. Simple and straightforward in function, yet extremely useful. In short, anyone I touch and anything I touch can become transparent. This fruit was every man's childhood dream. Eating it to save the world, definitely not to sneak into the women's bathhouse. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with determination, then he suddenly remembered something. System, how much spirit do I need to eat the 4th devil fruit? Ding. The host needs 800 spirit points to simultaneously accommodate and activate the abilities of 4 fruits. Current progress 730,008,0000. Good grief, from 200 to 400 and now to 800. You're growing exponentially. I need to level up quickly or I won't keep up with your pace. Only 700 points more, no big deal. He had already thought of a good idea. Go to the library and use a spirit scroll. Last time he had boosted his spirit by 200 points with a single gold-grade spirit scroll. Now 3 days had passed, and the usage restriction on the gold-grade spirit scroll had lifted. Arriving at the library, he retrieved another gold-grade scroll from the safe and went downstairs to swipe his card. Hello, that'll be 200 credits. The administrator reminded him cautiously, thinking it impossible for a freshman to afford it, let alone twice within a month. Swipe the card. Ye Chen directly pulled out a black card. Beep. 200 credits deducted. Credit balance, 800 points. Under the staff's astonished gaze, the card reader deducted 200 credits from Ye Chen. 800 points. You still have 800 credits. He was utterly shocked, unable to fathom how Ye Chen had amassed so many credits. Was this still a freshman? He was more formidable than any senior the librarian had ever seen. After the payment, Ye Chen left with the newly purchased golden scroll. Name: Mental Power Scroll. Quality: Golden. Effect: permanently increases mental power by 2,000 points. Note: one-time use item. Cannot be used consecutively within 3 days to enhance mental power. Ye Chen nodded. Same as before, use it. As a thread of mental power probed in the golden scroll, dissolved into shimmering golden motes fluttering around him like dancing butterflies in the sky. Mental power 2,000. Current mental power 75000. Still 5,000 short of 80,000. I need to think of another way. Ye Chen scratched his head. Gradually he arrived at the Myriad Realms instance tower, which was still bustling with activity. Are you all preparing to run instances here? Ye Chen asked. That's the plan, but we haven't decided yet. A boy stammered. Ye Chen could see the hesitation in their hearts. Using the Myriad Realms instance tower cost 200 credits. These students had painstakingly saved up 200 or 300 credits, afraid they might not get satisfactory equipment from the instance and would lose their hard-earned credits. Listen up, everyone. If you don't want to enter the instance and just want to exchange for the equipment you desire, come to me. Ye Chen exploited the pain points in some people's hearts, luring them to trade their credits for his equipment. At that moment, voices of doubt arose. Who do you think you are with such big talk? Exchanging for equipment. Are you sure you actually have the gear we want? Exactly. You are just a freshman. Don't try to show off in front of us seniors. That trick only works on newbies. We'll find the right instance to get the equipment we want ourselves. Ye Chen sneered, shook his head without a word, and directly opened his storage space to take out the golden-grade equipment he had no use for. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light burst forth, instantly attracting everyone around, including those who had mocked him. Holy crap! What's going on? All golden-grade equipment. That eagle-eye longbow increases vision and accuracy. Isn't that the dream gear for many archer classes? And that golden knight shield. Am a paladin with that shield, I'd be unstoppable. Hey there, classmate, I was a bit loud earlier. My bad, bro. Can we talk? Move aside. What classmate? He's my brother. Don't block my way. Brother, a word in private. Many people saw the array of golden-grade equipment Ye Chen had laid out, their eyes filled with envy practically bulging out of their sockets. They not only completely abandoned their arrogant attitudes, but also scrambled and pushed to get close to Ye Chen. Excuse me, how many credits for this piece of equipment? 300 credits. Deal. Another person asked, and this equipment? 400 credits. Huh. Why is it more expensive when I ask? Ye Chen didn't answer, thinking, take it or leave it. You were mocking me earlier. In no time, the equipment that was surplus to Ye Chen, but a treasure to others, was snapped up. He made a huge profit, raising his credits to a full 2,000 points. On the card reader, the information from Ye Chen's black student card appeared one by one. Name: Ye Chen. Year: freshman. Credits: 2,000. Dormitory: single room. Completed courses enhancing mental power and skill proficiency. Conquered instances: Saber-Toothed Tigers, Lair Nation War instance, Undead Cemetery Nightmare Mode instance. Bounty quests: none. Through the card reader, Ye Chen saw the glorious achievements recorded on the black card. Aside from bounty quests, he had tackled everything else. Any single achievement listed above was a height that other freshmen could only look up to. Ding! A message arrived. It was the class assignment information. The homeroom teacher had already set up the group. Thank you all for trading with me. If you ever need any equipment in the future, feel free to exchange credits with me. I'll take my leave now. He had a class to attend. Watching Ye Chen's receding figure, the other freshmen felt an insurmountable chasm had opened between them and him. Arriving at the classroom, the homeroom teacher was a young female instructor. Today is the first lesson of the semester, so let's elect a class monitor. As she finished, all the freshmen in the room looked at each other blankly. Ye Chen was surprised to find that Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling were also in this class. It seemed that Yanhuang University assigned classes based on proximity. However, something unexpected happened. Some freshmen spoke up. Isn't that the guy we saw earlier at the Myriad Realms instance tower? Yeah. I heard he successfully conquered a nightmare-level instance. Holy crap. Conquering an instance right after enrollment, and a nightmare one at that. Is he that fierce? How about we nominate him as class monitor? Sure. Better to have a capable guy as monitor than a useless one. When we go into instances later, we can hitch a ride on his coattails. Thus the freshmen who recognized Ye Chen all cast their votes for him. As for Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling, they naturally raised both hands in favor of Ye Chen being the monitor. Although other candidates kept popping up during the process. They started with, I come from such and such place, I was the top scorer in that big city, and I've been a gifted professional since childhood. But no one paid them any attention. In the end, it all came down to strength, and Ye Chen's achievements were right there for everyone to see. No one could deny it. Thus, he won the most votes with overwhelming superiority. The entire process was almost seamless and swift, leaving Ye Chen no room to refuse. Ye Chen was somewhat taken aback. How did he end up being crowned on the very first day of class? You all have truly burdened me, your emperor. Then well, go with the majority. Ultimately, Ye Chen from Donghai City will serve as the monitor for Class 11. Let's give him a round of applause. The female homeroom teacher's voice was melodious, a far cry from the tigresses he had encountered in high school. Ye Chen stood up with a smile and nodded to acknowledge the other students. Well, this isn't so bad. In the future, when I encounter large-scale instances, I won't have to worry about the party size limit. With that thought, Ye Chen readily accepted the position of class monitor. Alright, next let's talk about the relevant systems of Yanhuang University. First is the credit system. I'm sure you all received 300 credits upon enrollment. Ye Chen was already familiar with this information. The first class of the semester was an easy, stress-free affair. In the afternoon, he received a message from Elder Wang. The Death God suit has been forged. You can now use materials to upgrade its stars directly. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, casting its rays upon the desk. Yu Qingxian was narrating the Abyss Dungeon and the war between humans and alien races. Ye Chen, who was attending class, received a message and felt a surge of joy. He secretly sent a message to Xiao Rongyu, and without waiting for Uncle Wang to deliver it, eagerly went to retrieve it himself. After class, the two arrived at the shop where Old Wang resided. Young man, the set I've crafted for you is ready. Old Wang said with a chuckle. To be honest, the materials you brought are truly remarkable. I've never seen a set with such outstanding effects. Ye Chen took the full death set, and the effects of each component emerged before him. Name death set. Star rating 2 stars. Materials: saber-toothed tiger fangs x 4 extraterrestrial meteorite iron x 5 wraith of the shadow phantom x 6. Death scythe core equipment: void target lock evil expulsion death strike. Death hood mental strength boost 50. Death robe physique boost 50. Death ring strength boost 50. Death boots agility boost 50. Set effect gains spectral phasing ability. Seeing these effects, Ye Chen was profoundly astounded. Not only did all 4 attributes increase by 50, but he also gained a ghostly phasing ability. If paired with the invisibility of the transparent fruit, others would not only fail to see him, but also be unable to obstruct him. This was undeniably the perfect assassination gear. Furthermore, the core equipment, the Death Scythe, possessed 3 exceptionally powerful effects. From now on, he would transform into a true reaper, effortlessly reaping lives with his scythe. Old Wang, thank you very much. I am extremely satisfied with this set. Ye Chen said excitedly. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiao Rongyu also said joyfully. Old Wang, wearing alchemy gloves, tapped them and said, no need for thanks. The girl has praised you to the skies, so of course I had to give my all for you. Isn't that right? A blush crept onto Xiao Rongju's cheeks. Oh, Uncle Wang. Leaving the alchemy shop, Ye Chen said to Xiao Rongyu. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let's invite your roommate Qing Ling and other classmates to tackle a dungeon together. Great, I can't wait. Xiao Rongyu agreed readily. After returning, Ye Chen immediately put on the set to try it and opened his status panel. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer Shinnong. Level 36, Fate. 00. Strength: 78,520, 002, 6000. Agility: 78,520, 002, 6000. Mental Strength: 112500, 750, 003, 7500. Physique: 94500, 630, 003, 1500. Fruits: Goro Goro, Nomi Gura Gura, Nomi Uo Uo, Nomi Model Sarayu, Transparent Fruit Pending Use. Spirit Beast, Immortal Phoenix, Maturity 90. Equipment: Death Set, gains Spectral Phasing Ability. Dimensional Storage: 300, 007, 5000. Plant Zombies, Max Summon Count: 300, each capable of awakening skills. Talent: Divine Enhancement, Hybrid Master, 20-fold Amplification Damage Transfer. All 4 attributes have indeed been comprehensively boosted. The Death Set's enhancement is truly immense. Ye Chen was ecstatic, but he noticed an intriguing point. It requires 800 mental strength to consume the fourth fruit, but with the death set my mental strength directly exceeds 1000. Can I exploit this bug to use the transparent fruit? Thinking this, he realized that the dimensional storage heaven and earth dimension, which calculates area based on the user's mental strength, still had a base area of 730 square meters. This indicated that it still calculated based on the base mental strength value. If that were the case, by analogy, Ye Chen could not exploit the bug to consume the fourth fruit. System, if I wear the death set and my mental strength exceeds 100, can I consume the transparent fruit? Reply to host. The enhancement effects from the set can boost your combat power, but everything is still based on the base values. Base mental strength is 7500 points. You cannot consume the fourth fruit, nor will it change the area of the heaven and earth dimension. Alright, so there's really no way to exploit the bug. Ye Chen exited the system. But it makes sense. I can't just consume a fruit when mental strength rises with the set, and then spit it out when I take it off. The same logic applies to the heaven and earth dimensions area. Thus, Ye Chen ceased to dwell on it, and instead began testing the abilities of the death set. Activate spectral phasing. And so in Building 11 of the Yanhuan University male dormitory, a figure cloaked in black robes, donning a hood and wielding a scythe, a reaper, began to glide through rooms, ignoring walls as barriers. Ye Chen traveled from the 3rd floor all the way to the 13th, nearly inspecting every room. On the 11th floor, room 1106, a 4-person dorm. Strange, did any of you see a shadow zip from that wall to that one? A male student asked. No, did you overdo it and start hallucinating? His roommate laughed. Yeah, I heard the class monitor is taking us to a dungeon tomorrow. Even Qingling from our class is recruiting people. Other roommates began to tease. If you've overdone it and it affects your performance tomorrow, don't blame us for laughing at you, haha. The group burst into laughter, filling the dorm with a cheerful atmosphere. By then, Ye Chen had already returned to his single room. Because his speed was so great, even if someone noticed him, they only felt a fleeting chilling and icy aura brush past. Ye Chen was extremely satisfied. Merely using the Goro Goro no Miz ability to accelerate allowed him to come and go without a trace. If he added the transparent fruit, even high-tier job changers might not detect him, but he wondered if he could pass by teacher Yu Qingxian and see if she would notice. Tomorrow, I'll quickly grind the dungeon to upgrade this set all the way to 5 stars, and raise my mental strength to 8000 points to consume the transparent fruit. Ye Chen took off the death set, stored it in his inventory, and rested peacefully through the night. The next day, dawn broke softly. Ye Chen rose early and arrived at the 1000 Dungeon Tower. Before he knew it, he was here for the second time. Other students could only gaze in awe, saving up credits for ages to use the dungeon tower once. But for Ye Chen, it was as if it cost nothing. There was no help for it. His credits were simply too abundant. This time, he'll collect all 3 remaining materials. The 3 remaining materials were the bones of the Netherworld Bone Dragon, Ohag, Alloy, and Fallen Dark Crystal. Soon Xiao Rongyu and Qingling were also hurrying over. At the same time, several other classmates from the class arrived as well. Good morning, Ye Chen. Why are you here so early? Qingling, still with her hair in twin ponytails, asked with a beaming smile. Because the dungeons I chose are quite challenging, so I came early to finish them sooner. Xiao Rongyu said, these are our classmates. They're willing to come and clear dungeons together. Greetings, class monitor. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration, having heard that Ye Chen was exceptionally skilled at dungeon runs. In response, Ye Chen offered a smile and expressed his gratitude to the classmates. He truly hadn't expected so many people to show up on the very first day. This way, no matter what dungeon it was, Ye Chen wouldn't be held back by a lack of participants. A few minutes later, a senior student who worked part-time at the dungeon tower for credits also arrived. Junior, it's you again. Ye Chen, right? She blinked her eyes, staring in disbelief at the crowd behind him. How did you get here earlier than me, someone who works here and brings so many people with you? One might have thought Ye Chen was gathering a gang to tear down the tower. He's our class monitor. We're here to level up. That's right, our class monitor is amazing, strong in combat and rich in credits. We're all here thanks to him. Behind him, the classmates, both male and female, were all singing Ye Chen's praises. The senior student looked at these fresh-faced newcomers with their clear eyes. All right. Let me start up the dungeon tower system. Then you can choose a dungeon to enter. With so many people, you won't have to worry about not having enough this time. The senior student smiled at Ye Chen. To be honest, in her year of working here for extra credits, this was the first time she'd seen someone like Ye Chen who wanted to solo dungeons from the very start. Others always wished they could call in more people to form a team. But those people were usually quite mediocre, unable to scrape together a few pieces of gold tier equipment across the whole team. Not like Ye Chen, who had so many he could exchange them for credits. This perfectly illustrated the saying, only cattle and sheep move in herds, mighty lions walk alone. So the senior student entered a secret room and used her small authority key to activate the system of the Grand Dungeon Tower. Rumble. The entire tower immediately sprang to life. Lights flickered on from top to bottom, and the hyperlinks connected to various external dungeon entrances shimmered faintly for a moment. This time I need to search for Oga Hard Alloy and these two other materials. Ye Chen handed over a list, and the senior student helped him input it. On the electronic screen, the names of many dungeons appeared arranged by difficulty and drop rate. Generally, dungeons with higher equipment drop rates were also more difficult. At that moment, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He noticed that some dungeons contained both types of materials. If he chose these, he could obtain the Oga Hard Alloy and the bones of the Netherworld Bone Dragon in one go. That meant clearing just 2 dungeons would gather the remaining 3 materials. Ching Ching, did you bring your lucky necklace? Don't worry, Captain, I have it. And there are other support members in our class. Hearing this, Ye Chen felt a surge of confidence. Senior, I want the dungeon with the highest difficulty and the highest drop rate. Ye Chen pointed at the screen. The one with both Oga Hard Alloy and the Netherworld Bone Dragon. The senior student's beautiful eyes flickered as she double-checked. The gates of the Netherworld dungeon is hell level. Yes, I'm going for nightmare level and hell level. Ye Chen nodded. The normal and hard difficulties weren't worth his attention. All right, please swipe your card. The senior student at the front desk brought out a card reader. Beep. 200 credits deducted. Credit balance, 1,800 points. The information for the gates of the Netherworld popped up, and Ye Chen gathered with his classmates to look. Dungeon name: Gates of the Netherworld. Dungeon difficulty: Hell level. Player limit: no fewer than 7, no more than 23. Description: one day a gate to the Netherworld opened in the mortal realm. Chaos, violence, and evil corrupt the world. Endless Netherworld bone dragons circle above, turning the entire mortal plane into a blazing inferno. Objective 1: slay 50 Netherworld bone dragons. Objective 2: close the Netherworld gate and defeat the final boss. Objective 3. Objective 4. Strange, why is the rest of the information incomplete? Maybe it's a hidden quest. Or a time-based survival mission. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. This was their first direct encounter with a hell-level dungeon. Ye Chen took a deep breath, truly sensing the unusual nature of the gates of the Netherworld. As class monitor, he couldn't afford to take these classmates' lives lightly. Otherwise, when the homeroom teacher returned on Monday and found only Ye Chen in the class, there would be big trouble. Everyone listen up. This dungeon is very strange, as you can see. I won't force anyone. Anyone who doesn't want to participate can back out now. Let me emphasize again, this is a hell-level dungeon, far harder than Nightmare. Ye Chen gave orders as class monitor, expecting some who lacked confidence or preferred a cautious approach to step back. However, to his surprise, not a single classmate came forward. It was understandable that Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling didn't back out. They had already experienced Nightmare-level dungeons and knew what to expect from hell-level. But none of the warriors, tanks, archers, or support healers in the class uttered a word of dissent. They spoke up. Class monitor, even though we're not as strong as you, we were all selected from various places. Everyone who joined Yanhuang once had a glorious past. We want to broaden our horizons. Take us to see a hell dungeon. Even if we die, we won't regret it. The soldiers on the front lines still hold their ground in abyss dungeons, which are harder than hell. If we want to grow stronger, we have to take this step. These words caught Ye Chen by surprise. He hadn't expected the classmates in this class to have such high resolve. Looking more closely, not the entire class had come. The total team size didn't exceed 20, just about hitting the dungeon's upper limit. In other words, Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling had selected the stronger and more determined classmates. Ye Chen felt an urge to praise them. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had excellent judgment. Since that's settled, let's set out. Everyone remember to follow my commands. Understood. The senior student at the front desk was also stunned by Ye Chen's charisma. Junior Ye Chen, the hell-level dungeon entrances are all on the top floor. Card in hand, Ye Chen led his team to the top floor. He swiped the card against the door, and the entrance to the external dungeon opened. Everyone step through this door, and will be in a hell-level dungeon. Stay sharp. Ye Chen, serving as both class monitor and captain, offered a kind reminder. The entire class nodded in unison, shouting with high morale, their faces brimming with fighting spirit. Ye Chen felt deeply gratified and was the first to step through the light barrier entering the dungeon. The other members followed one by one into the dungeon. A brand new landscape unfolded before them. The sky had turned into a tangible darkness that shrouded everything, and the ground was scorched earth left by the flames of war. From the deep and gloomy fissures the wailing cries of the dead rose and fell. The ground has split apart. Is this the result of the gates of the underworld opening? Xiao Rongyu remarked in awe. The other accompanying team members were also stunned, as it was their first time setting foot in such a dungeon. The oppressive feeling brought by this darkness far surpassed that of other difficult-level dungeons. Everyone, don't panic. No matter how tough the dungeon, it has its own rules. Often we don't need to charge in heat and just find the pattern and use our heads. Ye Chen said. Upon hearing this, the other teammates were greatly encouraged and began silently pondering the deeper meaning of his words. The more they pondered, the more profound it seemed, and they murmured to themselves, truly worthy of the captain. A casual remark feels immensely impressive. On guard, everyone be careful. Something seems to be flying out from underground, said a perception-type class changer in the team. The others each displayed their skills. The knight activated a circular shield for defense. The support quickly buffed the entire team with status enhancements, and the archer class was poised and ready. With a whoosh, a cacophony of ghostly wails arose, and from the cracked earth fissures surged countless pitch-black, bat-like ferocious beasts. Name: Bathound Beast, HB 8750, Strength 6750, Agility 5375, Spirit 6500, Physique 6800, Skill: Sonic Roar. Description: capable of emitting sonic attacks like a bat with the head of a large hound, amplifying the power of its roar. They emerged in vast numbers, swiftly flying out from underground, blotting out the sky and darkening the night even further. Then they opened their mouths in unison, sending waves of sound rippling downward. Woo woo woo. It's unbearable. Seems like a mental attack. Damn, my shield is useless. If there were just one or two, we could handle them, but why are hundreds suddenly surging out? Some team members wore grim expressions, especially those tank-type warriors stacked with physical defense. Just as panic set in, a calm, yet forceful voice rang out. Everyone, don't panic. Just stop moving, Ye Chen said. Stop moving. Why? The team was puzzled, but they still chose to obey Ye Chen. Xiao Rongyu also abandoned the idea of drawing her sword and slashing, turning instead to silently gaze at Ye Chen. The moment they ceased advancing, something unexpected happened. The swarm of bathound beasts stopped attacking and swiftly retreated back into the underground fissures. They stopped attacking. Could it be they're just here to stop us from crossing this area? Captain Ye Chen is truly experienced, saw the crux of the problem right away. But if we don't cross here, how do we continue clearing the dungeon? The other captains all looked toward Ye Chen, their eyes filled with confusion and hope. Ye Chen gave a faint smile. Simple. Lure them all out, and then we cross over. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and beams of light descended from the sky. When the light faded, upon the shattered earth stood row after row of zombies. Wow, the captain's skill is amazing. Actual zombies. But these zombies are different from mindless corpses. They're armored and armed with swords and blades, looking quite imposing. And so many of them, more than our entire team. Everyone was curious about Ye Chen's next move. Was he planning to command these zombies to fight the bathound beasts? At that moment, Ye Chen waved forward, and the zombie legion formed neat ranks, marching forward with vigorous strides. As they approached the edges of the bottomless fissures, with another whoosh, hundreds of bathound beasts shot into the air, opening their mouths to unleash sonic attacks. But this played right into Ye Chen's hands. He quickened the zombies' advance, and the bathound beasts, seeing the zombies about to cross the area, immediately gave chase. In an instant, the zombie legion suddenly scattered, and the bathound beasts followed suit, splitting into several groups to pursue Ye Chen's zombies. Perfect chance. I've drawn the monsters away. You all cross over now, Ye Chen said to the team. By then his teammates had caught on. So that's it. To find the pattern the captain mentioned earlier meant this. Sometimes you don't have to fight heat, and alluring them away and then crossing is a great strategy. Captain Ye Chen is truly unfathomable. Everyone was utterly in awe of Ye Chen. After the rest had all crossed, Xiao Rongji's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of worry. Ye Chen, why aren't you coming over? Be careful. Those things are coming back. Captain, hurry over. We'll provide covering fire. The other teammates were also deeply concerned, realizing Ye Chen was holding the rear for the entire team. In truth, Ye Chen had calculated everything. Once everyone had crossed the fissure, he suddenly commanded the zombies to run back toward him. This drove the bathound beasts into a frenzy. If they didn't chase, they'd never get back home. But as they charged back desperately, Ye Chen recalled the zombies. What greeted the bathound beasts was only a barrage of pea bullets and bubble bombs from the Sporeshroom family. Bang, bang, bang. They had chased the zombies in vain, only to be annihilated by the plants Ye Chen had summoned. Done. Ye Chen clapped his hands, then leaped across a dark, deep fissure before him. Experience 1500 experience, 1500 experience, 1500. With over 100 Bat-Hound beasts in total that amounted to nearly 1 million experience points. Ye Chen was in high spirits. Not only had he helped his team break through this barrier, but he had also pocketed all the experience from those ferocious beasts. This actually worked. All those Bat-Hound beasts wiped out in one go. As expected of the captain, his way of clearing dungeons is just on another level. Without the captain, I'd never have thought of clearing a level like this. The group continued forward, occasionally watching their steps to guard against any more monsters surging up from below. Before them lay a desolate scene. A magnificent stone gate rose abruptly, flanked on either side by two colossal stone statues standing guard. Could this be the so-called Gate of the Underworld? Meanwhile, a figure with steady steps entered the great 1,000 dungeon tower. Hello, Dean Bai. The students inside cast respectful glances. I have come to conduct a routine inspection of the dungeon tower's operation. Dean Bai nodded slightly. The dungeon tower, being an important leveling portal for the students of Yanhuan University, has always been a focus for the school's bigwigs. Has anyone been here recently? School just started, so not many people are leveling up, but one student has been here quite frequently. Oh, tell me more details. Dean Bai, this is the battle record he has left in the dungeon tower so far. After saying that, the senior sister pulled up a record and handed it to Dean Bai for review. Dean Bai's gaze scanned the record, and within seconds a look of shock and delight appeared on his face. Student Ye Chen, it's actually him. The national battle instance just ended not long ago, and he came to the dungeon tower to train. Even disregarding his innate talent, his effort is unparalleled. No wonder he is so excellent. Following that, Dean Bai looked at the instances Ye Chen had cleared and gradually guessed his intentions. He is strategizing the undead cemetery and has begun strategizing the Gate of Hades as well. It seems he is already preparing materials for the Death God set to upgrade its star level. Seeing Dean Bai praise a freshman so highly, the surrounding students felt a mix of rivalry, unwillingness, and helplessness. In the end, all of it transformed into a deep sigh. There's nothing to be done. Although Ye Chen is just a freshman, his achievements are beyond the reach of many seniors, let alone those in the same cohort. Luckily we enrolled early. I can hardly believe how much pressure those freshmen who are in the same cohort as Ye Chen will face in the future. Yes, a genius like Ye Chen is destined to overshadow a generation. It truly is unfortunate to be in the same cohort as him. Did you hear? Dean Bai mentioned the undead cemetery. That's a nightmare-level instance. I remember that the most capable genius of our cohort once organized a small team to enter, but suffered heavy losses and couldn't clear it. While others returned empty-handed, student Ye Chen returned fully loaded. Comparing people is truly infuriating. The most crucial part is that he finished the nightmare-level instance the day before, and today he is already leading people into the Gate of Hades. The Gate of Hades. My goodness, that's a hell-level instance. I must have misheard. With Dean Bai's arrival, the great 1,000 dungeon tower became increasingly lively. It was supposed to be just a routine inspection, but Dean Bai's visit had instead revealed Ye Chen's magnificent achievements. What initially began as an ordinary routine check had completely transformed into a personalized showcase for Ye Chen's excellence. Gradually, more and more students gathered around the dungeon tower, all eager to see what other achievements Ye Chen had. Teacher Yue, there's a student making quite a name for himself recently, as should you go take a look. A female teacher next to her pulled teacher Yu Qingxian's hand, and the two headed to the dungeon tower together. Ye Chen, it's actually him. Teacher Yu Qingxian's heart trembled, then calmed down. No, I should have guessed it could only be him. Such an outstanding student, who else could it be but Ye Chen? Teacher Yu, I heard this is a student you taught, is that true? Other teachers came forward to inquire. In the great 1,000 dungeon tower within the main hall, teacher Yu Qingxian, who was already the center of attention, was now receiving even more focus. She maintained a calm demeanor and said, yes, Ye Chen is a student we specially recruited from Donghai City. When the abyssal demon invaded, there was an incident, and in the end, he was the one who handled it. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding teachers were astounded and could no longer maintain their composure. He could handle the abyssal demon invasion. This student has an extraordinary future. This time, Yanhuan University has truly struck gold. Yes, luckily, we didn't let Jiutian University take advantage of him. Dean Bai also slightly nodded at teacher Yu Qingxian. Your admissions team did well this time. You recruited a student who is both outstanding and diligent. At the Gate of Hades instance, Ye Chen led his team to a stone door. If this stone door is the gate of Hades, do we just need to close it to complete the task? It's not that simple. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a hell-level instance. Let's listen to the captain's opinion. Everyone began to discuss, then turned their gazes toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen had noticed the stone statues on either side of the stone door the moment he arrived. These two enormous stone statues looked strange, and it was hard to tell which fierce beast or wild monster they represented, but he was certain that these statues were not simple. If effective detection could not be performed, he might as well summon the apocalypse zombie to create a nuclear explosion to blast it away. Who has detection skills? He looked back at the crowd. Captain, I do. A girl behind Xiao Rongyu volunteered enthusiastically. Ye Chen let her step forward and cast a detection spell on the two stone statues. At the same time, Ye Chen kept his eyes fixed ahead to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Boom. As the detection spell landed on the statues, the eyes of the two statues suddenly lit up as if they had come to life. A terrifying surge of vitality surged within him. Alive or just activated by the detection spell. The fact that they can react means we've come to the right place. Yes, everyone just needs to follow the captain's rhythm. The group gained even more trust in Ye Chen. Immediately after, the two stone statues emitted a brilliant burst of light, forcing everyone to hurriedly shield their eyes. Before everyone's eyes, the two stone statues transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky after their eyes brightened, as if completing a vivid picture. Strangely, this dragon did not have a physical form. Its entire body was constructed from hundreds of bones. It had been coiled up, which was why everyone had not recognized it. Name: Underworld Bone Dragon. Health 16750, Strength 12750, Agility 10375, Spirit 12500, Constitution 12800. Skills: Bone Dragons, Ghost Fire, Bone Dragons, Whirlwind. Description: the guardian of the underworld transformed into an evil dragon after being corrupted by dark energy, and through the passage of time became a pile of white bones. Roar. The two bone dragons raised their claws and suddenly let out a roar accompanied by a surge of icy ghost fire from hell. Be careful. Everyone quickly used various skills and items to evade. Those who couldn't dodge had to endure the damage. Just at that critical moment, Ye Chen summoned many high-strength nuts to form a tall wall in front of him. With that single strike, many knights' shields shattered one after another. What? Our shields are as fragile as paper before its ghost fire. The others' items and barriers also dissolved in an instant. Damn it, at this rate, we'll be completely wiped out. Suddenly a silvery voice rang out. Don't be foolish, what complete wipeout? Hurry and hide over here. Another cute voice chimed in. Right, the captain's class talent is so powerful, the plants he grows have far better defense than your shields. Everyone's pupils trembled. Could such a blessing truly exist? They all turned toward the source of the voices, discovering it was Xiao Rongyu and Qingqing. Instead of surrendering, the two had swiftly slipped behind the high wall Ye Chen had constructed. This wall, composed entirely of towering walnuts, stood utterly unmoved against the bone dragon's ghost fire, as steady as a mountain. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. After a 20-fold amplification, the basic stats of these towering walnuts had vastly increased. Not just one blast of bone dragon ghost fire, but even 10 could be easily blocked. After all, Ye Chen had faced wild beasts with four-dimensional attributes exceeding 10,000, like the bone dragon ghost fire before. Soon the two nether bone dragons in the sky circled again, swapping positions. They abruptly opened their upper and lower jaws, gathering a blue flame that then shot out as a slender pillar of fire. It's the bone dragon ghost fire. Holy crap, it's coming again. What do we do? My shield is already shattered. Should we still hold out? Hold out my ass, one blast, and we're done for. Hurry and cling to the captain's thigh. Instantly, all the classmates, regardless of gender, dashed behind the towering walnut wall Ye Chen had created. They cast awkward and guilty glances at him. But Ye Chen merely waved his hand. It's nothing. I can summon as many of these plants as I want. Everyone take cover. The big one's coming. Bang, bang. With two resounding blasts, the ghost fire left scorched marks on the towering walnut wall. Even after the explosion, the sizzling sound of burning persisted. It seems this attack was fiercer than the last. But we're completely unharmed. It's incredible. Captain Ye Chen, you are my god. Some male student shouted, God Ye. In an instant, the entire class cheered in unison. Mighty God Ye. Awesome God Ye. Handsomest God Ye. Watching this, Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. He thought, don't be like that, I just summoned a few walnuts casually. Was this enough to be deified? The towering walnut was merely one of many extraordinary plants. A minor display of skill had garnered such high praise. Ye Chen dared not imagine how his classmates would judge him if he revealed his true power. Then Ye Chen addressed the crowd. Everyone don't come out. Help me draw their attention and force them to keep attacking. I'll handle these 2 bone dragons myself. Hearing this, the others wondered if they had misheard. Their captain intended to solo such a tough opponent and outnumbered 2-10 at that. Yet before anyone could dissuade him, Ye Chen had already emerged from behind the wall and dashed out swiftly. Quick, the captain's charging. Everyone provide covering fire. Don't hold back, unleash all your ultimate skills. If any bastard holds out and gets the captain hurt, he'll be the first to deal with them. The crowd grew fervent, using the towering walnuts as a bulwark to relentlessly attack the 2 netherbone dragons in the sky. Archers, ready your arrows. Thunderbolt arrows, fire all. Emma support, adding a flame buff to boost attack power. He'll cast a gale buff to increase flight speed. Gale thunderbolt fire arrow charge. Good, let it hit. The flying thunderbolt arrows, enhanced by the support team's buffs, gained many additional attributes. Everyone worked together, and they were about to hit the 2 netherbone dragons. However, the dragons circled and summoned a tornado. Bone Dragon Cyclone. In the blink of an eye, it deflected all the dense gale thunderbolt fire arrows. Despair flickered in everyone's eyes. Just then a voice of praise rang out. Don't lose heart. You've done well. You've drawn its attention. I leave the rest to me. Hearing this voice, everyone's drooping heads snapped up. That familiar voice was Captain Ye Chen. Sure enough, Ye Chen flashed behind the 2 netherbone dragons clad in the Death God suit, with all his attributes receiving a terrifying boost. Crack! With a single stroke, he sliced through both dragons. The bones of the netherbone dragons scattered like broken chains one by one. They turned completely to ashes, forming countless specks of experience points that flowed into Ye Chen's body. Experience 210000, experience 210000. The captain did it. Unbelievable. This is astonishing. The netherbone dragon's true strength is even more terrifying than its stats show, yet it still couldn't beat the captain. That means how terrifying must the captain's blow have been. Yet unlike the crowd's ecstasy, Ye Chen was somewhat displeased. The netherbone dragon didn't drop any bones. And the dungeon requires slaying 50 netherbone dragons. This means it's not over yet. As expected, with this thought in Ye Chen's mind, the entire ground began to tremble violently, and the stone gate from earlier spewed forth even more bone dragons. A swarm of dozens of dragons soared into the sky, their massive forms blotting out the night as if covering the heavens. How? Those 2 earlier were just the appetizer of the nether gate. I remember now. The dungeon quest requires slaying 50. We couldn't even handle 2. This hell-level dungeon is too unfair. This time, Ye Chen's reaction differed from the others once more. Earlier, while everyone was ecstatic, he was displeased. Now, as despair filled their faces, he clenched his fists in excitement. More netherbone dragons mean more bone drops to upgrade my Death God suit. At that thought, how could he not be thrilled? Meanwhile, he joyfully discovered that his level had increased and his mental power had broken through. Name: Ye Chen, class Sacred Farmer Shinon, level 38, 16. 00. Strength 58,000, agility 58,000, spirit 81,000, constitution 70,000. Without hesitation, he took out the transparent fruit and bit into it. My spiritual power has finally reached 80,000 points. Excellent. Gulp. Ye Chen endured the bitter and unpalatable taste, swallowing the pulp in his mouth. In an instant, a tremendous transformation swept over his entire being. From the cells within his body to the clothes touching his skin, the equipment in his hands, everything gradually became transparent. Within the dim dungeon, no one could see him except Ye Chen himself. He looked up at the bone dragon in the sky. A burst of electric arcs erupted, and the next second, he shot into the air, his death scythe in hand, beginning the harvest. This time, 3 or 4 netherworld bone dragons fell together, their massive bodies dissolving into motes of experience light that merged into Ye Chen before they even hit the ground. On the ground, the bewildered classmates were stunned. What's going on? How did these netherworld bone dragons just fall on their own? I don't know either. Did anyone see who did it? One shot killing 4 netherworld bone dragons, could it be? As everyone was speculating, Xiao Rongyu gazed at the dragons constantly vanishing in the sky and said firmly, "It must be the captain. No one else here has that kind of power." "That's right, it's Captain Ye Chen. We're saved." Qingqing tightened her grip on her staff, jumping for joy. Hearing this, all the classmates shifted from sorrow to joy, instantly filled with motivation. I never imagined that killing a bone dragon in one slash wasn't even the captain's limit. With the sky thick with netherworld bone dragons, the captain can take on a whole swarm alone. But why can we only see the dragons disappearing and not Captain Ye Chen's figure? Exactly, even if he's fast, he should at least leave an afterimage. Not even an afterimage remains. The captain's movement technique has reached a level of the sublime. Sigh terrifyingly, so the more you think, the more chilling it gets. Everyone lavished praise on Ye Chen, all looking up to the sky, admiring this invisible slaughter. In the night sky, this sudden swarm of netherworld bone dragons was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were their numbers dwindling when they couldn't even see their opponent's shadow? It was a complete one-sided massacre, a total humiliation and absolute crushing. As the sub-bosses of a hell-level dungeon, they had never suffered such indignity. They immediately stirred the surrounding air, conjuring one tornado after another. Bone Dragon Cyclone. 32. The fierce cyclones instantly shattered the tranquility of the night sky, their sharp wind blades tearing the darkness apart, surging towards Ye Chen as a powerful attack. Wind blades. A mere trifle, showing off before an expert. Ye Chen sneered, then activated the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, assuming his beast form, transforming into an even larger Azure Dragon. Ye Chen unleashed a greater number of even more powerful wind blades, not only completely nullifying the Netherworld Bone Dragon's attack, but also retaliating in kind, using the blades to shatter their bones. Netherworld Bone Dragon killed 15. Netherworld Bone Dragon killed 25. Netherworld Bone Dragon killed 35. The kill count climbed relentlessly, leaving everyone below utterly astounded. Yet Ye Chen was still not satisfied. Indeed, he intended to complete task 1 in a single go. Then, with another shift, Ye Chen transformed into his human beast form, donned the death set, activated the powers of the Rumble Fruit and the Tremor-Tremor Fruit, and rapidly charged before the group of Netherworld Bone Dragons. But they still could not see Ye Chen at all. Thunderclap, Quake, Death Scythe. Whoosh! A blade of light several kilometers long cleaved through all the remaining Netherworld Bone Dragons in the night sky, cutting them in half. The entire process took less than a second, impossibly fast. The Netherworld Bone Dragons had no time to react before Ye Chen zeroed out their health bars. Netherworld Bone Dragon killed 55. Task 1 exceeded. Dropped Netherworld Bone Dragon Skeleton 10. Experience 420,000. Experience 420,000. Experience 420,000. Ye Chen gained millions of experience points in an instant. Opening his status panel, his level had indeed risen again. Level 38, 98. 00. One step closer to the class change. Got the skeletons. The death set can be upgraded again. He directly used the Netherworld Bone Dragon skeletons to upgrade the death set from 2 stars to 3 stars. Name death set. Star rating 3 stars. Materials: Saber-Tooth Tiger Fong 5, Meteorite Iron 6, Shadow Ghost Soul 7, Netherworld Bone Dragon Skeleton 8. Death Scythe Core Equipment: Void Homing, Evil Exorcism, Death Strike. Death Hood Spirit Amplification 65. Death Robe Constitution Amplification 65. Death Ring Strength Amplification 65. Death Boots Agility Amplification 65. Set effect: Gain Spirit Body Wall Passing Ability. Ye Chen retracted the set, cancelled his transformation, and dispelled the transparency effect, descending from the sky in a dashing pose. Seeing his safe return, a thunderous round of applause erupted. Look, it really is Captain Ye Chen. Great, the class monitor is back, and he looks refreshed. Killing 50 Netherworld Bone Dragons single-handedly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. From now on, I can brag about this to other classes for a whole year. Which other class monitor has this kind of strength? We couldn't even see his trace just now. He's a born assassin. Yes, stronger than any peer I've ever seen. Ye Chen returned to the group with a cheerful smile. Sorry to startle everyone. Next time I'll be faster. The others quickly waved their hands. No, that was already fast enough. You took down all those Netherworld Bone Dragons in under a minute. You're too modest. The atmosphere was harmonious, everyone casting looks of reverence and admiration towards Ye Chen. Under their gaze, Ye Chen slowly walked towards the towering stone gate, which was over 10 meters high. Task 1 is complete, but Task 2 is not yet. It was then that the other students remembered Task 2 had 2 requirements: close the Netherworld gate and defeat the final boss. Captain, how do we close this gate? Do we push it? Qingqing asked, her twin ponytails swaying. There must be some kind of mechanism. Xiao Rongyu cautiously stepped forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Ye Chen rubbed his chin. I'm not sure either. Who's strong enough? Try pushing it. He didn't dare do it himself. If he activated the Tremor-Tremor Fruit's power, he wouldn't need to close the stone gate. He'd just shatter it completely. How would they complete the task, then, to satisfy the dungeon's requirements? As the captain and class monitor, one person immediately stepped forward as soon as he finished speaking. This male student was burly, muscular, with a simple and honest face. "Captain, let me try. I'm a second-class warrior." Ye Chen nodded. "Go ahead and push. If anything happens, I'll back you up." With Ye Chen's permission, the boy rubbed the back of his head and let out a few simple laughs. A flash of white light, and his skill activated. Gigantification. His muscles swelled, his stature shot up, transforming him into a giant over 10 meters tall as the massive stone gate. Ye Chen could tell at a glance that this student's strength ranked at least in the top 5 of the class, and his strength stat had probably already broken 10,000. The boy placed his broad hands on the stone gate, flexed his muscles, and began to push inward, attempting to close it. Just then a rumbling sound echoed. Outside the dungeon in the Great Hall, Dean Bai said, "Since he has cleared the nightmare-level dungeon and is now teaming up to challenge the Hell Level 1, let us observe his process of conquering it." As soon as he finished speaking, some senior students had already guessed Dean Bai's intention. The dean was using Ye Chen's dungeon clear process as a positive teaching example to educate the students gathered in the hall. Dean Bai opened his right hand, and a phantom key materialized. This was a privilege held by only a few: the ability to activate the spectator mode of the Myriad Dungeon Tower and access replays. Such authority was beyond even the front desk senior, who could only operate the dungeon system daily and register visitors. Whoosh! A flash of white light blazed, and a massive luminous curtain slowly descended. Nightmare-level dungeon necropolis of the Dead Clear team, Ye Chen Xiao Rongyu Qing Ling view replay. Dean Bai selected confirm, and the footage began playing on the public screen. The strength Ye Chen displayed and his godlike maneuvers drew continuous admiration from the crowd in the hall. Yu Qingxian in particular, though her face was as cold as frost, now bore a hint of pride. As for the other students, their emotions were a tangled mess. Some absorbed combat experience and gained insights, while others felt frustration and even more burned with jealousy. At this moment, Lin Xiao and his group saw the commotion in the dungeon tower's hall and pushed through the crowd to get closer. "Hey buddy, first come first served. Don't shove." The front row student shot him an annoyed glance. Lin Xiao chuckled. "Sorry, what's everyone watching? A freshman cleared a nightmare dungeon, and the dean is using his battle replay to teach us a lesson. What's his name?" A strange glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. "Ye Chen, or else call him Daddy," the front row student retorted. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's face twisted into a sneer. "So that's it. He cleared the nightmare dungeon. Chun Jun and I already knew about that. It's nothing special. Just wait until he comes out. Chun Jun will teach him a lesson." Many in the front row turned their heads. "Huh? You still want to teach Ye Chen a lesson? He's already in the middle of clearing a hell-level dungeon." Lin Xiao jolted in surprise. This guy has that much energy. Doesn't he need rest? Taking on a hell dungeon. Has his strength improved since last time? Lin Xiao quickly changed his tune. "I admit I was a bit loud earlier. It's Chun Jun who wants to teach him, not me." Though Lin Xiao was outspoken and somewhat reckless, he was self-aware when it came to strength disparities. He had witnessed Ye Chen's power during the National War Dungeon. Now that Ye Chen's strength had reached new heights, Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't provoke him. That would be like seeking death. "He's scared now, aren't you? Look how arrogant you were just now." Ye Chen is a student even Dean Bai admires. The front row students jeered at Lin Xiao. They all thought he was a clown. After watching the necropolis clear, Dean Bai waved his hand and selected Gates of the Underworld to spectate. To have lasted this long in a hell-level dungeon, truly surprising. "I'm curious, how will he get through?" Dean Bai began playing at double speed. On the public screen, Ye Chen's team actions came into view. Scenes flashed rapidly, and as the viewing deepened, Dean Bai's eyes filled with astonishment. He knows to find the dungeon's pattern, uses summons to lure monsters, and then counterattacks in one wave. One move alone wiped out the bad hounds. Such terrifying, destructive power. As Dean Bai commented, an old teacher beside him asked with a smile, "Old Bai, could you have achieved this level in your youth?" "Huh, me, eh?" Dean Bai's face flushed with embarrassment. He then admitted sincerely, "No, far from it." This confession left the old teacher deeply shaken. "It seems this child's future achievements will surpass yours. Yan Huang might be about to produce another unparalleled prodigy." The last one to earn that title was. Dean Bai's eyes flickered with a trace of light. The crowd fell silent, then looked up to continue watching. On screen, a swarm of netherworld bone dragons filled the sky. Holy crap! So many high-defense, high-attack monsters. Ye Chen is doomed this time. I doubt it. With his strength, he might last a few more minutes. 1 minute. Any longer, and it'd be disrespectful. True, this is where it ends. From here on, it's just footage of Ye Chen's defeat. The jealous students were already singing his downfall. Yet to everyone's shock, the netherworld bone dragons in the night sky began falling one after another. Huh, what happened? Someone explained. I can't follow anymore. Ye Chen's nowhere in sight, but these bone dragons are getting crit after crit. Holy crap, dozens of bone dragons wiped out in a minute. We're the real clowns now. We were just mocking him for lasting only a minute. Turns out that minute was for cleaning up these bone dragons. The tide of opinion reversed, and the students who had been bad-mouthing Ye Chen were instantly humiliated. Old Bai, did you see that? The old teacher asked. I didn't catch it either. Probably some unfathomable movement technique. Dean Bai speculated. Likely a fortuitous encounter from some secret realm. There have been such cases before. Gradually the footage synced, and everyone saw a male student from Ye Chen's team pushing a stone door. Are they trying to close this door? Dean Bai furrowed his brow, recalling that both the door and the nearby stone statues held hidden secrets. The stone statues had summoned the netherworld bone dragons, and surely the door behind it also guarded demons. In the dungeon, the students held their breath. Go Dazhuang. The stone door creaked slowly, then stuck halfway. A rumbling sound echoed as three demonic phantoms soared into the air. Their towering forms dwarfed even the giant-sized Zhang Dazhuang, making him look like a child in comparison. Arrogant humans dare to close the gates of the underworld. Face your doom. One demon with flames on its wings reached out and seized Zhang Dazhuang. Before the stone gate, all the students' faces changed abruptly. Senior Dazhuang, be careful. Are you alright? Run. How can we run? These demons are even taller than him. Seeing the blazing flame demon bring Zhang Dazhuang to its mouth, everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. At that moment, Zhang Dazhuang had a sudden inspiration. He deactivated his giant physique, his body rapidly shrinking and then plummeting downward. The blazing flame demon clearly felt its prey slip away. Yet undeterred, it chuckled softly, condensed a ball of flame in its hand, and hurled it once more at Zhang Dazhuang. Zhang Dazhuang, now returned to his normal size, had lost his formidable defense. Facing the renewed assault from the blazing flame demon, the hearts of the crowd, which had just settled, leaped back into their throats. Zhang Dazhuang crossed his arms in a desperate defense. Just as the demonic claw of the blazing flame demon was about to touch him, a sharp crack rang out as a flash of cold light streaked by. The blazing flame demon's hand was instantly severed from its arm. What? It's cut off. Who did that? An ethereal voice rang out. Catch Zhang Dazhuang. Leave these demons to me. It's the captain. Great, everyone, don't be afraid. The group rushed forward to catch the falling Zhang Dazhuang. They knew that Ye Chen was about to unleash that unfathomable invisible movement technique once again. You must come back safely. This opponent is no simple foe. Xiao Ranji's eyes were filled with worry. We can't let the captain fight alone. If it comes to it, well, fight these demons to the death. The morale of the team members was soaring. In this world, all demons were connected to the abyss. With countless soldiers holding the front line against the abyss, how could they, the young generation of Great Xia, retreat? Meanwhile, outside the instance, Dean Bai and many teachers wore grave expressions. It's those scum from the abyss after all. The gate of the netherworld instance is actually backed by the abyss. These demons all carry the aura of the abyssal alien races. What happens next depends on the fate of these children. Dean Bai sighed, then stared intently at the screen. Yu Qingxian and the other teachers were also completely focused, time seeming to stand still at that moment. They only breathed a sigh of relief when Ye Chen severed an arm of the blazing flame demon. It's the same scene again, winning with an attack that others can't see. This kind of offense is truly impossible to guard against, and its power is not to be underestimated. Ye Chen, thank goodness for you. Exactly. Let's see how the enemy responds now. The other students watched, trembling, a chill creeping into their hearts. If we were the ones facing the demon, could we do what Ye Chen did? I think it's very difficult. Forget severing its limb, even just fighting it to a standstill would be hard. Fighting to a standstill. I'd say it's a 30-70 split. The demon kills me 7 times in 3 minutes. Alas for us getting out unscathed. No, even just surviving would be a huge achievement. Then another shocking scene unfolded. Ye Chen actually sliced off the blazing flame demon's wings with his blade, and the flames on those wings were instantly extinguished. This signified that the blazing flame demon had completely lost its life force. Why so scary, don't kill me. One of the demons let out a pleading cry. Useless wretch. All you know is to beg. The last frost demon cast a contemptuous glance at its companion and charged forward to avenge the blazing flame demon. It soared high, flapping its wings, stirring up a blizzard. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and everything began to freeze. Law of Darkness, Ice Age. The freezing wind swept across the ground, encasing everything in its path in ice. The team members on the ground immediately activated their defenses. No, I must take it down. The others won't last long like this. After finishing off the blazing flame demon, Ye Chen gripped his scythe and swiftly charged at the frost demon. However, the frost demon was not careless and was more intelligent than the blazing flame demon. Knowing it couldn't see Ye Chen and that his attacks were ferocious, it decided to retreat in order to advance, challenging Ye Chen to a contest of speed. As long as you can't catch me, I'm not afraid, even if you're invisible. Can't catch you. Are you sure? Ye Chen sneered coldly, instantly activating the power of the Rumble Fruit. Thunderclap, dash, invisible death, slash. A slash wreathed in the power of thunder cleaved straight towards the frost demon, splitting it vertically in two. The cold air on the ground was still biting, but the frost demon had already perished into oblivion. Outside the instance, everyone was shocked once again. The blazing flame demon had its limbs severed and was finally decapitated. As for the frost demon, it was split clean in two. So brutal, but I must say well done. I shouldn't have doubted Ye Chen. I never imagined he would be so fierce against an abyssal demon. Yes, with such terrifying combat power, we might never catch up in a lifetime. What right do we have to badmouth him? Alas, he's already carved out his own place right after enrolling. This is the backbone of our great Scythe. Many students were burning with passion, including those who had previously questioned Ye Chen out of jealousy. Only one person blurted out, "Isn't the matchmaking mechanism for this instance broken?" The students in the front rows turned to look and saw it was the bladesman Lin Xiao. "You're a tank, just go play. No one blames you. Exactly, you weren't this awesome when you were clearing instances. Why can't you sit still when others achieve something? Do you have to mock him, Lin Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao slunk out of the hall, even though he had struggled to squeeze in just a short while ago. Today, the Instance Tower Hall was absolutely packed with people. Inside the instance, the demon that had been crying so scary, "Don't kill me," was curled up trembling. A character for cowardice appeared in its left eye. "Don't let it escape. Let's all go together and kill it." The other team members surged forward. However, Xiao Rongyu had an uneasy feeling. "Everyone be careful, don't chase." At that moment, the fur covering the demon's right eye parted. Its right eye opened, a bloodshot eyeball bulging outward. It was a character for rage. Many members of the squad had already given chase. Faced with the final demon that had suddenly turned ferocious, they had no time to dodge. A roar echoed. A fierce gale swept through, heavy and powerful, accompanied by sharp wind blades. Many were knocked to the ground, the knight's shields were scarred by the blades, and numerous people were sent flying dozens of meters away. On this demon's left eye was engraved the character Cowardice. When it opened, that eye it appeared timid and innocent. But its right eye bore the character Rage, and once that eye opened, its strength surged, and its temperament became exceedingly brutal. Name: Rage Demon. HP 15,000. Strength 14,500. Agility 14,000. Spirit 14,500. Constitution 16,000. Skill: Cowardice Rage Shift. Description: uses a cowardly guise to lull enemies into complacency, then launches an attack with its true furious form. What? All four attributes exceed 10,000. Such powerful attacks. This is the first time I've seen a demon that can disguise itself. The scum from the abyss are truly despicable. Everyone cursed loudly as they helped each other to their feet. Though they were no match for the Rage Demon, not one of them retreated. They struggled to rise, their eyes fixed unyieldingly on the demon. Such a tender human female. Come back with me and bear my offspring. The Rage Demon spread its wings, stirring up waves of air, and strode toward them with steady, powerful steps. So you're the strongest and most despicable of the three demons. Who would go back with you to have children? Pa, shameless. Would rather die than submit. Get back to the abyss. Some of the girls' faces flushed crimson. Just then, the dim night sky was illuminated by blazing flames. Looking up, everyone saw a phoenix spreading its vast wings, igniting a sea of fire. Look, someone is sitting on the phoenix's back. Is that the captain? As they recognized Ye Chen's figure, the team erupted into ecstasy, hope rekindling in their eyes. The Rage Demon halted its aggressive advance, shielding its eyes with its hands as fear surged within. So blinding. What kind of light is this? You've grown used to the abyss, eternal darkness. Today let you witness the light of justice. Ye Chen pointed a finger, and the immortal phoenix immediately spat a stream of flame downward. The flame shot forth, rapidly melting the soil into magma upon contact. Waves of scorching heat rolled in, forcing the Rage Demon to defend itself passively. Oh, A piercing scream rang out as the rage demon's wings vanished instantly in the phoenix flame. The fire pressed on relentlessly, consuming other parts of the demon's body. Why? Why can't this flame be extinguished? It fell into a frenzy, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, but it could not put out the fire. Don't waste your efforts. The little ground chicken's flames won't go out until everything is burned away. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, the teammates on the ground were stunned. A flame that never goes out. Such an overpowered skill. Using such a powerful beast as a mount and calling it a little ground chicken. That makes the captain even more incredible. Amid their awestruck gazes, the rage demon was finally reduced to ashes, vanishing forever. Ding. Defeated rage demon. Experience 480000. Ding. Defeated frost demon. Experience 460000. Ding. Defeated flame demon. Experience 440000. Additional reward triggered, experience boost 50. Dropped Ohagang, alloy 11. Ye Chen felt endless points of light merging into his body as his level soared. At the same time, the immortal phoenix emitted a brilliant glow. It too was evolving. Beast immortal phoenix. Bloodline pure ancient primordial beast. Race phoenix. Strength 8,800. Agility 7,000. Spirit 4,000. Constitution 6,500. Skills: Scorching Sun Phoenix Flame evolved into Eternal Phoenix Flame. Undying Damage Reduction evolved into Undying Body. Level complete. Form 800. Note: next stage is Ultimate Form. After checking the beast's status panel, Ye Chen was radiant all over. To his teammates on the ground, he seemed like a celestial being descending, dazzling and impossible to look at directly. Ohagang alloy use. He used 10 pieces of Ohagang alloy along with the corresponding materials. He upgraded the Death God set from 3 stars to 4 stars. Equipment: Death God set. Stars 4 stars. Materials: Saber Tiger Fong 6, Meteorite Iron 7, Shadow Ghost Soul 8, Netherbone Dragon Skeleton 9, Ohagang alloy 10. Death Scythe Core Equipment: Void Tracking Evil Suppression Death Slash. Death Hood Spirit 80. Death Robe Constitution 80. Death Ring Strength 80. Death Boots Agility 80. Set effect: gains Spirit Body Wall Pass ability. The attribute bonuses of the Death God set have increased again. I can't wait to see my own base attributes. Ye Chen then checked his own status panel. Ding. You have reached level 41. Use the class change scroll for the 3rd class change. Overjoyed, Ye Chen blurted out, level 41 already. Use the scroll for the 3rd class change. Soon a sacred and majestic aura radiated from him in all directions. The teammates on the ground felt an involuntary sense of heartfelt submission toward Ye Chen. It was as if Ye Chen were a lofty lord, and these team members his loyal subordinates. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Sacred Farmer, Lord Shinnong. Level 411800. Strength 68000. Agility 68000. Spirit 91000. Constitution 81000. Fruits: Rumble Fruit, Quake Fruit, Azure Dragon Fruit, Clear Fruit. Beast: Pure Blood Immortal Phoenix. Equipment: 4-star Death God set. Dimensional Space 300009100. Plant Zombies max summon count 400 each, can awaken skills. Talents: Divine Enhancement, Hybrid Master, 30-fold Amplification Damage Transfer. All 4 attributes have greatly increased, and the max summon count has risen to 400. What's most astonishing is that the 20-fold amplification talent has evolved into 30-fold amplification. Even the most ordinary zombie soldier can be amplified into a powerful servant with over 20,000 in strength. Any attribute exceeding 20,000 would make one a hidden boss in a dungeon, yet Ye Chen could summon 400 such powerful beings at once. Then the immortal phoenix carried Ye Chen back to the ground, stirring up a gust of wind as it landed. He returned it to the dimensional space and regrouped with his team. Captain, your aura seems different. Yeah, I leveled up and did the 3rd class change. Leveled up and 3rd class change. Such a simple statement left everyone speechless with shock once again. Typically, freshmen at the Flame Emperor Academy are at the 1st or 2nd stage of transcendence, and only after a year of cultivation do some touch the threshold of the 3rd stage. Now Ye Chen has already reached the 3rd stage. How could such a pace of advancement not astonish everyone? Dazhuang, please enlarge yourself again and close the gate. No more demons should be able to escape this time, said Ye Chen. Zhang Dazhuang stepped forward with a cheerful grin. All right, I'll follow the captain's orders. Outside the dungeon within the Grand Hall, Dean Bai exclaimed in amazement. To think he has nurtured an ancient primordial beast. This child's potential is truly heaven-defying. His future is boundless. Indeed, I initially thought it was some rare descendant of an ancient primordial beast, but now I see it's a pure-blooded ancient primordial beast. Ye Chen said, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Then everyone turned their gaze to the large screen. In the image, Zhang Dezhuang, under Ye Chen's command, activated his giant physique, once more transforming into a colossal being. He extended his broad hands and slowly pushed the gates of the netherworld. With a creak, the gates fully closed, and the rampaging demons of the dungeon could no longer appear in the mortal realm. A crisp notification sound rang out. Ding. Task 2 completed. All party members receive a 10 experience boost. The highest contributor gains an additional 10 experience bonus. Thus, everyone received a 10 experience boost, while Ye Chen alone gained 20. His experience points surged once more, reaching level 41 with 38 progress. Ye Chen felt invigorated. The sensation of leveling up and allocating points was utterly delightful. His teammates erupted in cheers. Great. I've been stuck at level 21 for so long. With this 10, I can finally advance to level 22. Same here. The hell level dungeon was tough, but the rewards are truly substantial. Thank the captain, and thanks to everyone for working together. This scene made the students outside the dungeon drool with envy. A 10 experience bonus was incredibly tempting, but they regretted not following Ye Chen inside. No wonder it's a hell-level dungeon. The reward is a group-wide experience boost, so no one steals your share. Is this really something I'm allowed to witness? Why didn't I encounter such good fortune? Simple. Because you didn't stick to Ye Chen's coattails. Yeah man, you were mocking him at first. How could Ye Chen team up with someone like you? Haha, look who's the clown now. Feel like you've lost a fortune. If Ye Chen ever gives me a chance to team up, I'd give anything, even myself. Whoa, there's a gay guy here, bro. You. From my observation, Ye Chen isn't interested in men. You've got no chance. The students outside the dungeon passed the time in a mix of envy and laughter. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's team inside the dungeon was far from relaxed. Captain, what's wrong? Is something on your mind? Ching asked. I suspect our captain is searching for the third and fourth tasks, Xiao Rongyu remarked. Only then did everyone recall that upon entering the gate of the netherworld, the dungeon tasks were displayed as follows. Task 1, slay 50 netherworld bone dragons. Task 2, close the netherworld gate and defeat the final boss. Task 3. Task 4. The third and fourth tasks were not explicitly given, but were omitted and hidden. You all can leave now, Ye Chen said. He intended to explore the remaining tasks on his own. Since the first and second tasks were completed, the dungeon's restrictions were lifted. One by one, the others activated their teleportation stones and left the gate of the netherworld dungeon. In the grand hall, many figures returned in succession. Joy shone on every face, and they all felt deep admiration for Ye Chen's relentless spirit of exploration. You've had a long day, go back and rest, Dean Bai said to Ye Chen's teammates with a smile. No, Dean, we won't leave. The captain hasn't come out yet. Everyone spoke in unison. Who would have guessed that Ye Chen's teammates possessed such high cohesion and loyalty? It seemed Ye Chen exuded a unique charisma. Dean Bai nodded slightly, believing Ye Chen already had the potential to command an army and govern a region. Ye Chen stepped through the netherworld gate and arrived at a deep, secluded place. He raised his hand and summoned a group of triple-tier sunflowers which stumbled along with him. This ensured ample sunlight, making the path ahead appear brighter. Suddenly, Ye Chen came upon a spacious sanctuary. A sanctuary in the netherworld. Driven by curiosity, he continued forward only to find the interior in ruins. A massive palm print had shattered the sanctuary's floor, which remained sunken to this day. Hiss! Which mighty being could have caused such devastation in the netherworld sanctuary? Gradually, his attention was drawn to the throne in the sanctuary. The so-called throne had lost all regal splendor, now covered in countless cracks. Ye Chen gently ran his hand over it, as if he could still sense the overwhelming killing intent. Such a powerful blade technique. Who left these marks? Was it one person too, or did a great battle erupt here? Burdened with questions, Ye Chen paused to think and analyze. Based on these traces, I can infer that tasks 3 and 4 were erased during this great battle. No wonder completing just tasks 1 and 2 yields such high dungeon rewards. It seems someone has been bearing the burden behind the scenes all along. Ye Chen sighed, finding the netherworld sanctuary empty, with nothing else worth exploring. Thus, he left the netherworld, activated his teleportation stone, and exited the gate of the netherworld dungeon. As Ye Chen's figure appeared, the entire grand dungeon tower erupted with thunderous applause. Welcome back, hero. This guy is incredible. He led a team through a hell-level dungeon. Ye Chen, you're amazing. From now on, you're my idol. Even though he's a year below me, I'm completely convinced. His strength is undeniable. You have to respect it. Too bad Ye Chen seems so modest. There's no arrogance on his face. Just then, two figures appeared at the entrance of the dungeon tower. Brother Chen, Ye Chen is out. He's stolen the spotlight again today, huh? Lin Xiao informed Chun Jun about Ye Chen leading the dungeon run. Chun Jun immediately flared up. What? He's hitting on my junior Qingling again. Within the grand hall of the instance tower, Dean Bai beamed at Ye Chen, who had returned safely. Ye Chen, be honest with me, what level have you reached? He could discern at a glance that Ye Chen's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Only leveling up could bring about such a profound change. Ye Chen replied frankly, I'm ashamed to say, only level 41, I just completed my third-class advancement. The moment he spoke, even the seasoned Dean Bai was taken aback. You've already advanced thrice. Impressive, lad. Your leveling speed is like riding a rocket. Yu Qingxian couldn't help but praise, though I've achieved 9 class advancements, I wasn't as swift as you at your age. It seems only my brother could rival you in these formative years. Everyone knew who Yu Qingxian's brother was, the legendary Moonlight War God stationed at the forefront of the Abyss battlefield, slaying alien foes by the thousands. The title of War God was earned through solid military achievements, no mere empty reputation. Yu Qingxian's comparison of such a figure to Ye Chen underscored his esteemed place in her heart and his extraordinary accomplishments. The surrounding students felt an overwhelming pressure. In comparison to Ye Chen, they were like fireflies dimmed by the brilliance of the full moon. Dean Bai smiled and said, don't feel pressured, everyone. Not everyone can be like Ye Chen. Just by being admitted to Yanhuang, you've already achieved greatness. As long as you persist in your studies and training and successfully pass the various assessments set by Yanhuang University, a bright future awaits you. The students nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Dean. We understand. Well, work hard. Though their words were affirmative, their hearts still harbored a sense of loss. A bright future might not be guaranteed, but it was almost certain they would never catch up to Ye Chen in this lifetime. Just as everyone was showering Ye Chen with admiration and praise, a discordant voice rang out, followed by a burly figure entering the hall. The crowd turned to see a few acquaintances greeting him. Chun Jun, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back to repair your shield? Got your equipment fixed and want to run some instances for practice? However, Chun Jun had no patience for his former friends now. Blinded by the fury of unrequited love, he snapped, Junior Qingling, so you're here. Don't worry, did Ye Chen force you into the instance? Hell, let me have a match with him. Hearing this, Qingling's scalp tingled, her twin pigtails nearly standing on end. Chun Jun, what are you on about? Forced? How? Ye Chen is both our squad leader and class monitor. As a senior student, isn't it out of line to speak to a junior like that? Others were equally exasperated, thinking, has Chun Jun lost his mind today? But if he hangs out with Lin Xiao, can his brain be any good? True, one's a blade warrior, the other a paladin, both tanks, hot-tempered and rough-mannered. As the crowd muttered, Chun Jun strode toward Ye Chen, snarling, so how about it? Dare to spar with me? Ye Chen was speechless. Spar with you? Who even are you? Meanwhile, Dean Bai and the teachers could only shake their heads in exasperation. Chun Jun and Lin Xiao, those two big oafs. If not for their higher levels compared to peers, they'd never have been admitted. It seemed they'd need to rethink their admission criteria, adding more hurdles to weed out brainless class changers like Lin Xiao and Chun Jun. Still, Dean Bai didn't intervene. He even smiled, thinking a little competition among students might be beneficial. As long as no one died, it was fine. Student Ye Chen, since your senior doesn't accept you, what should you do? He shot Ye Chen a knowing glance. Ye Chen instantly understood and said, coolly, beat him until he does. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. So Ye Chen wasn't one to be trifled with either. This was going to be interesting. Many had already transformed into spectators, ready with snacks and drinks. Fine, let's go outside. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm already level 45. Bring it on. Just don't regret it. With Dean Bai's backing, Ye Chen strode out of the hall. The two arrived at a spacious arena, and chatter buzzed all around. Ye Chen's at level 41, his leveling speed is monstrous, but Chun Jun's level isn't low either. The admissions team took them because of their high levels and promising early class performance. Given that a 4-level gap is a chasm, Ye Chen's doomed. Scythe fresh out of the instance and already facing Chun Jun. Let's mourn for him for 3 minutes. Chun Jun declared him higher level, so we'll give you the first 3 moves. How about that? He summoned a golden shield. Name Chun Jun, class Paladin, level 4530. 00. The Paladin class, though only a word different from Knight, was vastly superior. Paladins possessed a sacred aura granting boosts to all 4 attributes, especially Constitution. As everyone knew, Knights were tank-oriented. But Chun Jun, as a Paladin, boasted even more astonishing defense. 3 moves. You sure? Ye Chen smirked. If you can break through my golden shield's defense in 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Chen Zhen said, I know you've cleared nightmare instances, but my shield is also from a nightmare instance. At this some sense something amiss. Does Chen Zhen only know Ye Chen cleared a nightmare instance, not that today's was held difficulty? The tide of opinion turned instantly. Many spectators wore sly grins. Chen Zhen, you've got Ye Chen all wrong. Don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger. Ye Chen said flatly, enough talk. Take this. He channeled the shaking glass orb into his right fist and slammed it into Chen Zhen's so-called golden shield. The air around them shattered, a deafening roar spread, and the golden shield crumbled like a brittle cookie. The shockwave rippled through, sending Chen Zhen flying as he coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock and fear. One shot. The air stood still, shock etched on every face. This was Ye Chen, who had just emerged from the hellish dungeon. With a single punch, he shattered the golden shield of a third-rank paladin. His astonishing feat left all the onlooking students utterly dumbfounded. They rushed out immediately, gazing in the direction where Chen Zhen had been sent flying. So far it's unbelievable that this was the force of just one punch. If that golden-grade weapon hadn't been in front of him, Chen Zhen would surely be dead by now. The girl was taken by Ye Chen, and he got beaten too. Chen Zhen is really out of luck. The spectators relished the drama, eagerly savoring the gossip, and had already assumed Ye Chen was flirting. In truth, he was merely leading his classmates through a dungeon together. It was his own excellence that had provoked Chen Zhen's jealousy. A few buddies who knew Chen Zhen ran over to him and found him embedded in a wall. Holy crap. He's stuck so deep you can't even pry him off. That's brutal. I truly believe if Ye Chen had used a bit more force, Chen Zhen would be dead. Why pick a fight with someone who's cleared both nightmare and hell dungeons consecutively? Cursing Chen Zhen under their breath, these buddies still kindly pried his body from the wall. Cleansing aura. With a single skill, Chen Zhen gradually regained consciousness. How did I end up here? Wasn't I just sparring with Ye Chen? Where's that kid, and where's my golden shield? Still disoriented, Chen Zhen mumbled. One buddy said, forget your damn golden shield. It was shattered by Ye Chen's fist like paper. Yeah, this wasn't a fair fight at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Who would have thought a level 41 could dominate a level 45 like that? Hearing this, Chen Zhen's painful memories slowly returned. Just moments ago, his shield had shattered from the fierce force of Ye Chen's fist before it even made contact. He clearly saw the air around them crack like glass. Ye Chen's fist could even shatter the very air itself. Then the fist struck his body. Though he was a level 45 paladin with a physique stronger than ordinary knights, he still ended up with 7 or 8 broken ribs. Ugh! Chen Zhen spat out another mouthful of blood. By then, other students had gathered around, including an imposing elder who brooked no defiance. Damaging school property. Deduct 200 credits. Dean Bai pronounced the penalty and strode away. What? Even this broken wall is my fault. Chen Zhen was on the verge of tears. Uffed. He spat out more blood, truly vomiting from sheer rage. Had he known this would happen, he would never have dared to challenge Ye Chen. This was a total loss. The junior Qing Ling would surely ignore him from now on. Chen Zhen pounded the ground in fury, then struggled to his feet. Meanwhile, the other onlookers shared a single thought: he deserved it. Hey, where's Ye Chen? Yet does he even know how powerful he is? Knocking out a level 45 paladin with one punch. Anyone else would be bragging. Where is he? His lack of surprise means he expected this. Ye Chen's strength is truly unfathomable. They'll remember him from now on. Indeed, smart people never cross Ye Chen. Someone like Chen Zhen, who wasn't so bright, will wise up after this battle. Turning around, everyone saw that Ye Chen had already vanished, leaving no trace of his feat. In the academy office, Dean Bai was drinking tea with an old friend. The veteran teacher chuckled. Old Bai, are you really letting these students brawl like this? Dean Bai remained silent, merely gazing calmly into the distance. What's wrong? Any activity from the abyss? The veteran teacher knew that Dean Bai had once been a general on the abyss front lines before teaching at Yanhuan University. The reason, they said, was retirement due to age. Ever since that spatial rift appeared in this world, bringing the abyss dungeons and countless monsters and beasts. To defend against their invasion of humanity, we built a great wall at the border. I recall that I too was a garrison commander at one of its passes back then. To nurture more warriors, I believe these students shouldn't have it too easy. A bit more fighting spirit is good. Let them battle when they should. Dean Bai said calmly. The veteran teacher nodded slightly, gradually embracing Dean Bai's educational philosophy. Indeed, we must send powerful job changers to conquer the secret realms, or the beasts within will descend upon reality and wreak havoc. From that perspective, letting them spar more often to acclimate to the bloodshed of the border might be a good thing. After hearing this, Dean Bai asked, "What do you think of Ye Chen? Do you even need to ask? His strength is evident to all." The veteran teacher chuckled. "Besides, you've spent more time with him than I have. Since Ye Chen cleared the National War Dungeon, Dean Bai had been guiding him." The veteran teacher was merely an observer, not a direct instructor like Ye Chen. "I mean, do you think his strength is sufficient for that place?" Dean Bai tapped the tea table with his finger. "What do you mean, old Bai? You want to send Ye Chen to the border Great Wall?" "That's too soon. The principal won't agree." Dean Bai replied calmly. "You're right, perhaps I'm overthinking. There might be other compromises. Let me ponder further." Gazing into Dean Bai's profound eyes, the veteran teacher realized he couldn't fathom his thoughts. Could there truly be a change at the Abyss front? Unfortunately, his own level was too low. If something were truly happening, only people like Dean Bai and the principal of Yanhuang would know. Meanwhile, Ye Chen returned to his dormitory. "The maximum summon count has increased to 400. It's time to expand my army." With that, he entered the alternate dimension and began mass-producing new plant zombies. "I used quite a few doom zombies in those 2 dungeons. When in doubt, just blow them up. It's a foolproof tactic. So I should maximize the number of doom zombies in my ranks." In the end, he added 40 new doom zombies and increased the other 3 types by 20 each. Doom zombies, 60 zombie soldiers, 100 zombie warriors, 120 zombie archers, 120 at the same time. Ye Chen exchanged for numerous torchwood stumps to pair with the triple shooters, forming a powerful firing squad. This was the same tactic he had used against the bad hounds, catching them off guard with a devastating counterattack. Done. Just as Ye Chen was about to enjoy a good sleep, a new message caught his eye. "Lonely young wife, husband not home, send me 50 unlock mysterious surprise." What the hell? Spam. Who leaked my contact info? Ye Chen's mouth twitched slightly, a seed of suspicion taking root in his mind. He hadn't visited any shady websites lately, so why was he receiving such messages? What a broken link, and the webpage looks so outdated. He turned off his phone, dismissed the thought, and drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, an ambitious island nation, a family with a millennium of heritage. "Is it done?" asked the white-bearded old man leaning on his cane. Ever since Edo Yuzura's fall, he had been secretly investigating those who participated in the National War instance. Ultimately, he had zeroed in on 2 targets from Daxiao Lin Xiao and Ye Chen. Lin Xiao's squad had clashed directly with Edo Yuzuru, making him the prime suspect. Ye Chen, as the most active and outstanding freshman at Yanhuang University, was listed as the second suspect. A psychic mage draped in a black robe replied, "Lord Edo, your orders have been carried out. Lin Xiao will die tonight, and Ye Chen will die tomorrow night. Within these 2 days, we will avenge young Master Edo." Tap, tap, tap. The white-bearded elder struck the ground with his cane, the sound echoing sharply. "Excellent, excellent. Whether they did it or not, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Daxia dares to kill the genius of our Edo family. They must pay the price." Yuzuru was a prodigy who could summon the Yamada no Orochi Shikigami. Those 2 Daxia students must have used underhanded tricks to ambush him. The old man gnashed his teeth on the last sentence, his eyes blazing with boundless fury, his face twisted into a sinister scowl. He could never imagine that anything could be more powerful than the Shikigami Yamada no Orochi, nor that Ye Chen had defeated that little snake, hidden with the Azure Dragon Fruit. "The day after tomorrow, bring me news of their deaths." "Yes, my lord," the psychic mage replied with confidence. "In their sleep, once my mental attack takes hold, they are as good as dead." As night fell, Lin Xiao, dressed in his finest, stepped out of Yanhuang University and entered a bustling neon-lit district. Before leaving, his roommates teased him about which girl he was meeting and why he had dressed up so much. When he started styling his hair, their jeers grew louder. Yet from start to finish, Lin Xiao remained silent, only offering a knowing smile. Only after he had slipped on his leather shoes and changed into a flashy outfit did he finally confide in his roommates. "I'm meeting a cute girl with a bit of an exotic vibe tonight. She's gorgeous. You guys can just sit there and be jealous." The dorm erupted in a chorus of groans and complaints. "Damn you, Lin Xiao. You're really something, sneaking off to find a girlfriend behind our backs." Soon Lin Xiao arrived at the booked Maple Grove Evening Hotel. Unfortunately, after waiting over half an hour, the girl still hadn't shown up. He repeatedly went out to check the room number, making sure he hadn't made some rookie mistake that would ruin his chances. The room number is correct. He clicked on the profile picture of a girl from the island nation and sent a message, "Lily, are you here yet? I've been waiting for you." Ding. She replied instantly, but instead of a normal response, it was a string of strange words paired with a mysterious link. "What's this?" Lonely housewife husband not at home. Lin Xiao had clicked on a similar link just yesterday. If not for that message, he would never have met this girl through that chat app. But today, after all her sweet talk, she had stood him up, leaving him frustrated and angry. Damn it. I'm a blade warrior with an 8-pack and advanced class changer. And you dare to stand me up? Yet his anger didn't last long before a wave of dizziness washed over him. So sleepy. Lily, I'm going to sleep first. Lin Xiao collapsed onto the bed, surrendering his entire weight to the soft hotel mattress. In his dream, his consciousness suddenly became lucid. It felt as though he wasn't merely sleeping, but had been pulled from reality into a dreamscape. Awake are you? A man in a black robe, his face and expression hidden, spoke in a grim tone. Who are you? Am I dreaming? No. This is a trap you set. As a high-level class changer, Lin Xiao immediately grasped the situation. Too many anomalies. This was no ordinary dream. What was this man's purpose in dragging him into a dream? Purpose. Simple, to kill you. The corner of the man's mouth curled slightly. You can read the thoughts of those in dreams. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xiao's forehead, his heartbeat accelerating. He realized he couldn't leave this place, and worse, he couldn't summon his signature weapon, the mountain-cleaving broadsword, within the dream. A blade warrior without his blade was no different from a tiger without its claws and fangs. Kill me. You think you're worthy. Despite his disadvantage, Lin Xiao's words remained defiant. The man produced a staff from his black robe, the ruby at its tip gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Mental strike. Lin Xiao screamed in agony as a splitting headache tore through him. His opponent's level was undoubtedly above his own. Otherwise, as a warrior class, his constitution and mental fortitude shouldn't have been so easily overwhelmed. In the end, the dream had crippled his abilities. He could neither escape nor fight back. He couldn't even summon his weapon. His only chance at victory lay in close-quarters combat. Useless. I won't give you that chance. The man sneered coldly, stepping back to widen the distance. You're a mage, aren't you? If you've got the guts, let me out and well. Onion. Lin Xiao's words came out haltingly, his vision beginning to blur with a montage of memories. Gradually, the ruby in the man's hand grew brighter, and with each pulse of eerie red light, a mental strike lashed out. Blood seeped from Lin Xiao's 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground. The damage suffered in the dream was perfectly synchronized with reality. On the hotel bed, Lin Xiao slowly stopped breathing. The next day, news of his death reached Yanhuang University. The entire administration was shaken. What's going on? A student from your college died outside, and in a love hotel bed. How disgraceful. Lin Xiao's death is highly suspicious. There were no signs of a struggle in the room. This is remote assassination. You must investigate thoroughly. In the high-level meeting room, all the deans were summoned from their respective offices for a conference. The meeting was naturally presided over by Principal Yanhuang, while the one being criticized was Dean Bai of the college where Ye Chen belonged. Lin Xiao was a year senior to Ye Chen, both belonging to the same college but different grades. Old Bai, you're a veteran retired from the front lines, so I shouldn't normally reprimand you. But the great Xia has nurtured these students all the way. They could die in the abyss, in secret realms, or in dungeons, but absolutely not in a place like this. The significance of this matter is immense, do you understand? No matter what, you must investigate thoroughly and give an explanation to the entire college and even the whole school. The old principal was slender and gaunt, yet his spirit was vigorous and his tone resolute. He spoke with fervor in the meeting, spraying spittle as he talked, while Dean Bai could only repeatedly nod in agreement. Yes, Principal, I will investigate and give everyone an explanation. As far as I know, Lin Xiao was a blade warrior and an outstanding sophomore. Pure physical attacks wouldn't easily damage the flesh so severely. Combining that with the autopsy report, it's highly likely he was subjected to attacks like poison, curses, hexes, or psychic assaults. Dean Bai, with his wealth of experience, immediately provided a general direction. The old principal nodded. It's good that you have a plan in mind. He'll leave this matter to you. Recently, there's been activity on the Abyss front lines, and many juniors and seniors have started taking related missions. The implication was clear: he had other more important matters and was extremely busy, so this task had to be fully delegated to Dean Bai. The other deans cast sympathetic glances at Dean Bai. Old Bai was just a veteran, a military man by background. Asking him to conduct an investigation seemed somewhat unreasonable. However, since Lin Xiao was indeed a student of their college, it had to be handled this way. If this matter wasn't resolved well, not to mention the entire Yanhuang Dean Bai himself would be the first to lose face. The teachers and deans from other colleges could only offer assistance from the sidelines, supporting Dean Bai indirectly. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Ye Chen donned the 4-star Death God suit, feeling the immense boost to his 4 attributes. Name: Ye Chen. Class: Saint Farmer Lord. Shinnong. Level 4138. 00. Strength 122400680 005 Agility 122400680 005 for 400. Spirit 163800910 007 2800. Constitution 145800810 006 for 800. Every attribute has increased by 80, all for easily surpassing 100,000. Especially the spirit attribute, it's nearly reaching the mark of 200,000. Teacher Ye Chen mentioned that my class leans more towards a mage, so the boost in spirit benefits me the most. He recalled that every time he consumed a devil fruit or summoned more plant zombies, it required a massive amount of spiritual energy. Without a doubt, the higher his spirit, the more summons he could control. These summons could also tank damage for him, far more efficient than fighting himself. Of course, his own personal strength couldn't be neglected. Fortunately, with the boost from the Death God suit, the purely physical attributes of strength, agility, and constitution had also broken the 100,000 mark. Combined with the Goro Goro no Mi for speed, the Gura Gura no Mi for strength, and the Uo Uo no Mi model Sarayu for constitution, these attributes could reach even greater heights. Because the Sarayu fruit was a Zoan type, and all Zoans possess terrifying vitality, I reckon even if teacher Ye Chen were to come, I could go toe-to-toe with her. Ye Chen entertained an unrealistic fantasy. Ye Chen was a 9-turn elemental mage. A noble mage with devastating output plus the level of 9 turns. Yet Ye Chen still harbored the thought of challenging her, a testament to the confidence bestowed by his suit's fruits and summons. No, I still need to upgrade the Death God suit to 5 stars. From now on, I'll channel all excess experience to Little Earth Chicken. It's in its perfect form now, with a long, arduous path to the ultimate form ahead. Prime time to absorb experience and grow. And those plant zombies should be organized into a battalion, then a regiment, then a brigade, and finally an army. My current maximum summon count is only 400, that's still far too few. A full 400 summons, and Ye Chen still found it lacking. If other class changers heard this, they'd surely think he was showing off shamelessly. However, he genuinely felt it was too few. Not to mention anything else, he preferred soloing dungeons unless there were player limits. If he ever went to the Abyss front lines to battle alien races like the demon clans, Ye Chen would likely become a one-man army. The battlefields of alien races were filled with slaughter mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Compared to the dense vast armies, the number 400 was indeed far too small. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to expand his summon count to at least 4 digits. Only then would he consider himself just starting out. For now, he was still in the newbie village, so he'd lie low as much as possible. Summon triple sunflower, summon snow pea shooter, summon triple pea shooter, summon torchwood. Summon zombie soldier, summon zombie warrior, summon zombie shooter, summon doom zombie. You and you form a squad. These squads form a platoon. These platoons form a company. Ye Chen reorganized the structure of his plant zombie army, making them appear more disciplined. Normally, they stayed in the other dimension, feeding on the sunlight produced by the sunflowers. After all, these zombies, through hybridization, had acquired some of the extraordinary traits of plants. For instance, zombie shooters could spit pea seeds, and doom zombies could explode like doom shrooms. Everyone do your duty. From now on, you will all heed my commands. I will forge you into a legion that strikes fear into the hearts of alien races. Let those demons witness what true devils are. Let those undead and skeletons from the underworld know that my zombies are even more macabre. With lofty ambitions, Ye Chen left the other dimension. As soon as he stepped out, he received a message from Xiao Rongyu. Did you know? There's a sophomore named Lin Xiao. Huh. Lin Xiao is dead. Although they had been at odds, Ye Chen hadn't expected him to die so soon. Yeah, and he died in a place like that. Xiao Rongyu sent a picture. Ye Chen's jaw dropped. He died on a bed in a love hotel. That's absurd. In the teaching building that day, everyone was distracted throughout the class, secretly messaging each other. In university life, listening to lectures could never compare to gossiping. Ye Chen became a busybody in the grapevine, ending his day as night fell and succumbing to a weary sleep. In his dream, a somber voice echoed, "Are you awake?" Unlike Lin Xiao's dream, there was no response here, only a deathly silence. "Awake?" the black-robed man asked again. In truth, whether the other was awake or not made no difference to his ability to kill. It was merely a verbal tick, a professional habit to appear more imposing. As the master of this dreamscape, everything was within a single thought. The psychic mage profession relied on mental attacks through sheer will. I've been awake for a while. The question is, why have you entered my dream? A frigid voice suddenly rang out. The black-robed man broke into a cold sweat as if stalked by a savage beast and immediately spun around. He saw a handsome young man standing proudly not far behind him. You? When did you wake up? He asked, astonished. In theory, he was the sovereign of this dreamscape. No move Ye Chen made could escape his notice. Ye Chen smiled. I am the host, you are the guest. Do not get it twisted. Though in reality am still asleep in the dormitory here, I wake whenever I please. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. This was a first. Clearly this youth's psychic power far surpassed Lin Xiao's. However, this was a dream. Weapons and summons could not manifest here. Deprived of those combat methods, almost no one could withstand an unending barrage of psychic strikes. The black-robed man sneered. Don't get cocky. I can freely enter and exit your dream, and I can take your life whenever I wish. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand, and it'll leave no trace behind. While the black-robed man taunted him, Ye Chen had already tested his limits in secret. He discovered that he could not summon plant zombies or the death god set here, let alone the ancient beast, the Undying Phoenix. Being able to roam dreams freely and cause silent death. You are indeed a troublesome opponent. In that case, resign yourself to death. Psychic strike activate. The black-robed psychic mage raised his staff. The ruby set at its tip flickered, emitting waves of eerie crimson light. The powerful psychic strike rippled outward with that light, surging into Ye Chen's mind like concentric waves. Psychic 1000, psychic 1000, psychic 1000. The damage from the psychic strike continuously drained Ye Chen's psychic life force. This must be agonizing, isn't it? Don't grieve or complain. Blame yourselves for crossing the wrong people. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. You people, eh? Ye Chen feigned a pained grimace, clutching his head. So besides me, you have other targets. I don't mind telling you. Lin Xiao from your academy is already dead. You'll have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling me so much. And, could you please stop scraping? Ye Chen suddenly released his grip on his head, standing vigorously before the black-robed man, his headache and fatigue completely gone. He was utterly unscathed. Impossible. The black-robed man gasped, dumbfounded. Even a 6th or 7th tier professional couldn't endure my psychic strike so easily. Why are you completely unaffected? Ye Chen snorted coldly. Your psychic strike might work on others, but as it happens, my highest attribute is psychic power. Your damage is just scratching the surface for me. Deducting 1,000 at a time. Who do you think you're mocking? If you've got the guts, try cutting me by 10,000. The moment he finished, the black-robed man nearly doubted his own existence. What did he mean by scratching the surface? His lethal technique, the pride of a psychic mage, was being dismissed as a mere scratch by a youth. Unbearable. Utterly humiliating. Even if your psychic power is 10 or 20,000, losing 1,000 each time, you shouldn't be able to hold out. How can you still be standing? The black-robed man asked, baffled. Anyone else would have long since suffered mental exhaustion, dizziness, or even bleeding from every orifice. Is it possible that my psychic power exceeds 10,000? Ye Chen smiled, faintly stepping toward the black-robed man like a predator on the hunt. The black-robed man retreated in panic. In close combat, a psychic mage was as fragile as a glass cannon or a mage. Stop bluffing. At your age, 10 or 20,000 is the absolute limit. Gripping his staff tightly, the black-robed psychic mage frantically unleashed psychic strike after psychic strike. No, don't, stay away. He let out a shriek before Ye Chen felled him with a single punch. Thud. Ye Chen slammed his foot onto the black-robed man. How could it be impossible? Before you die, let me show you. With that, a halo of light flickered. Name: Ye Chen, class level strength 68,000, agility 68,000, psychic 91,000, constitution 81,000. Hiding the key details, his 4 attributes were laid bare for the black-robed man, crushed beneath his foot. The stomp was heavy. The black-robed man's face was nearly deformed. Through his daze, he glimpsed Ye Chen's attributes. Strength and agility of 68,000. No wonder that kick hurt so much. What a psychic 91,000, constitution 81,000. Are you a tank class? How can you be this durable? The black-robed man's contorted face wore an expression of disbelief, both sinister and somewhat comical. Want to know my class? Answer a few of my questions, and he'll tell you. Ye Chen stomped down again, forcing blood from the black-robed man's mouth. He wasn't avenging Lin Xiao. He was warning the man that if he dared speak out of turn, he could crush him like an ant at any moment. An imposing aura radiated from Ye Chen, and the black-robed man's eyes filled with fear and submission. Final talk'll talk. Don't kill me. Though this was a dream, the damage would sink to reality, just as when he killed Lin Xiao. In the end, your profession only bullies those with weak psychic defenses. In a real fight, you'd never beat Lin Xiao. First question: what is the medium or trigger for entering dreams? Ye Chen refused to believe he could enter anyone's dream at will. That would be too overpowered. A text message. That text message. A flirtatious text and a website link. You really know how to have fun. Ye Chen chuckled and asked again, second question: who is the mastermind? It's Ito. Before the black-robed man could finish, his body spontaneously combusted. Ye Chen noticed a bizarre rune appear in the black-robed man's eye. Once the rune was activated, the man was incinerated into nothingness. This must be a mark. It activates the moment someone speaks a certain name. Such a terrifying method to toil for someone until the very end, unaware of the mark placed upon you. Ito is it. I can follow this lead. Ye Chen sighed softly, then withdrew from the dream. The next morning, he awoke to the sunlight filtering through thin clouds. With no classes today, Ye Chen headed straight for Dean Bei's office. Before entering, he caught a familiar voice, Chen Zhen. Why is he here too? Good morning, Dean Bai. Ye Chen knocked on the door. Ye Chen, come in, came the dean's voice from inside. Ye Chen pushed the door open and saw besides Dean Bai several classmates who usually hung out with Lin Xiao. No wonder Chen Zhen was there. They had all been summoned together. Dean Bai asked them a few questions, including about Lin Xiao's recent movements. When Ye Chen entered the office, Chen Zhen stole a glance at him, but there was no resentment in his eyes anymore. Only the fear of someone who had been thoroughly beaten into submission. Ye Chen, I admit I was the one acting rashly, but I don't want any conflict with you now. I really can't beat you. Chen Zhen turned away, speaking with embarrassment. Hearing this, Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. He thought, is he really that afraid of me? It seems that punch of mine really stunned him. Haha, it's fine. I'm here today because I have some information. Ye Chen scratched the back of his head. How could I dare to start a conflict with you in front of Dean Bai? Chen Zhen's face flushed. Last time you sent me flying with a punch, it was in front of Dean Bai too, and I got fined 200 credits. Ye Chen, tell us what information you have. Dean Bai had been troubled by Lin Xiao's death recently. He believed Ye Chen wouldn't come all the way to his office for something trivial. If only this information were about Lin Xiao. With a glimmer of hope, a spark of light flashed in Dean Bai's eyes. What Ye Chen said next truly delighted Dean Bai. The information is about Lin Xiao. I think I know how the enemy killed him. Dean Bai's face lit up with excitement as he stood up, hands on the desk. Lin Xiao died at a distance with no signs of a struggle. Currently, we suspect witch doctors, curse masters, or psychic masters. Witch doctors can kill from afar using witchcraft, poison, or voodoo. Curses from curse masters can achieve the same effect, but the most mysterious killing profession is the psychic master. It's a psychic master, I'm certain. Ye Chen spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Zhen became excited. Ye Chen, this is very important to me. If you can really help, I'm willing to reward you with gold coins and credits. It was clear that in this critical moment, these classmates still had some feelings for Lin Xiao. However, Ye Chen said calmly, no need, because I'm also their target. At these words, Dean Bai, Chen Zhen, and the other classmates who were close to Lin Xiao were all shocked. That's enough questioning for now. You may go back, I'll notify you of any new developments. Dean Bai dismissed Chen Zhen and the others. Ye Chen, you can speak freely now. A glimmer of hope shone in Dean Bai's eyes, and he became excited. To be honest, if you sent me to the border to fight alien races, I'd go without hesitation, but investigating this kind of thing isn't my forte. Ye Chen, why do you say you're also their target? So Ye Chen told Dean Bai everything that had happened last night, including how he had killed the black-robed psychic master in self-defense. Ito, it seems to be a force from the island nation of the east. Dean Bai's eyes turned fiercely sharp. A petty little country dares to kill a student of Great Xia. A terrifying aura radiated outward from him, shattering the entire desk. If Ye Chen's physique weren't strong enough, he would have been affected at that moment. Sorry, Ye Chen, I lost my composure. You're fine. Dean Bai was surprised to find that Ye Chen had withstood the force. Now he finally understood why Lin Xiao had died in his dream, while Ye Chen not only survived, but even managed to kill the enemy in return. Then Ye Chen said, Dean Bai, as a freshman, my interactions with Lin Xiao were limited to attending classes together and entering the National War Instance together. The National War Instance. At this, Dean Bai's eyes lit up. Even if he wasn't skilled at investigation, he could now piece it together. You mean because you clashed with the Eastern Islands on my OG in the National War Instance, they retaliated afterward? Yes, the on my OG I fought was named Ito, and could summon the legendary Shikigami Yamada no Orochi. Dean Bai nodded slightly, his beard bristling with anger. I understand. I'll report this to the Academy President. I'll inform you of any follow-up actions. Also, given the despicable nature of these petty villains, if their first plan fails, they'll likely try again. will be careful. It won't be easy for them to kill me. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Dean Bai patted him on the shoulder. If possible, and I mean if, would you be willing to go with me to the island nation and stir things up? To demand they hand over the culprit? Ye Chen asked tentatively. Demand who? We'll just go on a killing spree. It'd be best to kill a few of their generals, or I can't vent my hatred. Dean Bai clenched his fists, murderous aura surging. Even Ye Chen was awed by this momentum. Compared to the radical Dean Bai, he was still too conservative. But that was exactly what he liked about Dean Bai. Not only did he protect his own, but he never swallowed his pride. If you're attacked, you strike back. Kill until heads roll to establish authority and intimidate these scoundrels. Of course I'm willing. If there's such a mission, I'll be the first to sign up. I'd go even without credits. Ye Chen said resolutely. Not to avenge Lin Xiao, but simply for himself. The Ito family had already marked him for assassination. If he let it slide, he wouldn't be Ye Chen. Good, how refreshing. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter echoed from the office.